Chapter 571. In fact, if you count carefully, you will find that he has offended quite a few forces. The mysterious and huge Sand Scorpion mercenary group. Because of him, the open forces in the northwest disappeared directly. There are also some underground forces, which were also dispersed because of him. The forces of the Dark Guild in What City were also dispersed. There are also the Lord of Hoswell Tower who was offended in What City, etc. They also have their own forces. Speaking of which, he has offended quite a few people, but he has lived safely until now, which has a lot to do with the area of Wassenberg. This is the location of the Honor Wizard Alliance. It is covered by wizard formations for a long time, and is very safe. If you go outside, you may have to pay attention to safety issues. Thinking of this, Dole thought of the storm field in the storm meditation method. The storm field mentioned here is not the field that comes with the meditation method, but a huge and boundless magic array that simulates the storm. In conjunction with the meditation method, it can form a complete storm field with a radius of hundreds of miles, ignoring any terrain. If this magic array is created by him, it may be truly safe. Thinking of this, Dole said to Aishi, I will study the magic circle in the next 2 days. No matter who comes, as long as they don't tell me the result of the matter, I will say that I will not see them. In addition, you can go to the clone to get the potion. I don't have time recently. If the third prince brings the things, you can call me out. Aishi nodded, just keep it in mind. Aishi envied Dole for having a clone, but the Skyfrost worm is different from the Black Corpse worm. The speed of cultivating the Skyfrost worm is really slow. So far, there has not been enough clones. Moreover, Aishi's mental strength is also a little worse. There will be some problems in condensing the clone, so now the Skyfrost worm can only be placed in the meditation method to enhance the power of the meditation method. Dole is now facing the pressure from the two families, the Lang family and the Meja family. Ash can understand his worries. The history of the rise of large families is cruel and dark. If he does this now, there is no guarantee that these two families will do something. It is right for him to choose to retreat. Thinking of this, Ash sat in the wizard tower, and spontaneously assumed the role of hostess. Except for her own people, no one was allowed to enter, and the secret defense of the wizard tower was turned on to prevent anyone from sneaking in. The Tower of Babel is different from other wizard towers he has seen. Most wizard towers in this world exist in the form of formations, mainly in the form of multiple wizard towers, but the Tower of Babel is different. It exists alone, and the wizard formation is very powerful. It is difficult for external forces to break through. The internal structure is very tight. If you want to sneak in quietly, only a 9th level wizard can do it. When Dole upgrades the wizard tower to level 7 or even level 8, this wizard tower will be the most tenacious bunker in the world. Ash has confidence in the Tower of Babel. As time went by, the incident slowly fermented, and the professional world of Wassenberg seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. Dole's seclusion troubled many people. For example, the third prince wanted to discuss some things with Dole, but Dole refused to see him, and it was useless to summon him. For example, Puyus wanted to see Dole to discuss the matter, but Dole just said you decide. Another example is Alan. Recently, the old poisoner also invited him to the ruins. Alan was very tempted, but Dole didn't go, and he didn't have any good way to deal with the monsters in the ruins. It's not that he can't stop it. With his level 7 strength, he can still do it, but neither of them has the ability to deal with too many creatures. Let's bombard them with magic, fearing that the ruins will be destroyed and the things inside will self-destruct, which will not be worth the loss. The old poisonous creature endured for more than half a year, but finally couldn't stand it anymore, and had to ask a master to take charge before rushing to the ruins. In Alan's room, the old poisonous creature was dressed in black, wrapping himself tightly. You said, Dole soothed the Pharmacist Guild? Alan nodded. The reason why I didn't go out with you was to deal with this matter. The Lang family and the Marsha family united to boycott Dole, and instigated the Pharmacist Guild not to give him the certificate of a 7th level pharmacist, so that he could not sell high-level potions. So Dole sued the pharmacist in anger. Now it is in the stage of investigation and evidence collection. The two major families are now doing their best to destroy the evidence, and it is estimated that they will also attack Dole, so he simply hides and does not see anyone. The old poisonous creature was a little worried. As a black wizard, he has been in the underground world for many years, and he knows these two major families very well. These are the two real old families. If he were to face them, he might just run away. He knew that the Lang family and the Meja family each had a level 7 commander. Otherwise, the business of so many years would have been robbed long ago. Although the Glory Empire is still peaceful, trade is still troubled by thieves and robbers. Many local mountain kings are even powerful masters who have escaped from other empires. It is impossible to do business without a certain strength. The Lang family is an industry that makes wine and relies heavily on trade for food. The Meja family has a caravan and has always attached great importance to military force. Otherwise, it would not have been quiet for so many years. In terms of absolute strength, the two families have absolute say. That's troublesome. I only want to go to the ruins now. There are things I need there. If Dole can't go, then I can only find someone else. Who else has the means of large-scale killing? They can count the level 6 of Watzeburg on their fingers, and they really can't think of anyone who has this means. In fact, he can do it himself, but his poisons are all made by others. His level is not good enough and can't reach that level. Otherwise, can he share it with others? The poison that Dole made for him last time was very lucrative after it was used up. It was really a good harvest. After Alan was promoted to level 7, his demeanor also improved. Looking at the old poison, he smiled faintly. If you really want to go, I can provide you with a batch of scrolls with similar effects. I can't do anything else. I don't know much witchcraft. As you said, there are many microorganisms in it. My witchcraft only has large-scale bombardment, and there is no way to eliminate it like poison. The old poison nodded and said, we still have to wait for Dole. Then I will wait. In fact, the pharmacist of the Shirue family can also do it, but the old guy will definitely not take action. After all, the ruins are too dangerous. Alan acquiesced to the old poison entering the city. Although this guy is a terrorist, he has never attacked the human race. His character can still be trusted. The old poison, Donnie, these people are Alan's friends. As for other people, Alan will not let them enter the city. At this time, two figures came from outside. The old poison looked at Alan with a frown, and Alan was also a little puzzled because the magic circle did not give him any hints. Alan saw that the man was holding a purple token and had no problem going all the way. The third prince? Alan frowned. These royal families really have privileges wherever they go. The third prince walked in from outside and saw the old poisoner at a glance. He felt the huge and terrifying aura on him, and his expression froze. Chapter 572. Dark Wizard? Alan actually has a deal with a dark wizard. He was stunned for a moment, his face alert, his hands immediately gathered in his sleeves, and grabbed a jade token. This is his life-saving thing. He lowered his head in confusion and asked, Lord Alan. Alan looked at the third prince and said calmly, what's the matter? The third prince thought about it, put aside the matter of the dark wizard, and said in a calm tone, I want to see Dole, but he is in seclusion. Do you have a way to contact him? Alan shook his head, pointed at the dark wizard in front of him, and said, we both want to see Dole now, but we can't. The third prince immediately understood that the dark wizard was not looking for Alan, but for Dole. When he thought of Dole's other identity, the poison master, he immediately understood. In the imperial capital, there are also many dark wizards, but they dare not show up too much. However, for high-level black warriors, they are basically completely whitewashed, and the empire also needs strong combat power. He thought about it, and stopped pursuing the matter of the black wizard. Instead, he sighed and said, he is probably afraid of the other party's revenge, so he hides and waits for our results. But is it really good for him to do this? Alan shook his head. I don't know if it's good or not, at least he is safe now. That guy regards his own safety as more important than anything else. I guess there will be no results. The third prince looked at the black wizard again, then nodded and said, then I will go find Lord Puyus and Lord Chongduo. Chongduo is the leader of this team, the 7th level wizard, who was not very successful in the imperial capital. Alan nodded, he glanced at the third prince, and said meaningfully, let me introduce you. This is Tom, the wizard from your imperial capital. The third prince was thinking about Dole, and when he heard this name, he was suddenly stunned. He looked at the black wizard, and many things appeared in his mind. Tom, this name is too familiar. He is also a genius poisoned by the aristocratic system. After leaving the imperial capital, he never came back. Later, his family was destroyed, and he was not in the imperial capital. It turned out that he came here and regarded himself as a black wizard. He calmed down, looked at Tom, bowed respectfully, and said, so it's Sir Tom. I often hear people mention your name in the imperial capital. The old poison snorted coldly, I'm afraid it's not a good reputation. The third prince said awkwardly, although it's so, it's better than no name. The old poison heard this. His expression was a little uncomfortable. There are many strong people in the imperial capital, but if they don't offend many people, They will disappear in the long river of history. It's not a bad thing that he is often mentioned. Besides, his family is gone, so what qualifications do he have to mock others? He snorted coldly and stopped talking. The third prince then took his leave. While walking downstairs, the third prince thought to himself that Dole's move of retreating to advance was played beautifully. He stayed in the wizard tower, and kept others busy in the pharmacist union. This method was played beautifully. However, in the game between several families, it was the same whether Dole showed up or not. The result was not under his control anyway. The third prince thought a lot. This kid is much smarter than I thought. As soon as the third prince went downstairs, a middle-aged man dressed very respectably stood at the door and stopped him. He bowed his head and said, "Third prince, I am the steward of the Lank family. My master wants to see you." The third prince thought to himself, "I was just wondering when the people from the two big families would come here, and they are here now." He thought for a while and said, "Ask him to come at this time tomorrow. I am not free today." The steward nodded with relief and said, "Thank you, third prince." The third prince nodded, left the door, and walked out casually. As he walked, he thought about the current situation in Watzenberg. As the lord of the city, the Rhine family is in charge of the army, food trade, oil, salt, and other basic necessities of life. The Lang family is in charge of part of the trade and the brewing industry, and at the same time organizes a large number of people to mix in the adventurer industry. The Orn family is very pure, that is, the medicinal materials industry, and also trades in wizard materials. The Maja family controls the power of nature and some small alchemy organizations. It sounds like these families are not deeply involved in the wizard industry, only the Orn family is relatively deep, but in fact their descendants are all over the wizard industry, deeply involved in all aspects. Take the Dole incident as an example. They found a way to control the Apothecary Guild and prevented him from being promoted to level 7. The Alchemist Guild also has personnel from all major families, but it is more complicated and there are many factions. On the contrary, there are not many things, and everyone is very peaceful, except for the Apothecary Guild, which is very dirty. Because the profit of the apothecary industry is too large. The third prince wants to win over various forces, and the Rhine family is the first choice, because it is a royal family outside the family, and it also represents the royal family. As long as the Rhine family can be taken down, other families can only be regarded as icing on the cake. As he thought about this, a group of soldiers came to him quickly. "My lord third prince, the lord of the city invites you." The third prince nodded and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." 10 days passed quickly. Dole put down the book in his hand, and at the same time, the clone also finished refining the potion and divided it into potion bottles. It has been 10 days, and he should take action. In the past few days, he has heard news from Ash every day about how the Lank family is doing things, how the Maja family is doing things, and how they are busy. But the ending is not expected to change. The heads of those big families in the Pharmacist Union will all be removed. The Pharmacist Union is the union of the Honor Wizard Union, not the union of a certain family. Just like what was said in the Judgment Hall last time, the Honor Wizard Union is the union of all wizards, not the tool of the nobles. As the president, Puyusi was a little angry and helpless, but no matter how angry he was, the number of noble wizards still occupied a great advantage. Their bloodline was better, and their strength was stronger. In the Gory Wizard Alliance, most wizards were from nobles, and the wizards with stronger strength were also from nobles. The Gory Wizard Alliance came up with rectification suggestions and dealt with relevant personnel according to the system. In response to this matter, the number of managers of noble wizards was greatly reduced, and the welfare of civilian wizards was increased. The Lang family and the Maja family were like stirring up a hornet's nest. Puyusi's move not only made them very uncomfortable, but also made other nobles very uncomfortable. Many families fell out with the two families because of this matter. Some noble wizards even chose to leave their families and join the camps of other families. These are all off topic. As the protagonist, Dole felt that he had fallen into the dilemma of alchemy at this time. The Stormfield formation is a very advanced formation. It is divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. Each level is more difficult than the previous one. Step by step, the magic pattern, formation, and materials increase in sequence. After reaching level 6, the number of materials, magic patterns, and related small parts required is already very complicated. This is not a task that can be completed by one person. Duali's magic pattern ability is very good, but it is only after reaching level 6. After seeing the required materials and related things, he also felt his scalp tingling. Chapter 573. There are so many parts that Dole couldn't do any more research after reaching level 6. If he did it one by one, he would be exhausted. He quickly came up with a solution, asking Kanchel and the others to help him research, as they were all his own people. So, he sent a message to everyone, asking them to come to the meeting. The 11th floor of the Wizard Tower. Libesha, Kanchel, Dino, Hannah, and Mora, Gideon, 7 people, and Tava also came to the scene. After everyone arrived, they sat in their seats, looking at each other, not knowing what was going on. This was the first time they were all gathered together since they came to Chris Wizard Tower. What was going on? Would they be disbanded? Everyone felt that it was pretty good here. If they were disbanded, it would be the end. Several people were at a loss. They had been discussing all along the way, what did the master want them to do, but now, sitting on the stool, they didn't dare to speak. They sat there for less than a minute, and it felt like a year had passed. Just at this moment, Dole walked in from outside. Meet the master. As he walked, everyone's eyes were on him. Dole sat in the main seat, sat down slowly, and then casually pointed at the spiritual light and distributed it to everyone. Gideon and others hurriedly took the spiritual light and looked at it carefully. They all thought that the master was assigning tasks, and everyone's expression suddenly relaxed. It turned out that it was not a disbandment. When they saw the task, they suddenly felt a headache. This is alchemy. The master didn't say to learn alchemy. At this time, Dole took out 7 books from the ring and threw one to each person. This is the basic knowledge of alchemy. I don't ask you to be so great, but you can try to refine the things assigned to you. This is related to the safety of our territory in the future. These things need you to replace and maintain them. The few people looked at each other and felt a little overwhelmed. Dole looked at them and said, "You can learn by yourself first. If you feel that you are learning slowly by yourself, I will give you some money, and you can join any alchemy organization to learn. Now, if you have any questions, just ask." The few people looked at each other, and Gideon raised his hand first. He asked excitedly, "Master, you said, we will have a territory?" Dole nodded. "We will definitely have a territory in the future. These parts are some scattered parts of the wizard formation of the territory. I will be responsible for the main body, and the rest depends on you." Libesha and Kanchel became excited immediately. "We have our own territory." "That's right. I have to study hard. I have come across magic patterns before, but I didn't study them well at that time. There are also magic patterns in meditation. I will study them carefully when I go back." "Yes, there are magic patterns in meditation." Dole nodded secretly. These children are generally willing to be positive. Libesha has served Dole the longest. She has heard the master talk about related things many times before. At this time, she mustered up the courage and said, "Master, I have learned most of the alchemy courses by myself and practiced them regularly. Can I apply for some materials to refine them myself?" Dole gave her various alchemical parts, ranging from level 1 to level 7, which was very comprehensive. She felt that she could refine about level 3. Dole looked at Labitha's strength. She was actually the same as the others, a level 3 wizard. At this age, her qualifications were not decisive, but she was also excellent. The princesses of these unknown small countries, and daughters of big families, had decent talents. He nodded. "Okay, let Tava handle the materials later. Where to buy and how much, Gideon, you can reimburse yourself." Hearing this, Tava straightened up slightly and became serious. Finally, he was assigned a task. The level 6 warrior finally had a use. He thought about it and said carefully, "Master, I want to go with Gideon. He is a wizard and can tell the quality of materials." Dole thought about it and nodded. "Okay, you can learn a little when you have nothing to do. In the future, the procurement will mostly be handed over to you." Gideon nodded. In the Wizard Tower, when he had nothing to do, he could only practice or help other pharmacists move materials. There was really nothing to do. He had been bored for the past few years. It was too cheap for a general of a country to do some porter work. With the task, his whole mental outlook was different. At the same time, several other people were also thinking about whether their alchemy could be successful. Master Dole was willing to take care of the materials, so what were they afraid of? Anyway, there was nothing to do at ordinary times. After assigning the tasks, Dole did not care about their faces and said lightly, "As for the magic circle, you can learn it if you want to. I will not force you if you don't want to learn it. I will arrange things for the future according to your personal ability. People with strong abilities will naturally come into contact with more things, and people with weak abilities can only do some ordinary things." His reasoning is very simple, that is, not to force, but also not to let you idle. Several people looked at each other and nodded. Gideon took the lead to express his position. Master, we will definitely work hard. We know the magic circle, and we will not slack off. Dole glanced at Gideon. This little boy who lived under the protection of Tava seemed to have grown up a little bit and became more sensible. It seemed that he was about to become the spokesperson for these people. These people were all high and mighty at home. After becoming prisoners, their personalities changed a lot, but if they were taken out, they would also be people who played a role. After all, they had seen the world and experienced ups and downs, and their personalities were relatively stable. Dole nodded and said, "You can learn from it. If you don't understand, you can go to the relevant training class or come to me. In short, the important parts must be kept confidential. This is related to our future safety issues." Several people nodded quickly. Dole then said, "Let's go," and left the 11th floor. After leaving the Wizard Tower, Tava stood at the door of the Wizard Tower and became excited. He said to everyone, "You go back to learn the magic pattern first. I will take Gideon to find Morris and ask him to take me to the market." Labitha and others nodded. Labitha said, "Well, then Uncle Tava, you should be careful. There are many people targeting our Wizard Tower recently." Tava nodded. With his level 6 strength, it would be difficult for anyone to cause trouble to him, unless they were targeting him. He thought for a while, and said, "Well, I will pay attention." Everyone returned to the Wizard Tower. Tava quickly found Morris, but Morris was doing experiments and needed to wait for a while. After Dole decomposed the task, he studied the core part of the wizard array by himself. Time passed slowly. On the second day, Dole suddenly received a strange message and frowned. Gideon and Tava were detained in the material market on the grounds of stealing. Chapter 574. In Watzenberg, there are 3 channels to buy materials. The first channel is the official organization of the Honor Wizard Union, that is, the Alchemy Guild. The second channel is to open stores at several major sales points, or to buy from the Chamber of Commerce. The third channel is to buy from adventurers. Tava and Gideon were detained in the Chamber of Commerce. After seeing this news, Dole was in a bad mood. Tava was a level 6 master and Gideon was also a level 3 wizard. They were detained. This matter must be aimed at him, definitely not for those two. He was in a bad mood and was going to retreat for a few days, but he failed? Didn't Morris tell them where they could buy and where they couldn't buy? So he sighed, then told Ash about the matter, and then packed up his equipment. There might be some conflicts when he went out this time, so he needed to prepare something in case of an accident. The wizard robe condensed with storm runes, and underneath, it was a layer of fine dragon skin soft armor. These were all his own alchemical equipment. At the same time, he also put an active defensive pendant on his neck and a passive defensive jade pendant on his waist. He couldn't be said to be cautious, but he was prepared. Now someone was looking for trouble for him. Although he had the power of the Wizard Tower, he couldn't be too prepared for the assassin's sudden attack. Ash was practicing and didn't reply. Dole didn't mind. Seeing that there was no reply, he took the staff and walked out. The staff in his hand was a new staff, inlaid with an 8th level spiritual gem, which could greatly increase the spiritual power. Inside the gem was a storm-gathering wizard formation that matched his own meditation method. As long as the staff was inserted into the ground, a small storm could be formed within a period of time. If someone presided over it and released it actively, the speed would be faster. It's a long story, but it's just a matter of getting a few pieces of equipment. When he walked out of the gate and came to the Wizard Tower, he felt that many people were watching him, and their expressions were very strange. Dole said, "This is probably the spy of the Chamber of Commerce. They know that he is out, and that he is here, so they should prepare." Thinking of this, Dole walked towards Tailuo Street step by step with a blank expression. All the chambers of commerce for alchemical materials are on one street, which is convenient for management. This street is also called Mysterious Street. At this time, many people are walking on Mysterious Street, either rich or noble, or wizards. Dole stepped into Mysterious Street very low-key, but still attracted a lot of attention. Standing at the entrance of the street, he saw the Chamber of Commerce mentioned in the information. Phonian Chamber of Commerce. The name is quite tacky, but it is indeed one of the chambers of commerce, with the best business on this street, and the controlling shareholder is the Lank family. The potion wine that the Lank family and the Meja family cooperated with was purely to suppress the existence of the Azure Beverage Store. However, most of the materials are controlled by the Glory Wizard Alliance. These chambers of commerce rely on their own caravans to purchase materials from outside and do transportation business. The actual money they make is not much, but it is much more profitable than doing ordinary business. Duolai just glanced at it, and he saw that many people were looking at him, and it seemed that their eyes were strange. Fengyan Chamber of Commerce. Someone ran in at the door and entered the lobby. Brother, Duolai is here. The man was a little panicked. After all, what they did was against professional ethics, and it was a frame-up. Imprisoning a level 6 was no small matter. The lobby manager was much calmer at this time. He glanced at the man, drank water, and said in a calm tone, "Today, no matter what, they are the ones who stole things. Don't worry, they won't do anything wrong. Just drag them to the adults." As the manager, he knew the inside story. If Dole didn't want to come out, then force him out. This is the way. There was no such plan at first, but they didn't expect that the people from Chris Wizard Tower happened to buy materials from them, so they just detained them as an excuse. These days, those people were almost crying. They didn't expect such a good handle to appear in their hands, so they had such a thing. For this reason, they used 3 level 6 warrior masters and a level 5 wizard to assist from the side. They used some tricks to take down the opponent's level 6 master. When the manager thought of the process, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. The man named Tawa was very powerful, and was also a master among the level 6. For the sake of safety, he used a battle barrier to trap the opponent, and then took him down. "Have you called the adults?" "I sent a message with the scroll. The adults should be here soon." "Don't worry, sir." There were only 4 people in the lobby of Fengyan Chamber of Commerce at this time. They knew that it would be useless to have more people, and Tawa and the other thieves were not here at this time. Dole walked calmly on the street and looked around. To be honest, he had been here several times before, but later he stopped coming and handed the matter over to others. Generally, Gretel would help him solve all problems. It was quite good here. There were many professionals coming and going, but most of them were warrior professionals. There were very few wizards, because they also sold some alchemical products and alchemical equipment, such as scrolls. Walking on the road, many people greeted Duolai, and Duolai responded one by one, but he was not enthusiastic. Soon, he came to the door of Fengyan Alchemy Shop, which is also the residence of Fengyan Chamber of Commerce. The decoration of the door is not bad, very luxurious, but there is a sense of nobility and low-key in the luxury, which can be accepted by many people, and they will not feel that the things here are expensive. It's pretty good, at least on the surface. Duolai just glanced and came to the door. There was no one at the door, it was dark, and it seemed like an abyss of hell inside. "Lift your feet and enter." As soon as he entered this chamber of commerce, Duolai felt a faint sense of crisis, and the situation inside became clear. There were 4 people inside, one who looked like a person in charge, 2 thugs standing on both sides, and a young man who looked a little smarter. Glancing at the 4 people, through induction, the sense of crisis was not on the 4 people, but in the house behind the 4 people. It seems that someone is indeed targeting him today. Duolai walked in slowly, his expression calm, quietly looking at the layout of the Chamber of Commerce and the people inside. The manager became nervous at this time. Duolai's entry brought him great pressure. Seeing Duolai didn't speak, he didn't speak either. Anyway, it was just to delay time. Duolai looked at the manager, a little confused. Was this guy waiting for him to speak? But soon, the quiet environment around him made him think of something. The inside of the Chamber of Commerce is actually a place for selling goods. There are many things on the display cabinets on all sides, including alchemical materials, finished alchemical products, scrolls, and some puppet mechanism creations. There are a lot of things inside. There are only 4 of them in such a large store. The answer is obvious. They are waiting for him, or someone is waiting for him. Chapter 575. A faint sense of crisis at the back of the store told him that this was not a simple matter. As for the people in front, they were just there to serve as a foil, and the person in charge had not come out yet. So he raised his head, glanced at the manager, and said in a flat tone, "Where are my people?" The manager thought to himself, "You finally spoke." He snorted coldly and said, "Of course they were detained in the back. Your people stole our things, so shouldn't they be detained?" Dole showed a professional smile on his face. "Since it was theft, you should report it to the police. The mysterious street is under the jurisdiction of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the first person you should notify is the law enforcement team of the Glory Wizard Alliance. I am very confused now. Why didn't you report it to the police?" Seeing Dole's professional smile, the manager's heart skipped a beat. "Report it to the police? What case to report? If I report it to the police, can I still see you?" He forced a trace of an ugly smile. "It's not appropriate to report it to the police. After all, they are all your people. We have reached an agreement, and are ready. I want to settle it privately, so I found you, the slave's master." Dole's smile remained unchanged. If that's the case, bring the person out, and we discuss the amount of compensation. The manager shook his head. No hurry, no hurry. Please sit down first. He glanced at the side, looked at the young man and said, Go, get a stool for Wizard Dole. The smile on Dole's face gradually disappeared, and he said slowly, No need. Bring the person out, and we discuss the compensation. My people made a mistake, and as the master, I should compensate first, which is reasonable. I am puzzled by your hesitation. Do you have any other ideas? When the young man heard this, he thought, Should I move or not? When the steward heard this, his face darkened. He and Dole had stayed here for 5 minutes, so the adult should be here. He thought about it and smiled. No, I don't have any other ideas. Since Wizard Dole made this request, we will satisfy you. He paused, then clapped his hands. Dole didn't care about his actions of killing time. He looked at him as if he was looking at a clown, and said slowly, I'm curious, how did you catch a level 6 warrior, and didn't cause any damage here? Let me guess, is it a wizard formation? Or a strong poison? Or a battle barrier? When the steward heard this, he was immediately shocked. Did Dole guess it? Before he could speak, Dole continued with a sneer, There's a wizard formation here, but it can't trap a level 6 warrior. I guess you have a strong poison, but you won't take it out. Come, if there are side effects, if you really offend me, it will not be enough for 1 or 2 lives, so I will use a battle barrier. A minimum battle barrier requires at least 100,000 gold coins. You are really willing to spend money. If you just want to find me, there is no need to go through so much trouble. The steward's face was extremely ugly. He glanced at the door and thought that if the adults didn't come, he might not be able to pretend anymore. Facing a real level 5 wizard with 2 level 6 wizard towers behind him, he, a small level 5 warrior, could not stand at all. Lord Dole said with a smile. At this time, a voice came from behind, and Gideon and Tava were escorted out. The 2 men each had a huge handcuff on their hands, and walked out in a panic. Looking at them, there seemed to be no obvious scars. The rings on their hands disappeared, and some of the magic props on their bodies seemed to be gone. It was unknown whether they were used or taken away. Gideon and Tava were forced out in a panic, full of anger. When they came out and saw Dole, Tava was a little ashamed, and Gideon was relieved. The master is here. He immediately shouted, Master, go quickly, they have a conspiracy. Hearing the shout, everyone in the hall changed their faces. The person next to him immediately elbowed Gideon and shouted angrily, Shut up. I didn't ask you to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Dole next to him change his face, suddenly waved his hand at him, and a powerful force hit him. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, and hit the booth next to him. With a bang, the booth shattered, debris flew everywhere, and the whole person stuck to the wall. Pain, severe pain. He twitched his body, and struggled on the ground. Everyone stood up in shock. Especially the steward, who was even more shocked at this time. How dare he do it? Gideon was hit by an elbow, and lowered his head in pain, but what happened next made him feel very satisfied. The master is domineering. Dole stared at the steward coldly, You touch my people in front of me, do you think I am a dead person? The steward's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. At this time, Dole raised his head, and looked at the aisle behind. He felt that a strong breath was slowly rising, which seemed to be even stronger than himself, as if the power of a volcanic eruption was awakening. At this time, he saw a middle-aged man slowly walking out from behind. He first glanced at the man who hit Chong, then looked at Duolai, with a sneer on his lips. When the steward saw the man coming out, his face calmed down immediately, vacated the main seat, and stood aside. Duolai looked at the man, then looked at his clothes, raised his eyebrows. Is this someone from the Lang family? It seems that the Lang family is looking for me to negotiate today. He looked at the man, just glanced at him, then looked at the steward, and slowly said, How much compensation you calculate? I just looked at it, your store, the whole store, is only about 3 million, it doesn't seem to be worth much. 2 or 3 million, not worth much? Everyone was sweating. This number has exceeded the total amount of money they all earned in their lifetime. In the eyes of others, it is not worth much. The steward didn't dare to answer. The middle-aged man who was like a volcanic eruption looked at Duolai with a sneer on his face. Wizard Dole is so angry. My people just punched your people, and you killed them. If we killed your people, would you kill all of us? Dole turned his head, and looked at the middle-aged man. Who are you? The middle-aged man slowly said, This store belongs to our family. I am responsible for security here. Tava was subdued by you. The middle-aged man's momentum was very strong, but not stronger than Tava. Obviously, he was not the only one. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. What if it is? What if it is not? Dole smiled faintly. The Lang family is really full of talents. They can easily subdue the 6th level. I admire you. Just tell me how much compensation you want, and I can take the people away. The man looked at Dole and thought to himself, this guy is really fearless. He is so calm in his own territory. He is really difficult to deal with. You have injured my people now. Tell me how to compensate first. He was not in a hurry. Dole casually threw a bag on the ground as if it were garbage. Is 1,000 gold coins enough? The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. 1,000 gold coins, which is probably what an ordinary person can earn in a lifetime, was just thrown out casually. Chapter 576. He wanted to say enough. It was enough to buy his life, but he couldn't say it. He slowly enveloped Dual-Eye with his momentum, narrowed his eyes into a line, and stared. Do you think 1,000 gold coins can solve this problem? Dual-Eye didn't say anything. Feeling the other party's momentum, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was a faint storm state on his body. As soon as the storm state came out, it slowly spread from his body to all directions. This is a spiritual state. Everyone felt that looking at Dual-Eye at this time, it was as if they saw an endless storm in the sea slowly rushing towards them. The magnificent momentum, the spectacular scene, the terrifying state, in an instant, forced the warrior's momentum to gradually retreat. The middle-aged man was shocked at this time. Wow, this guy has such a high spiritual realm. Being oppressed by Dual-Eye's state, he can only release his fighting spirit. A sharp fighting spirit emerged from his body, and he forcibly carved out a place for himself in Dole's artistic conception. But it was limited to himself. As a 6th level warrior, his fighting spirit could only split a place in Dole's artistic conception, and could only protect himself. This was very exaggerated. You know, the two of them had crossed a level gap. After Dole released the storm artistic conception, he looked at the warrior struggling in the artistic conception and slowly said, momentum, artistic conception, whether it is a warrior or a wizard, it is something that must be mastered in the later stage. Warriors can't compare with wizards. The biggest reason is the warrior's pitiful spiritual power. Do you think that forming a fighting spirit can counter the wizard's spiritual power? I ask you again, can I take people away now? The middle-aged man's face was slightly livid. This Dole was really strong. He was almost invincible among the same level. Among the wizards in the family, there was no such a strong state of mind. He said calmly, no. Dole was about to get angry, but the next moment, he felt that his state of mind was invaded and forced back. At the gate, a man in a red wizard robe appeared and was walking in step by step. His momentum was a real volcanic eruption, covering an extremely wide range, and his momentum was very strong. As soon as he appeared, he forcibly broke through Dole's momentum and formed his own territory in the room. Behind him, another group of people also followed his gap and entered. Dole turned his head and looked at these people cautiously. The senior members of the Lang family and the senior members of the Marsha family. He slowly withdrew his momentum, just sticking to the surface of himself, looking at the other party indifferently. It seems that today's protagonist has arrived. The atmosphere of the Chamber of Commerce suddenly condensed. Dole saw the people coming and was sure that they were familiar people, but also sure that they were unfamiliar people. There were many people coming, with more than 5 people from each family, and they were all very old, very imposing, and very powerful. Most importantly, they were all very important. Celine, the ruler of the Meja family, and Wijua, the specific manager who was in charge of things and often caused trouble for him, the genius of the Lang family, Afidam, and the ruler of the Lang family, Hayden. Dole was not actually familiar with these people, but he often mixed in the upper echelons, and those who should know should know. When these people came in, the door of the Chamber of Commerce slowly closed. At this time, there was an uproar at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. The leaders of the 2 major families had come. What was going on? Such a big scene. Were they preparing to destroy Wizard Dole? For a moment, many people were stunned, but there were also smart people who quickly passed the news. When Dole was looking at these people were also looking at Dole. But in less than 3 seconds, Hayden, the leader of the Lang family, spoke in a deep voice, Dole, I'm asking you to come here today to discuss how to solve the current situation. The people from the Glory Wizard Guild will be here soon, and I want to solve this matter before they come. Celency also said with a burning look at this time, yes, as long as you are willing to give up the complaint, we can shake hands and make peace. While you are still in Wutzeburg, you must not make any small moves. The two spoke together, and a tense atmosphere immediately appeared in the empty exhibition hall. At this time, Tava and Gideon knew that they had really suffered an unknown disaster. They were silent, and silently endured the strong pressure brought by the forbidden bracelet. Dole was alone, facing so many strong and high-level opponents, and the pressure of momentum was too great. It would be a lie if he didn't say he was nervous. At this time, he had opened all the equipment on his body, including the wizard tower, and all the power was added to one person, so as to ensure that the momentum was not inferior. These people came to him to solve this matter. It seems that they have been suppressed by others recently. Thinking of this, he calmed down and slowly said, "Two family heads, I don't know what you are doing. I complained to the Pharmacist Guild, not you. You made such a big scene, and I thought you were going to destroy me." He slowly took out the staff from the ring, and gently held it in his hand. Seeing Dole's action, Hayden, the patriarch of the Lang family, said calmly, "Dole, don't say you don't understand the grudge between us. Let's talk about the solution now. The people from the Glory Wizard Alliance will be here soon. I don't want to talk about these things after they arrive. It's better to solve it now, otherwise, our two families will be real enemies in the future." At this point, he shouted sternly, and at the same time a crazy momentum gradually rose, gradually pressing towards Dole. Dole looked at Hayden, and an unnatural aura of thunder and lightning rose from his body. He resisted his aura, and his eyes changed from calm to dangerous. As a pharmacist and a poisonist, I have never heard that the patriarch of that family can say such a thing so toughly. "Enemy, do you know what the synonym of enemy is?" Hayden's aura stagnated suddenly. This is why they have not officially turned against Dole until now. It is not because of the wizard tower or his network of relationships, but because this guy is a real poisonist. Seeing the sluggish conversation, Seleneth quickly took over and said, "Dole, it's a bit exaggerated to say that he is an enemy. Hayden, how can you be like this? Dole is a noble man in our Wassenberg. To be honest, it is our two families who are sorry for you. Let's talk about it now. How can we solve this matter? Is 10 million gold coins okay?" he said with pain. Hearing this number, many people fell silent. This number is not too small, but it is already very large. You know, an average large family can't make so much money in a year. All the gold mines in this world are controlled by the Empire. Individual families cannot control those minerals. Even if large families have some ways to make money quickly, 10 million is not a small amount. Chapter 577. Dole was a little surprised to hear this number. It was very sincere. He thought for only half a second, then tilted his head, and looked at the 10 people in front of him with an indifferent expression. "I don't think these 10 million gold coins can buy back my losses in the past 2 months. If I work 14 hours a day, I can make a potion once an hour, 10 bottles at a time, which is 700,000 per hour. Can you calculate for me how much money this is?" Everyone at the scene was a little speechless. Although they were not pharmacists, they also knew that the frequency of pharmacists refining medicine was very slow, once an hour, and some pharmacists could hardly make 2 or 3 times a day. This is a big mouth. It's almost too late. It's estimated that the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance will come soon. Don't be shameless. 10 million is not a small number. Do you think we don't have pharmacists? And you still refine it once an hour? Do you think you are the god of potions? Ophatum, whose wife was robbed, was furious and shouted. As soon as he spoke, several other people echoed him. That's right. If you calculate it this way, then we should just not rest. We can make medicine 24 hours a day. Wouldn't that mean we have to calculate more? It's really outrageous. This is blackmail. Dole, we admit defeat this time. Just pay the money and stop while we're ahead." Hayden saw that time was slowly passing. He couldn't bear it any longer. He looked at Celine and said with some pain, "Dole, you are forcing me. Just tell us a number. We can afford it, and try to pay you. Let's try to calmly let this matter pass as soon as possible." Others were silent at this time. They knew that if they didn't seize the time today, they might not have a chance in the future. When the Glory Wizard Alliance was liquidated, it might be too late. Now let this guy be proud for a few days, and then kill him when there is a chance. This is the consensus reached by the two families. With tens of millions, the Assassin's Guild can buy so many heads. The head of a small 5th-level wizard is only a few million in the market. Dole saw the attitude of these people, and thought that he might have to come up with a plan today, but he was not in a hurry. The other party was anxious. As long as he did not withdraw the lawsuit, the investigation would continue. As long as the investigation continued, they would always suffer. Dole smiled slowly at this time. He still did not want to let go, and let others think that he was easy to bully. "You two are joking. Money or not is actually a small matter. This matter is a matter between me and the Pharmacists Guild from beginning to end. What does it have to do with you two? Or is it that you are the ones who are obstructing this matter? He wants to make this matter a reality. Hayden snorted coldly, and Celine's face changed at this time. The two looked at Dole with a solemn and disdainful look. Celine looked at Dole, and the aura formed by years of leadership slowly released. She looked at Dole coldly and said slowly, Dole, let's be frank. This matter is our fault. Within 5 minutes, we will discuss a solution. Once the people from the Glory Wizard Alliance come, this agreement will be invalid. He didn't say anything harsh. Harsh words are meaningless. Hayden next to him looked at Celine and nodded slightly. That's it. Dole looked at the two of them and thought, finally admitted it. It's good to admit it. Since you said that this matter was led by you, it proves that it has something to do with you. Only then is the conversation valuable. Speaking of compensation, I have a plan. Dole gave in. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and the others looked at Dole with a hint of disdain. After all, it was just about compensation. It was useless to say so much, and it was still a matter of money. Hayden said, you say? Dole said, forget about the money. Send a wind element heart within 3 days, and this matter will be over. In addition, my 2 slaves have been wronged by you. You can now ask their opinions and make compensation. As long as they are satisfied with the result, this matter will be over. As soon as Dole finished speaking, the atmosphere stagnated again. The wind element heart, this is not an ordinary thing. The value of an ordinary wind element heart is also about 15 million. This is a rare material of level 8, which is impossible to get at ordinary times. This guy cultivates the wind element. If you give him the wind element, it will be completely aiding the enemy. No need to think, this matter must be rejected. Before Celine spoke, Hayden thought about it for a while, and decided on this matter, so he quickly said, Wizard Dole, we don't have the heart of the wind element, and it will be difficult to get it within 3 days. But our family got a heart of the fire element in the early years. I wonder if it can be? Dole had long expected that they would not easily take out the things they needed, so he nodded. Okay, send it over, and the matter will be over. He didn't care if there was no wind element. He could exchange the heart of the fire element with others, such as the third prince. The third prince's team was said to be on the way. As long as they had the heart of the storm, they could officially start studying the wind law given to them by Elder Shangfeng. At that time, as long as they could touch the power of the rules, their strength would be improved again, and maybe even their realm would be improved. At the 5th level, he can touch the rules. On the road of wizards, Dual-Eye can be said to have no obstacles. Before he spoke, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. Everyone's face changed. Before they could make any moves, the door suddenly opened. The 2 5th-level warriors standing at the door were directly knocked back by the force of the push. This shows the great power of the person who opened the door. The door opened, revealing a double scene inside and outside. There was no fighting in the hall, and no casualties. The person who opened the door breathed a sigh of relief, and the people inside looked outside with some strange colors on their faces. They were the people of the Legion City Defense, not the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Hayden and Celine's hearts were filled with strange colors at this time. It seems that the Glory Wizard Alliance also wants them to solve the problem quickly. At this time, Celine laughed and said, So you are the city guards. I wonder what brings you here. After saying that, he turned his head and said to Dole, Then our deal is valid. In addition, what about the compensation for these 2 people? As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted again, Why don't you open the handcuffs for the 2 of you? How can you wrongly accuse someone? Behind Tava, the 2 men hurriedly opened the handcuffs for the 2 men. The city guards had come, and they were big figures in the Legion. If they didn't open the handcuffs, it would probably be troublesome. The city guards were none other than the person in power of the Rhine family, the Legion commander in charge of the entire Weisenberg city defense. After opening the door and hearing these words, the Legion commander sneered. These people may have reached some agreement, and only the compensation was left. He came a little early. If he came 2 minutes later, maybe the matter would be over. Recently, there has been a lot of trouble in this city, which has affected the normal operation of some things in other families. The above means that it should be ended as soon as possible. The Legion commander stood at the door. Just standing there brought great oppression to people. The 7th level warrior, the existence of the fighting spirit incarnation, was very powerful. Chapter 578. Hee, I heard someone is making trouble here. Even the gate is closed, and the strength is very strong. I have no choice but to come here to take a look. I didn't expect that you were talking about business. How is it going? The Legion leader teased at this time. Hayden's mouth twitched. Talking about business, have you ever seen a business of more than 10 million? This time the family has suffered a huge loss. He said with a fake smile, Lord Afeng, you are joking? We are not talking about business, we just resolved a misunderstanding. Silenci also heard the sarcasm in Ifeng's words, but she didn't dare to get angry. If the trouble was really confirmed by this guy, it would definitely be a laughing stock in the future. The two high-ranking families, the patriarchs, went out together and joined forces to bully a level 5 wizard. If this were to be spread out, the family's reputation would definitely be reduced to a very low level in the future. Lord Afeng, we have nothing to do here, we will disperse immediately. Silenci said calmly. Aifeng nodded, his expression became cold and calm. He glanced at Dole and was a little surprised. A person, facing so many masters, was still so calm, worthy of being the one who owned 2 wizard towers. I was jealous myself. Is this the man chosen by Ash? It was the first time he met Dole, but it was easy to see his appearance. He was not handsome, but he looked very cold, like a master. His strength was slowly decreasing at this time, but an inexplicable pressure came from him, and even he felt a little threatened. This guy has a big killer in his hand. He just glanced at it, then looked at the people of the other 2 families, snorted coldly, please end it as soon as possible and resume business quickly. There are so many people watching outside. Don't lose face for someone. I'd be waiting outside. After saying that, he threw away his battle robe, turned around and walked out. At this time, Diano and Tava had already untied the shackles on their hands, and stood behind Dole with grievance and anxiety. Diano was a little frightened, and Tava was a little angry. They arrested them without knowing the truth, and this matter was not over. The next thing was easy to deal with. Compensation was given to the 2 people, and they talked a lot again. After the compensation was completed, no one made a fuss, and everyone wanted to end it quickly. Passing through everyone, Dole looked at their ugly faces and thought to himself that they were originally enemies, and now they have become mortal enemies. When I build my own territory in the future, these 2 guys will definitely ask people to make trouble. The matter of the wizard array must have a result. The recent practice has gone down the drain, and the matter of refining medicine can only be handed over to the clone, and I can only focus on the matter of the magic array. Hayden's face was calm, but when he reached out his hand, Autumn frowned, feeling that his heart was bleeding. The heart of the fire element was originally prepared for him after he was promoted to level 6. Damn it. The people of the Marsha family all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Their family suffered the most serious losses. The operation of the Pharmacist Guild was almost wiped out. It was a terrible loss. In fact, if it weren't for the investigation team, their losses would not be so heavy. It just happened that at this time, Alan was promoted to a 7th level pharmacist. It must be said that the world is unpredictable. However, it was this incident that caused the 3 families to break up completely. A heart of fire element is worth 15 million gold coins. This alone is enough to make them have a great killing intention against Dole. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Dole and the other 2 came to the street. He looked around expressionlessly. At this time, many people outside were looking at him. Dole was safe and sound, without any problems. There was no fight inside, but Tava, a level 6 master, was full of traces of fighting. But at this time, the 3 of them looked numb and expressionless, and the crowd could not see any violent conflict. Dole glanced at them, and Diano and Tava followed him obediently. Tava glanced at the crowd, and saw a few acquaintances. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. He was a level 6 master, but he was tricked by others. It was really embarrassing. But he also knew that today's incident was just the beginning, and his master was afraid that he would officially break with the 2 families. The 3 of them walked out of Wizard Street without saying a word, and then walked towards Tailuo Street. Halfway through the walk, Dole said to Diano behind him, wait until the stuff arrives, and then go and withdraw the complaint in my name. Diano nodded, yes, master. Dole walked in thought. At this time, a mercenary on the side of the road passed by him. He found that the bloody smell on the other person was a bit strong, so he glanced casually and found a yellow scorpion mark under the clothes on the wrist of the man. A member of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group? Dole just took a look and turned his head away without looking at him again, and his mental power quietly stared at the man. At this time, the man was also quietly observing Dole, looking around on the road, and his eyes swept over Dole, carefully looking at the person the boss named to be wanted, and he was a little shocked. This guy has indeed been promoted to level 5. The news outside is not false. The 2 passed by each other, and Dole found the man. The man also found Dole, and quickly disappeared on the street. A cool breeze blew, and Dole felt that the weather was getting colder and colder. Winter was coming soon. Winter in the north comes very early. The leaves have already shown signs of withering and yellowing. When the wind blows, they flutter down on the road and fall on the ground, which is indescribably bleak. Seeing this, Dole thought that this winter might not be easy. I have just reached the middle stage of level 5. Even with the assistance of the Wizard Tower, it is impossible to be promoted to level 6 within a few years, unless the Heart of Storm is in my hand, which can save almost a year of time. From level 5 to level 6, it is a process of accumulation in all aspects, not just magic power, but also the understanding of meditation, the understanding of nature, etc. But with the Heart of Storm, everything else is easy. Now it depends on whether the third prince is powerful or not. Dole thought so. Soon, he came to the bottom of the Wizard Tower, and slowly entered the tower. Half an hour later, a black mist flew out of Dole's Wizard Tower, and quietly disappeared among the Wizard Towers. Augustus was still in Puyo's room. At this time, Puyo had received the news and smiled. The two families and Dole finally reached a superficial agreement. Although they had become mortal enemies, they still had to save face. But at this moment, he frowned. Dole released the Xianshi worm clone. I don't know what he is going to do. Is this guy going to make trouble? In the past 2 days, he has put most of his experience on Dole's side, preventing others from making trouble, while also preventing Dole from making any trouble. He is very clear about the power of a poisoner. Last time, he took Tom's mental poison. After taking a potion, no matter which family it is estimated that there will be heavy casualties, and it may also implicate other people in the city. Dole must not be damaged, and even if there is damage, it cannot happen in the city. Chapter 579. Thinking of this, he sent a message directly to Dole. Not long after, he received a message and frowned. The people of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group entered the city. Augustus saw Alan frowning and smiled faintly. Why? What happened again? Puyusi shook his head. No big deal, just some small bugs came in. Augustus shrugged. Small bugs are everywhere, as long as they don't cause trouble. Puyusi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. They dare not cause trouble, but as long as they cause trouble, it's a big deal. Augustus heard this and immediately understood what he meant, and he was also a little headache. There are all kinds of cases in the imperial capital every year, and it is common to have a few casualties, but there is nothing too excessive. On the one hand, the guards in the imperial capital are very strict, and things won't happen easily. On the other hand, those people still have to rely on the imperial capital, and they won't do anything excessive easily. The most serious thing in recent years is probably the murder of 7 people of his master by a wizard under the nobleman. Puyusi nodded, sighing slightly in his heart. The range of damage caused by wizards is still large. For this reason, the Empire is particularly strict about the formula of poisons, and the promotion of pharmacists is also very strict. The pharmacist industry has always been lacking in talent, and the current situation is also caused by the backlash of some poisoners. Although poisoners are not dark wizards, their damage ability and range are not much different from those of dark wizards. Many poisons are banned by the Empire. As a poisoner, Dole has never used poison to hurt others in all these years, which is a very rare thing. Puya's tone was a little heavy. Dole took action because there was a conflict with the other party in the past. The reason why the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has now become an underground adventure group is because Dole discovered the evil and reported it. The two families are now mortal enemies. I guess Dole wants to take some action, or prevent the other party from taking action. Augustus blinked his eyes, a little confused. There is such a source? The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is registered in the Imperial Capital. This large adventure group has a large number of people, and is very terrifying when doing evil. Since it was defined as the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, many of its previous things have been exposed. It has become the largest underground force outside the Killer Guild in the Western region, trafficking in people, looting, killing, and doing all kinds of evil. It's just that this was reported by Dole, which is very interesting. When the Sand Scorpion people came into the city, Dole saw it, so naturally he had to express his opinion. He didn't report it, but took the initiative to investigate it himself. This is probably going to cause trouble. He thought for a moment and said, since Dole has seen it, he must have done something. Otherwise, don't act yet. Puyusi said, I send someone to investigate first. He immediately sent a message, and after a while, Puyusi said, I've arranged it. In addition, they seem to have reached a settlement. The price is the heart of the fire element. Augustus took a breath. When he heard this price is not low. Even in the imperial capital, it is a huge price for a wizard. Puyusi said, it's not like that. Dole sued the Pharmacists Guild this time, and the series of problems that broke out were basically borne by all the nobles, not just the Magia family and the Light family. This time I took the opportunity to clean up the Pharmacists Guild, the Alchemist Guild, the Adventurer Guild, and the Mercenary Organization. These two families have offended everyone this time. Augustus hissed, you are paving the way for Alan. Puya snorted softly, Alan is a civilian wizard and cannot suppress those noble wizards. I will take action this time to suppress them so that Alan can have a better life after he takes the throne. Otherwise, if he has to borrow the glory wizard formation for everything in the future, it will not be worth the loss. Augustus was also clear about the various reasons. That's right, the wizard formation cannot be used easily, so if you suppress them, this time, aren't you afraid that they will operate in the imperial capital? Puyus curled his lips, I am now level 7, and my future goal is rules, and I don't think about power or anything. Let them operate. In fact, the Rhine family should be the one who suffers the most this time. They have the largest number of family wizards, and the largest number of wizards in the empire, but the money is not paid by them, but by other organizations. Augustus nodded, which can be regarded as a way of balance. Benjamin is an old hand. What is an old hand? He is not very strong, only level 4, but he has first-class ability to save his life and has a common face. He is very suitable to be a supply personnel and go into the city for procurement. Benjamin walked on the street, thinking carefully about the things to be purchased this time, the information he needed to find out, etc. That damn wizard Dole has been promoted to level 5, which is not easy to deal with, and he is also in love with the princess of the Rhine family, which is not a good sign. The good thing is that this guy has offended most of the nobles in Watzenberg, and his good days are not long. He pretended to be an ordinary adventurer, and went to Chris Wizard Tower to buy some potions. It must be said that this guy is really capable. The potions made by his subordinates are comparable to the master supported by the adventure group. Thinking of this, he walked and looked around carelessly. Behind him, there were 2 carriages, each carrying a lot of things. At this time, 4 people came out of the bar next to him, and walked towards Benjamin. One of them walked and picked his teeth. Ming, have you bought everything you bought? Benjamin nodded, they are all in the carriage, what about yours? He looked at the carriage, there were a lot of things on it, and he couldn't tell what he bought. The man nodded, then laughed, I bought it a long time ago, and I went to the Red Mansion to have fun. Fuck, I forgot about it. I just asked for information, and didn't think about it. Benjamin said with great pain. Another person said, you have so many mistresses in the adventure group, and they are all hot girls. Why do you care about a few ladies in the Red Mansion? Benjamin said with a beaming face, they all have their own characteristics. The girls in the group are a little hot, but their skills are not good enough. Several people laughed secretly. At this time, a team of patrol soldiers came from a distance. A few of them took a look, moved the carriage to the side without caring, and continued to chat. People like them who buy supplies for the adventure group make at least 800 to 900 a day in Watzenberg, which is not noticeable at all. If they are checked, they have plenty of ways to deal with the check. At this time, in a place they can't see, a small black line of something fell on the carriage and attached to the bottom of the carriage. These small black lines are composed of hundreds of mysterious corpse worms. There is no energy fluctuation, no breath. After they are dispersed, they are like moldy spots on the carriage, which is not noticeable at all. The carriage quickly walked out of the city gate, and then walked out of the crater with a flow of people. Chapter 580. Several people were careless in the city, but they became cautious after leaving the city. As they walked, they carefully observed the surroundings and took out some strange alchemical equipment for surveying. These alchemical equipment seemed to be able to detect life. Following the road all the way south, they passed 3 towns and came to the edge of another city. At this time, it was not dark yet. There was a village on the edge of the city. The carriage turned from the road and headed towards the village. The village was not big, but it occupied a small area. There were fertile fields all around. There were many tenants in the fields. At this time, they were packing up their things and shouting to each other to prepare to go back. The village was just a very ordinary village, but there were many people ambushing around the village along the way. After entering the village, the 4 people were relieved. This is their base. They bought things and sent them here, and then the wizard took them to other places. Their mission this time was these. Spying for intelligence and purchasing supplies are just ordinary tasks. Occasionally, they will go out on field work and act as roadblocks and other things. The carriage entered the village, and soon entered an ordinary house. Not long after, the things on the carriage disappeared. Soon, a man wearing a hood rode a horse and went to the sunset. That direction was the direction of the Evil Spirit Mountains. Outside the village, black mist-like things slowly flowed on the ground, looking at the village from afar. These people are cautious, but no matter how cautious they are, as long as there are traces, they can be traced out. Using the village as a cover, changing to ordinary things at the door, and then handing them over to the wizard to take away, this method is also possible, but it is still a bit crude. I don't know how many people were bribed, otherwise. Why didn't anyone find out such an easy thing to be discovered? Dole just thought about it for a while, then dispersed the black fog, and turned it into a cloud of smoke again, floating in the sky. The sky darkened, and at dusk, the black fog was not noticeable at all. Dole always remembered that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group had used false information and phishing to almost kill Dole. Dole always thought about getting rid of them no matter what. Just now, he had learned that these people were indeed trying to find out his information, and their hatred could be said to be very deep. If it weren't for Dole's report, they would still be active in the city openly, but now they can only act secretly. It's too aggrieved. So, Dole is currently the first target of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group once developed the Teresi family in What City, established the underground organization Weird Fire Sparrow, trafficked in human beings, and wantonly created killings. Dole believed that there were definitely more such things than what he saw. This organization was too large. Over the years, I don't know how many people it has won over. The wizard was very cautious, sneaking all the way, and using various detection equipment to prevent being followed. Soon, he left the human area and entered the vast wilderness. The little wizard passed through the high mountains and the wasteland and came to a small hill. At this time, in Dole's perception, there seemed to be someone behind the small hill. Not long after, a small camp appeared in front of him. There was a faint light in the camp, and it was very dark. The young wizard met someone far away and was taken to the camp. Dole flew over quietly, and soon found that this was another small stronghold, but not the main one. This stronghold controlled a small iron mine, and these people were mining. Dole looked around the stronghold and felt a little heavy in his heart. In this stronghold, except for the people in the adventure group, the others were ordinary people, and they didn't seem to work at night. The people here were like sheep, living in a place similar to a sheepfold at night, without good clothes, no clean faces, and even looked like they hadn't taken a bath for several years. They curled up in the room and exuded a burst of stench. Dole thought that the death rate here must be very high, but where are the dead people? Dole scattered the black corpse worms and looked around outside, and soon found a corpse pit. When he saw the corpse pit, Dole was slightly startled, because it was full of strong corpse gas, and there were even evil wizard formations around. The corpses were neatly placed in fixed positions, as if there was some kind of ritual. 3 or 4 young wizards were sitting around, exuding a strong smell of death. These people were using these corpses to practice. Were they necromancers? When they smelled the corpse gas, the black corpse worms suddenly became restless. Dole forcibly suppressed the restlessness of the black corpse worms, and reduced the life fluctuations on his body as much as possible. Corpse gas, corpses, black corpse worms like this environment the most. In fact, if you say it, the most suitable profession for black corpse worms is necromancers. And these people are the so-called necromancers? At this time, Dole also saw that in addition to the corpses lying on the ground, there were some black and stiff corpses standing behind those people, like loyal bodyguards. These are all trained zombies. He counted them, and found that there were thousands of these corpses. It was amazing and terrifying. Dole could think that if these things attacked a county town, it would be easy to attack it. After all, these were zombies with strong bodies, and difficult to be injured by ordinary knives and guns. They also had corpse poison, and must have plagues and other things, which were very scary. Shocked. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group actually did this, which was simply anti-human. Dole did not act rashly, he just felt a little disappointed. They were also human beings. How could they do such things to their own kind? Abused during life, and turning them into zombies after death, was too cruel. Dole had an unnatural killing intent towards the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. In any case, this organization should not continue to be so carefree. A few Shiensha worms were separated and stayed in this area, while the other Shiensha worms covered the entire camp. All this was done silently. This camp was very far away from the human area. A second-level wizard ran half the night before running to it. This shows that Dole needed all the information of this camp, so he could only spread the network. He always felt that the purpose of these zombies was definitely not just to accumulate numbers, but to do something big. At dawn, he had explored the entire camp. This camp was mining iron ore on the surface, and in fact it was the same. They did not refine the mined iron ore, but put the raw ore aside and accumulated a lot. Another purpose was to refine zombies. He explored the surroundings and found that this place was very suitable for refining zombies. The place for refining zombies was a natural place of death, and the power of death was very strong. There were 3 wizards who refined zombies, 1 third level and 2 second level. They practiced with the help of the surrounding death power all night. All 3 of them were gloomy and looked like living people. Chapter 581. The corpse refining area is not far from the camp, but no one comes here. After Duelai noticed this information, he turned around and saw a circle around the corpse refining area. There seemed to be a natural maze, but his mental power was too strong and he automatically ignored it. In the early morning, the wizard who came out of the small village took a stick of incense, lit it, came out of the camp, passed through the maze layer, and entered the area for refining zombies. The little wizard seemed to be very afraid of the things inside. He stood at the door and sent a message, but did not dare to go too deep. The surrounding death power eroded him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Not long after, the third-level wizard inside finished his training and walked out. After the two met, Duelai found that they exchanged rings. Seeing this, he understood that this third-level wizard was the person in charge here. It was estimated that he wanted to take the supplies to other places or use them himself. Seeing this, Duelai's heart lit up. In Watzenberg, when the sky was slightly bright, a carriage entered the range of the wizard towers. The carriage slowly started and stopped at the door of the Tower of Babel. 2 people got off the carriage, a middle-aged man and Aufidum. Aufidum no longer had the calmness and arrogance before, but had a bit more resentment. Standing under the wizard tower, he felt a little uncomfortable. The middle-aged man looked at Aufidum with a calm expression, and then slowly said, "Let go of this matter, and hurry up to practice. When you reach the 6th level, you will have the capital to speak. Your state of mind is broken now, and you can no longer handle the task." Aufidum also knew that he was not in a normal state, and he said with difficulty, "Father, I am unwilling." The middle-aged man looked ugly. Who would be willing? "Okay, stop talking. This is his territory. Be careful of being monitored." Aufidum's heart trembled, and he stopped talking. At this time, the coachman had come down, walked to the door, and knocked on the door of the wizard tower. On the wizard tower, Dole opened his eyes, and his spirit returned to himself. His eyes penetrated the wizard tower, saw the door, and saw Aufidum, and thought, "Is it so soon to apologize? The Lang family and the Maja family are rich." He didn't know that this was funded by dozens of families, which was considered as coordination expenses. As long as Dole stopped appealing, the investigation team and the Honor Wizard Alliance would investigate, and their previous business was still within the permitted range. It was just a month of investigation, and they suffered heavy losses. If the investigation continued, it was unknown how much they would lose. Therefore, many people wanted to end this matter quickly, which led to this incident. However, as a result, the income of Chris Wizard Tower of Dole has decreased, and many people have placed their purchases in the Pharmacist Union. Dole also noticed this, but he did not think about this matter, and did not care at all. He slowly got up and teleported downstairs. The door slowly opened. Dole walked out. The middle-aged man stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking around. He was also a wizard, but he was still a level 5 wizard. His son has now reached level 5, and has caught up with him. Standing here, he had a strong sense of unreality. The door of the wizard tower opened, and the strong elemental fluctuations inside startled him. Turning around, I saw a young man. "Is this Dole?" It is said that there are only 2 people in the Tower of Babel, Dole and Ash. Ash did not come out. This must be Dole. This young man is a bit outrageous. The middle-aged man looked at Dole and slowly said, "I am here on behalf of the Lang family and the Marsha family to pay apology. When will the lawsuit stop?" Dole did not speak, looked at the middle-aged man, and stretched out his hand. Aufidum, who was next to him, stepped forward unwillingly, took out a sealed jade box, handed it to Dole unceremoniously, and then stepped back. Dole did not care about Aufidum's expression and look. He lowered his head and glanced at the jade box. His mental power was released and penetrated into the jade box. Soon, he was refreshed. There was indeed the heart of the fire element inside. A strange wave appeared in his heart, which seemed to represent all the power of fire, all the attributes of fire, burning, explosion, and all the power of fire. Don't underestimate this small box, which is slightly larger than a fist, but the energy inside is very terrifying, like a small volcano. If this thing explodes, it can blow up a medium-sized city. Dole saw the thing, nodded, and said, "I will go to cancel it in a while." After saying this, he looked at the two people deeply, and then retreated to the wizard tower. The door slowly closed. The middle-aged man stepped back a few steps, looked at the Tower of Babel, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was still afraid that Dole would not accept the agreement, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. They were not afraid that Dole would take the things and not admit it. The Glory Wizard Alliance would not let him go. This time, it really touched the interests of too many nobles. If he didn't admit it, it would probably cause public outrage in the entire Wassenberg world. He turned around and glanced at his son beside him. "Let's go!" About half an hour later, the two departments of the Glory Wizard Alliance Inspection Department and the Supervision Department breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The matter was finally over. Every day, they were either investigating their own family or investigating other people's families. Every day, they would be subjected to murderous gazes. This feeling was so uncomfortable. In just these few days, several heads and people in power in the two major departments were directly demoted, dismissed, and sent to manage the industries outside the Glory Wizard Alliance. This example is not only in these two departments, but also in other departments. With Dole withdrawing the lawsuit, the severe punishment of noble wizards is still continuing, but it has been much better. In recent times, many people have hated Dole to death. But what can hatred do? They hate the idiots of the Lank family, and the Maja family even more. It's none of your business if they are promoted to the 7th level pharmacist, but you have to stop them. Now, everyone is unlucky together. With the end of the matter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and even the investigation team from the Imperial capital felt a lot more relaxed at this time. They had come here to play, but they didn't expect to be the main force. If they let it go, they would let it go. At this time, in a room, the third prince was frowning and thinking about something. Although the Rhine family did not clearly stand on his side, they did not clearly stand on the side of others. The most important thing was that he won over several middle-level members of the Rhine family. Although these people were not powerful, they could at least represent part of the Rhine family. The Glory family announced that they would not stand on any side. The third prince's goal was a failure in a word. Next, it was up to Dual Eye. As long as the two things were in hand, Dual Eye could immediately start to help him refine the Super Vitality Potion. As long as there were 5 or 6 level 6 wizards to support him, his competitiveness on the throne would be much greater. He knew that he was not liked by the Emperor, but there was no way. This was not a question of like or dislike. The throne was a thing that whoever was capable would take. This was the convention of the Imperial family. There had never been a useless emperor in history. They relied on various tricks. Thinking of this, he continued to send information to his people secretly to ensure the safety of the things. Chapter 582. The two items are worth 30 million gold coins in total. If they are lost, although I can afford the consequences, I can't afford the time loss. I learned from Pudius that Dole wanted his own territory. He has been thinking a lot these days. Should he give him the territory of his prince? As long as he becomes the emperor, he will not need that place. Even if he wants it in the future, he will need to lead people to attack it. If he takes it, it will be his. If he fails to take it, he will be a prince who needs to wander around. The third prince was entangled. Forget it, let's talk about it later. As long as the potion is given to me, it doesn't matter if I give him that broken territory. I probably won't be able to use it. With his ability, he should be able to take it. A level 7 poison master and 2 wizard towers, even medium-sized and above organizations in the Glory Empire dare not provoke him. Dole and Alan exchanged some ideas, and found out that the highest level in Watzenberg is the 7th level pharmacist certification. To obtain the certificate of pharmacists above the 8th level, one must go to the Pharmacist Association in the Imperial capital. Watzenberg only has this authority, so the Pharmacist Association is stuck with the 7th level pharmacist certification. The same is true for other professions. Those above the 8th level must go to the Imperial capital. The Imperial capital has the resources of the entire Glory Empire, as well as the skills, potion formulas, alchemy formulas, advanced alchemy techniques, etc. of the entire Glory Empire. The Imperial capital can be said to have gathered talents from the entire Glory Empire, so people who come out of the Imperial capital have a kind of arrogance. The third prince also has arrogance, but that kind of arrogance is not obvious. He obviously has the aura of an emperor, and he is not like those rich second generations, who have a meaningless social atmosphere. Chris Wizard Tower has recently put up a lot of potion names, and they are all above level 6. Dole did not buy the formula of the Pharmacist Guild, all of them are his own formula. According to this inference, his potion formula can be sold. For a while, I don't know how many people came to ask about the formula. The potion of the Pharmacist Guild has undergone thousands of years of changes. The alchemical formula has approached infinite perfection, and the potion can be used to the strongest. Dole's potion is only infinitely close to the formula of the Pharmacist Guild. It is really difficult to surpass it. But even if it is very close, it is already amazing. This is his own research. It is not the Pharmacist Guild, so he can trade it. He can authorize others, and make money with the alchemical formula. The authorization fee is very expensive. The number of level 5 pharmacists has increased in recent years, but there are not many level 6 pharmacists, so Dole can only sell level 6 formulas at most. The market for level 7 is very small, and no one buys it. To develop this market, many level 6 pharmacists must be trained. Thinking of this, Dole thought of opening a class, and directly opening a level 6 course. Thinking of this, he turned to the Glory Wizard Alliance and prepared to establish a personal organization. This procedure was handled very quickly, just registering a name. For civilians to handle it, they would be charged an expensive fee of 1,000 gold coins, but for nobles to establish it, even this fee was waived. Dole is now a first-level baron, so he handled it directly. The organization established is called King Muyuan, and the business column above is mainly about pharmacist training, the purchase and sale of pharmacy materials, and finished medicines. After King Muyuan was established, Dole made a wooden board by himself, stood it at the door of Chris Wizard Tower, and then notified the 4 parties. At one time, many people flocked to the Glory Wizard Alliance to find out what King Muyuan was doing. After asking around, the entire pharmacist industry in Wassenberg was shaken soon. Dole finally established an organization. He had just reconciled with the Pharmacist Guild, and Dole immediately applied for the organization. The speed was so fast that people were stunned. Everyone thought that Dole would at least take a break for a while, and would continue to take action when he had almost compromised with the nobles. But what they didn't expect was that he would directly complete a series of things and then drop a bomb in the pharmacist industry. He was going to open a level 6 course, which was definitely big news, and the newly established King Muyuan directly opened level 3, 4, and 5 courses, which was not a big news. Needless to say, the background of King Muyuan was all the original team of Chris Wizard Tower. After King Muyuan just completed registration, almost everyone joined. After Dole proposed the course, almost no one opposed it, and everyone agreed. There is still a shortage of pharmacists, and we need enough pharmacists to expand this circle. We cannot let the nobles dominate. Since we have already torn our faces with the nobles, everyone agrees that as long as we take control of this industry, we will not be bullied. The Chris Wizard Tower is unprecedentedly united. Dole just proposed the idea, and then easily grasped the psychology of all pharmacists. Needless to say, this matter soon became a reality. It was just a noon time, and King Muyuan posted a notice to recruit apprentices and disciples in the afternoon, and also recruited ordinary little wizards, who like potions, and started training from apprentices. As soon as the announcement was made, Wassenberg was in an uproar again. This series of actions shocked everyone in Wassenberg. Dole's move was really earth-shattering. He was going to set up a pharmacist academy. After this operation, not only the ordinary wizards were shocked, but also the nobles. Even the Wassenberg Wizard Academy, which was also in the same league, was shocked. They also had pharmacist courses, but in terms of fame and strength, they were far inferior to the Chris Wizard Tower. There were 2 major academies in Wassenberg, the Vocational Academy and the Wizard Academy, but they only trained to the 2nd level, and the highest level was only the 3rd level. In comparison, Dole's Chris Wizard Tower directly opened a 6th level pharmacist course, which was very exaggerated. This was no longer an exaggeration. This was completely a grab for pharmacist resources. After this operation, all pharmacists were shocked. All along, pharmacists are people who need a high degree of self-learning ability and a high degree of experimental hands-on ability. Most pharmacists, in addition to the high apprenticeship fee, need to be apprentices for many years before they can really get the true teachings. Now, courses are directly offered to teach the actual operation process, and the price is very cheap. Who wouldn't be tempted? Wassenberg was boiling. Many young wizards saw this situation and felt that their chance had come. Poirot stood in front of the window, listening to the reports of his subordinates, with no sadness or joy on his face. After the news came one after another, the Pharmacist Union had no way to control this trend. He was not a noble before, but now he is a noble. He did not have an organization before, but now he has established an organization. The previous methods can no longer be used again. Now the pharmacist union has only one advantage, which is the alchemical equation of advanced pharmacy, and this advantage is now in a precarious state. The other pharmacist is too talented. He can deduce it himself, and it is almost the same as the current alchemical formula. This talent is really terrible. Chapter 583. The Pharmacist Guild actually has another advantage, which is the source of some medicinal materials, but once it starts to control this, it proves that the Pharmacist Guild has been defeated, and the Honor Wizard Alliance will not let them do this. The number of pharmacists has always been insufficient, and the Honor Wizard Alliance is eager to do this. At this time, the gate of the Tower of Babel was closed, and many people stood at the door, and the gate was still not open. These people are very complicated, including people from the Honor Wizard Alliance, some organizations, and even people from the City Lord's mansion. They chattered and it was very lively, but the gate of the Wizard Tower was still tightly closed. For a while, everyone whispered constantly. They are now full of questions, and don't know who to find. After Dole started his action, they received a lot of information at once, and now they want to find Dole to confirm. Who knows that he doesn't see them at all? At this time, there was a commotion behind the crowd, and someone shouted, "The investigation team is here." The people in front were startled and made a gap. For people walked through the door. They were wearing special clothes and looked very powerful. The last one was a middle-aged man, walking in front with an expressionless face. Behind him was the third prince, with an equally serious face. As the third prince walked, he looked at the people around him, and thought to himself that Dole was really stirring up trouble, and looked easy to bully. After a few moves, the whole of Wassenberg would follow him. If someone thought he was harmless and targeted him, they might have really misjudged him. Judging from the current situation, Dole was truly calm and never panicked no matter what happened. When he thought so, he had already come to the door. The closed door slowly opened at this time. The third prince received some information at this time. He glanced at his subordinates and said, "Old Mo, you come in with me, and the others stay here." Those people had some doubts, but after seeing the unquestionable eyes of the third prince, they swallowed their words again. "Yes, master." Old Mo was the middle-aged man. He nodded and looked at the wizard tower in front of him, feeling a little surprised. A young man under 30 years old can actually earn such a family business. This is not excellent, it is simply terrible. Look at the changes in Watzenberg in the past few days, because of the other party's several decisions. This is the real means. Amazing. Although the third prince usually has many means, he is still a little short of being able to reach the level of the other party. Vision, mind, ability, plus firm belief. This is the person who does great things. He stood at the door, and let the third prince go in first. Enter the wizard tower. The two men just stood at the door, and the door behind them slammed shut. "Don't resist, I teleport you up." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this sentence. He didn't resist. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and he felt a sense of weightlessness. The next moment, he was at the door of a room on the 11th floor. Dole stood at the door, and greeted them with a frosty beauty. Seeing this woman, the middle-aged man realized who used the two natural treasures. At these ages, with this level of natural treasures, this is probably against the sky. This is comparable to the 4 super geniuses called the Watchers in the imperial capital. He immediately took a breath of cold air. The third prince noticed the expression of the middle-aged man next to him, and smiled in his heart. He called him here because he wanted him to meet Dole. Seeing Dole, and then looking at Ash, the two of them were really a perfect match. He walked over slowly with a smile. Dole smiled at this time, "Third prince." The third prince nodded and said, "I am here to complete the transaction. I have brought all the things and materials. Is it okay?" Dole nodded. "Of course, I am a businessman, and a qualified businessman." The middle-aged man next to him twitched his mouth when he heard this. There is no wizard who compares himself to a businessman. Businessmen are all profit-seeking. What Dole has done these days is not profit-seeking, it is simply a big giveaway. He turned his wrist, took 2 fist-sized jade boxes in his hand, and gently handed them to the third prince. The third prince took the box with a heavy expression. These 2 boxes are worth 30 million gold coins. This is the largest investment, since he was officially named the candidate for the emperor. This investment now seems to be successful on the surface. As long as he can get the potion, he can get the support of a group of level 6 wizard masters when he returns. At present, the imperial capital does not know much about the origin of this potion. Only he has the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and knows it clearly after dealing with Dual Eye. When Dual Eye saw the appearance of the third prince, he knew that the other party might really want to complete this transaction. At this time, His eyes were also on the box. With the Heart of Storm, his promotion speed can be greatly improved, and Ash can also be promoted quickly. As long as he can reach level 6 in the shortest time, he will have hope of being promoted to level 7 in the future. The promotion from level 4 to level 5 is a huge threshold, and the promotion from level 6 to level 7 is also a huge threshold. Everything we do now is for the future. The third prince solemnly handed the box to Dual Eye with both hands. Dual Eye took the box, put it in his storage ring, and then looked at the third prince and said, "Where are the materials?" The third prince was stunned for a moment, then touched his forehead and said, "I forgot, it's here." He turned his wrist and took out another huge wooden box that was as big as a person's arms. Dual Eye motioned him to put it on the table. The box was opened, and there was a batch of materials inside, including branches of the Tree of Life. Dual Eye carefully checked it, and still lacked the fungus species of Tai Sui. He still had this thing, and he had already got the Heart of the Storm, so Dual Eye didn't need to tell them so much. His eyes were solemn, and he said slowly, "Come back in 10 days. The third prince looked solemn. He looked at Dole, and said, "You are well informed. In 10 days, our investigation team will probably be over." Dole was confused for a moment. He really didn't know. Seeing Dole's expression, the third prince knew that it might be a misunderstanding, so he smiled and said, "The investigation team will also end in 10 days. It will be December soon. We have to go back as soon as possible. By then, Lord Payusi will go with us, and Lord Alan's order will come down soon." Dole thought about it, then nodded, and said, "Well, I know. This matter actually has little to do with him. Whether it is Payusi or Alan, to him, the difference is not very big. In the end, this world is still based on strength and power, and from a macro perspective, it is based on the nobility. This is a world where power is held by a small circle of people. Alan becoming the trusted leader of Wutzeberg has little impact on him. At present, he only needs to follow the planned steps, save enough money, take all the people away, and do a good job in the channels of medicinal materials and business. Now in addition to these, we must also guard against attacks from hostile forces. The Sand Scorpion is very cautious. After 3 or 4 days, Dole has not seen the real base of the Sand Scorpion. All he has seen are some small gathering points. Chapter 584. According to the information currently obtained, each of the bases of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has its own function. Some are mines, some are lumber mills, some are transit stations, and some are food bases. The entire Sand Scorpion seems to be incredibly large. The largest force in Wutzeberg is the City Lord's Mansion, which is an official force. The second largest force is the Glory Wizard Alliance. The Glory Wizard Alliance controls 12 medium-sized magic crystal mines, metal mines, and other crystal stone deposits. The major guilds under it control various other resources, and control most of the wizard resources in the entire Northwest. In Dole's opinion, the actions of this Sand Scorpion Adventure Group are almost the same as those of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but the scale is a little different. These people seem to be playing a big game. At this time, Dual Eye also understood why the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group had not been defeated, because they had been in contact with many people. They had intricate connections with the local officials, guilds, and adventure groups. They controlled many people to work for them in many ways. At the same time, the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group also had a close connection with the Killer Guild of the Dark Guild. After Dual Eye tracked a person, he spread the range of the network in a very short time and quickly tracked many people. After tracking these people, he was shocked by the results. This Sand Scorpion Adventure Group seemed to be an underground kingdom. Their contacts were also very cautious and their behavior was very mysterious, but even so, they did not discover Dual Eye's tracking. The creatures such as the Xianxia worm were simply the only way to track. The more Dole followed, the more frightened he felt. Since then, he has found dozens of undead wizards, some of whom have skeletons, some have zombies, and some have undead knights. So far, the highest level wizard he has seen is up to level 5. That person controls a valley, and the valley is an industry for cultivating poisonous insects. This undead wizard has many kinds of undead, skeletons, zombies, skeleton archers, and even higher level undead knights. When Dole saw this undead wizard, he realized that this guy was likely a senior member of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, so he assigned more than a dozen mysterious corpse worms to be arranged around him. As long as this guy moves, he must be seeing someone at a higher level. Dole is ready to stare him to death. This is a long-term battle process, and he is not in a hurry, but he has begun to wonder why there are so many undead wizards, and they have not been discovered yet. Necromancers are one of the most terrifying professions in the world. They have very powerful soul magic and can control the dead. They have a lot of methods. They also have the most terrible curse witchcraft. What are these people going to do? Are they going to overthrow some regime? Dole doesn't know what they are going to do now. He just needs to guard against these things. Curse is a very terrible witchcraft. Their attack method is very strange. They can curse any life through the medium. Because of this, Dole began to care about the things on his body. Not a hair or a piece of scalp can fall into the hands of others. The 11th floor of the Tower of Babel. Dole and Ash sat in the living room and opened the boxes in their hands. The Heart of Storm in Dole's hand was a black stone. After opening it, it immediately began to slowly emit a stormy aura. The wind around it slowly surged, and lightning spread on the black stone. The essence of the Heart of Storm was very powerful. Dole only took a look, and the storm inside spread, almost sweeping the entire room, and the lightning became more and more dense, so he quickly closed the box. The storm disappeared, as if it was completely blocked in the box. Opposite him, at this time, an extreme cold appeared in his perception. The heart of mysterious frost. It was like falling into the depths of the universe. A bone-chilling chill dispelled the warmth in the room, leaving only coldness, dead silence, as if even the soul was completely frozen, making it difficult for people to think. Fortunately, this time was only a moment, and Ash also closed the lid. With this thing, I can be promoted faster. Ash sighed in his heart. Dole, thank you so much this time. Dole was startled at this time, thinking, and said, don't thank me, this thing was not originally given to me. This is the result of the transaction between the third prince and your father. Before coming here, he had already been to the Iron Pioneer group. This matter was not known until not long ago. The third prince came here with the determination to win, so he came into contact with many people. He is the focus here, but he has never given up on others. Ash was stunned for a moment, so she thought a lot, and soon she understood. My royal brother is quite good. He used this thing to please my father and you. Dual Eyes smiled. It doesn't matter if we are trying to please anyone, as long as we get benefits. I will try to make the super vitality potion these days, and give it to him. After all, it's just a transaction between him and me, and it's a matter of interests with your family. Ash couldn't laugh anymore. He knew that this matter was big and small. The change of imperial power is a change of power. If the third prince takes the throne, if they bet right, then the Rhine family will still be the king of the Northwest. If they bet wrong, then the resources of the Northwest will be greatly affected in the future. After all, this is a game between high-level forces. But this is not a problem for the two of them to consider, but a matter for the entire Rhine family to consider. She sighed and felt that the thing in her hand was very hot. Dole saw Aishi's expression and smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about these. Just get the things. The two of us will practice quickly and strive to reach the 7th level as soon as possible. By then, even if others have something to do, we can still turn the tide with our strength. Aishi sighed. She finally understood the difficulties of her aunt in the past. It was impossible to stay out of the center of power. She was already very low-key, but she didn't expect that she would become a tool of power. However, what Dole said was right. Improving strength is the kingly way to solve all this. She should work hard to practice. As long as she has strength, she doesn't have to be afraid of any difficulties. Dole went to refine medicine, and Aishi also returned to her 10th floor and began to practice. Now the two of them had the rule fragments given by Elder Shomfeng, as well as the Heart of Storm and the Heart of Mysterious Frost. The road to promotion has been completely paved. The next step is just making money and practicing. Marcia family. The 6th level pharmacist stood expressionlessly in front of Addis and slowly said, Master, I need the formula and raw materials for the 7th level potion. Salensi looked at him and said, Are you sure? Addis nodded and said slowly in a low voice, There is actually no essential difference between the 6th and 7th levels. The most important thing is the understanding of medicinal materials and alchemy. I have almost learned alchemy. It's okay. Salensi nodded and said, You go to Koster. Go to the account office for the money. I have already told them. Chapter 585. Addis nodded. Master, I heard that Nadola is going to offer a level 6 course. Salensi's mouth twitched, and her eyes became stern. Why? Do you have any ideas? Addis shook his head and whispered, I have only learned 7 level 6 potions, and they are all the most traditional ones. What I mean is, can I also sign up to learn them? Of course, I will pay the registration fee myself. Salensi's eyes became more dazzling. Even Addis wanted to go, which shows how attractive Nadola's course is. He thought about it, and said, How many people in the family want to go? Addis breathed a sigh of relief. The head of the family did not seem to object. He said carefully, although there are many pharmacists in our family, there are problems with our own teaching methods. The pharmacists are promoted slowly. If everyone can go, I guess no one will refuse. When Celine heard this, her tone began to slowly become weak. Let's talk about this later. Dole hasn't started the class yet. Let others try the effect first. He was really helpless. Isn't it just a potion course? That guy can research it himself. Why can't other pharmacists do it? Is this really a talent? I don't know when that guy will leave Watzenberg, otherwise, sooner or later, their families will be discredited by the other party. He thought fiercely in his heart. The nobles can go deep into all aspects, but there is only one thing that they have never touched, that is, the highest level of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the main formation person of the Glory Wizard Alliance Wizard Formation. This position has always been held by civilian wizards, and has never fallen on the heads of noble wizards. If they can get this position, it can be considered that their nobles have gained real power. How abominable. 5 days passed slowly. Dole got more information about the Sand Scorpion. At this time, he was completely shocked, because the Sand Scorpion was too big and controlled too many things. According to the information currently obtained, the scale of this adventure group has exceeded 20,000 people. The number of small adventure groups controlled by them is as many as 100, which is simply terrifying. In the entire Northwest province, almost all cities have their spies. Dole tracked them coming and going. There are 3 adventure groups with good reputations in Watzenberg alone under the Sand Scorpion. These adventure groups even cooperated with Chris Wizard Tower, and bought a large amount of potions every time. The types and quantities of potions made Dole feel a little shocked and a little angry. He was helping the enemy, which was really abominable. But is there any way? On the surface, they are regular adventure groups. From the Sand Scorpion adventure group, Dole considered a lot of things. Layout, planning, these people are really old-timers. Over the years, they have formed a complete system. Even if the main adventure group is wanted and excluded, they can continue to complete their careers through other means. This layout opened his eyes, and he felt that his pattern was still a little low, which could be applied to himself. The biggest difference between him and the Sand Scorpion adventure group is that he always works alone. While they are a gang, there may be countless people to make plans, and he is always alone. There were Gretel and others, but now after they left, there are only himself and Ash. The two of them forget it. The recent trading volume is huge, and Dwelleye's income has stabilized to more than 10 million gold coins. Together with the income from the Wizard Tower, it is close to 12 million gold coins, which is definitely a huge sum of money. This money seems to be a lot, but it is still far from enough for refining the Wizard Tower. He listed the list of the promotion to the 7th level Wizard Tower, counted all the materials, and found that he only needed 15 million to buy all the materials. According to the current speed, it will be completely gathered around the end of the year. These days, he worked overtime to refine potions just to seize the market, but he planned to take a break in a few days, and finish the work for the 3rd prince. The Super Vitality Potion is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the difficulty of finding materials. It took half a day to use up the 3 materials. Most of the materials were provided by the 3rd prince, and there were still some left. He only provided the evil spirit fungus. After the evil spirit fungus he got before was cultivated, it has grown a circle. After cutting, there are still a lot of parts left. This thing can be used repeatedly, which is good. The vitality of the evil spirit fungus is very strong, but it is very demanding on the growth environment, otherwise it would not be so difficult to find. Dole must cherish this fungus and not waste it. 3 materials were used to refine 25 bottles of Super Vitality Potion. According to the number of instructions given by Dole before, he only planned to take out 15 bottles, and keep 10 bottles for himself. Even if it was 15 bottles, it would not be a loss to give it to the 3rd prince. If this thing was taken out, it could win over 15 level 6 wizards, or 5 level 7 wizards, which would be of great use. For politicians like them, as long as someone announces that they are standing behind them, even if it is just a slogan, they can do something for it, not to mention that this potion can directly restore a person on the spot. This favor is very huge. Just look at what Alan has done to him now. Although Alan's favor was given to Ulungar, he was not careless about coming here. He would consider Dole in everything. After all, without Dole, there would be no Alan today. This is a favor of rebirth, not to mention that he was promoted to level 7 for this. In the Imperial capital, there are level 6 masters everywhere. The 3rd prince will definitely get the support of many people, and his status will be greatly improved. The Glory Empire is a wizard country after all. If there are a large number of wizards standing behind him, it will definitely be more advantageous than anyone else. Dole knew that the third prince was naturally very clear, otherwise he would not have crossed most of the empire to find him, and paid so much price. But it was agreed that 10 days was 10 days, and he would not be given one more day. At the end of November. After November, the weather got colder and colder. The leaves on the street withered after a strong wind, and there was not a single one left. The late autumn was bleak and deserted, and there were fewer pedestrians on the street. After the strong wind, there was heavy snow. After the morning, Dole had just finished his training, and his mental power actively extended to the outside, and he saw that the sky had turned into a white ocean, with snowflakes floating in the sky, and the snow was flying, beautiful and magnificent. He stood up, his figure flashed, and he stood on the top of the wizard tower. At this time, the wizard towers were also covered with snowflakes, and a layer of white quilts was covered on the wizard towers, which looked ancient and solemn. The sky was gray, and the snow was still falling. The heavy snow came a little early this year. Dole admired the snow scene between heaven and earth, and inexplicably had many feelings. At this time, Ash's figure also appeared on the top of the wizard tower, and came to Dole's side. As soon as Dole moved, she knew it, and then she saw that it was snowing outside. Chapter 586. So beautiful. Ash stretched out her hand, and snowflakes fell into her hand, without any sign of melting. The snowflakes were regular polygons, crystal clear, and the light shone on them, like colorful glass. Holding them in her hand, it was as if she was holding some kind of ornamental item. Dole looked at her profile and smiled slightly. No matter how beautiful it is not as beautiful as you. Ash blushed. You are just a chatterbox. In Wassenberg I am nothing. Do you know the 4 beauties? Dole nodded. I heard from Gretel that you were among them? And you are ranked 4th? She looked at the snowflakes in front of him and said, that means there are 3 who are more beautiful than me. Dole stretched out his hand, hugged him with one hand, looked at his beautiful face, and said, in my heart, you are more beautiful than them. Ash was happy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face, chatterbox. Dole suddenly looked at him, opened his mouth, and printed it on her face. Ash. 1,000 words omitted here. About 10 minutes later, a voice came from below, and the 2 people who were immersed in the world of the mystery of men and women woke up instantly. You 2 are really enviable. Such a beautiful view, such good weather, really makes people jealous. Ash quickly pushed Dole away. The 2 were still standing on the top of the tower. People around could see that they were a little embarrassed to calm down after being emotional just now. Dole was somewhat reluctant to leave the warm and soft lips. The 2 could not consummate their marriage now, and could only express their feelings in this way. Dole was very unhappy to be disturbed. He glanced at it, and then his expression calmed down. The third prince was already standing under the tower, walking towards the door. Dole turned around, touched Ash's hair, and said, I'm going to do some work. Ash smiled. Go ahead. I stay up there for a while. The snowy weather will help me practice. Dole nodded, saying yeah. 11th floor. The third prince walked in from the door, with a middle-aged man, and was slightly excited to see Dole's calm expression. The potion was finally in hand. As long as he had the potion, he could add a lot of political capital when he returned. Although it was impossible to establish the throne directly, it was much better than the other brothers. He had thought of a lot. According to the conditions given by Dole before, he could get at least 15 bottles of potion, which was the value of 15 level 6 wizards. But Dole must have other wealthy people in his hands, and he might be able to exchange 1 or 2 more bottles with his territory. He had thought of this plan a long time ago. Thinking of this, he smiled happily, and walked in, saying, Wizard Dole, I am here as promised. Dole nodded, not seeming angry, and took out an exquisite wooden box from the table. A small magic hand formed, and handed the wooden box to the third prince. I have also fulfilled the promise. 15 bottles of potion, not a single bottle is missing, and the quality is also good. The third prince took the wooden box, but did not open it. Instead, he continued to stare at Dole with a burning gaze, saying, I trust the reputation of Wizard Dole. Now that this deal is done, I want to make another deal with Wizard Dole. Dole blinked. What is the third prince going to do now? He thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it. He extended his hand, and invited the 2 to sit at the table next to him. There were 2 blue drinks on the table, just 1 for each person. The 3 sat down, and the third prince didn't even look at the drinks on the table. He looked at Duolai and said lightly, my deal will not be carried out now, but later. Duolai raised his eyebrows, wondering what he meant. The third prince smiled at this time, You also know that there are many descendants in the imperial family, and there are many people competing for the throne, but there is only one who can sit on the throne. Those who can compete for the throne are called the emperor's son. The empire will choose a piece of territory to reward the emperor's son. If he can sit on the throne, this territory will become invalid. If he can't sit on the throne, this territory will become the destination of the emperor's son. The emperor's son cannot return to the court. You must have heard of this saying. Duolai nodded and said, I have heard of it. He now roughly understood what the third prince meant. He wanted to use this territory to trade with him. The emperor's son's territory is naturally not a shabby place, and it is naturally in an excellent location. He thought for a moment and said, what does this have to do with me? The third prince's expression became serious at this time. There are currently 3 people competing for the throne who are more competitive. I am one of them, and the other 2 are my eldest brother and 7th brother. My eldest brother is in charge of the imperial guards and is the most advantageous contender, while my 7th brother relies on the power of his father-in-law in the military. Only I rely on the power of wizards. As long as I can successfully win over those people this time, the ranking of the throne will rise a lot. So, if I can get the throne, this territory will not be needed. I want to use this territory to exchange for the other super vitality potions in your hands. Duolai blinked his eyes, and was immediately amused. In other words, you want to use this fictitious territory to take my potion now? The third prince nodded slightly embarrassedly. He was currently trying to get something for nothing, so he put it last. If he said it at the beginning, Duolai would definitely not agree. Duolai just thought about it for a while, and felt that this was a good deal. The princes are all capable. The territories chosen by the empire for these princes are definitely not ordinary places, but most of the princes will not go to these places, whether they go to other royal families or go far away. Most people will not be content with the status quo, so no matter whether the third prince can fight for the throne, this territory is likely to be ownerless, and he does not believe that the other party can go there. He thought for a while and said, I need to confirm the location. The third prince nodded and gestured to the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man looked at the third prince and sighed in his heart. This is a big gamble. The value of a piece of the prince's territory, in exchange for 3 or 4 bottles of medicine, this deal is simply the most ridiculous, most extravagant, and most outrageous deal he has seen in recent years. But there is no way, the third prince is gambling. He raised his hand, took out a map, spread it out, and put it on the table. When Dole saw them take out the map, he was a little surprised. This is the map of the empire. Dole dared to show it to him. This map is very delicate. Dole glanced at it, and found that it was not the whole picture of the empire, but only limited to the northwest, north, and northeast regions. It seems that the third prince's territory is in this place. He saw the regional topography of this area in the northwest at a glance, which was very detailed. The areas occupied by the human race are marked very clearly on the map, but the areas not occupied by the human race are still a little vague, and some are even replaced by icons. But the value of this map cannot be estimated by money. Opening the map, the third prince glanced at Dole. Now you know why I came to the northwest. Dole nodded. I see. If you can't become an emperor, you probably end up here for the rest of your life. Chapter 587. The third prince's mouth twitched when he heard this. If he became the emperor, Dole would dare to say this and behead him immediately, but he is not the emperor yet. At this time, Dole was looking at the map carefully, and taking notes on the map. The third prince didn't care. He pointed to a place and said, my territory is this place. Following the third prince's finger, Dole couldn't move his eyes away. This is an unowned land with a central mountain range as the center, and a large number of plains around it. He immediately took a fancy to it. It's just that there are red crosses on this mountain range, which looks very extraordinary. The places with people on the map are marked with city signs, and the surrounding dangerous places are marked with red crosses. Some places are marked with blue crosses. For example, the evil spirit mountains that Dole knows are marked with several red crosses, and the mountains around the city of Watts are also marked with red crosses. These icons are easy to understand. The blue crosses represent ordinary dangerous areas, while the red crosses represent serious dangerous areas. Dalika looked around the area. It was not far from the human city, and the nearest big city was less than 100 kilometers away. How could it be so dangerous? He thought for a while, and said, why is this place marked as a dangerous area? The third prince said at this time, the territories of the princes need to be conquered by themselves, so they are naturally dangerous areas. Dalika narrowed his eyes, and was a little indifferent. Dangerous areas are good. As long as the geographical environment is superior, there is nothing to be afraid of. He thought for a while, narrowed his eyes, and said, "How many bottles do you want to exchange?" The third prince knew that his last chance had come. He said without hesitation, "I want 4 bottles." Dole nodded and said, "You know how to control my quantity. I only have 5 bottles left." The third prince laughed. He certainly didn't believe what Dole said. After dealing with him for such a long time, he deeply understood the terrifying talent and ability of the other pharmacist. For a potion, he produced at least 50% more than others. So, if he said 5 bottles, he would have at least 10 bottles. Dole didn't explain much. It seemed that Dole was losing money to exchange 4 bottles of potion for a territory that was still far away from him, because whether this territory would be in his hands in the future, but in the long run, whether this guy could ascend to the throne was still hard to say. He was thinking while knocking on the table. After a long time, Dole's heavy voice rang out in the quiet room. "Deal?" The third prince didn't expect Dole to be so happy. He even suspected that this guy was joking. When Dole took out 4 potions and put them on the table, he realized that he had succeeded. 4 potions, which means that 4 level 6 wizards have become his backers. Although a territory was exchanged, attacking a territory would also waste manpower and material resources. Isn't the money spent on attacking enough for an emperor's son to bear? He took a deep look at Dole, and his expression suddenly returned to the high and mighty look of a prince. He looked at Dole and said slowly, "You won't regret this deal." Dole looked at the third prince and didn't mind his change in expression. He also said with a deep smile, "I just hope you can succeed, otherwise, you can only enjoy that territory by yourself." The corner of the third prince's mouth twitched. The middle-aged man sitting next to him looked at the confrontation between the 2 young men and secretly smacked his lips in his heart. This wizard Dole was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Fortunately, this place was geographically remote. If it was in the imperial capital, no one would dare to talk to the third prince like this, and he would have been scared to death. But then again, in the imperial capital, a wizard with 2 wizard towers is indeed not afraid of anyone. What's wrong with the emperor's son? If he gets angry, the 2 wizard towers will attack together, which is comparable to 2 level 7 masters attacking together. He is definitely not afraid of anyone. This young man is amazing. He looked at Dole and compared himself with other people in the imperial capital. He secretly thought that this young man was probably better than the geniuses in the imperial capital. The third prince looked at Dole at this time, and he was a little angry in his heart. Why can't he succeed? With more than a dozen level 6 wizards standing behind him, it would be perfect. Of course, he can't be too proud. Everything has to be done slowly. He snorted and said, "I won't give you a chance." Dole laughed. "I hope so." He changed the subject and said, "I want to make a deal with the third prince. Can you help me exchange something?" The third prince blinked. Did Dole need anything from him? He nodded, his expression became arrogant, and he looked around the room indifferently, saying, "Tell me, what's the small matter?" Dole thought to himself, this is probably the true face of the third prince. When he asked for help, he felt like he was being polite and humble. Now that the deal is done, he made himself as tough as an emperor. He coughed, took out the heart of fire element carefully, put it on the table, and said indifferently, "It's no big deal. Exchange this thing for me. Change it to wind, or water, or ice." Seeing the heart of fire element, the third prince was stunned for a moment, thinking, it was too hasty. A few days ago, I knew that he had obtained the heart of fire element, so he should have sold it, but I didn't expect that he would exchange it with me here. This thing is very valuable, only 1 level lower than the heart of storm, and the value is also around 10 million. If I exchange it myself, I can indeed exchange it for something else, but the time and manpower wasted in going back and forth from the imperial capital is a bit troublesome. He regretted it a little. It seems that he has to look for the Rhine family, or several other families, to see if there are any of the same level, or look for Lord Puyusi to see if there is anything in the northwest inventory to exchange. It was too hasty, really too hasty. So he took a deep breath, took the box in his hand, and said, "It's not a big deal. I will reply to you in a few days. If I don't come, I will ask someone else to come." Dole nodded and said, "I believe you." Not long after, the third prince walked out of the wizard tower. Standing at the door, the corners of his mouth twitched. The middle-aged man looked ahead, raised his eyes, and said slowly, "George, you are really careless." George, the third prince, sighed at this time. "I still underestimated this guy's ability. I guess he has at least 4 bottles of potions in his hand." The middle-aged man nodded. "This young man is amazing. He may be called the god of medicine in the future." George did not deny it. After all, Duolai was only 26 years old this year, and he would be 27 after the new year. At this age, he would be a level 7 pharmacist, which was very scary. In the imperial capital, there were many level 7 pharmacists, but there were only 2 so young, and they were far from being the opponents in terms of strength. Chapter 588. George breathed a sigh of relief. He had been here for more than 2 months, almost 3 months. According to the climate in the north, he had stayed here from summer to winter. He finally got the job done. He spoke slowly, his eyes became arrogant. Go meet President Puyusi, and then go back to the capital. 2 months have passed, and I don't know if my 2 brothers have improved. The middle-aged man nodded, his eyes became deeper. Well, go back as soon as possible, otherwise things will change. Dole now has 6 bottles left, plus the 2 bottles he didn't use before, a total of 8 bottles of super vitality potion. Holding these 8 bottles in his hands, he felt very rich. Since there are 6 more bottles, sell them all. The price of 1 bottle is 8 million, and someone should buy it. However, this matter still needs to be handled by President Puyusi or Alan. After all, the number of level 6 wizards he knows is still too small. Thinking of this, he told Alan and Puyusi that he had 6 bottles of potion, and asked them to contact buyers and share 10% of the potion sold. A sturdy middle-aged man wearing animal skins and a long sword hanging on his waist walked slowly into the city after passing the inspection. His body was very sturdy. Even in the winter, he only wore a half-length fur coat, exposing half of his sturdy chest, which made him look particularly strong and powerful. With his masculine appearance, he was quite good. Walking all the way to Tailuo Street, I don't know how many ladies' eyes he attracted. The middle-aged man faced these eyes, and accepted them all. He exuded provocation and made indescribable movements, which made the women around him feel a surge of spring. The noble lady, who was a year bolder, immediately asked someone to hand over the address and postcard, while the timid ones could only stand aside and watch. This situation attracted special attention from the people around. The middle-aged man quickly walked into a blue beverage store and walked into a private room. A black mist floated down from the private room, quickly turned into a human shape, and landed opposite the middle-aged man. Dole looked at Ball, tilted his head, and said slowly, "You are not going to be a hellhound, but a stud." Ball looked at Dole and sneered, "I'm calling it saving lonely women, what do you know? And besides, how can you make it sound so unbearable, you guy? Get out of here and play somewhere else." Dole's mouth twitched. Ball was getting more and more dissolute. "However, the aura of this guy has improved a lot, and I'm afraid I don't know how many monsters have suffered. How long will you stay this time?" Bear nodded and thought for a while. "Stay for a while. I've been eating a lot recently just to digest it." Dole thought, this guy really caused a lot of trouble for the monsters. Dole breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, just sit in the wizard tower for me. I have to make a big move recently, and someone may come to make trouble. I can't suppress it without the strength." Bear looked at Duolai a little strange. What big move is this guy going to make again? Dole took a break and took the initiative to explain. "Someone asked me to make medicine, and there are 6 bottles of super vitality potion left. I plan to sell them all." Bear stretched out his hand and said, a little bit of a rogue, "Give me a bottle. I know you must have more than 6 bottles." Dole looked at Ball in amazement. Why did this guy want potions? Is he injured? He carefully observed Ball, and saw no signs of injury. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "I still have 2 bottles, which I saved for myself. If you want them, I give them to you. Are you injured?" Bar shook his head and said, "No, it's better to be prepared. Anyway, you won't leave Wutzeburg, and this thing is useless." Dole said, "I have to be prepared for any eventuality. Forget it, I sell 5 bottles. After selling 5 bottles, the wizard tower can be promoted to level 7. Recently, he has been very busy. He has to study the level 7 Babel Tower wizard formation, the range formation of the storm element, and refine medicine. He wants to be 8 people by himself. He is so busy that he has no time to do other things." Bar entered the city in a high-profile manner in human form. Dole suddenly felt moved. "I leave this matter to you. A bottle of 8 million gold coins. The specific buyer will come through Lord Allen and Lord Puyusi." Bar thought for a while, then nodded, and said, "Okay, the potion will be considered as hard work." Dole said happily, "Okay." Only 2 people knew about Bar's high-profile entry into the city. One was Dole, and the other was Ash. 2 people guessed it. One was Puyusi, and the other was Alan. They were all people who controlled the formation of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and had known about Bar's existence for a long time. Therefore, When Dole notified them that Bar would come out, Alan and Puyusi were somewhat relieved. Dole had been mysterious recently, and no one knew what he was doing. He looked very busy, so they didn't bother him. On December 10th, Dole's King Muyuan Club was officially opened. There are 2 functions for the opening. The first is to recruit apprentices who know nothing to enter the Chris Wizard Tower for internship and apprenticeship. The second is to fully open the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th level courses. December 10th was destined to be an unusual day. Heavy snow fell, and the Glory Wizard Alliance was immersed in a white ocean. The world was very quiet, silent, as if only the sound of snow falling could be heard. Only a few pedestrians were walking on the cold streets, and the number of people was very sparse. The whole of Watzenberg was immersed in a quiet world. But at this time, at the door of Chris Wizard Tower, a group of people were waiting. Among these people, the youngest was only 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was even over 100 years old, and they were all wearing expensive wizard robes. Originally, only Kanchel and Dino registered at the door, and later Libesha and others also went down to help, which was very lively. Although it was snowing outside, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people outside. Name, pharmacist level, what, you want to be an apprentice, okay, we currently have XXX who needs an apprentice, you have to have a good temper, then choose this one. Okay, let's take a look at the contract, and sign it if it's suitable. Kanchel said dry mouth. What? You are so old, and you want to be an apprentice. Master Wizard, we are very serious. Do you want to consider it? No, then okay, take a look at the contract, it's okay. You want to register for the class? Level 6, hiss, okay, you take out the level 5 professional certificate, and report the faction and family you belong to? Yes, okay. Beside him, Dino took a pen and wrote the level, but he was not writing with his hand, but with a magic hand, rubbing his wrist while writing. There were too many people, so he had to use this tricky method. There were also level 5 wizards among the people who signed up. Kanchel and others were quite scared. Once someone made trouble, it would not be fun. They were terrified at first, but when Baal's majestic body stood at the door, everything was relieved. Whoever dared to make trouble was definitely courting death. Others didn't know Baal, but they knew it. At this time, the pharmacists and wizards below also saw the strength of the Dole Wizard Tower. A person with unknown strength was in charge, who dared to provoke him. A morning passed, and the registration was not completed. Beside Chris's Wizard Tower, people from other wizard towers stood at the window to watch the excitement, sighing in their hearts. Comparing people makes people angry. There is no comparison between wizard towers. It's just too miserable. Especially the leader of the Starry Sky School, who looked at this side, with a face full of despair. Dak offended the other party, and even had to go through others to buy potions. Thinking of this, he was very unhappy. They are the alchemy school, and they have nothing to do with the pharmacist school. There is no point in envy. And this scene is also played out at the door of other wizard towers. Chapter 589. A wizard in blue walked out of the void, and came to the gate of Watzenberg. He was soon discovered by the magic circle, and was stopped outside the crater. The man did not force his way in, but reported his name politely. Soon, the higher-up sent a message to let him in. After getting permission, the wizard in blue flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the gate of Watzenberg. He looked at the scenery around Watzenberg with a proud and expectant look, and then slowly entered the city. The city was very lively. Standing at the gate of the city, and feeling the atmosphere around him, the wizard in blue suddenly felt that he was almost out of touch with society. He didn't know how long he hadn't felt such a lively atmosphere. He laughed at himself, and then walked towards the city with a leisurely expression. This time, he came with hope. If hope was shattered again, he would be ready to accept his fate. This might be the end of his life. However, there were several successful cases of this kind of medicine before, so he was not completely hopeless. The value is actually very expensive, very expensive. He saved money for more than 100 years, sold a lot of things, and borrowed some to barely make ends meet. As the future guardian of Watzenberg, Alan was on the verge of despair like himself before, but now, he has successfully advanced, so the blue-clothed wizard came here without hesitation. Soon he came to Tailuo Street, walked through the bustling crowd, came to the door of the Wizard Tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and walked towards Tower number 3. After entering the Wizard Tower group, the blue-clothed wizard's face changed slightly, because he felt that the wizard formation here locked him, and as long as he made a slight move, he would immediately release terrifying energy and kill him. This is the most feared weapon of the Glory Empire. However, the blue wizard is not here to cause trouble. Although he is a little cautious, He is not afraid. Not long after, he came to Alan's meeting room. The first time he saw Alan, he was shocked. This guy really reached level 7 and touched the power of rules. He was relieved immediately. There were only 2 people in the room, Alan and a middle-aged strongman. Alan was enthusiastic when he saw the Blue Wizard and smiled faintly. "Blue, you are here." The Blue Wizard's expression returned to the level of ordinary people. He nodded and said politely, "Well, I heard that you have that kind of medicine here again. How can I not come? This time I sold everything and raised 8 million. Alan's mouth twitched. "Not that bad, you are a great alchemist, and selling some things is enough for 8 million. The Blue Wizard shook his head. "I haven't done anything for many years." Alan was a little surprised. This guy is a little decadent. For a wizard, the most terrifying thing is not physical decadence, but psychological decadence. What has this guy been doing for so many years? He just thought for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, as long as you spend money, you can return to the peak like me. I also heard about the expedition that year. You and that person were both seriously injured. If you recover this time, you can go for revenge." The Blue Wizard looked at Alan with burning eyes, and said word by word, "I hope so." Ball curled his lips, and said carelessly, "It's a deal or not. Hurry up, I'm still busy, don't complain. It's just 8 million, it's not much." The Blue Wizard then noticed this guy who seemed to be a warrior, and was shocked when he glanced at him. Another level 7, and it seemed that he was even stronger than Alan. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Well, let's trade now. I also want to know the effect of this thing." Ball snorted. He knew that this guy didn't trust his potion. "You little wizard, if I let my temper go, I wouldn't sell it to you directly." "What effect? Alan is the effect. Thing du function is the effect. It's really petty, you ignorant goods. Hurry up and bring the money, I leave after the transaction." The Blue Wizard's mouth twitched, and he had a little more expectation in his heart. 8 million gold coins are not a small number. When piled together, it's like a small mountain. There is no need to list them. Ball put the money in and left a pile for Alan, which was his commission. Finally, a small bottle of potion was handed to the Blue Wizard. The Blue Wizard was stunned when he saw Ball and Alan's operation. Wow, this guy even got a commission. Damn it. But when he saw the potion, he immediately felt the huge life force inside, and a hope suddenly rose in his heart. This life force is so strong. Alan put away the money at this time, and said happily, "You can take the medicine here. After receiving your money, I must guarantee the efficacy of the medicine, so that people will not say that I, Alan, am untrustworthy." The blue-clothed man's mouth twitched, and then he said fiercely, "Okay, thank you very much. If you can recover, I have something else to offer." Alan laughed and said, "That's not necessary. I also have a commission. Counting you, I have almost a 2 million increase." Lonnie covered his face and cried. That was all his hard-earned money. He thought for a moment and said, "Arrange a room for me." A very strong magical fluctuation came from the number 3 wizard tower, which lasted for a long time. Dole was studying the wizard formation, and just glanced at it, and didn't pay attention to it. The reason for the glance was that this was a water wizard, and he was a little bit related to him. "As long as I get the money, it's fine. This is the second bottle, more than 7 million, plus the first bottle, I earned it. I can start buying materials." The task was broken down, and handed over to Diano and Tava. Dole's clone followed secretly. If anyone dared to play tricks with him again this time, Dole felt that he should kill his whole family. The matter of the 7th level wizard tower was urgent, and could not be stopped. Whoever stopped it would be the enemy. He only went to the 6th level pharmacist course once a week, and there was no fixed course. It all depended on his mood, but it was guaranteed to be full of dry goods. After only 1 or 2 classes, he was well received by the pharmacists. Some wizards, even those at level 5 or 6, listened very seriously in his class, which made Dole very happy. However, he left after the class, which made everyone upset. He didn't even let them ask questions, but Dole still did his own thing. If you have the ability, don't come. December 30th. It's the end of the year. The city is more lively. Although the heavy snow has completely covered the city, and the sky and the earth are covered with white, the number of people in the city has increased. Adventurers stopped their activities, students had holidays, and came back from all over the place. It was a lively scene. It was much more lively than Watzenberg. At this time, Dole was sitting in the Glory Wizard Alliance, looking at Puyusi with a complicated expression. With him, there were colleagues from the Glory Wizard Alliance, and some other people. It was a lively scene. At this time, they had already started to exchange feelings, toast, and exchange cups. It was so lively. Puyusi was leaving. This was a banquet, funded by the Glory Wizard Union, and many people were invited. It was held in the giant tower number 7 of the Glory Empire Wizard Tower. All those who had a slight relationship with Puyusi were invited to the scene. Some people who had no relationship with Puyusi also came from home to attend the banquet. Therefore, Dole saw many people at the banquet. Chapter 590. The banquet hall in tower number 9 was filled with wizards from almost half of the city of Wassenberg, and it was very lively. Half of the people from Chris Wizard Tower were also here, including Morris, Sano, Bernard, Rosa, etc., because they were invited and their social status had been raised. As a level 5 pharmacist, their status had already been raised. Dole and Ash were also there, and they chatted with the pharmacists for a while, and then Ash was dragged by Lauren to the family. Ash didn't plan to go, because of her personality. She always got along badly with those people. Another reason was that those people in the family were planning to marry her to the Lang family, which made Ash and some people in the family very resistant. Of course, their plan was just a plan, and as long as their father and mother didn't agree, what could the family do? So Ash didn't like them at all. When Dole and Ash came over, people from several major families gathered together, and they were all powerful wizards. When they stood together, they almost represented the highest combat effectiveness of the nobles of the entire Wassenberg. Seeing this, Dole sighed. Nobles are nobles after all. No matter how hard the commoners try, they are still a long way behind the nobles. When Dole and Ash came over, the two stood together, like a golden boy and a jade girl, exuding a brilliant color, making everyone look over. Today, both of them wore evening gowns. Ash was beautiful and generous, exuding the special charm of an iceberg beauty, which made people unable to move their eyes away. Dole's slightly sturdy body, coupled with his relatively calm and quiet face, formed a special contrast effect. Dole is not handsome, not even as handsome as most nobles, but he is the type that is very attractive. After he came over, although he did not look worthy of Ash, if you look closely, the wisdom and intelligence in his eyes made Ash next to him look inferior. Lauren brought the two over, slightly opened her sexy lips, and said to everyone, "Don't you want to meet Dole the wizard? I brought him to you." The first thing Dole saw was that most of them were wearing blue wizard robes. They were very eye-catching in the crowd. These people's clothes were basically the same style, but the patterns on them were different. Combined with Ash's clothes, Dole recognized at a glance that these people were probably all from the Rhine family. Dole was a little surprised. There are so many wizards in the Rhine family. The second thing he saw was people with red wizard robes as the main background color, because there were a few people who hated Dole more among them. He knew that they were from the Lang family, and then the others had their own characteristics. But the most important point is that the wizards here are either level 4 or level 5. This is the real high-level wizard circle of Wassenberg. Originally, he and Ash had not planned to come to this banquet, but they came anyway because of Alan and the family's face. They had planned to be invisible, eat and drink, and then leave, but they didn't expect to be pulled in front of people by Lauren. He and Ash looked at each other, and then bowed slightly to everyone. Dole greets everyone. Dole received the most looks. Some were kind, some were hostile, some were curious, some were disdainful, some were jealous, and so on. Hostile Dole was everywhere, and there were very few kind ones. Puyusi stood in the crowd, smiled faintly, and waved to Dole. "Haha, I thought you two would not come. This is not your style." Dole smiled awkwardly, and showed a polite smile. As Puyusi spoke, the crowd began to discuss quietly. Some people transmitted their voices, while others spoke directly. For a moment, they all really looked at Dole. At this time, someone laughed contemptuously. "The name of Wizard Dole has long been spread in the wizard circle, but I didn't expect that when I saw him in person, he was so inconspicuous and had no special features." He was wearing a red wizard robe, which was extremely noble and easily surpassed Dole. Someone echoed beside him. "That's right. An ordinary boy. Why would Ash like him?" Dole glanced at this person, showing a professional smile, and did not comment on his words, such as not asking this person's name. For contempt and disdain, just ignore him. Dole is very good at doing this kind of thing. Afidam saw that Dole was slandered and dared not to talk back, and he felt a little happy in his heart. He stood up and said, "Dole, why don't you speak? Are you afraid to speak?" Ash glanced at Dole and couldn't stand it anymore. This kind of scene was probably the first time for Dole to come here, and she was still a little uncomfortable. She was bullied by these people. It was really intolerable. She was about to speak. Dole gently stretched out his hand and patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to speak. He raised his head and looked at Aufedum, not paying attention to his expression and provocative words. In his opinion, this guy was just a clown. He smiled slightly and said slowly, I came here today to say only two things. The first is to wish Master Piusi a promotion to the imperial capital and a safe journey. The second sentence I want to say to Master Allen is just a private personal opinion. I have no intention of saying the third sentence. Even if I say it, it is for my partner Ash and Ash's family. Who are you? Do I know you? Should I know the person behind you? Do I need to know him? Do you know each other? The crowd was quieted down immediately. His subtext was simple. Who do you think you are? Who do you think your family is? Aufedum, and the people who had just spoken to him blushed. This kid is really sharp-tongued. The Lang family is an old family, and Dole's words really angered them. One of the elders, who looked respectable, looked at Dole and hated him secretly, but he knew that now was not the time to talk. Today was the farewell banquet of Master Piusi, and it would be bad for no one if it was messed up. It's not a bad thing for young people to brag, but it's a bit too much to say it. Today is the farewell banquet of Master Piusi, and everyone just needs to be happy. He looked at Dole with a sinister look, and then tried to smooth things over without leaving a trace. Seeing this, the people around him changed the subject. Dole knew that he might have offended most of the nobles here, but he didn't care. Anyway, they would all leave in the future, so it didn't matter if he didn't deal with them. Piusi was very busy, greeting most people, and Dole didn't think of going forward too early. He was pulled by Ash to their family. In Ash's family, apart from the few people in power, Dole had only seen 2 or 3 wizards. One was Ash's Aunt Lauren, one was Ofer and his sister Emily, and he had never seen the others. However, from today's banquet, we can see that the Rhine family is still very strong, with 3 or 4 level 6 wizards alone. Today is not a banquet, but rather a time for each family to show their strength. Without a doubt, the Rhine family is the strongest, followed by the Lang family, and then the Orn family and the Lay family. Chapter 591. Dole didn't want to move at first, and he was upset wherever he went. But Ash couldn't do that. She pulled Dole and walked around in the crowd. When they came to another place, Dole saw the city lord Dalialide at a glance. Dalialide was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He stood in the crowd and chatted and laughed with some people. Although his strength was not strong, he was dignified as a superior, and was not inferior in momentum. At this time, someone signaled to Dalialide. Dalialide didn't understand, and then looked behind him and found that it was Doliad and Ash who were walking towards him. So he smiled and waved to those people and turned around. Niece, should I call the man next to you son-in-law, or should I call him Doliad Wizard? Dalialide looked at Doliad and smiled without airs. He also saw the conflict between Doliad and the Lang family just now. This young man was very crazy, but very calm. In front of so many level 6 wizards, she could still ridicule them calmly. This kind of composure is not something that ordinary wizards can have, not even Orpheal and Emily, who is fearless. Dole glanced at Ash beside him, bowed slightly, and smiled. It's all right. Although we too haven't discussed it with Lord Westerling, the status has been determined, and the gifts have been sent. Ash's face was slightly red, and she was slightly happy. The Heart of Mysterious Frost, this gift is too expensive. Even if the family takes it out, it will take a long time to discuss, and it is very likely that it will not fall on her. Dalialide blinked, looked at Ash and wondered, have you exchanged gifts? What are they? Tell your uncle. Dole did not speak, while Ash whispered to Dalialide. Dalialide took a breath after hearing what he said. As the lord of a city and the highest executive officer of the Northwest Province, he had seen money before. Every time he waved his hand, hundreds of millions of gold coins were circulating, but that was public property and had nothing to do with individuals. Transactions between individuals exceeding tens of millions were rare. Wow, tens of millions of things were given at once, which was really amazing. He gave a thumbs up and said, you two have created the ceiling for gifts in our Wassenberg. Tens of millions of dollars are amazing, amazing. Ash, you have a good eye, much better than your sisters and aunts. Ash blushed slightly, and then said with a little pride, I think if there is a chance, we should fight for it, otherwise, it will be snatched away by others. She knew that Rosa had always been interested in Dole. If Dole had agreed at that time, she would definitely have nothing to do with it. It's easy for a man to chase a woman, but it's hard to say for a woman to chase a man. Time can change everything. If it weren't for me, Dole would definitely agree to the little sister named Rosa. Deluriad nodded, your personality is very similar to your aunt, but her vision is a little worse. He turned to Dole and said slowly, "What are your plans recently?" Dole smiled. "Recently, there is only one goal, which is to upgrade the wizard tower to level 7. Deluriad failed to maintain his dignity as the city lord. He took a breath again, his eyes widened. Upgrading the wizard tower to level 7? My god, this is another investment of tens of millions? Are pharmacists really so profitable? I've heard before that this guy's talent as a pharmacist is beyond the ceiling of all pharmacists. Now it seems that the truth may be narrowed down. Your goal is quite surprising. Is there any difficulty? I can open some convenient doors for you." As soon as Deruli had finished speaking, a middle-aged and powerful man holding red wine slowly walked over. He seemed to have been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two and interrupted at this time. "Lord City Lord, Wizard Dole, our Lay family is willing to do a business with you for the wizard tower." Seeing the powerful man, Deruli smiled and said, "This is Raymond from the Lay family, Leona's father. They are in the alchemy business." "What a coincidence, Raymond. Have you been eavesdropping on our conversation?" Dorlad looked at Raymond with some surprise. He had never dealt with the Lay family, one of the 4 major families. Looking at Raymond at this time, he was a little surprised. The Lay family was in the alchemy business. How come he had never heard of it? "Uncle Raymond, hello." Dole bowed lightly. "You said your family was in the alchemy business. Why have I never heard of it?" Raymond laughed. "The business of the wizard world has always been in the hands of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but each family also controls some channels for alchemy materials. For example, the Rhine family has transactions with the dwarves, and we also have certain channels." Darielite glanced at Raymond, and was very dissatisfied with him selling himself. Darielite suddenly remembered what happened in the auction house that year. He looked at Darielite and almost forgot that this person was also a very powerful person. He thought for a while, and said, "I have collected most of the materials now, and I am short of 2 special materials. I wonder if the 2 uncles can help." Darielite raised his eyebrows, and said to Dole, "This matter is not within my jurisdiction. I am just the city lord, haha." Dole did not expect Darielite to help. After all, although he was the city lord, he should not be so clear about the wizard's side, so he looked at Raymond. Raymond coughed and straightened his body, so he said, "You tell me, who would dislike making money?" Dole opened his mouth and reported 2 kinds of materials, and said the more the better. After hearing the materials, Raymond frowned. He thought for a long time, and then said, "It can be done, but it won't be so fast. The 2 things you said are worth tens of millions." Darielite was also shocked at this time. "Dole, this guy really made a big move." Dole smiled faintly. "Then I trouble you, uncle. After the matter is settled, just ship it here directly. I pay on the spot. The banquet is really a good place for communication." Dole didn't expect that he would have such a harvest just by coming here casually. He was going to go to the auction house to communicate with them, and get some high-end materials. The Lay family gave him such a surprise. After saying goodbye to Darielite and Raymond, Ash took Dole to meet with Ophir, Emily and others. This time, Dole saw all the wizards of the Rhine family. It must be said that the power of the Rhine family at the wizard level is very strong. No wonder they looked down on him at the beginning. There are as many as 4 level 6 masters. Although it seems that there are not many, it is already quite a lot among the human race. The number of masters above level 7 is very small. As for level 8 masters, Dole has only seen one in this world, that is, the old man who once roamed the sea and faced the pursuit of storm elements without changing his face. Other level 7 masters are rare. Alan's promotion to level 7 set off the entire Wassenberg, which shows the importance of level 7. Each of the major families has a level 7 ancestor in charge, which is the basis of their long-term prosperity. The last person Dole met was naturally Alan. Chapter 592. A lot of people surrounded Alan. All of them were high-level wizards above level 6, and they talked loudly and happily. However, when Alan saw Dole and Ash coming over, he squeezed out of the crowd and chatted with Dole for a few words. The banquet was dull and ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. Dole returned to the wizard tower alone. He breathed a sigh of relief and rested. Although it was only a short time, he was really tired. He really couldn't handle this kind of scene. The clone had already finished refining the potion and fell into a deep sleep. Recently, he felt that he could almost suppress the original intention of the black corpse worm and was ready to start the promotion to level 6. Level 6 is the birth of corpse gas. After the birth of corpse gas, it will conflict with the meditation method of the body, so Dole is going to practice another meditation method to store the corpse gas and not conflict with himself. Corpse chi is also a training item for necromancers. The Qi of the dead soul, that is, the power of the soul, corpse Qi, and dead Qi are all training subjects for necromancers. Dole thought about it again and prepared to practice a meditation method called Skeleton Demon God, which is also a top meditation method. Use the clone to practice, specifically to store corpse Qi, dead Qi, and dead soul Qi, and then use the clone to deal with the necromancers of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. This is what Dole thought. Of course, the premise is to cultivate the Xian corpse worm to level 6. He has prepared all the materials, and is waiting for the opportunity to mature. What is the opportunity to mature? It is to wait for a wave of Xian corpse worms that are monitoring outside to come back. Recently, the biggest gain from monitoring the activities of necromancers is the exposure to corpse Qi. It is precisely because of the exposure to pure corpse Qi that some Xian corpse worms actively promoted to level 6, which made Dole feel that his control over the Xian corpse worms is sufficient, so he is ready to boldly advance all the Xian corpse worms. Now we are waiting for some of the Xianxia worms outside to come back, bring back the corpse Qi, and cultivate all of our own Xianxia worms to level 6. When all are promoted to level 6, we will prepare to visualize the Skeleton Demon God, form another system, and achieve another meditation method. In principle, a person can practice multiple different meditation methods at the same time. As long as there is energy and time, there is no upper limit in theory, but generally no one will do so, because one meditation method takes a lifetime to practice, let alone practice two. Only a fool would do so. Unless he has a clone, and the clone has irresistible factors, Dual Eye also has to practice because of the existence of Xianxia worm corpse Qi, otherwise the corpse Qi will affect himself, and even the storm element meditation method will be affected, which he cannot tolerate. When he starts practicing the two meditation methods together, his practice speed will drop drastically, and there is nothing he can do about it. Practicing two kinds of meditation means that he will be exposed to two different levels of rules and laws in the future. It is normal for him to be slow. He is still young and not in a hurry. As long as any meditation method is promoted to level 7, the problem of lifespan will no longer be a problem. Moreover, the meditation method of death itself is known for being very difficult to die. After determining this tone, Dual Eye felt that his vision was once again improved. His current achievements, personal knowledge, and abilities are not inferior to any level 6 wizard at all. Even level 7 wizards may not have as far-sighted as him. This is his confidence. Moreover, Dual Eye has another plan. If the Skeleton Demon God meditation method is successful, he wants to infiltrate the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. He always feels that this adventure group is a bit too large. It is definitely not just an adventure group. It may be the tip of the iceberg of a truly huge force. This world is very complicated. On the surface, the Glory Empire is very prosperous, but Dole learned from the black market that no matter how powerful the Glory Empire is, there are places that it cannot control. The world map is too big. For example, Donnie occupies a place and is the king of the mountain. No one can control it. There are countless level 6 wizards like Donnie. This world is much more complicated than I imagined. Sitting on the 12th floor, Dole thought carefully for a while, then made various plans, and then closed his eyes, holding a gem in his hand, and entered the practice. This gem is not the heart of the storm, but the heart of the wind element. It was exchanged for the heart of the fire element. For this, Dole owed George a favor. Inside the wizard tower, the wizard formation was mobilized, and the elements visible to the naked eye formed a white wind breath, which rotated around Dole and entered his body. Dole's breath increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pu Yusi left, and at the same time resigned from the responsibility of the president of the Northwest Province Honor Wizard Union. At the same time, the new president candidate came out without any surprise. Alan. The first thing Alan did after taking over the Honor Wizard Union was to vigorously develop the academy, and he crossed out a part of the resources that were originally tilted to the nobles, and allocated them to the local wizard academies and warrior academies in various places. The nobles did not speak out, and even acquiesced to all this. Next, Alan reorganized the Honor Wizard Union, swept all those who were idle to the back, vacated the positions, and arranged a lot of civilian wizards to go up. These civilian wizards are usually very good and responsible wizards. This action shocked the entire Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance. The rumor that the Honor Wizard Alliance suppressed the noble wizards spread like wildfire. But no one of the noble wizards came forward, and even acquiesced to this result. The previous incidents had already made the entire group of the Honor Wizard Alliance very dissatisfied with the noble wizards. Now Alan's rise to power is just a specific outbreak. However, even if the noble wizards are suppressed again, the resources they get are far more than those of civilian wizards. They rely on their families, not the Honor Wizard Alliance, and at most they lose some extra income. At the same time, Alan vigorously developed various wizard professions, provided certain subsidies for alchemy, potions, etc., lowered the threshold for applying for resources, and lowered the price of some resources, which flowed into the market at very reasonable prices. This made the high status of the Honor Wizard Alliance suddenly become amiable in the hearts of civilian wizards. For a time, the wizarding world in Watzenberg and even the entire Northwest province calmed down under a strange fluctuation. Alan was ostracized and taken advantage of when he was injured before. Now that he has been promoted to level 7, he has regained his former position. Some people know that they have no ability to resist, so they just go with the flow, retreat to the rear, and seize the time to practice and strive to advance as soon as possible. All major forces and families almost acquiesced to this behavior and began to slowly exert their strength. Dole was not affected. Instead, he learned from the reports of Diano and Rosa that the sales of Chris Wizard Tower were not affected, but increased a lot. Civilian wizards can also buy potions, which is a good thing for Dole. Chapter 593. A month passed slowly. The aura on Dwelai's body improved very quickly, and even the 5 witchcraft models were transformed into small and huge ones in his hands. Storm Coming, Chaotic Wind Kill, Breath of Wind, Eye of Storm, Tornado Storm, turned into tiny witchcrafts around him and slowly rotated. Among them, Storm Coming and Tornado Storm are basically the same type of witchcraft. Storm Coming is a fixed witchcraft with a range, which can form a storm within a certain range. The position is fixed, while Tornado Storm can be moved. The witchcraft nodes of the two are similar to a certain extent. Chaotic Wind Kill is similar, but it takes another method. Only Breath of Wind is the essence of the Storm Element meditation method after level 5. The Breath of Wind represents the real regular witchcraft, which contains the root of the Storm Element. A Breath of Wind almost represents all the characteristics of the Storm Element. A Breath of Wind can have many changes. It can be said that this witchcraft is the one that brings the mysterious characteristics of the wizard to the extreme. The other witchcrafts are mainly destruction, and have nothing to do with mystery. In the eyes of ordinary people, wizards have always been mysterious, not just destruction maniacs. With his breath restrained, Dole quickly opened his eyes. He looked at the laboratory. Most of the Xianxia worms were already level 6, and only a part of them had no corpse chi. When all of them reached level 6, he would have a level 6 clone, and then the skeleton demon god meditation method could officially begin. Everything was moving in a good direction. The new year was very peaceful, no one made trouble, and the whole of Wassenberg was immersed in a happy world. During the Chinese New Year, each family showed their best side to attract people of all kinds, and strong masters to expand their own strength. Generally speaking, it takes more than 10 days to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but because of Alan, the Wizard Department's Chinese New Year was over on the 5th day. When the Chinese New Year was really over, the Glory Wizard Alliance had almost completed the reorganization. And the reason why Dole woke up was because the 6th level course he formulated was the first class today. After several months of preparation and too many smoke bombs, it was officially implemented for the first time today. Yes, that's right, those people were released for several months, the registration fees were collected, and today was the first class. January 16th. It snowed today, and a thick layer of snow was laid on the ground at the entrance of Chris Wizard Tower. A group of more than 40 people, at least powerful pharmacists of level 5, waited for half an hour and finally began to line up to enter the Wizard Tower. It would be a lie to have no complaints. It was really too much to make them wait so long in such cold weather. But everyone knows that this is a test from Dole. When they did this before, those people ran away and regretted it later and wanted to die. And the tuition for one class is very cheap, so they have no complaints. They are very eager to go to Chris Wizard Tower. It is said that the academic atmosphere here is very strong. Many strange potions are developed here. It is very convenient for everyone to communicate, and no one hides anything. It is a real holy land of pharmacy. Unfortunately, they basically sold themselves to other forces, and it is impossible for them to switch here. Otherwise, coming here would be the best choice. Soon, they went up to the 3rd floor and entered a spacious and bright classroom. The classroom was large, compactly arranged, and the seats were relatively forward. In front was the classroom, with a huge magic screen. At this time, in the classroom, the 5th level pharmacists of Chris Wizard Tower had arrived in advance and occupied the front position. The pharmacists all knew each other. They were the backbones of Chris Wizard Tower, and there were some powerful pharmacists who joined later. At this time, They all took out their notebooks obediently, and waited quietly for Dole pharmacist to come. This scene was like when they had just entered the wizard world, and were listening to classes in the Wizard Academy. It felt funny. Old Jean, really envy you. After a pharmacist came in, he looked at Morris and the others inside. The people around sighed at the same time. Someone said, Old Jean, it's useless to envy. Study hard. When you reach level 6, life will be much better. Old Jean chuckled. Life at level 5 is not bad, but level 6 makes more money. I just envy the environment here. There are many like-minded people, and we can communicate. Someone said disdainfully, What are you communicating about? Your inferior and powerful medicine under the bed? The people around laughed immediately. Old Jean snorted, What do you know? That kind of medicine is a real man's medicine. He was very confident in his hobbies. The people around him snorted. Everyone sat down quickly. In the front row, Morris looked at Bernard next to him and whispered, Did you succeed in developing it? Bernard's face, which was originally very excited, was suddenly full of entanglement. Don't mention it. It's always a little short. It's still not enough control. The meditation method is too poor. There are some flaws in the control of mental power. Morris nodded. At this point, the importance of meditation is reflected. Among us, meditation is just like this, unless we are determined to abolish meditation and change to a new one. Bernard's mouth twitched. It's not that easy, but this is also a way to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. I have been struggling with this recently. Someone came over. It would be great if I could buy Dole's meditation method. His meditation method is terrifying. It is estimated that only those top meditation methods can compare with the same level of mental power. Are you thinking about shit? That's the top meditation method. Even if Dole is willing to sell it, do you have the money? Several people were talking here, and others were a little confused. Refining medicine is refining medicine. How can it be related to meditation? How old are you? Changing meditation method. Is there a hole in your brain? Some people were puzzled and disdainful. The classroom was noisy and lively for a while. About 2 minutes later, a figure appeared at the door of the classroom, and Dole himself slowly came in from outside. He had nothing in his hands, and wore an ordinary gray-white wizard robe. The wide wizard robe fluttered, as if a ball of wind was controlling the wizard robe, rather than a person inside. Seeing Dole coming in, the wizards who knew the rules immediately stopped discussing and sat up straight. Dole saw this and stood in front of the magic screen, nodding slightly. Those who can become level 5 pharmacists are all people with good character, and their learning ability and other abilities are all top talents. Needless to say, their character is naturally good, so he coughed, cleared his throat, and then slowly said, This class is a total of 4 hours. Please prepare. Today's content is, What is a level 6 pharmacist? The magic screen suddenly lit up and typed out 7 words. What is a level 6 pharmacist? Everyone was immediately excited. This is the dry goods. At this time, they were also thinking in their hearts, what is a level 6 pharmacist? Isn't it just an alchemical equation? Chapter 594. Among the level 5 pharmacists present, some actually bought the level 6 formula a long time ago, but they just couldn't make it, otherwise they wouldn't have come here. Dole glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. In fact, there is no essential difference between level 6 and level 5 medicines from the perspective of refining. They are all the same method, the same process, and the same accumulated experience. What is the difference? The difference lies in the alchemical formula that everyone knows. But have you ever thought about why you can't make the medicine even if you have the alchemical formula? Everyone sat up straight. This is the question they want to know. 2 words were quickly typed on the magic screen. Medicinal properties. Dole smiled slowly and said, I think everyone knows these 2 words. The key to level 6 is to classify the medicinal properties, and then combine them in an alchemical way to form an alchemical potion, maximizing the medicinal properties in the potion. What are medicinal properties? Have you ever thought about it? When refining a bottle of potion, have you ever thought about whether you have quantified the amount of medicinal properties? Does the medicinal property meet the standard quantity of the alchemical equation? This involves 2 problems: the quantification of medicinal properties and the control of medicinal properties, which requires a strong mental control attainment. A class, for hours passed quickly. After Dole finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving a group of people in deep thought. Many people were silent at this time, thinking carefully, thinking, what Dole said was too important: mental control, medicinal properties, alchemy. These 3 are completely combined. It seems simple, but its difficulty is no less than learning a new subject. Control is very important. Wizard Dole also proposed a new concept, the influence of meditation on mental power. This has a huge impact on the people in Chris Wizard Tower. Meditation is the foundation of a person. If the mental power meditated by meditation can't keep up with one's own use, then it is a problem with meditation. At this time, it should be changed. They have heard that Cantrell and others have changed meditation a long time ago, and they can at least practice to level 6. Now it seems that it is true. Dole has a very powerful meditation method. In fact, meditation can also be bought from the Glory Wizard Alliance, but the power is only average. Do we really have to change meditation? As the old men under Dole, under the influence of the other party, they have trained their control to the limit of their own control. Naturally, they know that the reason why they can't improve now may really be a problem with meditation. Dole raised some questions about meditation today, and they were also entangled. When Morris was entangled, a voice came from the side. He turned his head, and saw that it was an old pharmacist who had been famous in Wassenberg for a long time. Wizard Morris, is Dole always so direct in his lectures? Morris glanced at him, looked in the direction of the others and nodded, then said, "This is something everyone knows." "How is it? How did you spend the 1,000 gold coins?" The man sighed and said, "If I knew it would have this effect, I would have come with 10,000 gold coins. It's so useful. It really opened my eyes. There's such a big difference between level 5 and level 6. Oh, I'm late. If I had come a few years ago, I'm afraid I would have reached level 6 now." Morris shook his head and said, "Dole has made it very clear in some places. The control of mental power, the strength of meditation, and the understanding of drug power all need to be very profound. Otherwise, no matter how strong the ability is, it will be useless. The meditation method of several of us is a little bit lacking now. We are short at this point. We can't do it. We must either improve our meditation method or change to another meditation method. It's difficult." The man was stunned for a moment. It is said that the academic atmosphere here in Chris Wizard Tower is very good. I didn't expect him to directly talk about his shortcomings. This frankness and open-mindedness are simply shocking. You know, meditation is a person's biggest secret. He felt sympathetic and said, "I don't have this problem, but I am a little lacking in the properties and power of the medicine. I have to think about it when I go back. I will withdraw now and talk later." Morris said with a look of grief, Go, I wish you success soon." The man glanced at Morris, and made sure that he didn't have any jealous, sarcastic or other tones. He sighed slightly in his heart. "I was too careless. The people here are all very sincere. If I had come here a few years earlier, I would have joined in directly. The atmosphere here is great." In the classroom at this time, the pharmacists belonging to Dole gathered together to discuss, and the people around them listened carefully. All they said was useful information. This 1,000 gold coins are worth spending. Back to his laboratory, Dole took a look at the Xianxue worms that were being promoted. After confirming that there was no major problem, he felt relieved and went to the next room that was like deep winter to take a look at the Tianquan worms. Most of the Tianquan worms were cultivated by Ash, and they complemented her icy aura. With the help of this thing, Ash was almost invincible among her peers. I wanted this thing just for reference, to see the difference between the 10 ancient strange insects. The Skyfrost worm was born with an icy aura. After growing up, the Skyfrost worm even had a small piece of icy field. When it fell into Ash's field, it could enhance the power of the field. With his blood aura and the increase of the heart of mysterious frost, Ash's strength was almost the same as Duolai a few weeks ago. And Duolai himself, after a few weeks of practice, the storm aura on his body became stronger, especially after he had the heart of storm. He changed every day, his strength was improving day by day, and his cultivation was constantly improving. With the heart of storm, he could save at least 3 years. He had seen the real storm element, and the heart of storm was in his hand. Now all he had to do was to turn his comprehension into actual mastery, and perfect the meditation method step by step to enhance the power of the meditation method. After leaving the laboratory, Duolai returned to the room, holding the heart of storm in his hand, and continued to meditate. In the room, a circle of wind breath lingered in a short while, flying from the body. After a while, a mysterious breath appeared above the wind breath. A few days later, a voice came from Dole's door. He opened his eyes, and lightning flashed at his eyes. The door of the room opened, and Diano and Tava walked in from outside. "Report to the master, the materials you asked for have been collected, and the Lei family has sent the last batch of materials. You need to go down to settle the bill." Dole nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, his figure disappeared from the bed. Seeing this, Diano and Tava looked at each other and said in their hearts, luxury. Space transfer requires a huge amount of energy. Even if it is transferred in the Wizard Tower, the energy required is almost the same as what they have practiced for a day, so it is said to be luxurious. The last batch of materials has arrived. The Lei family really lived up to expectations. They started to take action just after the new year. Dole is still quite relieved. Chapter 595. Now that all the materials are ready, we will start to refine. Just like in the small world, he needs to do everything by himself. Here, he also needs to do everything by himself. He doesn't want anyone to know the secrets of Babel Tower above level 7. He doesn't even want others to spy on the structure of the ordinary wizard tower. This is the last secret of a wizard. The core wizard formation of Babel Tower has a very huge concept. He almost exhausted the understanding of the whole world, and included the whole world into the understanding of the formation. The ultimate concept of Babel Tower is to achieve an independent space, cross the world, shuttle through the world, and not be affected by it. Even if it encounters the legendary very large and terrifying space turbulence, it can remain unmoved. The exquisiteness and grandeur of its core formation can be imagined. Below level 6, he can let others take a look, but above level 7, it involves some secrets of Babel Tower, so he can't let others do it, and can only figure it out by himself. Dole was originally a bit troubled by formations above level 7, but after getting the fragments of the rules, everything involved in the wizard formation was solved, because above level 7, the formation evolved the rules to a certain extent. He didn't understand the rules before, but after getting the fragments of the rules in the ruins, he understood. Magic patterns formed the wizard formation, and the wizard formation evolved the rules, so it is normal for the rules to evolve into laws in the future. No wonder many witchcraft books say that magic patterns are the true meaning of the world. It turns out to be like this. Witchcraft models are also a kind of magic patterns. After reaching level 7, witchcraft models are very large. Dole now understands why such a large witchcraft model is used, and that is also to utilize the rules. The cornerstone of the world is rules, and above the rules are laws, and laws represent the end of the world. Dole felt the true meaning of witchcraft. In the room, Dole grabbed several materials in his hand. He took these materials in his hand, slightly moved his mental power, and magic hands formed out of thin air around him. Each magic hand held a sharp blade formed by a wind blade. Swish. With distraction and multitasking, the materials were cut into neat pieces. After reaching the standard materials, the mental power was moved again, and magic patterns were generated out of thin air, and then fell on the materials. Not long after, there was a pile of materials under Dole's feet, and then these materials were sent to the bottom floor and put back. The 7th level wizard tower has a total of 16 to 18 floors. Dole is going to refine to the 18th floor in one go. From the 12th floor to the 18th floor, although the volume is a little smaller than the lower ones, the materials are indeed much more than the lower ones. In terms of array base and magic patterns, there are great improvements. Dole estimated that he could finish the work in half a year at most, if he was conservative. The premise was that nothing would happen in the next half year. As the materials passed through his hands like water, Dole's face was neither sad nor happy, as if he was working on an assembly line. He was not refining materials all the time, because his clone still needed to refine medicine, which required not too much mental power, so he would refine for one day and rest for one day. While refining, he was also experiencing the magic patterns, and the materials in his hands also changed from small things to slightly larger ones, and soon, he could not refine in the room. Dole changed to the living room. Soon, 6 days passed. It was the day before the weekly class. When Gideon sent the roster over, Dole was taking a break. He looked at the roster and asked Gideon, "Why are these people in it?" He pointed to a few familiar names. Gideon looked at the names and said in a panic, "You didn't give any special instructions, so we didn't pay special attention." Dole frowned, then crossed out the names. He didn't mean to blame Gideon too much, and then said, "If these people are willing to come to class in the future, the money will be increased tenfold." These pharmacists belonged to the Marcia family and the Lank family. He had inquired about them. Either they had special relationships with the pharmacist guild. Dole didn't want to let them hear it at all, so he directly made such an excessive request. Gideon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, I go back and tell them." He secretly complained that he was only a 2nd level wizard now. How could he be in the eyes of those big shots? So he still had to call Uncle Tava. At this time, Dole handed him a token, and held it in front of him with a magic hand, saying, "This is the temporary token of the wizard tower. If anyone dares to make trouble, use this thing to attack him." Gideon was a little stunned. The master was serious. He thought about it, and felt more confident. With the power of the wizard tower, he was not afraid as long as it was not a level 7 master. So, after Gideon left the wizard tower, he walked towards the Chris wizard tower with a heroic spirit. Under the tower, Tawa had been waiting for a long time. Although this is a group of wizard towers, with the wizard formation of the Glory Wizard Alliance, no one dared to act rashly, but if others should embarrass you, they would still embarrass you. This was not the first time Gideon encountered such a thing. Therefore, every time he came, he would ask Uncle Tawa to come along, so it would be much safer. At the entrance of Chris Wizard Tower, a group of pharmacists were waiting. Those who came last time paid and went back, and those who were waiting this time were all here for the first time. They needed Dole's approval to enter the class. In fact, some people were still very nervous because their strength conflicted with Dole, and although Dole seemed to be indifferent to worldly affairs, he was actually very petty in his heart. Gideon came over, and those people came to greet him one after another. How is it, did you pass? Yes, give me a definite answer. Hurry up, don't waste time. Tawa led the way, and those people didn't dare to stop him. Gideon came to the door of the wizard tower carefully, and then he felt relieved. He immediately became bolder, and then hummed twice, pretending to say, whoever I called can leave, and come to the formal class tomorrow morning. Those who I didn't call, stay, the adults have something to tell you. He didn't wait for the people to react, and then read the names one by one. Those who heard the names were naturally very happy, and left the door of the wizard tower, while those who didn't hear the names were tense, and listened carefully. In the past 5 days, the rumors in the market were very powerful, how powerful Dole's lectures were, how to hit the nail on the head, and many people went back. Although they didn't clearly advance to level 6, they were much more proficient in the previous level 5 potions. If they continued like this, it would be a matter of time before they broke through to level 6, and they had only attended one class. Therefore, Dole's prestige has been established in the entire pharmacist industry in Wassenberg. As one person after another left, the remaining people looked at each other, and gradually felt that something was wrong, because the remaining people were more or less hostile to Dole. Chapter 596. Their hearts gradually sank. Sure enough, after the last person left, all the remaining people were those who were in trouble with Dole's forces. Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts sank. This Dole was a bit too much. He had paid the money but still didn't teach. At this time, Gideon also saw the faces of these people. Seeing their gloomy faces, he became excited instead, so he snorted coldly and pretended to say, the rest of you, our master said that it is easy to take classes. You can stay with 10 times the tuition. If you don't want to pay, you can come to refund. At this time, at the door of Chris Wizard Tower, Canchel, Dino, Rosa, and others came to the door, each holding a purse, waiting to refund the money. Some people gritted their teeth, some were furious, but seeing the posture of Chris Wizard Tower, it was definitely unquestionable. Some people endured it, but some couldn't. Call Dole out. Why did he do this? Some people speak out, and naturally others follow. That's right, why? We paid the money, and we don't want a refund. Gideon sneered at this time. Everyone should think carefully. This is the Wizard Tower group of the Honor Wizard Alliance. You are standing at the door of Chris Wizard Tower. If you dare to make trouble, we can notify the Honor Wizard Alliance at any time. Everyone's mouth twitched. The pharmacists were not strong. The strongest was only a level 5 wizard, and they were very old. At this time, he held back his anger and said, even if the Honor Wizard Alliance came, so what? We paid the money. Why should we raise the price? Why should we pay more? We won't pay. We want to ask for an explanation. They also knew that fighting here would not get them any good, so they could only make trouble. Who told Dole to take the money first? That's right, just shout. Who's afraid of who? Let the law enforcement department come, we won't leave yet. Gideon saw this, but he didn't. After all, he was just a 14-year-old boy. Tawa saw this and felt relieved. It would be fine if they didn't make trouble. He said in a muffled voice, Master Pharmacists, don't make things difficult for us. We are just following orders. If the master said it, I'm afraid it would not be like this. The old man blew his beard and glared. He can still do this when he comes. I don't care. We want to ask for an explanation. Rosa saw this, and these people were really ready to fight to the death. She thought about it and said, how about this? Let's go and notify Dole. If he still insists, we can't do anything. Is it feasible? At this moment, a figure appeared at the door of Chris Wizard Tower. It was Dole. Seeing Dole coming, the people below quieted down and looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Dole looked at these pharmacists with a calm expression. He looked at them like that, making everyone feel scared. Then he slowly spoke, "We in King Muyuan only recruit trainees, not students. I have the final say on who to recruit and who to teach. As for the Lang family and the Meija family, who have caused me a lot of trouble, and the organizations under them, I will not teach them unless they pay 10 times the price. Either pay the remaining money today, or get the money and leave. What explanation do you want? If you keep nagging, I will beat you up." In front of his wizard tower, they dared to threaten him. Do these people really think that he is just a pharmacist after so many years of practice? Speaking of which, Dole has not made any moves in Wutzeberg, so these people really think that he is easy to bully. If that's the case, he should scare them a few times to see who dares to pay attention to him. Since Dole came out, those people have been observing Dole. They have several level 5 masters, who have derived magic phantoms. Naturally, they can see the depth of Dole. Although Dole did not release all his momentum at this time, his mental power communicated with the world, and he could see a small storm on his body slowly flowing, shocking the 4 directions. His momentum is round and connected with the world. The meditation method he practiced is naturally extraordinary and extraordinary. The old man who spoke at the beginning raised his eyebrows and stopped being stubborn. Instead, he argued with reason, "Master Dole, you can't say that. We have paid the price you said. You didn't tell us in advance that we have to pay 10 times the price, right? Now that we have paid, you suddenly changed your mind and said that we have to pay 10 times the price. This is unreasonable, right? Even if the people from the Glory Wizard Alliance come, we are not afraid. Even if Lord Allen comes, we are not afraid." The others were full of confidence when they heard this. "That's right, you didn't tell us in advance. As long as you talk well, we can afford the 10 times price. Yes, yes, if you told us earlier, we would pay. Now we have to ask Lord Allen for an explanation. What is the 10 times price?" "It is 10,000 gold coins. In fact, it is still a little painful, but as long as it can make people improve, what's wrong with the 10 times price? For others, as long as they can be promoted to the 6th level pharmacist, what's wrong with paying 100,000 gold coins?" Hearing this, Duolai was stunned. This is to make sense to him, and it seems that there is no way to refute this reason. This is indeed his own problem. However, he also has his own solution. He just snorted and said, "I admit that what you said is indeed reasonable, but I also have my reasons. Since you say I am wrong, then this time it is my problem. Come to the class tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and left. He did not deliberately embarrass them. When they listened to the class tomorrow and were attracted by what he said, the next time they came, it would be 10,000 gold coins per class. He was quite confident in himself. At the gate, everyone looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Duolai actually gave in. What's going on? But fortunately, it was a good thing that he could finally attend the class. But next time, they will not be so lucky. The price is 10 times. One class is 10,000 gold coins, which is also a considerable amount for them. Some people secretly rejoiced, some were full of sorrow, and more people sighed. Duolai's pricing for this market is very cheap. A level 6 course costs only 1,000 gold coins, which is very conscientious. You know, many level 7 pharmacists recruit disciples. If you count all the fees, you can't do it without an entry fee of 700,000 or 800,000. They only charge 1,000 gold coins for a class. Even if you listen to it for a year, once a week, it will only cost more than 50,000 gold coins a year. This is more than just conscientious, it is simply too conscientious. Duolai's move has completely subverted the tradition of pharmacists. No wonder the Pharmacist Union wants to target him. If this continues, the prestige of the Pharmacist Union will be gone, and the advantages of these traditional nobles will also be gone. Ordinary wizards will inevitably rise at a very fast speed. This is a very unfavorable phenomenon for them. If they cannot be accepted by society, they are destined to be eliminated by society. The two things that happened last year are proof of this. Suppressing noble wizards and allowing civilian wizards to rise is the main tone of the current Honor Wizard Alliance. Chapter 597. Dole walked into Chris Wizard Tower and teleported directly back to Babel Tower. The teleportation arrays of the two wizard towers are connected. If Dole wants to teleport, he only needs to pay a certain amount of energy. As long as the position is fixed, the change in space is fixed, and the distance of teleportation is just a matter of energy. The general principle of space transfer is already clear, so he can use the teleportation ability unscrupulously. Of course, this is only limited to the Wizard Tower. If you teleport outside the Wizard Tower, there are more concerns, and you can't use it at will. He stood at the door and lowered his head to think about how to make those noble wizards take the bait and willingly pay money. Still have to get some dry goods. What is the dry goods of level 6? Naturally, it is related to alchemy formulas and alchemy skills. Needless to say, many people are stuck on alchemy skills. I can talk about this in the next class. He was not afraid of others learning it. If they learned it, they could publicize their reputation, create prestige and fame for themselves, and attract more students. If they could not learn it, it would only prove that they were stupid. Thinking of this, he had an idea in his mind. Returning to the room, he rarely refined materials, but took out the heart of storm and the fragments of rules, and carefully comprehended them in his hands. As for the heart of wind element that he exchanged, he put it on the staff. With the blessing of this thing, Duolai had a slightly better equipment. The 8th level heart of element, plus the staff of lightning-struck locust wood, this equipment can barely be regarded as a 7th level equipment. In the secular world, it can be said that it is something that people will fight for, but in Duolai's hands, it is just a tool, nothing more. He has a wizard tower, which can be shrunk and hung on his waist at any time. Its function is many times greater than that of a staff. No words were spoken all night. The morning class started quickly, and the sun quietly climbed over the mountain to the top of the head, and the class ended quickly. As usual, he didn't say anything, nor did he answer any questions. He just left after the lecture, which made those noble wizards a little confused. On the other hand, those who had listened to the class before were very calm at this time. They looked at the notes crazily, and their expressions were extremely serious and satisfied. This class was full of dry goods. After a long time, the people in the front row whispered to each other. I estimate that within a month, I can make a 6th level potion. Morris said confidently to the person next to him. TSK, I try it when I go back. I just got a little experience this time. Bernard hit him mercilessly. Morris's face darkened. I wish you failure. Bernard snorted and didn't argue with him. In the end, I still have to change the meditation method. I have decided to change to the fire spirit meditation method. Hearing this, Morris sighed and said, yes, the meditation method restricts us. After reaching level 6, I will also change it. With the current foundation, it will be quick to retrain. According to my own attributes, I need to practice the earth system, but the fire system is the best element for refining potions. He was entangled. Sano finished reading the notes at this time. After hearing the conversation between the two, he smiled lightly and said, the one that suits you is the real one. You should accept your fate. The earth system is not bad. It is heavy and stable. It can be used to refine potions and pass through magic circles. As long as the mental power is stable enough, these are not a problem. Yulong came over and said, yes, magic circles are also possible. I heard from the teacher that as long as the mental power is fine enough, magic circles are also very good. Besides, if you want to retake the course, you should take the course that suits you. Why do you have to do so many fancy things? It would be best if you can be promoted to level 7 in the future. I think that Master Allen should be our role model. Dink also finished studying the notes and smiled at this time. That's right, strength is the only foundation. Pharmacy is just a tool to make money. Look at what Teacher Duolai did. He is a level 5 wizard at such a young age. Who dares to say that he is not strong enough? As long as the strength is enough, and the mental power is strong enough, refining potions is not a piece of cake. After Duolai was promoted, although he did not take action much, he could crush everyone with just 2 wizard towers. Naturally, his action was earth-shattering. Morris thought about it and said, that's right. Dolai's meditation method is very advanced, so his mental power is naturally much stronger and more refined than ours. Let's change it. Change, 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 I change too. I'm not 30 yet, and it's not too late. I don't ask for anything in this life. I'd be satisfied if I reach level 6, said another level 5 pharmacist next to him. I'm on the wrong track. A bunch of people sighed. On the noble wizard side, those people were relatively relaxed. After listening to Dolai's class, some people were like being enlightened. Potions can actually be made like this. What they learned before is simply too backward. Some people suddenly had ideas in their minds. This class has so much to gain. What about the next class? Some people gnashed their teeth, some people frowned. One class, that's 10,000 gold coins. Ordinary people can only earn 3 or 4 gold coins a year. One class costs them money that they can't earn in several lifetimes. Back to the wizard tower, Dolai did not care about the things here. After reminding Gideon and the others a few words, he continued to refine the materials. Soon, another 3 days passed, and time slowly came to the beginning of February. February 2nd. Dole lowered his head and looked downstairs. A figure wearing an illusory white dress walked out of the room. She seemed to be adapting to her body. She looked left and right, feeling very novel. She quickly passed through the 11th floor and came to the 12th floor, standing at the door of Dole's room. Dole moved his mind, and the door opened automatically, revealing his busy figure. The white figure was a little stunned when he saw the wood under Dole's feet. Dole was finally ready to be promoted to the wizard tower. She walked in slowly, her body was still a little uncoordinated. Dole glanced at her and smiled slowly. "How do you feel, your clone?" The person who came was naturally Ash, and the white figure was naturally his Sky Frostworm clone. It's a little difficult to control. After all, this is a Sky Frost insect, not a human. The body it is made of can easily fall apart. I don't have as good control as you. Ash moved a little, something fell off her body, and her expression was a little bad. Dole often controlled her clone to go out and wander around, and no one could tell whether it was the real body or not, but she realized how difficult it was to control the clone through this experiment. Hundreds of thousands of insects gathered together, and it was very difficult to form a human form, let alone move. It was simply too difficult. Dole smiled while refining the things in his hand. "Just get used to it. Just like when we were just born, it took more than a year to learn to walk." Ash thought about it, and it was indeed the truth, so she nodded happily. My ice and snow goddess meditation method is not known for its huge mental power, so it is still a little difficult to control. She tried to control herself to become like a normal person, and this process was difficult. Dole nodded and said, "My clones are almost all promoted to level 6. Chapter 598. And I hope that Dole had no temper at all. She was only a level 5 clone, and Dole was already a level 6 clone. Dole looked at Aishi and said, "Although your meditation method is advanced, the strength of your mental power can only be reflected after the 6th level, so now you should focus on improving your strength. Let's play with the Sky Frostworm first." Axie nodded and said, "Well, I know this." The two stopped talking. One was busy refining materials, and the other was busy controlling the body. They were not communicating. Axe's body was like a newborn. It was still constantly trying and testing. Soon, it would be able to walk normally, but the control was still not perfect. The Sky Frost Worm had its own ice field. Hundreds of thousands of Sky Frost Worms gathered together to form a very unique Schwanschwang field. Around Aishi's clone, some cold crystals, mist, etc. were unconsciously generated. These needed to be controlled, otherwise no matter who walked beside her in the future, they would be frozen to death in minutes. When watching Dole refining things, Aishi had a strong sense of unreality. He was obviously a pharmacist, but his alchemy skills were so strong that he was simply a monster. However, he also knew that this was due to the practice of Dole. Among the same level, his mental power was almost the largest. The huge mental power brought him extremely strong calculation ability, and extremely strong analysis ability. Magic patterns, witchcraft models, wizard formations, these things can be said to be thought through, and refining medicine is the weakest existence, the thing that requires the least technical content. Watching Dole refine things is simply a visual enjoyment. Poro was dismissed, and the new president of the Pharmacist Union was a former vice president named Bunyan. The noble wizards formed an alliance in the Pharmacist Union, which made Puyusi very unhappy, so after Alan came to power, he almost eliminated this method and selected some very neutral wizards without any bias. As soon as Bunyan came to power, he followed the instructions of the Honor Wizard Union and transferred many pharmacist resources that he had previously controlled to the lower level, which was considered a good thing for many pharmacists. Bunyan was in the office when someone knocked on the door. Bunyan raised his head. "Anyabai, what's the matter?" Anyabai nodded. "I found out the information you asked me to find out." Those noble wizards also participated in Dole's course. It is said that they were not kicked out. I just heard that if they want to attend the class next time, they need to pay 10 times more than others. Bunyan looked a little surprised. "How is the effect of Dole's lecture?" Anyabai shrugged. "I heard it's very good. I also plan to go and listen." Bunyan thought for a while and said, "You notify this matter. There is a 5th level pharmacist who wants to attend the class. The Pharmacist Union will pay for it. It will mainly be civilian wizards, and the noble wizards don't need to be concerned." This time, Anyabai was completely stunned. But he soon realized that the Pharmacist Union is just a management organization, not a training organization. Bunyan is planning to do something big during his tenure. He thought for a moment, smiled bitterly, and said, "Sir, civilian wizards have already gone to the class. One class costs 1,000 gold coins, which is really not expensive to be honest." Anyabai's mouth twitched, then he thought for a moment and said, then tell them that anyone registered in the Pharmacist Union can come and collect the class fee, just as a welfare. Then, if anyone is promoted to the 6th level, he can receive a welfare of 50,000 gold coins. Anyabai was shocked. Such benefits and treatment, this is what it means to really want to do something. He could imagine that many people would come to the Pharmacist Union to register soon. This is 50,000 gold coins, which is not a small amount. The actions of the Pharmacist Union did not hide from others. Soon the news broke out. Some ordinary civilian pharmacists, who did not intend to register, rushed to register. For a time, the number of people at the door of the Pharmacist Union increased greatly. There are a limited number of level 5 pharmacists in Watzenberg. It is not surprising that the Pharmacist Union made such a regulation. They just want to encourage civilian wizards and make the pharmacist industry develop faster. There are so many people coming and going in the level 5 course. At most, some noble wizards will join. There is nothing new. However, many people will come to the level 3, 4 and 5 courses. Of course, this is not what he worries about. Recently, his main task is to practice and refine the Wizard Tower. The reform of the Honor Wizard Alliance is in full swing, and all the major forces are very low-key. However, there have been rumors recently that Dole is the culprit of all this, which makes some wizards hate Dole very much, especially the noble wizards. In addition, the policies he formulated have offended almost all the noble wizards in the entire wizard circle. Some provoked, some made statements, and some shouted, but of course, it was limited to rumors. No one dared to cause trouble. Soon it was March, and the warehouse under the Tower of Babel was filled with various refined materials, waiting to be built. Spring slowly arrived, and the warm and humid air currents from the southwest brought a hint of warmth to the earth, but the earth was still cold, and the ice and snow had not melted. This is the Great North, and it is cold. After the 2nd class, there were fewer wizards from the 2 families who came to Dole for classes, but there were still many who stayed. They could afford 10,000 gold coins per class. After 2 or 3 classes, a piece of news soon shocked the pharmacist circle. A noble wizard successfully broke through to the 6th level pharmacist, becoming one of the few 6th level pharmacists. In the next half-month, several people from the Chris Wizard Tower broke through one after another and became 6th level pharmacists, which injected fresh vitality into the entire pharmacist community of Watzenberg. Dole's courses suddenly became tight again. On March 5th, Dole moved all the materials out and officially built the building. The materials have been prepared, and now it is just a matter of construction. As the materials flew out of the warehouse and landed on the roof, the magic fluctuations generated naturally could not be hidden from others. For a time, the Wizard Tower masters of the entire Glory Wizard Alliance were paying attention to this. When people around saw the Tower of Babel being piled up layer by layer, they were shocked. My goodness, this guy is going to upgrade the Wizard Tower to level 7 so soon. How is this possible? Are pharmacists really that profitable? The group was really confused. He had a level 6 Wizard Tower, which was already amazing. What would happen if he reached level 7? However, regardless of the people around him talking about it, dualized materials were continuously transported up, and then built into the shape of the tower body layer by layer. All the materials were tightly built together to form the shape of a tower layer by layer. The newly built tower was exactly the same as the layers below. It accumulated layer by layer, and soon it reached the 16th floor. Although the 16-story tower only had 4 more floors than before, it looked much higher than the surrounding wizard towers. You know, the Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance was only level 8, with a total of only 27 floors. Most of the surrounding wizard towers were small wizard towers of level 3 or 4. Chapter 599. It's the 16th floor. Next door, the leader of the Star Sect watched Dole's wizard tower getting higher and higher, and it was much higher than his own wizard tower. He felt very upset. When it was a level 6 wizard tower, it was much higher than his. Now it was almost twice as high as his. But then, he was shocked. The materials kept coming one after another, and he actually went straight to the 17th floor. My God, does he have so much money? Wasn't he hit? Wasn't he suppressed? How is this possible? In the Wizard Tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance, many people stood at the window and stood under the tower, watching Dole build the building. For a while, everyone felt bad. Dole's speed was very fast. He built the Wizard Tower layer by layer. It only took a morning to build the Wizard Tower like building blocks, and soon it reached the 18th floor. After reaching the 18th floor, the Wizard Tower stopped moving, and it was quickly sealed. Everyone realized that he just wanted to upgrade to the 18th floor, which was the limit of the 7th level. This was just an appearance, and the next thing was the key. Duolai flew to the 18th floor. As he entered, from the 12th floor, energy flowed into the upper floors like water. The magic patterns on the surrounding tower body lit up, forming pieces of light of different colors. These lights were connected together to form a colorful light, forming a formation. Soon after, the entire 18th floor was lit up. In the world around the wizard tower, magic elements quickly collapsed to the middle and poured into the interior of the wizard tower. The light of the wizard tower became brighter and brighter, and magic waves were released outward. At this time, Duolai was standing in the wizard tower, mobilizing the core of the wizard tower and adding layers of magic patterns to it. The 6th level core was promoted to the 7th level core. In addition to the magic patterns, it also required the cooperation of all the formations on the wizard tower, so he built the building first and then transformed the core. At this time, the magic elements in the surrounding world were drawn by him, and all invested in the wizard tower and integrated into the surrounding magic patterns. With his mental communication, the power was gradually released and slowly pressed towards the core of the wizard tower. The 6th level core was promoted to the 7th level core. Several magic patterns were very important because these magic patterns evolved rules. When Duolai got the rule fragments again, he realized that the 7th level core was the evolution of rules, so he did not deliberately slow down at this time. In the core, energy lit up one after another, and then formed several strange magic patterns. Once these magic patterns appeared, the entire core suddenly became abnormally solid, and even the surrounding space became firmly stable. Duolai ignored all this, constantly adjusting the position of the magic pattern, constantly strengthening the power of the core, and constantly investing other auxiliary magic patterns into it. He was doing his best throughout the whole process. As the magic patterns were invested one by one, all the magic patterns reformed a new formation. For a moment, the light slowly converged and returned to silence. In the light, a huge white light ball appeared on the 8th floor. The light ball connected the entire wizard tower, and it seemed to be independent of the world, emitting waves of wonderful fluctuations. Duolai's figure flashed and appeared in front of the light ball. Looking at the light ball, his expression was thoughtful. As I guessed, these magic patterns are all related to space. The 7th level core evolves a virtual energy world. The evolution of the world requires many changes in matter, energy, space, time, etc. Although this magic array does not have such complex changes, it has already involved the mysteries of all the worlds. Duolai stood in front of the light ball and carefully comprehended it. Although he made this thing, there are still some things he doesn't understand about the results. He has to hurry up to comprehend it now. At the same time, the concentration of energy inside the wizard tower has increased again. Even if Duolai stood there and did nothing, the magic power actively absorbed by meditation is much more than that of normal practice. The speed of practice has greatly increased. Feeling this, Duolai began to feel happy. In this way, the speed of practice will be greatly increased again. If it took about 3 or 4 years before, it will be shortened to at least 1 year now. Outside world. The light of the wizard tower slowly converged, and the entire wizard tower returned to silence. The wizard tower of Duolai was 18 stories high, comparable to the wizard towers of those big families. It was 18 stories high, and among the entire group of wizard towers in Watzenberg, it was already in the top 10. Success? Everyone looked at this side, with a bad taste on their faces. So many big families, so many forces, but a young man in his 20s was constantly surpassing them. This taste was really sour, helpless, and sighing. Alan was also observing the direction of Duolai's wizard tower at this time, sighing in his heart, "Good guy, it turned out that high-level potions were the king, and fortunately this guy only knew a super vitality potion. If he could learn other precious potions, wouldn't it be possible to build a wizard tower to the terrifying realm of 8 floors in a few minutes?" Once the 7th level wizard tower is completed, those forces will have to think carefully before continuing to pay attention to this little guy. Once the 7th level wizard tower is completed, Duolai alone basically stands at the peak of power in Watzenberg. In King Muyuan, many people stood by the window, looking at the Babel Tower, which was half as high as before, with envy in their eyes. Although the Chris Wizard Tower is also a wizard tower, it is indeed a pentagonal tower, which is inherently disadvantageous. Compared with the octagonal tower where Duolai lives now, it is just a scum. Such a big wizard tower, only the 2 of them live, it is really unfair. Standing in front of the window, everyone's eyes are full of taste. Damn it, I want to build an octagonal wizard tower in the future. Please ask Duolai Wizard to build it for me. A pharmacist said fiercely. I want to, but my strength does not allow it. At least you have to have the strength of a 7th level pharmacist. Another pharmacist wailed. It's more than level 7. At least you have to master a special potion that can make money. Although we are all pharmacists now, we don't make much money at all. Do you know? Wizard Dole can make 8 million per bottle of super vitality potion. Morris snorted and directly exposed Dole's past. In fact, he didn't need to say this. The whole circle knew that he must have sold several bottles of potion this time, otherwise there would be no such money. 8 million per bottle? This is simply unimaginable. You know, some ordinary nobles may not be able to save this money in more than 10 years. Sano, how much money do you have now? Bernard sighed and asked casually. Sano also sighed and said, less than 4 million, barely enough to build a 3-story pentagonal tower. Hearing this, Bernard felt a little better and said, I have a little more than you, 5 million, and I can barely build a 3-story hexagonal tower. Chapter 600. Fuck, you are working so hard to make medicine. The people around him exclaimed. Bernard was relaxed. That's right. Everyone knows that I, Bernard, am as productive as a cow. Get lost? A group of people raised their middle fingers to him. At this time, Morris sighed and said, forget it, I'd better change my meditation method to Earth Element meditation method. The current meditation method is really not good. Sano beside him nodded and said, I want to change too. It's actually very easy to change the meditation method. Dole has many element level meditation methods for them to choose from, but it's a bit troublesome to rebuild it. They need to establish a new system, which makes them a little entangled after practicing for more than 10 years. But the current situation is that it's really too late if they don't change. At their current level, they can live for at least another 200 or 300 years. If the difference in meditation method is too big, it will probably be difficult to advance in the future. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Dole's move shocked the entire Wizard Tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Where did he get the skills to upgrade the 6th level Wizard Tower to the 7th level? Dole's move shocked everyone, especially the Alchemist Guild, by relying on his own strength to upgrade the 6th level Wizard Tower to the 7th level without relying on the Alchemist Guild. You know, these Wizard Towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance have always been made by them, and it takes many people to complete a Wizard Tower. Dole killed their team directly with his own strength, which made the people of the Alchemist Guild very confused. Wizard Tower number 3. Next to Alan, a middle-aged man looked at Alan and said with a surprised look, President Alan, is Dole's alchemy ability so strong? His meaning is clear. You are so familiar with each other. Is he really that strong? Alan glanced at her and smiled faintly. The boy's alchemy ability is not that strong, but he is very good at refining wizard towers. Chris' Wizard Tower is a framework built by others, and he refined the magic circle himself. Babel Tower is the last 15 floors he refined. Of course, these are all other people's secrets, and we have no right to interfere. The middle-aged man sighed and said, this is simply too unbelievable. The 7th level Wizard Tower involves the evolution rules of magic patterns. Being able to refine a 7th level magic circle means that he has mastered some methods of the rules. This is too shocking. Alan nodded, also surprised in his heart. He knew that with the existence of Ball, Dole must have mastered some unknown technologies, but he didn't expect to be exposed to the rules so quickly. This is too exaggerated. He also mastered some subtle rules after being promoted to level 7. This kid is simply giving people endless surprises. He thought for a moment and said, the power of Babel Tower has not been fully exerted, and we don't know what kind of rules it has mastered yet. You should just watch this matter. After all, it is someone else's secret. Hurry up and practice, and strive to be promoted to level 7 as soon as possible. There are also many people in your Alchemist Union who know the secrets of the rules. If one of them is promoted, it will be a great help to the Glory Wizard Alliance. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. We also want to be promoted, but our strength does not allow it. The backyard of the Rhine family. There are 3 wizard towers, 1 level 7 and 2 level 6. At this time, there are 7 people standing on the level 7 wizard tower, and they are all looking towards the direction of the wizard tower group. The Tower of Babel has grown from 12 floors to 18 floors, standing out from the group of wizard towers. It is hard not to notice the magic fluctuations it emits. The Rhine family started a discussion at this time. Originally, some people did not advocate marrying Ash to Dory, but now it seems that he does have the power to challenge a family alone. A level 7 wizard tower, although he is only level 5, the strength he can exert is far beyond the level of ordinary level 6. He alone represents a large family. Too powerful, he just mastered the rules. A level 6 old man sighed, his eyes full of shock. Ofer and Emily looked at each other, and had a new understanding of the young man. From today on, no one dared to underestimate this boy. It's not that he has mastered the rules, he just used the wizard formation to evolve the rules. However, as long as he can evolve the rules, it's only a matter of time before he can master them. I just didn't expect that his methods are so powerful, and his alchemy level is so high. If this octagonal wizard tower is promoted to level 8 in the future, it will be truly a place of dominance. The old man of the Rhine family wizard tower sighed at this time. Sister Ash's vision in selecting people is still good. Now that she has obtained the heart of mysterious frost, and the wonders of heaven and earth such as the sky frost worm, she will soon reach the late stage of level 5. The two of them will join forces to form a large family in the future. Emily even envied her. The corners of the mouths of the people around twitched. The daughter of the Westling family really had a vicious vision. It's useless to envy. The family has given you so many resources. You should hurry up and practice. Don't think about those useless things. Dennis, the wizard-side ruler of the Rhine family, felt a little unhappy and immediately scolded. The people around didn't dare to speak, looking into the distance, sighing constantly. Orn family. On the wizard tower, a group of people looked at each other. Level 7, that's it. Level 7, he has mastered the rules. No, he has evolved the rules, and next, he will master the rules. This is too fast. Lang family. A group of people gnashed their teeth and looked at the Babel Tower, watching him build to the 18th floor and then stop. Their hearts were bleeding. How to target him in the future, how to attack him. As long as you bring the wizard tower when you go out, basically you can walk sideways in other places except the Imperial Capital. Even if you go to the Imperial Capital, with the power of the octagonal wizard tower, some forces dare not easily provoke. This person has really become a climate. Now I just hope that the assassin organization can be more powerful. As long as this Dole goes out, he will be assassinated. The same plot was played out on the side of the Meja family. A group of people stood on the top of the wizard tower with ugly faces, as if they had eaten shit, looking at the situation of the wizard tower group. As the enemy of Dole, no one wants to see his strength soar. At this time, Dole stood at the core of the formation, looking carefully at the light ball in front of him, with rays of light flashing in his eyes, shining like a meteor. In recent times, the rapid improvement of strength has given Dole great confidence. According to this discovery, he estimates that he will be able to contact the rules when he reaches level 6, and then no one at the same level will be his opponent. Now he even feels a little itchy, and wants to find someone to fight. And it is very simple to find someone to fight. As long as you go out of the city, you can find an opponent. It is estimated that there are a lot of people staring at him outside the city of Wassenberg. Dole laughed at himself and became full of confidence. Now, even if he goes out without Boss Ball, he can be safe and worry-free. After the wizard tower was upgraded to level 7, in addition to the core, the control range of the wizard tower was also greatly improved. It was only 10 kilometers before, but now it is at least 50 kilometers, allowing for monitoring, supervision, and borrowing of power. Within this range, Dole can be said to have a level 7 energy source. Chapter 601. After living for so long, I finally feel a little bit safe. Duo I was filled with emotion. The 8th floor will be where he practices in the future. Practicing here is better than anywhere else. The energy here is terrifyingly abundant, and he can also get in touch with the rules of the evolution of the 7th level energy core, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. According to Duo's estimation, this rule is probably related to space, or it is the result of the synthesis of several rules. He thought about it, and realized that he had too much power at hand. As long as his strength could be improved, these powers could be used for his own benefit. The key now is that the power improvement is too slow. But there is no way around it. You have to eat 1 bite at a time and walk 1 step at a time. At this time, Ash came down from above and stood beside Duolai, looking at the light ball in front of him, feeling a little incredible. Is this the 7th level core? Ash exclaimed. The family also has a 7th level wizard tower, but he has never had the opportunity to go in and appreciate it. Dole nodded and said, yes, we can practice here in the future and comprehend the rules. This core is not simple. Ash's eyes were solemn. I can see that this is indeed not simple. I feel that the power of Babel Tower is, to a certain extent, stronger than our family's wizard tower. Dole smiled faintly. Babel Tower is one of the top 5 wizard towers in the wizard tower system I currently control. Naturally, it is much stronger than ordinary wizard towers. Now when we go to Evil Spirit Mountain, we can at least wander around the periphery. There is absolutely nothing that dares to come up and mess with us. The last time he went there, he was only level 4, and was chased by several ogres. He still remembers the embarrassed look. Ashley looked at Dole's calm and confident face, and smiled slightly. She walked over and stood beside Dole, saying, "It seems that I will soon become a burden to you." Dole looked at her and said strangely, "Why do you think so?" Ashley said, "I used to be a genius of the Rhine family, with a halo all around. Finding you was like marrying down, but now you have become unattainable, so I am marrying up." Dole snorted and stretched out his hand to pinch his cheek. "What nonsense are you talking about? What's mine is not yours. Hurry up and upgrade, so that I can eat you up as soon as possible." Ashley blushed and spit at him. Heh. The two bickered every day, but after the bickering, they began to practice separately. In the laboratory, on the cold experimental table, countless black mists flew up from all directions and landed on the experimental table, and soon formed a body like Dole. Soon, the body opened its eyes, and slowly stood up from the laboratory table. He turned his head, waved his arms, moved his fingers, and soon adapted to this body. He did not walk down the laboratory table, but continued to sit cross-legged on the laboratory table and then closed his eyes. There was no sea of consciousness on the forehead of the new body, but at this time, a new sea of consciousness was generated. At the same time, the concentration of magic elements in the laboratory soared rapidly, and was infused into the new body. The energy of the Xianxia worm clone increased rapidly, and the pure mental power in the sea of consciousness quickly condensed with the magic elements, and soon formed a complete, lifeless, huge and gloomy white bone virtual image full of darkness, death, and ghosts. With the infusion of magic power, the magic elements quickly turned into dark elements, death elements, and other dark attribute elements. The strength of Dole's clone quickly increased, from level 1, level 2, level 3, and soon reached level 4. The strength continued to rise. With the continuous infusion of magic power from the outside world, the clone broke through level 5 in less than an hour, and entered the level of magic virtual image release. Although Dole did not study the power of death, the Xianxia worm itself is the most suitable creature for the power of death. Dole is not unfamiliar with the research of darkness and death power, but very familiar with it. Therefore, when this clone started to practice, it broke through the limit of level 5, and directly condensed the virtual image of the skeleton demon god into substance. When the virtual image of the skeleton demon god condensed, Dole felt the specialness of this meditation method. Darkness, terror, fear, death, all 4 powers are involved. The skeleton demon god even has a set of weapons exclusively for him, the skeleton scythe. When the skeleton demon god was formed, Dole felt the soul power existing in the surrounding world. This meditation method can sense the soul, so it counts as mastering 5 kinds of power. After Dole sensed this, the power of death continued to condense, and the skeleton demon god had a sickle made of soul power in his hand. The soul-refining sickle can also be called the death sickle. Dole waved the sickle, and he could sense that the sickle seemed to have the power to capture the soul. What exactly it is, he still needs to learn and study slowly. There are also many magic patterns on the skeleton demon god: magic pattern array, full set of status, skeleton magic robe, skeleton throne crown, but these things need to go to the outside world to collect corpses, and condense them with corpse chi. It seemed slow, but in fact, it took Dole a full month for the clone to be officially in his hands. When the clone was formed, Dole's other plan was ready to be implemented. One was the territory, and the other was that he needed the power to have formal activities, walk outside, and show his power. The matter of the territory ultimately depends on how the third prince does it. If he succeeds, the territory of that place is his. If he fails, he has to find his cheap father-in-law and see where he recommends. Thinking of this, the clone opened his eyes and walked down from the bed. At this time, the power of death condensed and quickly formed a black wizard robe on the surface of his body. He shook his sleeves and felt okay, then walked out of the laboratory. A flash of white light, the clone came to the 8th floor, the core crystal. Ash, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. In front of him, 2 Dole appeared together. One was blue, full of the power of the storm, grand and spectacular, passionate and crazy. The other one was black, full of the power of death and fear. She looked at Dole in surprise. "Your clone has reached level 5 in meditation so quickly." Dole's clone had already told her about it. Dole's clone nodded. The Xianxia worm itself is a collection of death and corpse gas. "It's been so long. Do you think I haven't studied anything? The skeleton demon meditation method is most suitable for this. If my own strength is not only level 5, the meditation method must be more than this." Ashy chuckled and said, "I didn't say that, I just said that the speed is too fast." A few years ago, we were still struggling for level 5. Thinking of the days of wandering on the sea, Dual-Eye nodded and said, indeed, some things are just a threshold. If you step over it, the rain will be over, and if you can't step over it, it will always be a hurdle. As she nodded, he glanced at Dual-Eye's clone, and suddenly thought of his own Tianshuang worm. Should he also exercise it? However, the Sky Frost worm is very compatible with her own attributes, and can amplify the power of the domain. It would be exciting to think about if the Sky Frost worm's clone could become a great one. Chapter 602. What do you do with your clone? Asked Ash. Dole smiled and looked confident. I don't do anything. I stay at home all the time, and I'm making medicine. I should let others know my strength. Ash knew that Dole had many plans, so she didn't ask too much at this time, so she nodded and said, okay. She stepped back, closed her eyes, and practiced again. He never asked about Dole's affairs, because it was useless to ask. Dole handed the storage ring and some things on his body to the clone. The clone took it in his hand, and quickly walked out of the wizard tower. After the clone left, Dole had to take on some of the tasks of making medicine, and the speed of cultivation would be greatly reduced. However, the wizard tower has been promoted to level 7. Dole's mental power can observe the core of the wizard tower all the time, which is basically equivalent to cultivation. Wizard Tower number 3. Dole passed countless surprised eyes, and came to the door of Alan's office. After becoming the president of the Honor Wizard Union, Alan spent most of his time at the office, so it was easy to find him. Dole, dressed in black and with an extremely dark aura, walked into the room, which surprised Alan, who was sitting behind the desk. This is definitely a dark wizard. Alan thought about it, and said in a serious tone, what do you want to do with this clone? To be a dark wizard? To be a killer? Dole shook his head, pointed to his body, and said a little more relaxed, the clone will come out on my behalf. I need to make medicine. Besides, don't you find any difference? Many people know that Dole has a mysterious corpse worm. Alan only took a quick look and found that the strength of this clone was actually level 6, and he took a breath of cold air. Alan scanned it carefully with his mental power, and then said in surprise, your Xianxia worm clone, combined with your unknown skills, complements each other. The power of the combination is enough to rival that of a 6th level wizard. I have to say that the power of the ancient strange insect is indeed impressive. I want it after seeing it. Dole's mouth twitched. Alan asked him for it, and he really could not give it. But it's really not easy to raise this thing. So he sighed and said, unless you are engaged in this field and can afford it, I don't recommend you to use Xianxia worms. This thing has great disadvantages, and it is very inconvenient to feed. If you have an independent wizard tower, and can refine various biological potions or other things by yourself, just ignore what I said. The Xianxia worm is one of the top 10 strange insects, and many people want it, but why no one has come to Dual-Eye to buy or exchange it for so long? A big part of the reason is that the feeding conditions of this thing are very high. Dole himself is a pharmacist and owns an independent wizard tower. He overcame many difficulties to raise this thing. Alan became interested, so he asked, can you tell me in detail? Dole repeated the conditions. Alan frowned more and more as he listened, and finally sighed slightly, forget it, I don't have the financial resources and ability, forget it, let's not talk about it. Why do you want to make this clone? Dole looked at him and said, I have some information to tell you. He repeated what he knew about the Sand Scorpion organization to Alan. Alan's brows were frowned even more, and he was even a little scared. In the end, he stood up with his brows raised. If your information is correct, this Sand Scorpion organization is definitely not simple. This plan is very powerful. It has been across the Northwest countries, and dealt with so many forces. Until now, it has not been discovered. This strategy is quite amazing. Your information is very useful. Can you make it into text and image materials, and provide us with some of it? Dole just said a few words casually, but he still needs to study the specific information in detail. As the helmsman of the Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance, he needs complete information before considering the next action. This organization is too large, and there are many undead wizards sitting in it. This is a complete underground dark force, trafficking in human beings, making zombies, skeletons, and undead. This is unforgivable for any person in power. The most important thing is that this is likely to subvert the country. If this forms a dead country, it will be terrible. Dole looked at Alan and smiled faintly. I came to you today to talk about this matter. My clone is going to invest in the Sand Scorpion. Do you have Tom's contact information? I now suspect that he is seriously involved with this organization. Tom is the old poison. Alan thought for a moment and said, it's very likely. Tom's activities in the past few years are over there. If he gets involved with these people, he won't be able to interact with them in the future, and he may even be under close surveillance. So I contact him, and you go do what you want to do first. I discuss with the City Lord's mansion to conduct secret surveillance on the places you mentioned. Dole nodded and said, okay, I wait for your news. This is the main purpose of his coming to Alan today. He wants to get into the Sand Scorpion, but he can't be misunderstood. After providing the information, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly exiting the room, Dole walked downstairs. His dark aura was too strong. As soon as he walked downstairs, he met a group of people waiting in the hall. Seeing Dole coming down, those people were on high alert and waiting for him. These people were inspectors. One of the middle-aged men stopped Dole on his way with a strong doubt and said, Wizard Dole, I would like to ask you to explain your aura. Dole looked at the man and said indifferently, this is my clone. I practice the dark meditation method. Is there a problem? The man looked at Dole calmly. The aura on Dole was too strong. If they hadn't confirmed that it was Dole, they wouldn't have believed it. The man just thought for a while and said, since it is your clone, please move and register in the hall. Otherwise, your aura will easily affect you. Dole's influence is quite huge now. If he is really misunderstood, it is really hard to explain. Dole did not refuse, so he smiled and said, lead the way. My clone will often come out in the future. You just need to get used to it. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and the man immediately said, then please restrain your breath in the future. It is easy to cause misunderstandings if you go out like this. If this is not a clone, I am afraid he will be taken down on the spot. This breath of death and darkness is definitely a black wizard. Dole shrugged and said, I just succeeded in practicing in the past 2 days. I didn't control it well. It will be better in the future. After a little conflict, Dole walked out of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Just as he walked to the door, a message appeared in his mind. It was from Tom. He just thought about it for a while, and replied to the message, where are you? I find you. Tom immediately gave an address. Looking at the address, Dole walked slowly, and quickly disappeared in the crowd. Not long after, he had arrived at the East City Gate. Going out of the city gate, there is still a little distance from the crater. It's not that there is nothing here, but there are ordinary people living here. Not far from the city gate, you can see a group of low houses. These are the residences of tenants outside the city. Although the living conditions are a bit poor, the environment is not bad. They go out of the city to work every day and come back at night, and their lives are comfortable. Chapter 603. Dole walked over and followed the direction indicated, and soon saw Tom drinking at the door. He seemed like an ordinary person, mixed among a group of civilians, and looked quite like an ordinary person. When he saw him, Dole was stunned. If he didn't know that this guy was a 6th-level wizard, he would definitely think he was an ordinary farmer. Tom also saw Dole at this time, and was also shocked, and the bowl in his hand was almost unstable. My goodness, this dark aura is almost stronger than his own. What's going on? He looked around and saw no one was paying attention to this side, so he asked in surprise, Little Dole, what's your outfit? Are you going to transform into a dark wizard? Are you going to kill people and change your taste? The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. You are really humorous. This is my clone. I just happened to have something to do, so I practiced a death meditation method. I didn't dare to come out before, but now I can come out and move around. Tom's face darkened and said, come in. I heard about what you said from Alan. I have dealt with some people about the Sand Scorpion organization before, and I thought they were just simple dark wizards, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. If that's the case, we can cooperate with them. Enter the hut. This is a very ordinary hut. There is nothing related to wizards in it. There are ordinary tables and benches, dirty and messy beds. It looks no different from an ordinary tenant's home. Dole thought to himself, this is the highest level of disguise. After entering the room, the old poisonous man closed the door and pondered for a moment. This space cannot be used after today, which is a pity. The people nearby are pretty good, and their lives are relatively comfortable. It's a pity. He pointed around the room. Sit anywhere. What are you going to do? Take down their lair? Dole shook his head and said, they are very cautious. So far, I haven't found their real lair. I have only met some minions. Let's talk about the second thing today. I want to go to the ruins you mentioned last time. The old poison turned around and said in an incredible tone, are you sure you want to go with me? Dole smiled, of course I am sure. I have spent all my money on refining the 7th level wizard tower. Now I need to make some extra money. The old poison laughed happily, then don't worry, Going to that ruins will definitely be rewarding. You may not know that it is the residence of an ancient sect. Then let's go now. He stood up immediately and said excitedly. Dole nodded and said, okay, but I didn't bring the wizard tower this time. I will rely on the strength of my clones. If I drag you down, don't be disgusted. The old poison nodded and looked at Dole's clones with envy. He felt very uncomfortable. All the clones were made of black corpse worms. They were really amazing. Most people couldn't raise them. At present, in the entire Northwest, there are only 2 people who have been confirmed to have this thing. One is Dole, and the other is the witch Wushu. Wushu is now the #1 figure in the dark wizard world. He thought for a while and said, Dole, how is your relationship with Wushu? Dole blinked and said, it's okay, you want to find her? Tom shook his head, looked at the room reluctantly, then sighed and said, I have run this base for a long time. It's useless if you come today. He turned his head and said, I also went to find Wushu at the beginning, but she refused. Dole said, Wushu is now level 6, and is also a great master in the Northwest area. It is normal for him to have a contact with a person like Tom. Speaking of which, since coming to Watsaburg, it has been a long time since I met this weird woman. At this time, the 2 had walked out of the door. Dole's wizard robe was very eye-catching. Standing here, coupled with a huge dark aura on his body, many ordinary people trembled. However, at this time, they saw that Mr. Tom, who was always amiable, was standing with this man at this time, and then walked outside, walking farther and farther, farther and farther, and soon disappeared from sight. Everyone was shocked. Dole was short of money, still a little short of it. He spent all his gold coins on refining the wizard tower. Now he was just a showpiece, with at most tens of thousands of gold coins in liquid funds, and the rest was invested in the wizard tower. So, in addition to daily medicine refining, he also needed some extra money, and cooperation with Old Poison was one of his ideas. Explore the ruins. The last time he explored the ruins, he directly harvested the Rule fragments and the Skyfrost worms, although the possibility of opportunity was a little greater, and he took advantage of Lord Ball, but it was still a harvest. This time, he went out with a clone, not relying on the wizard tower, not relying on Lord Ball, and acting purely on his own strength. This was the first time he went out alone in the true sense, and the one he cooperated with was Old Poison, a long-known Old Poison. On the way, the Old Poisoner told Dole about the ruins. The ruins are located deeper in the southwest highlands mentioned by Watsaburg in the last war. Although it is in the southwest direction, it is not yet to the west of the Glory Empire. The southwest highlands are a very large highland. The empire is encroaching step by step, so it is naturally impossible to occupy it all at once. There is still a large area in the stage of no control. The ruins are located deeper. After passing the highlands, there is a devastated gully, where the ruins are. As they walked, Tom talked to Dole about the ruins. There should be a secret sect there, not belonging to the white wizards, but the category of black wizards. I don't know what happened. All the people in it were all dead overnight, turning into a Jedi, which was full of all kinds of weird poisonous insects and poisons. Without a certain detoxification ability, you dare not go there. The ruins are well known among black wizards, but so far, no black wizard has been able to break in, and white wizards are not interested in it at all. Dual Eye was also somewhat curious about what happened here that could make an ancient sect disappear quietly. There are actually many secrets in this world, just like the area where Donnie's wizard tower is located. It used to be a small country, but later disappeared in the long river of history for various reasons. Now there are only some zombies. Some secret sects that cannot appear in front of the world. Even if they disappear in the long river of history, no one may know about them, just waiting for future generations to discover and excavate them one day. Dual Eye was full of emotion about this. There are also some situations, just like the evil forces he has been following recently. Occasionally, if they are discovered by a powerful person one day, they will be directly destroyed, and everyone will die quietly, and no one will find out. They are like they have never appeared in history, living in frustration and dying in cowardice. Chapter 604. Life is impermanent. The most impermanent thing is that the passage of life is unpredictable. While ignoring the lives of others, they are also ignored by others. This phenomenon is particularly serious among the dark wizard community. After leaving Watsaburg, the 2 of them hid all the way to the southwest. In less than a day, they had already walked half a month's distance for ordinary troops. At this time, they had basically walked out of the human territory and came to the inner part of the most famous Southwest Highlands. Dole saw the new city under construction and the army. These were all the territories conquered in the past few years. The further west you go, the higher the terrain becomes. Soon, with the increase in altitude, the ground rises sharply, from a height of several hundred meters to a height of 2,000 or 3,000 meters. In this geographical location, only some cold-resistant and water-resistant plants survive, and the most are grass. Not all geographical locations in the Southwest Highlands are high. There are also some places, such as the last battle fought by the military, where the ghosts were eliminated, which were at a low point. After passing the last place with people, the old poisonous creature took Dual-Eye to a higher altitude. At this time, the front began to become dangerous. Places without people are always full of endless dangers. Even for these level 6 masters, they cannot appear in some places at will. Soon, they came to a huge ridge. The ridge is very high. Looking down from the sky, it is like a sky sting, dividing the whole highland. To the east is an ordinary highland, and to the west is a valley, and behind it is a higher highland. At a glance, starting from the back of the ridge, some mountains are getting higher and higher, turning into a wasteland and an endless snow-capped mountain. Within tens of thousands of kilometers, there is a dead silence and desolation. Mountains and rivers together form an extremely grand and spectacular scene. Nature is really beautiful. Seeing this scene, the whole heart feels broadened. This place is completely uninhabited. As far as the eye can see, all of them are not controlled by humans. It is a real no man's land. At this time, Tom came out of his invisible state, stood at a very high altitude and looked down, saying, "Climb over this ridge. Do you see the green area over there? That's where the ruins are." In the area around the ruins, there are actually some small gathering places for black wizards, but they are not very important. Dole was a little surprised. Are all the black wizards so miserable? Why do they run to such a place where no one even shits? He turned his eyes over there, looking down from the sky. Under the desolate sky, he did see a large area of green over there, which formed a sharp contrast with the desolate scene around. There was also a huge lake with water and plants. The black wizards around should be doing well. Dole nodded, and the two of them quickly fell to the ridge. On the high ridge, the two were like two black dots, floating down without causing any waves. They soon entered the oasis. The oasis was at a lower place, with an altitude of more than 2,000 meters lower than the ridge. Around the lake, various tenacious plants survived, such as alpine pines, cypresses, and poplars, which were full of vitality. There are indeed signs of human activity around the lake, but the signs are not obvious. To the west of the lake is a canyon. There is a small hill along the canyon, which is always covered in mist. At this time, the two of them were invisible and walked towards the canyon silently. Dole did not release his mental power, but used his sensory ability to observe the surroundings. This place is indeed full of dangers. The seemingly harmless lake and the wasteland are full of countless terrifying creatures, poisonous insects, microorganisms, and even the air is full of strange breath. A breath of death shrouded the mountains in the distance, extending all the way to the lake, causing this situation. The two of them followed the edge of the canyon and went up. Soon they reached the edge of the foggy mountain range and stood on a huge stone. Tom appeared, and Dole saw this and also appeared. Tom looked at the top of the canyon and said, "This is the entrance. The invisible place above is the ruins. There is fog here all year round. The fog will not dissipate. The ruins are in the fog." Dole glanced around and felt a slight chill in his heart. At this time, he sensed an inexplicable breath around him, and he became more cautious. He frowned slightly when he saw the situation on the top of the mountain. Due to the altitude, there are strong winds all year round in the plateau area, and there will be no fog. The strong wind cannot blow away the fog. It can be imagined that there must be a formation inside to cause this situation. He thought about it and said, "Don't rush in. I want to observe the situation nearby. I am very interested in magic circles." Tom nodded and said, "Don't rush. Anyway, we are here, but there are other people hiding around. You have to be careful." Dole nodded. He had sensed it. He thought for a moment and said, "In which direction is the secret school you mentioned?" Tom pointed to the lake in the distance. "They are right by the lake, led by a level 5 black wizard named Galuda, who is good at mental magic. He dare not come in here. In fact, it is because of the existence of this relic that he can open a secret school. It is called a school, but it is actually a slightly interesting black market." Dole was stunned. "Can it be done this way?" He raised his own question again. "If you say it is full of poisonous insects and poisons, as a mental wizard, why doesn't he try to control the poisonous insects here?" The old poisonous creature twitched his mouth. "I can't do it. How can he, a mental wizard, do it, unless there is someone who can do what both of us can do at the same time, such as you?" He really envied Dole. A pharmacist with strong mental power is simply a freak. In the past, when they were not strong enough, everyone could still think of bullying them. Now, all the Xianxia worms have been upgraded to level 6, and they have also practiced a dark-type meditation method that looks very extraordinary. They have already gained a place in the underground wizard world. Dole touched his nose and did not refute. He said, "Be careful, I will go to investigate first." The two separated immediately. This mountain is not small. From here to the top of the mountain, it is more than 10 kilometers long. Going around the bottom of the mountain, it is about 400 kilometers long. It is very large, not to mention that there are special areas such as valleys and gullies around. If you take a detour, it will be longer. There are trees at the foot of the mountain, but when you reach the middle of the mountain, there are only shrubs left. Going up, it becomes grass. A mountain encompasses the scenes of the 4 seasons. When you reach the grass, the mountain begins to be covered by a layer of fog, which never dissipates all year round. It can be seen that there must be something extraordinary inside. After sensing the people hiding around him, Duelai quietly left. He wanted to see what the wizard formation here was like. If it was of average strength, he could still try it. If it was strong, he would have to consider the issue of retreat. Following the forest and going up, Duelai opened up all his sensing power, and did not use mental power to scan. He soon encountered several brown bears, gray wolves and other creatures, as well as many rodents and rabbits. Moreover, these creatures became very powerful due to the environment, and some even mutated. Chapter 605. In a bitter cold land, there must be aliens. After walking less than 2 or 3 kilometers, a weak mental power fluctuation appeared in front of Duelai. Just after contact, Duelai changed the frequency of mental power to reduce the possibility of being discovered. The mental fluctuation did not notice him, so he took a detour and walked up from the side. The mental fluctuation was not strong, even only level 5, but he did not want to conflict with the other party. After coming to the side, he found that there was a cliff here. The cliff was bare, and there was nothing. Looking from the side, there were several caves on the cliff. The mental power came from above. On the edge of the cave, there were several huge black gray-haired vultures standing, and a strong force came from the vultures. The vultures were very energetic, staring at the outside meticulously, with sharp eyes, and looked very powerful. Beast trainer? Is there anyone who trains vultures? Duelai did not wait too much, bypassed this area, and continued to walk up. In the cave, in the black shadow, a pair of extremely dark eyes stared at the direction where Duelai left. The other party was very strong and powerful, but it might be that he had just been promoted and the death and dark power on his body had not been completely restrained, so he was sensed by me. Is he also someone who came to spy on the ruins? The black shadow snorted coldly. There were at least 300 or 400 people who attacked this ruins. Every time they came with full confidence, they left disappointed. They couldn't pass the guardian level alone. The overwhelming poisonous insects and poisonous creatures scared everyone who saw them. Forget it, let them toss around. When they come out, I will get a hand and maybe I can get something. Thinking of this, he waved his hand casually. Among the spiritual vultures at the door, one of them suddenly spread its wings and leaned forward, jumped, and flew into the sky, flying freely. Dole turned around at this time, and looked at the vultures in the distant sky. He was a little speechless. He was still stared at by the other party. It was really interesting. He thought about it, and a little black separated from his hand, which quickly turned into countless invisible black spots, and disappeared quietly. After level 5, the ability of wind walking is even better, quietly blending into the wind, coming and going without a trace. Passing through the woods, and coming to the lower bushes, Dole saw that this place is indeed very dangerous for ordinary people, and it is full of various crises from nature. Not long after, he came under the clouds and mist and appeared. At this time, the wind on the mountain was very strong, cold and piercing, as if cutting on the body like a knife, blowing the wizard's robe rustling, but it couldn't blow these clouds and mist, which looked weird. Duelai sensed the surroundings, and found a few small things hidden underground. To him, these things were almost harmless, so he stopped paying attention to the surroundings. Eye of the Storm, magic eye opened, carefully observed the cloud and mist, and used mental power to explore. He changed his position from time to time, and soon walked around the mountain. Not long after, he came to a conclusion that this magic array was actually quite advanced, at least level 8, and it applied a lot of advanced magic pattern theory knowledge, and there were also very advanced magic patterns. These clouds and mists were not real clouds, but the result of the evolution of wizard arrays. In layman's terms, the wizard array changed part of the rules of this area, which presented this effect, and it was at least a level 7 array. The wind on the mountain was very strong, and the reason why it couldn't blow away the fog was that the rules of the place where the fog was located were different from the rules of other places. This fog was completely different from the outside world inside. This sect was very strong and powerful, but how could it be destroyed? Dole touched his chin and thought. If this was the case, entering this formation was equivalent to entering another territory. The methods that were applicable before were no longer applicable inside. God knows if they have modified those rules. At this moment, he felt that his thinking speed slowed down, his thinking began to sluggish, and he seemed to feel a little sleepy and tired. Although the insect body was not affected much, he could feel a strange power spreading on his body. When he felt this, he was startled and had to react. At this moment, at the edge of the huge vision of the Eye of the Storm, a series of green terrifying arrows with the breath of death shot towards him from the mountain at a very fast speed. The arrow of the dead soul. When seeing this witchcraft, Dual-Eye immediately understood what kind of witchcraft it was, and then he also understood the means in his body. This is a curse. He is within the attack range of the opponent, and he can be cursed directly without a medium. After feeling this, Dual-Eye activated the skeleton demon meditation method. A huge demon god seemed to stand up in his own world, and an inexplicable majesty descended on the earth. Just emitting the breath of the skeleton demon god, a stream of the power of the dead soul appeared on his body, which was the power of the curse. The skeleton demon god waved his hand lightly, and the powerful death power swept away the power of the dead soul. At the same time, Dual-Eye's insect body, which was deep in the outside world, raised his hand at this time, and the death power and soul power condensed to form a thick black fog, covering the arrow of the dead soul. Darkness is coming. The skeleton demon has mastered the dead, the soul, and the power of fear. There are many witchcraft models involved, but they are all related to death. Darkness is a very powerful range attack magic. When you are in the dark, you will suffer multiple injuries, curses, corrosion, delays, fear, etc. So, when the dark falls, the fog touches the materialized green arrow, and the green arrow makes a sizzling sound. The two different forces contact, corrode, and interfere with each other, and emit powerful forces to fight. One is a highly condensed undead witchcraft, and the other is only a range undead witchcraft. Although the dark fall has a large range, it cannot resist the piercing of the dead soul arrow. Soon, the dead soul arrow is not far from Dole. After passing through the dark fall, the scale and speed of the dead soul arrow are more than half smaller, and it hits Dole hard. On Dual-Eye's body, the magical phantom of the skeleton demon god had fully appeared, standing on her body, wrapping her whole body in it. The arrow of the dead soul shot at the skeleton demon god, shattered in an instant, and disappeared without causing even the slightest ripple. Dual-Eye's face did not change at all. After the skeleton demon god appeared, he stood in the darkness, like a black mist demon, and quickly swept down the mountain. Seeing this, the hidden in the dark, his face sank slightly. The sneak attack failed, and she quickly fled down the mountain. At this time, the mountain wind blew, and the range of the darkness became larger and larger. As Dual-Eye moved, it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Dual-Eye's reaction speed was also extremely fast. In almost 2 or 3 seconds, he came to the place where the man had just attacked. But at this time, the man had completely disappeared, and even his breath could only be sensed a little bit. Dual-Eye snorted coldly, and the Xian corpse worm clone quickly released a large number of black dots, flying in all directions. Chapter 606. The opponent is a ghost wizard. This kind of witchcraft has obvious characteristics, weird, quiet, and hurtful. However, this kind of wizard also has obvious shortcomings, that is, he cannot fight head-on for a long time. As long as he dodges the first attack and can defend against the next attack, and then finds the opponent's trace, he can kill him. This is the first time that Dual-Eye uses the skeleton demon god to fight. While looking for that person, he is experiencing every bit of using the skeleton demon god. The skeleton demon god's magic phantom is a very large demon god made of bones. The whole body is made up of various strange bones. Each of these bones has complex magic patterns. Together, they form a very large magic array. In terms of power, the skeleton demon god's meditation method is even better than the storm element meditation method. Of course, in terms of the thickness of mental power, the storm element is unmatched at the same level, and the skeleton demon god will never be able to compare, but in terms of power, the skeleton demon god's magic phantom is still better. These two meditation methods are good at long-term endurance and instant burst, which complement each other. The magical image of the skeleton demon god is about 10 meters high, with a strange, terrifying and ferocious appearance. It is entangled with a strong breath of death and soul, which looks terrifying, especially the long death sickle in its hand, like a soul-catching messenger, which looks terrifying. And Dole likes this shape, as long as it is loud and powerful enough. While experiencing the meditation method, Dole searched, and soon frowned. He actually found the owner of the dead soul arrow in the beast trainer, halfway up the mountain, the damned level 5 dead soul wizard who attacked him. It was an old woman with a hunched body. After escaping, she quickly jumped into the mountains, and came to the door of the trainer. Seeing this, Dual-Eye became cautious, but he did nothing. The coverage of the mysterious corpse worm was also his attack range. After seeing the old woman, he also activated the curse magic on the skeleton demon. Curse entanglement. Sithley missed the first attack. The other party was cursed as if nothing happened. She knew that it was going to be bad. This was because she encountered a wizard of the same type. The other party was immune to her curse. After the arrow of the dead soul was released, it encountered the opponent's range witchcraft. Although it penetrated, it didn't hurt the other party at all. She realized that this person was not someone she could deal with, so she turned around and ran. The other party chased her, and she almost ran to the trainer without thinking. The news was revealed by the trainer, so even if something happened, he couldn't let him have an easy time, so she just took shelter from him. Just as he stood at the entrance of the beast trainer's cave, a chill suddenly swept over her whole body. She felt her mind sluggish, and the breath of bones and death enveloped her whole body, and her body suddenly weakened. She thought it was not good, and hurriedly activated her magic phantom, which was a thing in the shape of a little ghost. After it came out, it released a circle of green mist, and immediately began to dispel Delay's curse. Almost the same type of power touched and started fighting. It immediately began to devour, assimilate, and fight. Around the old woman, the green and black air attacked each other. The entanglement of the dead soul was just a witchcraft, and the green mist was the magic of the little ghost phantom. Soon, the entanglement of the dead soul was unable to support it, and the green gained the upper hand. However, Sithley was a little anxious. It was impossible for the other party to find her, with only this one witchcraft. There must be other tricks. She calmly dispelled the witchcraft, opened other defenses on her body, and carefully guarded behind her. At this moment, a very powerful force surged out of the cave, very quickly, and blocked the entrance of the cave, blocking the transmission of Dual-Eye's witchcraft. Green suddenly took the upper hand, and dispelled the black breath. Come in quickly, the other party is very strong. The cave emitted a series of light, and a light flashed at the door. The cave suddenly disappeared and turned into a stone wall. The black corpse worm looked at all this, and passed the information back. Dual-Eye was slightly surprised to see the situation here. The old witch was the same as herself, both at level 5, but the witchcraft of the skeleton demon god was obviously stronger than the witchcraft of the other party's magic virtual image. Direct suppression and remote attack could also make the other party flustered. This meditation method is good. Dual-Eye thought about it carefully and became satisfied with the skeleton demon god. This meditation method is really good. After analyzing a few more witchcrafts, I can restore my full blood combat power. The three people contacted quietly, all in silence, but the fluctuations of the battle were inevitably transmitted. Soon, Dual-Eye found that there were fewer eyes watching him quietly. Those people did not discover Dual-Eye, but they kept scanning around him, making him a little irritated. Back to the old place at the foot of the mountain, Dual-Eye stood under the tree and waited for a while. Not long after, the old poison came from a distance. His face was a little gloomy. When he came to Dual-Eye's side, the old poison calmed down and said solemnly, "How is it?" Dole nodded and said, "We roughly know what the situation is. Do we want to go in now?" Old Poison nodded and said, "Okay, many people know about this place, and many people want to try their luck, but not many people go in. The guard at the door is not easily defeated, and he is very powerful. He can repair himself if damaged. He has to deal with it once when he goes in, and once when he comes out. Many people are stuck there." Dory has heard Old Poison talk about this thing. In fact, he is still quite curious. It's just a puppet. As for so many level 5 and 6 wizards, can't they do anything to it? Then let's go and take a look first. Knowing the approximate range and strength of the wizard array, Dole already has some ideas. He has a better understanding of the so-called guard at the door. This thing may need something to bypass it. He himself is an expert in magic arrays, and has some understanding of this type of guard puppet. Since this place is closed, there must be something that acts as a key to bypass the puppet's attack. But at present, it still takes some effort to get in. The main entrance of the ruins is on the sunny side of the mountain, that is, the south side. Going up from the bottom of the mountain, there is a passage that looks very ancient, leading straight to the mountain. They came from the north, so they had to go around to the south. The two of them took a detour, and passed through the woods invisibly. Soon they came to the front of the road. They flew up quickly without stopping all the way, and soon passed through the forest and bushes, and came to the bottom of the clouds above. Arriving here, it is considered to be entering the range of the wizard's formation. Go a little further, and enter the fog. Dole understood that the fog was just a cover. Entering the fog was equivalent to entering a new world. The two paused for a while, each of them prepared the defensive magic, and then slowly walked into it. The two entered the fog, and there was a white mist in front of them, but soon, the whiteness disappeared, revealing the magnificent, and towering real mountain inside. The scenery in the mountain is similar to that of other surrounding mountains. Because of the coverage of the wizard's formation, it is not completely desolate. Instead, there are trees everywhere, and it is full of vitality. However, this vitality is not ordinary vitality, it is a bit gloomy. Chapter 607. The trees on the mountain are also very distinctive. They are either locust wood, ancient wood, or other types of inattributed trees. Although they are full of vitality, they make people feel a chill in their hearts. Cold, damp, and dark, this is the feeling that the mountain gives people as a whole. The gate of the sect is just in front. There are two super huge stone statues at the gate. One is a black-brown giant snake, and the other is a golden head roaring to the sky. There is a round arch between the two statues. Under the arch, a guard wearing armor, who does not look like a real person, sits on the stone pier next to him. Under the wide and heavy helmet with a metallic luster, the place where a pair of eyes are located is empty and extremely dead. Inside the gate, you can see a piece of house and palace, but at this time they are all in a dead silence, even a little dark, and a dark breath is constantly radiating from them, affecting the entire wizard formation. Seeing the guard, the old poisonous thing's face is not very good. This guard is very strong, almost at the late stage of level 6. It's not a big deal. He can be worn down to death. But this thing is not a human. He doesn't take potions of various properties. He can only rely on hard power, which is very difficult. Look at those people outside. Most of them can't even get past this guard. Even if they pass, they have to pass this guard and fight again when they come out. Dole didn't sense the breath of the guard, and didn't care. Such a big place, must you go in from here? At this time, he opened the eye of the storm, and observed the surrounding situation from the perspective of the skeleton demon. The world in front of him became dark, and a layer of hazy fog appeared in front of him. In the fog, various crises continued to emerge. In Dolexon's vision, the surroundings were in chaos, and various runes continued to emerge. These runes looked very powerful, almost filling every space around. Only at the main entrance, there was a small rune blank. In other words, in the entire world in front of him, only the main entrance was a place that could be passed, but there happened to be a guard with considerable strength. It seemed that this place was the only passage. If you want to enter from other places, you must at least be able to crack the wizard's formation. If you have that skill, this guard will be defeated countless times. Dole glanced at Tom and said, "Which aspect does this guard lean towards?" The old poison said, "It leans towards poison and soul." I have bought relevant information. It is said that it integrates a very powerful formation, which can send out various toxins and soul attacks. Although it has no wisdom, the attack is very powerful, and seems to be excellent. Dole nodded and said, "Then you try it first, I will observe from the side." The old poison nodded and walked forward. The guard was still lifeless, but as the old poison moved forward, Dole found that the black hole, where the guard's eyes were located, gradually brightened, and as the guard was activated, the surrounding magic array continued to send energy into the guard's body. The performance shown to the outside world was that a slight breeze suddenly blew at the door, and the guard's eyes brightened, slowly stood up from the ground, and at the same time, a thick layer of energy shield emerged from his body. At the same time, he had an energy weapon in his hand, which looked like a spear. The old poison had obviously dealt with this thing countless times. When he saw the guard stand up, he shouted to Dole, "Don't look at the weapon in this guy's hand, but he can't leave the door more than 10 meters. The weapon is just for show. The main thing is to guard against the attacks of various wizard formations. For example, he will release energy waves at the beginning." The old poison had just finished speaking when he saw the guard pick up the spear in his hand. His eyes suddenly brightened and emitted 2 blue lights, emitting extremely penetrating light, shooting at the old poison. The old poison was ready. He flicked his sleeves, and a smooth and transparent black mirror appeared in front of him, emitting a blazing white metallic light. A masculine and cold breath appeared on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and waved, and the magic power condensed around him, and soon fell to his feet, condensing into several white snakes less than 1 meter long, rushing towards the guard at a very fast speed, and that look was like a real snake. Seeing this, Dual Eye was slightly moved. The old poison has gone a long way on the road of witchcraft imitation. These little snakes are enough to be mistaken for real. Although they are small, the aura they emit has reached the 6th level and is very condensed. It can be seen that the old poison is very concerned about this witchcraft. In a flash, the light has already shot to the defensive witchcraft in front of the old poison, only to see the light suddenly stop. Like a heavy hammer hitting the mirror, making a loud bang, the mirror retreated violently, and the old poison also retreated, and at this time, part of the light deflected and shot in other directions. At this time, the little snake quickly went to the guard and soon arrived at the guard's feet. Swoosh, 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 the little snake rushed up and suddenly became bigger, like a python, wrapping around the guard. Once wrapped around, it would not be so easy to break free. At this time, a black gas came out of the guard's body and spread outward. The 3 giant pythons drilled into the black gas, and a smelly white smoke suddenly came out of their bodies. 2 witchcrafts of different powers fought madly. The white snake emitted white smoke and finally wrapped around the guard's body, from the feet to the legs, then to the body, to the neck, and then strangled madly. The guard did not move at all, and the energy in his eyes could still accurately hit the shield in front of the old poison, but he could see that his body was obviously shaking. The 2 sides were deadlocked. At this time, the old poisoner's voice sounded in Dual Eye's ears. This thing is very powerful, and it is made of unknown materials. My white snake witchcraft is already very powerful among the 6th level, but it still can't do anything with it. I have used other witchcraft to fight it, but it only broke the armor on its body. There is a thick layer of armor under this thing, and it doesn't eat poison or poison, so it can only be attacked with force. Dual Eye stood outside and watched the 2 sides fight carefully. He saw that the white snake witchcraft was indeed very powerful, but it was only aimed at an ordinary guard, and it had not yet fully exerted its power. At least the body could become larger, and the attack power could become stronger, but it was entangled on the guard. No matter how much power it exerted, it still did not move with the supplement of the surrounding witch formation. It looked like this thing was about to be strangled, but it was actually far from it. The armor outside seemed to have a very strong anti-magic attribute, and there was no fear at all. Soon, the energy of the little snake was exhausted and dissipated, but the guard's eyes still emitted bright light, tirelessly emitting pure energy waves to the old poison. The old poison was now resisting the energy wave and retreating step by step. After retreating about 10 meters, the guard's aura suddenly plummeted and the light suddenly disappeared. The old poison breathed a sigh of relief, and then he said, "Look again." Chapter 608. Just now they were fighting. Now he was ready to attack directly. At this time, Dole saw the magic phantom of the old poisonous creature, which was a phantom of a huge snake-like figure, which slowly emerged from his body and soon formed a complete, huge body. The snake-like figure was very clear, about 25 meters high, very large, dense and magic, and exuded a mysterious aura. Dole was a little surprised. He knew this meditation method. This was the image of the ancient human ancestor, and this witchcraft was also called the ancestor snake. After practicing it, the level was as high as 8, which was a very powerful meditation method. In addition to the ancestor snake, this type of meditation method also has the ancestor wings, ancestor god, and other magical meditation methods, all of which are based on the ancestor and are powerful. These are all very orthodox white wizard meditation methods. Although this guy likes to use poison and walks the path of a black wizard, he didn't expect that he was actually a standard white wizard. Tom raised his hand, and the magic power around him surged wildly. Soon, 3 white light balls appeared in front of him. His mental power suddenly increased, and the white light surged wildly, and soon became 3 as big as a calf. At this time, his momentum and will had accumulated to the peak, and the surrounding atmosphere surged, as if standing in a strong wind. The fluctuations of the 3 light balls almost reached the peak state of level 6. Then, he raised his hand, and the white light balls quickly shot towards the guards. Just now it was a tangle, and now it was a direct attack with witchcraft. Dole suddenly widened his eyes, and looked carefully. This witchcraft, in terms of power, is still quite good. It bursts out at once, and the damage is extremely high, but the accumulation time is a bit long. The light ball flew slowly over, and the guard who was about to fall silent suddenly brightened his eyes again. In a flash, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes again, fierce and dazzling, and shot into the 2 light balls in an instant. Dole then saw that the 2 energy shock waves shot out from the eyes could be controlled separately, and shot to different places. The speed of the 2 white light balls suddenly stopped, and there was a violent roar between them and the energy shock waves. Waves of air came from the contact point, and the 2 quickly resisted each other in midair. The last light ball turned a corner and continued to shoot at the guard. At this time, Dole saw that the seemingly decorative spear in the guard's hand suddenly shook, and a strange soul wave emanated from the spear. A gray-green light extended to the tip of the spear, and a 3-meter-long green light popped out. At the same time, a green breath emanated from the guard's feet, and quickly spread to his feet. When the white light ball was about to arrive, the guard suddenly took action, and with lightning speed, he quickly drew his gun, and then suddenly slashed it in the sky. The speed of the gun was extremely fast, so fast that it made people feel incredible. The next moment, the white light was cut open, and then dissipated. At this time, the white light in the sky and the energy shock wave were also rapidly exchanging energy, gradually becoming smaller, and soon disappeared, and the sky returned to calm. Tom was a little discouraged. He looked at Dole and said, "You see, that's it. No matter how you play, he can deal with it calmly." Dole was puzzled. Is his way of attacking the energy shock wave from his eyes, and the gun in his hand? Tom nodded and said, "Don't underestimate this thing. It's very fast. Even with a range attack, it's hard to hurt it." He waved his hand casually, and dozens of light balls flew out of his hand, throwing them at the guard like throwing stones. Under Dole's puzzled eyes, the light of the gun in the guard's hand lit up again, and then, as if struck by electricity, his eyes shot out light, and quickly swept the light balls in the sky. The tip of the gun in his hand stabbed or chopped at a very fast speed. Within a second, only one of the white light balls was missed, and the others were all cut down. The white light ball that missed one fell on the guard, and not even a little wave splashed. Seeing this, Dole took a breath. This attack speed is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. It is not a real person, it can't use poison, it has a strong attack power, and has a strong soul attribute. It can destroy the spell model in witchcraft, and make witchcraft invalid, and it is also very fast. This thing is really difficult to deal with. If a level 6 wizard encounters this thing alone, he will probably give up directly. But if that's the case, this sect was suddenly wiped out, and the guards were useful before, then how did their disciples get in? Since they are mainly soul-based, they must have something to identify them, or bypass the guards. He thought about it and said, "Is it possible to become smaller and bypass the guards?" Tom looked at Dole and looked at him like an idiot. "Do you think I didn't think of it? Do you think others didn't think of it?" Dole said embarrassedly. "Then I think about it." He looked at the guards carefully. The guard's energy was not his own. He had just seen that it was provided by the surrounding magic array. Therefore, it was impossible to consume its energy, unless they could break the entire mountain protection array and directly cut off his energy source. But this was impossible. If they wanted to break the mountain protection array, the world would be too long. This mountain protection array had an unknown number of years of history. It was still in effect, and had not been broken by other wizards. It was obviously a very difficult thing. Otherwise, those level 9 alchemists would have come and taken away the things inside. He could only think of one way, which was to temporarily block the energy output of the mountain protection array to the guard. As long as they could block it for 2 or 3 seconds, it would be enough for them to go in. As for getting out, they would naturally use the same method. He thought for a moment and said, "I need some time to observe the connection between this wizard formation and the guard. As long as we can cut off the connection between the guard and the wizard formation, we can cause this thing to short circuit for 1 or 2 seconds, and that will be our chance." Thinking of this, Tom said, "We have thought of this before, but it is basically difficult to do this. This wizard formation is very powerful." Dole shrugged. "Then we have to try it. If we don't try it, we will never be able to get in this life." Tom sighed and said, "Then let's try it." "What should I do?" Dole said, "Observe the energy flow of the wizard formation. The best way to crack it is to make it work." Tom only thought for a second, then stretched out his hand and said, "You want me to attack this guard, right?" "Okay, attack. How about the frequency of attack?" Dole thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it every 5 minutes for now. Use your white light method to attack in stages, release 3 at a time, and keep it going for a longer time." Tom said readily, "Okay." Most of Dole's attainments in wizard formations come from Hori's book The Magic House, as well as many magic pattern masterpieces in this world. He has read them all. Although he has not personally refined large magic formations, the principles are similar. The only difference is the scale and deployment. The biggest difference between small wizard formations and large wizard formations is energy mobilization and synchronization. Large wizard formations are difficult to achieve perfection in this regard due to their range, but wizard formations that can achieve perfection are all very powerful and outrageous. Chapter 609. The magic array in front of him is of this type. It is very difficult to deal with, and it is shrouded in chaos. It is impossible to see clearly what is going on inside, how it works, and how to synchronize the magic arrays. Therefore, now we can only try to stimulate the power of the magic array through attack, and see a little bit. As long as we can peek into a little clue, we can find loopholes in it. For alchemists, finding loopholes in the magic arrays made by other alchemists is also a great pleasure in life. He just shouted to start, and Tom couldn't wait to release the witchcraft. He adopted the method of alternating attacks, with the white light ball and the white snake attacking together. The white snake is actually better, with a long duration and good power. The white light ball is only a one-time attack. The power seems huge, but it will not cause any harm to the guards. It was intercepted before it reached the front. On the contrary, the white snake will not cause a strong rebound from the guards, and can only passively defend. This is very strange. Dole thought about it, and shook his head. The white snake can imprison the guard's body, but not his head. As long as his head turns, the energy shock waves emitted from his eyes can instantly act in any direction. Without a defensive witchcraft of level 6 or above, it will either kill or be disabled. It is very powerful. This thing is quite powerful. Seeing the old poison entangled with the guard, Dual Eye slowly opened the Eye of the Storm, the Eye of Magic, and looked at the gate. The gate is very narrow, and can only pass one person. Now the guard is standing near the gate. No matter who comes, it is impossible to get in. I don't know how the people from their sect got in. They also specially designed such a guard thing. It's simply a genius. They are not afraid of the strong charge of the 7th or 8th level masters. In short, there must be something that can bypass this guard and go directly inside, but so far, it seems that there is no legend that the person can go in unscathed. In the Eye of the Storm, the surrounding world became chaotic and turned into an elemental world. At the originally calm gate, there were subtle magic fluctuations. The center of these magic fluctuations was the gate. When Dual Eye saw this, his eyes flashed and his mental power covered the past. At the same time, several Xianxia worms on his body also flew up and moved towards the gate. He wanted to see if such a tiny thing as Xianxia worms could bypass the guard's supervision. The formation was very powerful, covering half of the mountain. The whole world in front of them was the source of the power of the magic formation. It was impossible for the two of them to attack head-on. Even if they opened the wizard tower, they could not be the opponent of the wizard formation. The formation was chaotic, and at this time, there were traces of magic fluctuations, which gave Dual Eye some opportunities to take advantage of. The mental power went over, and soon touched the wizard's formation. A strong force counterattacked and rejected his mental power. The counterattack force was not strong, and Dual Eye could still bear it. He persevered and rushed up again, while constantly observing the magical fluctuations of the chaotic power, trying to penetrate through the loopholes of these fluctuations. In the world of alchemists, no formation is perfect. As long as it is a formation, as long as there are runes, there are loopholes. The difference lies in the use of loopholes. Some loopholes can be used and cracked, and some loopholes can be used to kill people. The black corpse worm soon reached the attack range of the guardian, only to see that the green mist flowed out of this thing again, covering all parts around the gate, and completely blocking the entire gate. The mist must be something extraordinary. Dole also had the mentality of giving it a try, and let the black mist come into contact with the black mist. Suddenly, a strong negative mental force extended from the green mist, and directly acted on Dole's sea of consciousness. At the same time, a force of poison attribute acted on the black corpse worm, and the black corpse worm emitted a dark light. That was the power of the black corpse worm itself, resisting the poison attribute and refining the poison attribute. As long as it did not exceed the toxicity of the black corpse worm itself, he could refine it, and use it for himself. The toxicity was not strong, not even as strong as the black corpse worm, but there were so many that the black corpse worm had to constantly use its own power to resist and refine it. This was not the point. The point was the negative emotions felt by Dole. In Dole's sea of consciousness, at this time, there appeared images, sounds, vibrations, etc. transformed by mental power. One after another, Terrifying scenes invaded his spiritual world from the place where the black corpse worm was. One after another, wailing, crying, screaming, and terrifying sounds invaded, shaking Dolay's spiritual world, attacking, invading, and even assimilating. In just a moment, a small part of Dolay's mental power was directly polluted and turned into an uncontrollable part. The next moment, the skeleton demon god's meditation method automatically counterattacked, and the mental power was running. The skeleton demon god's spontaneous power formed a series of deadly lights, which instantly bloomed in the sea of consciousness. The light came into contact with the power of mental pollution. In an instant, the speed of the polluted part of the mental power instantly slowed down. The skeleton demon god's light shone, and it fought against the alien power frantically. For a while, it was actually deadlocked. Dolay's face changed slightly, and he had some new understanding of the pollution of this alien mental power. It was very dandy and powerful. At least in the essence of mental power, it was not weaker than the mental power he cultivated. Terror, deterrence, blood, illusion, these are the characteristics of darkness. Dolay's mental power is very strong, and a tug-of-war has occurred in the sea of consciousness. You pollute a part, I purify a part, you contaminate a part, I eliminate a part, and for a while, a tug-of-war has been formed. But Dolay knows that the attack of mental power has always been a life-and-death struggle, and there is no reason at all. If this little bit of mental power pollution is not cleared out today, I am afraid that I will be in big trouble in the future. Thinking of this, the skeleton demon god suddenly paused, and a breath of the will of the sky thunder quickly spread on his body, and then instantly turned into a lightning, bombarding from the mental world. The will of the sky thunder is mighty and unmatched. In an instant, it bombarded the power of the mental pollution and scattered it, forming small pieces of pollution fragments. Some of the small pollution fragments were immediately assimilated by Dolay's death light and reincorporated into its own range. Some of the pollution fragments are still very stubborn. They gathered together again and poured in tirelessly through Dolay's Xianshur insect clone channel. Seeing this, Dolay had a new understanding of the power of this guardian, so he released the next thunder will. Rumble. In the green mist, a lightning flash suddenly appeared on an inconspicuous black corpse worm, instantly destroying the surrounding green mist, and even the guardian's figure shook. At the same time, Dolay sensed that the magic fluctuations around him quickly became violent, as if they were about to condense into some big action. The fluctuations became more and more intense, and Dolay felt that something was wrong, and stepped back in an instant. Chapter 610. At this moment, the guardian suddenly had a bit of power. No one knew where this power came from. It surged and expanded in an instant, stretching the old poisonous creature's white snake. The white snake could not withstand the impact of this power, and suddenly exploded. Boom, magic explosion. The guardian ignored this attack. No one knew what stimulated him. Suddenly, his body continued to grow and became huge. There was a blazing light in his eyes. A force that was extremely strong suddenly shot out from his eyes. The power level exceeded level 6, and was close to level 7. Dole retreated and watched. Seeing this, he secretly thought it was not good. At this time, the old poisonous creature was also a little shocked. After the two looked at each other, they turned around and ran at the same time. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. After they escaped, a mighty force emerged from the guardian and submerged the place where they were just now. At the same time, Dole's piece of Xianshur worms also disappeared at the same time, crushed into powder by this force. The force was surging and powerful, and it chased them directly to the vicinity of the fog, covering an area of several thousand meters. The two were chased, and rushed out of the white fog in one breath, and rushed straight to the sky without stopping. At this time, behind them, the fog suddenly expanded, and a huge and boundless force inside expanded rapidly, extending from the fog like a large bubble. The bubble was released, and then suddenly retracted. In less than 2 seconds, the gate returned to its original state. The two had already fled to a place nearly 10 kilometers away from the gate. Sensing the situation behind them, they stopped one after another. The old poison looked at Dolay in shock and said, "What did you do to cause the rebound of the entire magic circle?" Dolay was also shocked at this time. How would I know? I just used lightning to strike it. The old poison was stunned. Lightning strikes would not cause the rebound of the entire magic circle. If they had not left just now, they would have been killed by the magic circle. The two stood in the air. You look at me, I look at you. At this moment, the old poison's face suddenly changed. He turned his head suddenly, and looked at the other side of the mountain. At the same time, a silver color that did not belong to him emerged from his eyes, and his mental power surged wildly in his body, as if he was fighting against something. The most important thing, was that he was motionless now, and it seemed that he could not do anything. Dual Eye also felt something at this time, and looked in the direction where the old poison was looking. He saw a person, who slowly walked out of the flat grass and looked in the direction of the two people. Dole looked carefully, and seemed to be an acquaintance, at the black market organized by Donnie. When Dole and Old Poison were trading, he saw this person chasing Old Poison. It can be seen that the two are enemies. Seeing the abnormality of Old Poison, and looking at the man, Dole's heart sank. This person seemed to be a pure spiritual wizard. The man came over at this time, and slowly floated into the sky. The silver light on his body flickered slightly. It was a strong spiritual light. He smiled sinisterly. I know you, you are Dole, the owner of Chris Wizard Tower in Watzenberg, right? I don't want to be an enemy of you, I just want to make trouble for Old Poison. Feeling the power of the other party, Dole felt very troubled. Spiritual wizards have many strange abilities, all of which are aimed at spiritual power, such as entering dreams, illusions, and distorting spiritual power. The ability is very targeted at the wizard itself. Although the opponent was level 6, Dual Eye did not retreat, but looked at him calmly, his eyes a little cold at this time. Old Poison is my teammate now. If you leave now, I can only promise not to attack you. The man snorted coldly, and the silver light on his body gradually became brighter. Haha, I just said that I don't want to be your enemy, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. It's better to leave if you know what's good for you. The bright light in his eyes kept flashing at this time, and he carefully looked at the breath on Dual Eye's body. There is something strange. Isn't he only level 5? What does this level 6 mean? The legendary Xianxia Worm clone? Xianxia Worm was promoted to level 6 by him? But this is not the time to think about this. He just wants to get rid of Dual Eye. Don't think he is relaxed now. In fact, most of his mental power is suppressing Old Poison, just to scare Dual Eye. Dual Eye looked at the man, and then at Old Poison, standing beside him calmly, neither taking action against the man nor helping Old Poison, just standing there watching the show and looking at the other party. This man has no grudge against him, but against the old poisonous creature. It is not easy for Dole to deal with him, so doing this now is the best way. The man's face darkened when he saw this. Wizard Dole, if you leave now, it's still not too late. Dole looked at him calmly. Think it through. If you take action, it will give me the opportunity to take action. The man snorted coldly, and suddenly laughed. I have been preparing for a long time, and I finally waited for this old thing. If you don't leave, I'm sorry. There was a flash of silver light in his eyes. Dual Eye stared at the other party, and was on guard against him. But when the other party's eyes flashed silver, he thought to himself that he was still going to be hit. If a mental wizard wants to launch mental magic, he doesn't need to condense any gorgeous effects. He only needs a thought, and an action to pull the other party into a mental duel with his own mental power. The world in front of Dual Eye suddenly changed. From the white misty mountains, it suddenly darkened and turned into chaos. He couldn't sense anything around him, as if he was full of endless unknown dangers. At a glance, he couldn't see anything around him, as if he was trapped in a fog. Mental attack? Dual Eye shouted almost without thinking, and the virtual image of the skeleton demon suddenly condensed. There were crackling lightning on his body, and lightning and thunder were growing. The will of heavenly thunder bombarded from his body in all directions. The chaotic world around him seemed to be struck by lightning and suddenly shattered. Dual Eye's mental power directly broke through the siege, and saw the world in front of him again. The will of thunder is the most suitable way to deal with the attack of mental power. No matter how powerful someone's will is, it can't be as powerful as the will of destruction. In the air, the man seemed to have seen something incredible, and his figure disappeared from the air like a soap bubble. Dole didn't look at the phantom. He pointed his hand, and a dead black light emerged from his hand, turning into a sickle-shaped witchcraft, which fiercely blasted towards the other side of the mountain. That wizard was an illusion, a specialty of the mental wizard, and was not the opponent at all. Dole knew that his real body was hiding somewhere else to attack. In the dark world, wizards hiding in the shadows will never show up directly, because showing up means life and death. On the other side of the cloud, the man was already shocked. How did he find himself? How could this be possible? His mirror witchcraft had clearly reached the perfect level, and even the blood and chi fluctuations were copied in it. It was impossible for anyone to find out that it was a fake. This guy not only found out that he was a fake, but also found out his real self. How is this possible? He suddenly remembered that according to rumors, Dole's clone was a mysterious corpse worm. Could it be that the mysterious corpse worm found him? He stood up, and the silver light on his body formed a silver star river behind him. He suddenly shouted, and a silver shock wave rushed towards the sickle witchcraft in the air. The two met quickly in the air, and in just a moment, the sickle witchcraft broke through the silver light and continued to fly forward. Chapter 611. The man looked grim, and released a silver light again. Dole's sea of consciousness was shaken for a second, and the two witchcrafts collided. The opponent used pure mental power to bombard, which was equivalent to a confrontation between the two mental powers. Although the opponent's mental power was not as strong as his own, it was still very powerful. The second silver light collided, and Dole's sickle dissipated directly in the sky. Witchcraft is composed of witchcraft model, mental power, and magic elements. Pure mental power witchcraft can directly break up the witchcraft model, and the mental power contained in the witchcraft model. When these two are dispersed, the magic will naturally dissipate quietly, and no longer exist. At the same time, the man hardened his heart, and a small thing in his hand suddenly broke, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Dole. Dole felt the crisis. The man was not sure what he was going to release. He instinctively felt the great crisis, so the meditation method shrank and disappeared in an instant, parasitizing on one of the Xianxia worms, and then the whole person suddenly dispersed, turning into endless black air, and dispersed in all directions. Where Dole was just now, a strange force suddenly appeared, and then an extremely strong mental storm appeared at the original place, instantly sweeping the entire earth. The mental storm was silent, but the power was very terrifying. Several Xianxia worms that Dole had not had time to fly away lost their will on the spot, lost all their strength, and fell to the ground. This is a 6th level Xianxia worm, which originally has strong mental resistance. Dole was shocked by one of the Xianxia worms. No wizard can underestimate it. The Xianxia worm had already separated, so he simply turned into mist and flew towards the wizard. Although they only fought 2 moves, only the 2 of them knew the danger. The man looked at the black fog in shock, and his heart was extremely entangled. This was indeed the opponent's Xianxia worm clone, and the level was as high as level 6. It was difficult for ordinary wizards to resist this ancient strange insect. He knew that the situation was over, and he did not dare to stay where he was, and shot directly to the horizon. Dole's fame was limited to the ability of a pharmacist. Everyone in Watsabird knew him, and he was resounding throughout the professional world. But he did not expect that just a clone would have such a huge mental power. The meditation method he practiced was definitely the top meditation method. The speed of the Xianxia worm was not fast, and there was nothing he could do as he watched the man leave. Soon, he condensed into a human form again, with black robes, black eyes, and the power of a skeleton demon, a proper black wizard. Old Tom hadn't woken up yet. Dole thought to himself that if it wasn't for him, Old Tom would have definitely fallen. That man was very well prepared and restrained Old Tom at once, leaving him no time to be distracted. If it wasn't for him, this guy would have definitely been finished. Spiritual secrets are really hard to guard against. Only after coming out did he know how dangerous the outside world is. A random 6th level wizard almost killed his clone. The wind blew past the mountain peaks. Dole looked at the mountains, hills, and valleys in the distance and felt a little cold. Dole returned to Old Tom's side. He didn't get very close, but stood in the distance, waiting quietly. At this time, Tom suddenly opened his eyes, and the power on his body burst out, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. After completely protecting himself, he looked around. When he saw Dole next to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Old Tom's forehead was full of sweat, and he was still in fear. Thanks to being with you this time, otherwise I would have been finished alone. That guy got a scroll of the Mask of Indulging from somewhere, and with his own terrifying mental power attainments, he put me to sleep in the kingdom of death in an instant, and I almost couldn't come back. Dole blinked his eyes. What is the meaning of the Mask of Indulging, and the kingdom of death? He didn't understand. It's too scary. I will never come out alone again. Old Tom seemed to be still in fear. Dole did not feel his power loss, but felt that his mental power seemed to have weakened a lot, so he came to Tom and said, "What is the Mask of Indulging, and what is the kingdom of death?" The old poison sighed and said, "The Mask of Indulging is the name of a witchcraft, a 7th level mental witchcraft, which can make people indulge in an instant. This indulgence does not mean sleeping, but indulging in a certain world. If the mental power is not strong enough, it may not come back. He pulled me into the world of death, and I met a 7th level horror knight in it. I fought a battle and almost couldn't come back. The kingdom of death turned out to be the world of death," Dole understood. However, to be able to indulge a person in another world, this mental wizard has some skills. He touched his chin and said, "Has your feud with him reached a dead end? Last time I saw you, it seemed like there were only some conflicts." Old Tom sighed, "Don't mention it, Don't mention it. That man is our family's mortal enemy, not my mortal enemy. After our family was destroyed, I was the only one left, and that man pestered me. I really didn't want to kill him, but now it seems that I really have to kill him. Dole's mouth twitched. Could this be the legendary hereditary hatred? He lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, he must have known that you were targeting this ruin, so he has been waiting for you here. Now that you are here, he has discovered it again. He may call his friends. Should we continue exploring? Old Tom glanced at Dole. His mouth twitched slightly. He was still calling his friends, and there was a lot of drama in his mind. He doesn't have many friends, and no one will deliberately target me, but it doesn't matter. There are all kinds of people around here, and there is also the black market. I guess many people will come to join in the fun. Let's go in first and think of a solution. Old Tom is still unwilling, Dole thought in his heart, but to be honest, he himself is also a little unwilling. Just now, I have been thinking about why the magic circle rebounded. It must not be the thunder spell. It is probably because of the will of the thunder. This place is the place of black wizards, and the will of thunder is the nemesis of black wizards. It is very likely that the magic circle is also the same. Therefore, after encountering the will of thunder, it caused a rebound. It should be possible to use pure thunder magic. The two discussed for a while, and returned to the cloud and mist, and came to the door again. At this time, he suddenly thought of what happened just now, and thought of the world of death, so after coming to the door, he asked, do you know the coordinates of the world of death? I want to summon the dead to try. Old Tom smiled bitterly. I didn't know it before, but I just found out. The world of death is a vassal of our main world. As long as you have the coordinates, and a certain spatial ability, it is still very easy to enter. In addition, your clone is a death series, so you should be able to sign a death contract under the witness of God. As he said, he handed a ball of light to Dole. There are two ways for the necromancer to summon his subordinates. The first is to create and refine skeletons, zombies, etc. in this world, and then upgrade them step by step. Bronze skeletons, silver skeletons, bronze zombies, silver zombies, etc. The other way is to use mental power to travel through space to the world of death, and summon the undead from there. Of course, summoning is not completely without cost, and it requires a certain amount of magic power or something else. Chapter 612. The skeleton demon god cultivates himself and emphasizes the strength of his individual self, but he can also deal with creatures in the world of the dead, so there is no problem in being a summoner. The biggest difference between the summoned creatures and the creatures in the original world is that they are slightly weaker in terms of strength and physique. After all, they are summoned creatures. The laws of the two worlds are different. They are far less powerful than the undead refined in this world. This is why many people like to refine in this world instead of summoning. The undead wizard, who can summon wizards of multiple scales, multiple arms, and multiple ranges, once caused a great panic on the continent. He killed people at will, and used the corpses of the strong to refine zombies and skeletons. He once caused resistance from everyone. Therefore, the undead wizards have become black wizards, and dare not come out openly. People like Dual-Eye who practice the skeleton demon god would not like to summon the undead to fight, which would affect their image to the public. After getting the coordinates, Dual-Eye planned to try it later, and play with summoning the dead. After entering the mist, Dual-Eye took a glance and found that the scene in front of him had not changed, as if what happened just now had not happened at all. It was still the mist, the two huge and majestic statues, and the guards blocking the road. Dual-Eye was ready to change his mind this time. Since this sect was mainly based on mental power and darkness, he wanted to see if he could deceive it. Thinking of this, he and the old poisonous creature prepared themselves, and prepared to attack again. Without the wizard tower, some things really couldn't be handled. Dual-Eye was a little depressed. He lost a lot of Xianxia worms, and couldn't even get into the gate. It was really not worth it. He transformed his breath into a breath closer to the guards, and used a few Xianxia worms to test. However, when the Xianxia worms approached, the guard still found something and began to release those green poisonous gases. The Xianxia worms began to compete with the poisonous gases again, and could not move. This plan failed again. Dual-Eye and the old poisonous creature looked at each other, and they still needed to attack. Thinking of this, Dual-Eye's eyes became serious, and he said, "Don't worry, collect more information. I will collect those poisonous gases first, and what else is there besides poisonous gases?" He took out his staff, and his mind turned quickly. The old poisonous creature nodded. In addition to poisonous gases, if you get too close to the door, there is also a kind of black bug crawling on the ground in the body of this guard. It should be a variant of the scarab, a level 5 alchemical equipment, which can bite a hole in one bite, and has strong anti-magic and anti-poison capabilities, so I thought of taking you with me. Dual-Eye blinked and became puzzled. A variant of the scarab? The scarab was also a very powerful insect in ancient times, but it was not listed as one of the 10 ancient strange insects because it had great limitations, and could only be bred to level 5, and it only had physical attack capabilities, not magical attack capabilities. In ancient times, some young wizards often used it for self-defense and sneak attacks, but in the eyes of high-level wizards, this thing was not very useful. A variant? This thing was cultivated to level 6 by them? Dole thought about it and said, let's try first, can we collect it, or other methods? The old poison nodded, his eyes solemnly said, then I will start bombarding. Although this guard has strong anti-magic ability, it is not invincible. It just takes some time. Dual-Eye nodded. As long as they were less than level 7, it was still possible for 2 people to grind to death a guard who could not move freely. Thinking of this, he controlled the mysterious corpse worm and released the corpse poison, preparing to fight against the opponent. At this time, he signaled the old poisonous creature to start, and then stepped aside to study the composition of the poison gas. Although the two had fought against the abnormality and fought against an unknown person, the loss of magic power was not great. At this time, the fighting spirit was high, and it was time to show their skills. At this time, the old poisonous creature began to attack. With a wave of his hand, the magic power surged on his body. Dozens of light balls appeared from his body, strung together, and flew forward together. Then these light balls appeared around him again, forming various forms of weapons, swords, guns, hammers, simulating various forms. Dual-Eye realized that this guy's attack method was really single. It can't be said that it is really single, but his magic attribute tends to be a single form, instead of having multiple attack methods like Dual-Eye. Although the old poison is not a pure witchcraft, the magic power he cultivates tends to be a unified fixed type rather than a variable type. His magic power looks single, but it is still quite powerful. When the light ball flew over, the guard also felt the threat, and his 2 eyes sent out 2 energy shock waves, fiercely shooting at various energy light balls in front. The shock waves collided with the energy light balls, and soon there was a sizzling and slight explosion sound. The light balls broke one by one, and the energy shot out and scattered to the surrounding world. At the same time, the old poison's other attacks also arrived. Some small white snakes attacked the guards from all directions. For a time, the guards were completely covered by energy. Boom, boom, boom. The guard was covered with a thick layer of energy, and the surrounding poison gas spread out to fight against the energy, but facing the overwhelming witchcraft attack, the means of counterattack seemed a little stretched. The old poison was obviously not the first time, and he was familiar with the changes of the guard. The energy light ball kept changing and bombarded the weak parts of the guard. In a short while, the temperature of the guard kept rising. This was because the energy in the surrounding magic circle was constantly replenished into the guard's body, causing the guard's energy overload and temperature rise. After all, it was not a real person, but a product of the collection of matter and witchcraft. Dole used the Xian corpse worm to analyze the toxin. With just a little analysis, he understood the general composition of the toxin. These toxins are very old, and many properties have changed, but they are generally a mixture of alkaline toxins and heavy metal toxins. The power is not bad. If an ordinary level 6 warrior is infected with this energy, it will soon be burned through the fighting spirit, corroded armor, and act on the flesh. Dole didn't have the corresponding materials to prepare the antidote on the spot, but as long as he knew its composition roughly, he could take targeted precautions. After finding some things in his own bottles and jars, and making some things on the spot, Dole thought about dealing with things like scarabs. Compared with the scarabs and the black corpse worms, the black corpse worms are slightly stronger, so he is not worried. He is worried about the old poison. After finding a way to restrain the poison, 10 minutes have passed. At this time, the old poison has been firing at full power, like a human turret, attacking the defender for a full 10 minutes without breathing. Seeing this, Dole said to Tom, "Okay, let me do it. I can't make the antidote for the poison, but I used another way. You just apply these things on your clothes." He casually threw a jar to the old poison, and the jar contained the one he had just made. The old poison didn't stop at all. He stretched out his hand to take the jar into his hand, and then gently opened it. An unpleasant smell rushed up his nose. He looked at it with disdain. It was black and looked like a puddle of mud. "Are you sure this thing will work?" Dole had already started applying it on himself. He just took a look and then stopped talking and rubbed it on himself. Chapter 613. About a minute later, Dole finished applying the magic on himself. He approached the guard a little bit and said to the old poison, "It's done. It's my turn." The old poison nodded, and the magic power around him quickly subsided. At this time, Dole stretched out his hand, and the virtual image of the skeleton demon god slowly rose. He waved his hand, and 2 sickles were generated at the same time, hooking towards the guard. At the same time, the magic power on his body continued to surge, turning into light blue balls of light, forming a 5-pointed pattern. Inside the 5-pointed pattern, a gloomy and terrifying breath came, as if there was something terrible in it. After the skeleton demon god meditation method came into his hands, Dole had only 2 means of attack until now. One is the death sickle with a single attack. Once it is hooked, the power of multiple attributes on it will burst directly, with a double blow of energy and mental power. The second is the summoning technique of the 5-pointed pattern to summon the bone demon. The 5-pointed pattern lit up, and then, in the void, there appeared a group of thin lynx-like things covered with spikes, but without much meat. As soon as they appeared, the strong power on their bodies was quickly released, and then they rushed forward according to Dole's instructions. The 2 shock waves quickly changed the direction of attack, and shot directly at Dole's death sickle one by one. The death sickle quickly released a layer of power to fight against the shock wave, but the speed slowed down. The 2 energies fought fiercely, and it was obvious that the power of the death sickle was gradually declining. The power of the shock wave was very strong. At this time, the bone demon behind caught up and bit the guard. The guard felt the attack, and the green mist on his body was quickly released, covering his body. At the same time, under the armor, small black bugs began to crawl out, along the ground, attacking the bone demon gate. Snap, snap. At this time, the death sickle in the air ran out of power, turned into a ball of foam, and dissipated in the air. Dole waved his hand casually, and the power quickly condensed. 2 more death sickles were formed, which turned directly into light, and flew in 2 directions up and down. The bone demon soon arrived in front of the guardian. The light on the guardian's body lit up, and the spear in his hand shook, piercing a bone demon, but the bone demon was fearless. Even if it was pierced, it still rushed forward and bit fiercely. At this time, the second bone demon arrived, rushed to the guardian, and bit the leg. The third bone demon arrived. The whole body of the bone demon is made of bones, which is pure magic power. It is not afraid of toxins, but this scarab plays a big role. It bites directly, and makes a crackling sound. The guard is also very powerful. With a flick of his hand, he threw the first bone demon out, and then swung the knife again to sweep the second bone demon away. With another wave of his hand, the powerful force smashed the third bone demon to the ground. The bone demons were summoned by witchcraft, and their number was endless. They rushed forward one by one, and soon, the guardian was caught in the attack of the bone demons from all directions. He shot quickly, but the bone demons were not vegetarians either, and soon they were stretched to the limit. He had no choice but to withdraw the red light in his eyes, split it into 2, and shot it at the bone demons that kept coming. Seeing this, Dole's eyes lit up, and he released more magic power. 4 sickles appeared together, following the sickle in front, split into 2 left and right, and fiercely chopped the guardian's head from above. The first 2 sickles fell fiercely, and slashed on the guardian's head, like a materialized collision. A vibration wave came out from the guardian's head, shaking the bone demon below, and the guardian took a half step back. Before the guard could react, 4 death sickles from behind smashed down fiercely, and the powerful force immediately broke the guard's energy protection and smashed on his head. The sickles hooked, and a harsh sound came from the guard's neck. The 4 sickles hooked back and forth, fighting with the guard. At this time, the scarabs were also frantically biting the bone demons, but the number of bone demons was too many. Although Dole's clone's meditation method was only level 5, the Xianxia worm was level 6. The combination of the 2 exerted a power that was not weaker than level 6. In addition, the Xianxia worm restrained the poison, and the bone demon restrained the scarab. The power of the death sickle burst out and wrestled with the guard's body, and the 2 immediately started a battle of power and power. The bone demons came one after another, and Dole's sickle continued. But less than 3 minutes later, the sickle hooked fiercely, and the guard's neck finally couldn't withstand the sharpness of the death sickle, and fell directly to the ground, making a clanging sound. Standing in the distance, the old poisonous creature also saw this situation and was moved. "Dole, the guard was killed by you," he shouted in surprise. Dole's heart was also moved, and the guard's power was broken. The bone demon pounced on it instantly, and the powerful force quickly tore the guard into pieces. The guard was empty under it, just an empty shell, but the shell was relatively hard. At the same time, the surrounding formations came with power, attracting the guard's torn body to sizzle, as if it was about to close again. Seeing this, Dole stretched out his hand and waved to the old poisonous creature, go in. The two of them turned into two rays of light, one black and one white, and shot towards the door, and soon disappeared at the door. After the two people disappeared, the surrounding array power was replenished, and the guard on the ground suddenly flew up and formed a complete guard again, and even the marks on his body began to slowly repair. After a moment, a red light appeared in the guard's eyes, and he returned to his previous state. The gate was empty, with only silence. Outside the fog, two figures emerged from the fog, took a look inside, and then retreated back into the fog. Damn it, those two really got in. The old poisoner is fine, but he is a senior level 6 master. Who is that kid? Haven't you seen him? I don't know. His witchcraft is very powerful, like a sickle. What kind of witchcraft is cultivated by that kind of technique? I don't know. These two people were the black wizard who had met Dole in the mountains, the old poisoner, Steri, and the animal trainer. These two have been killing and robbing here for an unknown period of time. They have seen many wizards, and have not been in trouble so far. Naturally, they have their own vision. The young wizard and the old poisonous creature are on different paths. They are actually real black wizards. The power of death and darkness is frightening. The two looked at each other in the mist, and the trainer said, "The old poisonous creature is very difficult to deal with. Those who can stand with him must be very difficult to deal with. Let's find out his identity first. Now that both of them have entered, it is difficult for us to start. It is troublesome to enter here once, and there are many dangers inside. There are also some people who have entered, but after coming out, they are very secretive, and dare not talk too much about what happened inside. Many people have entered, but more people cannot come out after entering, which is the most terrifying." Sith Lei and the summoner were lurking at the door, on the one hand for robbery, on the other hand for intelligence, and in selling the information to others. For so many years, with their skills, nothing happened. Sith Lei thought at this time, they had a fight with the Spirit Saint a few days ago, and it seems that they won. This is the key. The Spirit Saint is even more weird, with extraordinary spiritual secrets. None of us can be his opponent. They can beat him away, which is the most terrifying. The trainer nodded. That's why we have a long-term plan. I sent the little babies to watch here. We will know as soon as they come out. If they can't come out, then there's no need to say it. The old poison is indeed very famous in the underground world of the Northwest, and his teammates are also very powerful. The pharmacist master of Wetzenberg, whose clone is said to be a mysterious corpse worm, is even more powerful. If this can't come out, it will be even more difficult for others to come out. The two discussed and disappeared soon. Not long after, a piece of news appeared on the black market by the lake. The news that the old poisoner and an unknown wizard had broken into the ruins quickly fermented. After entering the ruins, the two stepped over the gate and officially entered the ruins. This is the normal entrance of a sect. It is a very large courtyard. The ground is paved with a flat stone slab, and the stone slab is full of various terrifying statues, all about various poisons. There is an unpleasant smell in the air. It is an unknown poison gas. At this time, the mud-like anti-poison items on Dwelai's body played a role. At this time, the two opened the shield together and filtered the remaining poison in the air at the same time. However, at this time, Dwelai keenly discovered that the poison here is not a traditional solid poison, that is, the legendary dust poison, but an unknown parasite. The body of the Xianxia worm was invaded by the parasite, which was directly like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. It was directly swallowed by the Xianxia worm to increase nutrients. Dwelai could find that the mental power of the old poisoner was not so meticulous, and he only took basic precautions. Even the air is full of microscopic parasites, so this place is indeed a bit weird. Could it be that the disaster of exterminating the sect is caused by this parasite? The air is slightly humid, and the surroundings are a bit cold. I feel a strong evil thought coming from all around. Dole glanced around and said to the old poisoner next to him, "Do you have any strong anthelmintics? The air here is full of parasites." The old poisoner nodded. "Yes, people have come here before, and a lot of information has leaked out, so I am on guard here. As for you, your clone is a mysterious corpse worm, so there is no need to remind you." This is also the reason why he did not remind Dole. What parasite can be more ferocious than the 10 ancient strange insects? Dole just frowned, closed his eyes, adjusted his mental power to the most sensitive state, and tried to catch those tiny insects. After a while, small insects appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 6:14. There are too many of these insects. They are everywhere in the air, and they are as tiny as needles, so it is not easy to find them. The air is foggy, and it seems that it is all because of these insects. Could this be the real truth behind the demise of this ancient sect? However, any kind of creature needs a complete food chain to exist. What do they rely on to survive? Dole captured some insects and put them in his own collection bottle, completely sealing them. The clone does not have the conditions for research here, and has to go back to research. This insect is too lethal, and it has to be well preserved. If you are not careful, I am afraid that this place will become a place where no one is left. At this time, the old poisonous creature was also observing the surroundings. He did not take the matter of poisonous insects to heart. This kind of thing is too tiny, and it can be resisted by its own strength, as long as there are not too many of them. After taking a look around, the old poison said, Dole, according to the information I got, this is a complete sect. The front is where ordinary people and ordinary disciples live. We have to go to the back. The warehouse, secret books, and materials are all on the mountain. But do you have any way to stop this thing? I only have some small tricks here, which can't stop it for too long. And the higher you go, the greater the density of this thing may be. Dole was stunned for a moment. The higher the density, the greater the existence? He carefully sensed it. There was no difference between the top and the bottom. If there was anything completely different, it might be the density of the environment and energy elements. Classification, he said slowly. Don't worry, let me think about it. This thing is not simple. My level 6 Xianxia worm is a bit reluctant to deal with this thing. The purpose of his creation is probably not an accident, but intentional. The old poison was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said in disbelief, intentional? Who can deliberately trap a sect to death here? This is the lives of thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. That's too cruel. Dole curled his lips and said, maybe there is a grudge, or it could be the great elder who had a conflict with the sect. Anyway, although this thing is very active, there is nothing outside, which itself sends a signal. The magic circle can block people and large creatures, but it should not be very strong for such small things. But there is nothing outside, including the gap as big as the gate, which is obviously abnormal. There must be something different outside and inside, which firmly locks these small things, so there is no danger of leakage. What is the difference between outside and inside? Dole thought about it carefully. There are too many differences. Air, humidity, oxygen content, air pressure, these may all be factors. The environment of this unknown sect is almost the same as it was many years ago. The pavilions and towers around it are only the vicissitudes of time, and there is a layer of dust, but the structure remains quite intact, looking like an old courtyard that has not been disturbed for decades. Looking out from here, you can see the sky outside. The thick fog seen from the outside to the inside does not exist. At a glance, you can see the sky hundreds of kilometers away. The environment here is much better than below. The air is fresh inside, and there are various large trees, towering and distributed in different places, embellishing this desolate world. There was really nothing to see in front of them. The two stayed for a while, but didn't come up with any analysis results. After attaching some of the mysterious corpse worms to the old poisonous creature and helping him isolate some of the poisonous worms, Duolai and the others began to move upwards. This was a completely dead world. Even the air was still here. There was no sound around. The two quickly moved upwards, and soon reached the middle courtyard. There was a door separating the inside and outside. It seemed that after crossing this door, the inner courtyard should be inside. The old poisonous creature was a little excited. What he wanted to do most now was to find the treasure house and see what good things were inside. The front yard and the middle yard were both ordinary areas. Even if some things could be found, they were used by ordinary people and ordinary disciples, and were not very valuable. For high-level wizards like them, the higher the level, the more useful they were. There were a lot of low-level things outside. What was the use? To go through the middle courtyard, you have to pass through an isolation door, but the isolation door had been broken at this time, revealing the broken threshold. When the two saw this, their hearts sank. Someone had gone in. The two looked at each other, stepped through the door and walked inside. The scene inside was a little different again. There was some fog in the air, which felt wet, and the density of those small insects increased again. Duolai didn't feel anything, but the old poisonous creature's face changed at this time, and he retreated directly from inside. Some red spots soon appeared on his face, and he hurriedly took out some medicine to apply on his face. Duolai also felt at this time that there were more small insects here, and they were more powerful. Even the black corpse worms were attacked unprecedentedly at this time. This tiny bug can be said to be a slightly larger virus. Now he has a doubt in his mind, who made this thing? This is probably the culprit who directly destroyed the sect. At this moment, Dual Eye glanced and saw the first corpse in the sect. It was at the end of the front corridor, a corner. It was a pair of legs with only bones left. The bones were completely black. Although the whole picture could not be seen, it was estimated that the front half was the same. The Xian corpse worms were all moving on the body at this time, trying their best to digest this kind of small bugs, but the number of small bugs was too much, so much that it was unimaginable. Every inch of the air contained tens of thousands of them. What do these things rely on to survive? It's really strange. Dual Eye just took a look and retreated back to the middle courtyard. At the door of the backyard, the old poisonous creature looked a little ugly. The power on his body continued to radiate. His face had regained its previous blood color, and his skin became smooth again, but his face was very ugly. Dual Eye glanced at the old poisonous creature and said, "This insect has a high magic resistance. Even if the protection is turned on throughout the process, it cannot be completely protected. Otherwise, I will cover your entire body with the black corpse insect." After being here for so long, he has discovered that the power of this insect is very large, and it can penetrate the defense in a subtle way. If he is not a worm, there is no good way at this time. The old poisonous creature's face is extremely gloomy. It is not easy to get in, but there is such a situation inside. No wonder those who went out are silent and silent. I am afraid they can't say anything. Along the way, he didn't see all kinds of corpses, but he could imagine that those who came in before must have taken the corpses away or hidden them, specifically to pit the people behind. If he doesn't get any benefits, then others can't think of having a good life. This is the bad nature of people. Dole told him what he had just observed. The old poisonous creature said with a gloomy face, "That should be where the people outside went in and died. These little bugs are so ferocious. Their toxicity and penetrating power are extremely strong, and there are so many of them that people feel terrified. No defense is useful." Chapter 6:15. The old poisonous creature stood there, looking inside, his face suddenly filled with sorrow, sighing continuously, feeling the pain of returning empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Dole looked at the old poisonous creature, somewhat amused, and then looked at other places. This place was indeed a bit weird. He didn't know if he had offended that master, who used biological abilities to turn this place into a dead end. The old poisonous creature looked at Dual Eye, and then looked at himself. He was still a little afraid of the Xianxia worm, one of the 10 legendary ancient strange worms. He waved his hand and sighed, "Forget it. I think of a way. I have a lot of poisons on me. I see if I can poison this thing that can't be called a poisonous insect, bacteria or virus. Logically speaking, this thing should be a combination of virus and insect. Viruses have weak survival ability, and are highly aggressive to the human body, while insects have weak aggression but strong survival ability. This kind of insect has a strong human factor. Although I am known as a poison master, my understanding of poisons is limited to this. This kind of thing is the category of very advanced biological wizards." He said a lot in one breath, and his tone was full of unwillingness. Dole nodded and thought for a while. Generally speaking, orthodox biological wizards will only choose one direction to develop. There are really few people who combine both and reach a certain level. I am very interested in this kind of insect. Dole touched his chin and thought carefully. Essentially speaking, his Xianxia worm body is countless times stronger than this kind of thing, but its reproductive capacity is relatively low, and its number has never increased. This poisonous insect has all the abilities of both insects and viruses, which gives him a research direction, and he can develop in this direction in the next step. In this place, he can come and go freely, but the old poisonous creature may not be able to do so. At this time, he saw a green flame coming out of the old poisonous creature's body. This flame was very strange and exuded a gloomy smell. As soon as the flame rose, he found that the surrounding insects quickly retreated. Some of the insects that could not retreat in time were directly burned to death, turned into fine gray powder, and dissipated around. Dual Eye was stunned, and at this time, the old poisonous creature gritted his teeth and said, "My ghost fire gauze can block the invasion of this kind of insects, but it can only burn for half an hour. Now go in quickly, and go directly to the treasure house." Dual Eye saw this and understood a little. This guy was indeed prepared. Flame is indeed one of the ways to block insects, but this kind of insect has a high magic resistance, and the blocking effect is not obvious. The flame used by the old poisonous creature is very strange. He didn't ask any more questions, so he nodded and said, Then let's go quickly, otherwise things will change. A sect has a general layout. If you look at it from the sky, you can roughly understand its layout. The backyard, the back mountain, the main hall, the place where the treasure may be hidden, and the library are all relatively important places. Although Dual Eye also needs materials, he values knowledge more. After the two of them discussed, Dual Eye went straight to the library, while the old poisonous creature went to find materials, magic crystals, and various metals. At this time, the corpses inside began to increase. The entire backyard was full of black corpses. They lay on the ground in all directions. The skin and flesh had long disappeared, and even the hair that was the most difficult to digest had completely disappeared. These people have been dead for who knows how many years. Many storage rings and bracelets were found on these people. Unlike the corpses seen when they first entered the place, the things on them had long disappeared. Dole knew clearly that they were taken away by someone, or by the survivors. However, as he walked inside, some people's things were preserved intact, and finally there were some useful things. Dole did not pay too much attention to these. The old poison had limited time. He hurriedly collected the things of a few people whose bones looked slightly whiter, passed by the front, and rushed directly to the back. From here, you can see several towers of dozens of feet at a glance. There was dead silence around the tower, no sound, and the energy of the tower itself had been completely exhausted at this time, leaving only the shell. The wizard tower, Dole's eyes lit up. Although it was a wizard tower from who knows how many years ago, the design concept was different from the current wizard tower, but the material and construction structure of the wizard tower itself were there. As long as it was taken out, and the formation inside could be activated, it could be used again. As long as this thing is taken out of one tower, it will be really rich. This is the correct way to open the ruins. He thought about it, and sent a message to the poison. Soon he came to the outside of Tallinn, stood on the top of a tree, and looked into the ruins. There are many wizard towers in Tallinn, and the tallest wizard tower is taller than the main wizard tower in Watzenberg. It still radiates power and echoes with the wizard formation in the surrounding world, but it is just an echo. Dole opened the eye of the storm, and observed it carefully. The virus bugs here are obviously more powerful, the concentration is higher, and the air is gray. Many bugs squeeze in from all directions, trying to get into Dole's body. At this time, in Dualai's body, the dead air and the dark air gathered together to form a small dark black hole. With the instinctive devouring of the Xianxia worm, these insects were not rejected, and all turned into nutrients in the small black hole to supply the daily needs of the Xianxia worm. At this time, Dualai felt a little abnormal. In the skeleton meditation method in the spiritual world, there were some white threads that were not there, and they were invading the core position along the outside. These white threads were very fine. If this body was not a worm body, and there was the blessing of the storm meditation method, and the will of the Tianlei Avenue was not comprehended, the mental power was extremely fine, and I am afraid that I would not be able to feel this thing. At the same time, he felt a feeling of mental numbness. He raised his head and glanced at the wizard tower in the distance, thinking, there might be someone in here. Above the skeleton demon, a blue ghost fire rose from the soles of his feet, and suddenly burned up from below, washing the entire space of the sea of consciousness. The white thin line was burned by the flame, and it only struggled a little, and then quickly dissipated. Dole was not careless. The skeleton fire burned the entire sea of consciousness, and then he felt clear again. There is something weird here. When Dole thought of this, his eyes looking at the wizard towers were already a little solemn. Mental pollution? Mental invasion? There might be a master of mental power in here. This is very likely an active offensive ability, but it may also be a passive ability. Dole dare not be careless. There are names on the wizard towers, written in the words of wizards, and it is easy to find the location of the library. Without thinking, Dole drifted over there without any fear. As long as the other party didn't dare to come out and only dared to use these little tricks, then he wouldn't be afraid of him. It was a 27-story building, equivalent to an 8th-level wizard tower. All around the tower were various black bones, so black that they were shiny. Chapter 616. On the bones, Dole could clearly feel the insects attached to them, and they were unusually active. Some insects fell on them, as if they were resting, while some insects seemed to be refreshed, revitalized, flew into the sky, and merged into the billions of insects. Dole had some enlightenment. He sent these things to the old poison in the form of information. At this time, he had come to the bottom of the wizard tower. The door was closed, he walked up slowly, came to the door, and stretched out his hand to push. The seemingly heavy door seemed to be as light as nothing, and the whole thing fell back gently, collapsed with a bang, and splashed a cloud of dust on the ground. Dole opened the defense shield to block the dust outside, and looked at the door on the ground and was a little speechless. He was thinking of taking back a wizard tower just now, but he didn't expect the wizard tower here to be so fragile. Can this still be used? Thinking of this, he became more careful, and his figure flashed and floated upstairs. This is indeed a library, and it is very large. Starting from the second floor, it is full of books. Dole found that the books here are very old and basically unusable. Almost when the wind blows, these books will turn into ashes. Time has passed too long, and these once tough paper books have become chaff. Dole soon reached the fourth floor. Here, most of the books are preserved in parchment and craft paper, and they are more upscale. After countless years of baptism, they still retain the characteristics of books, but the handwriting on them has begun to blur. Dole scanned with his mental power while walking, but he slowly fell silent at this time. Historically, the greatest invention of mankind is not all kinds of knowledge, but books and words that carry knowledge. From the bark and walls at the beginning, to bamboo slips and straw paper, these are all the greatest inventions of mankind. Books can easily let people learn the accumulation of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of their predecessors, and step by step follow the footsteps of the giants in front. Without words and books, if everyone needs to learn from their parents when they are born, what is the difference between humans and beasts outside? However, no matter how powerful the carrier is, it will eventually be destroyed, just like what I see now. Nothing can withstand the ravages of time, and will eventually become a pile of chaff. Dole thought, if he didn't work hard, he would disappear in the long river of history after many years. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp. No, it is said that as long as you can survive the catastrophe and become level 7, you can live for about 1,000 years, and even longer if you become level 8 or 9. This world is wonderful, and he is far from living enough. How could he think of death so easily? Dual-Eye's face became solemn, and his eyes began to become sharp and firm. After passing the 5th and 6th floors, he soon arrived at the 10th floor. The things recorded here were turned into jade pieces from books. Dual-Eye thought, finally there is something to see. The jade pieces can carry more things, and the things recorded in them are arranged and changed according to the texture of finer jade. They can go through thousands, or even tens of thousands of years without changing themselves. Dual-Eye just took a look, then stretched out his hand, and took the jade pieces into the air one by one, stretched out his hand and grabbed them, and all of them flew into his palm and disappeared. That's right, he wanted to take all these things away. These were all the accumulation of a sect. He collected them, and took them out to look at them, and his figure quickly moved through the corridor. Soon, he understood what this place used to be. This is a magic school called Blackwater Mountain. When the number of people was the largest, the entire sect had more than 3,000 orthodox wizards. Among the wizard schools, this number was already very exaggerated, but Blackwater Mountain was a dark wizard school, and could not see the light, so the station was chosen in this remote place. From top to bottom of Blackwater Mountain, there are as many as 300 to 400 elementary meditation methods, 100 to 200 intermediate meditation methods, and more than 30 advanced meditation methods. There are as many as 3 top meditation methods. Among the wizard schools, this number is definitely among the best. Dole noticed at this time that these texts recorded the ancient calendar. The ancient calendar is as old as 6,000 years ago. It can be seen that this school is indeed ancient and has some tricks. Now he was interested in the things at the top. The 3 top meditation methods, although they might be outdated or even backward now, were still a reference. These 3 meditation methods were the top meditation methods of the dark school, and they could be used as a reference. The higher you go, the more complete the wizard tower is, and the stronger the magic patterns on it are. After all, the protection on the top is much greater than that on the bottom. Soon, he came to the 20th floor. He scanned it with his mental power. This was the last floor of the wizard tower's collection of books. There were only a few jade books in this whole floor. The wizard formation here had long disappeared, and he entered it easily. He scanned the empty interior, and set his sights on the place where the jade books were stored. It was a delicate little cabinet with traces of witch formations on all sides. He came to the cabinet and pinched the surface. With a move of his mental power, 7 jade books flew into Dole's ring in turn. He had already scanned the entire wizard tower. In addition to these books, there were also some monks' bodies. He didn't care much about them. There were many bodies below, and the higher you go, the fewer bodies there are. These bodies have no special features, and the positions of death are very consistent with the law of struggle. What surprised him most was the top floor, where there were 2 bodies, one standing at the door, and the other sitting on a stool, looking at the other body. The postures of the two were very strange, full of offensive intentions, but they didn't fight. It seemed that they were quarreling, and then they died inexplicably. Dole soon appeared at the top floor stairs and floated in. Everything in the room was rotten, only 2 skeletons were intact, and the bones of these 2 skeletons were white. Judging from their postures, Dole thought that they had used some method to die together in an instant. This is very interesting. What can make people die together in an instant? Could it be that they directly engaged in the battle through meditation, extinguished the magic phantom with the magic phantom, and then perished themselves? This effect can be achieved by extracting all of your mental power, and then entering the other party's sea of consciousness to fight in an instant. Dole looked at the 2 people. The things on them were relatively intact, including clothes, crowns, jewelry, shoes, etc. This relic is full of weird colors. I don't know how to cultivate synthetic poisonous insects with virus colors, and people dying everywhere. It feels like the end of the world has come in an instant. It is similar to the existence of the inner demon, but it is not the inner demon. Unless you search carefully, and don't miss any possible traces, it is impossible to find the truth of the relic. Chapter 617. The purpose of this trip has been achieved by obtaining 3 top meditation methods of the year. As for the materials, it depends on the old poison. Dole moved his mental power, and prepared to take off the rings of the 2 people. The ring contains the power of space magic patterns, which can be preserved for a very long time under normal circumstances, so this thing is generally not easy to break. He took them together. It was very easy to take the ring of the person on the chair. His bones had long been decayed, and the bones turned into powder with a slight pull. When taking the things of the person at the door, Dole found that the bones of this guy were quite hard, and he couldn't pull them off with a slight pull. Turning around and carefully studying the bones, Dole discovered that this person was actually a magic and martial arts practitioner. Although the person was dead, the bones of the body blocked the invasion of history, and were still very hard. He pulled hard, and the bones finally broke, and the ring fell off successfully. He moved his mental power, and was about to absorb the mental power. At this moment, a fierce white thread suddenly emerged from the ring, and drilled into Dole's sea of consciousness, along with his mental power. This sudden outbreak was not expected by Dole. He had been attacked once just now, but he didn't expect that there was another source of attack. In a flash, Dole gave up absorbing the mental power of the ring, disconnected it directly, and then retreated rapidly. This white thread was different from the subtle thread just now. It was much more offensive. He didn't dare to let the other party enter his sea of consciousness. The white thread was a mental attack method. It noticed that Dole's mental power was broken and lost its induction, and immediately split apart and shot in all directions at a very fast speed. With Dole's mental power already, he was actually shot a little bit of mental power again. The white thread seized this opportunity, burst out at all speed, and chased after him again. The warning in Dole's heart had reached the extreme at this time. This thing was simply a cricket on the tarsal bone. How could it be so fast? In less than a thought, the white thread tracked his forehead, and was about to enter the sea of consciousness. Too fast. Dole had long shielded himself, and the skeleton fire was burning fiercely, reflecting inside and outside of himself. All those strange insects could not get close to him, so the other party did not notice his own sea of consciousness. When the white thread reached the sea of consciousness, Dole felt that the first life and death crisis in his life had appeared. The white thread almost broke through the restrictions outside the sea of consciousness, like a broken bamboo, and entered the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the skeleton fire was burning fiercely. As soon as the white thread entered, it was burned and twisted wildly, struggling constantly, but that thing did not give up at all. With the coordinates of the white thread in front, countless white threads in the air rushed wildly. These threads are much stronger than the last time. I didn't expect that after 7,000 years, someone could still get here. God is really willing to spare me. As the white threads entered, they combined and became a strong force, rushing madly into Dole's spiritual core. At this time, Dole had completely sealed his mind in the sea of consciousness, trying his best to block the white threads. The fire of the skeleton was burning fiercely, almost burning himself. Although the white threads were surging, when they really touched the flames, they immediately made a sizzling sound of burning, and could not move forward. Hearing this voice, Dole thought, could this be the mastermind behind the scenes? While he was gathering his forces to chase and intercept, he sneered and followed the other party's words. So, this sect was destroyed by you? The man's white thread fought against the flames frantically, trying to break in, but Dole didn't give him a chance. The white thread was a little discouraged, and he said angrily, "Give up resistance. Level 5 little wizard, you won't beat me. Although I haven't seen this kind of flame, how long can it burn?" Dole sneered, "Longer than you think. The skeleton fire is the flame that comes with the skeleton meditation method. It seems to burn fiercely, but it is actually one of the several abilities that come with it. The consumption is not large. I don't know what this thing is, but it burns very slowly." He is attracted to some interest. Crisis and danger actually coexist with opportunities. If you can get the other party's secret, your mental power can also be greatly improved, but this method is too dangerous. If you are not careful, the other party will take over the magpie's nest and lose the initiative over the clone. Did the other party destroy his enemy's mental power in this way? The flames burned fiercely, blocking the white threads at the periphery. Dole broke through several times, but the white threads were very strong and burned very slowly, so the two were in a stalemate. The owner of the white threads was also a little anxious. He had just noticed that one of the two was very difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. He knew that this person was not a real person. After turning into white threads, although he lost his vision and hearing, his mental power was very sensitive. After losing a lot of power, he was now only equivalent to an ordinary wizard of level 6. When dealing with a wizard with level 5 meditation, he couldn't break through in the first place. He had thought that this might be a genius of this era. Geniuses have their advantages. Such people have strong talents and physiques that tend to be inclined to certain elements, so they can practice quickly. Geniuses also have their difficulties. Such people are often proud and have strong wills, making it difficult to invade. He now only has this pure mental power. If he can occupy the magpie's nest, he can live well in another life by using the other party's physique. If he fails, he can only lie dormant again. Don't look at him trying hard to drill into Dole's sea of consciousness. It doesn't seem that he was burned by the flames, but it's actually very difficult. He has never seen this kind of meditation. There is a strange power in the flames that belongs to the spiritual side, which seems to burn his mental power. One tried hard to drill into Dole's skeleton demon meditation method, and the other tried his best to intercept the white line. The two were deadlocked there. At this time, the benefits of the advanced meditation method were reflected. The magic power was endless, and he didn't feel the tug-of-war with the white line. The flames kept impacting, intercepting, and exploding, just to block the white line outside the virtual image of the skeleton demon. He persisted for a full 15 minutes, and still showed no signs of fatigue. The 15 minutes in the spiritual world were actually very long, as if several centuries had passed. The two people's spirits were entangled together and fought hard. This was much more exciting, thrilling, and weird than fighting with others in witchcraft. It was a life and death situation. Both of them showed their true abilities. I don't know how long it took. The white line was burned and consumed a little bit, and after Duelai's flame power was also slightly consumed, the white line suddenly spoke and shouted to Duelai, "Little brother, do you want us to stop fighting? Help me take the body of another person. After I get out, I promise to teach you all the advanced knowledge of Blackwater Mountain, including the method of refining this black bone worm. This is the highest achievement of my Blackwater Mountain sect. It took me 300 years to successfully refine it." Chapter 618. Duelai did not relax at all, and kept his mental strength on guard. At this time he sneered, "You can even assassinate your own elders, and frame the entire sect that trained and raised you. You think I will believe what you say? If you don't want to lose both sides, get out immediately. I will turn around and leave here immediately without saying a word." The man was immediately anxious. When he refined the black bone worm, he didn't expect that this thing would be so powerful in the end. After so many years, only a few people came here, and they couldn't even occupy a good body. It was extremely embarrassing. It was so hard to find a good body, but it was so easy to give up. He changed his mind, smiled slightly, his mental power vibrated, and his voice spread. "Although the black bone worm is powerful, it is not as powerful as the Xianxia worm and the 10 strange worms on your body. I understand what you mean, but the Xianxia worm has a big flaw, which is that it is easily restricted by the environment. If you can help me take away that person's body, I will help you find a way to make up for this flaw. I think you should also understand the value of it. As long as Duelai is willing to help him, there will be a loophole in his thinking, and he will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. He wants that person to be fake, and Duelai's worm body to be real." Dole sneered at this time. "Don't waste your time, just get out of here honestly. I have analyzed your white line almost completely. If you don't leave, I will use my killing move." The man sneered, "You think you are analyzing me, and I am not analyzing you? Although your flame is strange, It is not invulnerable. If you have the ability, you will die with me. He has studied the white line for thousands of years, and it has been refined into its current state, which is almost immortal. He doesn't believe that Dole can really kill him. He knows that the other party may be using rhetoric, and he will also use rhetoric to fight back. Anyway, he has now adapted to Dole's offensive rhythm, and can occasionally break through in the flames. However, the strangest thing about this flame is that it has a power that can shake his spirit, which is the most critical factor that has prevented him from breaking through. If it were an ordinary person, he would have destroyed his spirit and occupied his body, and even inherited the meditation method. Dole snorted coldly and said nothing. He did want to scare the other party, but now, he really had to start analyzing the composition of this white line. Wassenberg far away in the sky. Dole, who was refining medicine, suddenly stopped everything in his hands, letting thousands of gold coins of medicinal materials go to waste. His figure flashed and appeared in the secret room in the laboratory. At the same time, all the Xianxia worms outside were in a dormant state, because he took back most of his mental power, and went all out to analyze the white line. This thing is very lethal, especially for mental breakthroughs. It is simply said to be unsolvable. With Dole's current ability, he can only stalemate with the other party. The two strongest meditation methods in the world, the skeleton meditation method and the storm meditation method, can barely resist this weird thing. The texture of the white thread is very good, and the spiritual flame can only burn a few layers of the surface, but that thing will be generated quickly, and the regeneration ability is extremely strong. It is better to say that it is a variant of spiritual simulation of biological beings than a kind of biological being. Dole, who has multiple advanced meditation methods in his hands, has never thought of this kind of variant of spiritual power. This guy has mastered this method, which must be related to their meditation method. He must take a look at the meditation method. Gathering all his strength, he finally freed up some spiritual power, and glanced at the three core secret meditation methods of Blackwater Mountain. Nine-headed worm meditation method. Eternal Void Night meditation method. White Mountain and Blackwater meditation method. Dole quickly browsed through all the meditation methods, and then frowned. This Blackwater Mountain is indeed the top strength of the Black Forces. The names of these three meditation methods don't tell you anything, but the things they cultivate are very scary. The nine-headed worm simulates the virtual image of a god-level monster called the nine-headed worm. The magic quality tends to be power, and the quality is extremely high. His main characteristic is immortality. The Eternal Void Night meditation method turns everything into Void Night. It is a group of pure void power. After practicing to the 9th level, it can contact the law of void. The White Mountain and Blackwater meditation law reaches the peak of mental power materialization and mental power poison. The White Mountain is the manifestation of mental power condensed to the extreme, and the Blackwater is the specific manifestation of mental power poison. As long as it is within the range of mental power, the attack and corrosion are very rapid. These three meditation methods constitute the core of Blackwater Mountain. From these three meditation methods, Dole immediately discovered the core essence of this guy. The essence of White Mountain and Blackwater, fused with the core ideas of the Eternal Insect Lord, and then combined with the ability of the inexplicable biological pharmacist, this is how to refine such a thing. Being able to exist for thousands of years without being immortal is enough to show this person's ability. Although he may have fallen from level 7 or 8 or even level 8 or 9 to only level 6, and even lost the sense of the power of rules, he still relied on a little bit of residual white line to tie with Duolai, the pervert. The man was also a little anxious, but at this time, he felt that the spiritual power flames around him were becoming more and more stable, so his heart slowly sank, and he became more and more uncertain. He was afraid that he really had no hope. He hid here just to wait for the person who came to find the meditation method. Now he got the meditation method and found a method to target himself. If he didn't take down the opponent in one go, the longer the stalemate, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. I don't know how long it has been. Bai Xian felt that the surrounding flame power was becoming more and more stable, and it was slowly bringing a familiar smell to him. He felt that something was wrong. Being cautious by nature, he immediately prepared to withdraw. Dole read the three meditation methods several times, and had a general idea of how to use mental power. He had experience in controlling mental power. After mastering some skills, although he couldn't say that he could use it immediately, it was no problem to take corresponding precautions. Meditation is meditation. The opponent also has strange biological abilities, which closely combines the characteristics of the creature with mental power. This person's attainments in this area have reached the pinnacle. If it weren't for the years that made his mental power constantly consumed, This guy's strength must be very terrifying. Boy, make a deal with me. If you take me out, I will give you my life's hard work. Dolai was fearless at this time. If I take you out, I'm afraid you will bring disaster to the world. You'd better die obediently. On the skeleton demon god, the flame slowly gathered and continuously constructed a magic pattern system that was different from the skeleton demon god. There was a strange breath in the flames, which continued to ferment in the sea of consciousness. The white line immediately sensed this breath, and he retreated quickly without saying a word. Dolai thought to himself, if you run away, my efforts for half a day will be in vain. Chapter 619. On the skeleton demon god, a series of magic pattern lights were constantly generated, emitting mysterious fluctuations. The long-brewing blue light beam shot out from the eyes, and hit the fleeing Bai Xian fiercely. Bai Xian suddenly stopped and let out a shrill scream. The skeleton demon god naturally has more than one way to resist mental attacks, the skeleton flame. All along, Dolai has only used the skeleton flame for two purposes. The skeleton flame is enough to deal with the opponent and prevent the opponent from making an inch. The second aspect is that he does not want to expose his trump card to the opponent too early. The skeleton demon god masters the three paths of death, soul, and darkness. How could he not have an attack method on the soul? After the two beams were shot out, the white silk thread was immediately broken into two sections from the middle, and half of it immediately turned into a ball of fire and burned to ashes. Damn it, what are you? I'm going to kill you. The white thin line was furious, and a very special and dangerous breath emanated from it. Dolai didn't care about these things at all. His eyes flashed, and the light of the orchid appeared again. Bai Xian saw this, and knew that the situation was over. He suddenly froze, and dissipated directly on the spot. The light of the orchid hid nothing, and dissipated in the depths of the sea of consciousness. Dolai was slightly stunned, and his mental power carefully reverberated in the sea of consciousness. Scanning, disappeared? What's going on? Did the other party run away? The mental power dissipated. It seems that this thing is not the other party's body. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention killing a ruthless strong man from a sect. However, even if he didn't destroy the other party, the loss of these mental powers would be enough for him to drink a pot. There was not much mental power left. If he lost more, he might not be able to do anything. However, this matter must be notified to the old poison immediately, so as to avoid him from suffering. With a move of mental power, Dolai has sent the information out. In the sea of consciousness of the old poison, at this time, a crystal blue light was hanging high in the sky, shining all over the sea of consciousness, illuminating everything in detail, without any corner left. When he came here, he found something wrong. Something seemed to be invading his sea of consciousness, which was very strange, so he reflected the magic virtual image on himself, and the glass-like light emitted a crystal light, expelling any guy who wanted to invade his sea of consciousness. In the backyard, there were many strange tiny insects, and he suspected that those strange mental attacks were emitted from these insects. At this time, he had emptied one of the treasure houses of the Blackwater Mountain sect, and filled one of the storage rings. He brought a lot of storage rings, just for this matter. Storage equipment cannot be stored in each other, so he set up many hooks under the wide magic robe to hang these things. Just when he entered a secret cave, he felt that his spiritual world was a little abnormal. At this time, he received a warning from Dolai. The old poison was shocked, and a chill suddenly rushed to the top of his head. What? A strange person who survived from ancient times turned himself into a master of white thin lines, who can steal a person's spiritual world for his own use. He immediately looked around his own world, and did not see any silk threads, nor did he see any abnormalities, but there was a strange force outside that was spying. Weird life forms existing in the spiritual world? This is too exaggerated. Are these ancient people so good at playing? Come and help me when you have taken the things. I have many secret caves here, and it is a bit scary to move them alone. Although the old poison is a black wizard, he practices the orthodox meditation method and has some experience in mental power. Otherwise, he would have died by now. Dole took a look at the wizard towers and felt a little sorry. Without the protection of the magic pattern, these wizard towers have been completely scrapped. There is only one wizard tower that can be used, which is the central wizard tower, but that wizard tower is connected to the large formation outside and cannot be moved away. If it is moved away, I am afraid that these poisonous insects will lose their restraints and wreak havoc in the outside world. This is definitely a world-class disaster, and the degree of harm is comparable to the invasion of the world by demons. Since there is nothing here, let's leave here. Thinking of this, he moved in his heart, and went in the direction of the old poison. The treasure house was still there, which was a happy thing, but Dual-Eye felt that something was wrong. When he came outside, he saw that the clouds outside became thicker, and the poisonous insects in the air around him seemed to become more active. He told the old poison about this situation, and the old poison replied that the intensity of the mental attack he suffered was getting stronger, but he still didn't see the so-called silk thread. Dual-Eye's heart sank, and he began to distrust the old poison. Could this guy have been invaded? At this time, he sensed something and looked back. On the central tower, black air in the air condensed in the center and fell on the tower, covering the sky and the earth, as black as ink, as deep as hell, which was condensed by tens of thousands or even millions of those strange insects every day. Seeing this, Dual-Eye's heart skipped a beat. It was bad news. That person might have really mastered the ability to control this kind of insects. If they were to go to war with him, even if his own Xianxia insect body came up all at once, he would not be able to bear it. This place cannot be stayed, we must leave quickly. His figure flashed, and he immediately dodged to the back. At the foot of the mountain, not far from the edge of the wasteland, the hunchback Sith lay, and a sinister middle-aged man stood secretly together, looking at the gate. In addition, a man with strong spiritual power was also standing in the distance watching this side. Sith Lei was originally only acting with the trainer Gus. This man who claimed to be Lightum came up by himself and said that he could deal with the two people together. He didn't want any reward or spoils. He just wanted the man named Tom to die. He provided some information, and then they knew something. The old poison and the people he brought had already known something, but they didn't expect that the man who came was just a clone, and he was also a pharmacist. Generally, professionals don't like to offend pharmacists, but now no matter what, offending is offending, and there is no good way to get closer to them. Moreover, there are not many potions that can be used above level 6. After thinking carefully, they still think that what they get in their hands is the most practical. The two people were a little wary of Nalatim, so the three people's ambush positions were not together, and Lightum did not tell the truth completely. For example, Nadola is still the owner of a level 7 wizard tower. This time, he did not come in his real body, but in the body of a mysterious corpse insect. Even if he was killed, it didn't matter. His target was only Tom. After the three people initially formed a strategic intention, they each occupied a position to ambush. Time passed slowly for more than half a day, and the people inside had not come out yet. They could only wait patiently. The wind and clouds in the Blackwater Mountain changed, and the strange phenomenon in the sky quickly became stronger, and the black in the air became more and more dense, which made Dual-Eye feel incredible. Chapter 620. It seems that the man can control these bugs, but the control power is estimated to be very low. Otherwise, when they came in, the man could use these bugs to catch the two of them in one fell swoop, and they would not be trapped here for so many years. Therefore, the current situation is still within the controllable range. As long as they slip away quickly, nothing will happen. People who can survive from ancient times are definitely very scary. Seeing this, Dual-Eye moved faster. In less than 2 breaths, he had broken through the air like a meteor and rushed to the place where the old poison was. The old poison was also a little depressed at this time. This world became more and more weird. Combined with the information Dual-Eye gave before, he was also a little scared. He was always meditating on himself for fear of mistakes. The things in the second secret cave were quickly collected by him. There were a lot of things in it, but more were damaged. He only collected 1 ring that could be used, and most of them were the least valuable magic crystals. There are as many as 3 or 4 secret caves here. At this moment, Dual-Eye's figure flew over from a distance. He didn't say anything, but sent a message directly. There are 4 secret caves left. We have to hurry. I feel something is wrong here. Dual-Eye looked around. This is a cave with 6 exits. At this time, 2 exits on the far left are already open, obviously visited by the old poison. There are 4 left. He nodded, looked at the old poison vigilantly, and said, "We really have to speed up. The old monster I sent you a message just now seems to be able to control these insects. Be careful. For defense, you and I will act separately, and meet at the door later." The old poisonous creature widened his eyes. His expression became serious, and after a brief thought, he said, "Okay, be careful." After saying that, he shook his body and broke through the 3rd hole and rushed in. Dole glanced at the movement behind him and felt that there was still some time, so he chose the top cave entrance, shook his body, and rushed in directly. The stones flew, and after Dole rushed in, a pair of blue lights in the virtual image of the skeleton demon god automatically shone out, illuminating the situation inside clearly. There was dust everywhere, but because it was sealed, there was not much dust. There was a long corridor in the cave, and at the end of the corridor were several rooms, each containing different things. Dole was very fast, and soon reached the first room. The room contained potions, but these potions were completely worthless at this time. The second room contained various finished alchemical artifacts, but these things were now completely dim, and had become ordinary iron and copper. The magic patterns on them had long been lost in the long river of history. He just looked at them, picked some equipment with pure texture and could be refined, and packed them up and took them away. It took a while to come to the third cave. Here were some scrolls and the like, but they were all blank at this time. Duolai was a little discouraged. Time is really a killer. No matter how good things were before, they have become slag now. Soon he came to the fourth and fifth. The fourth one was the raw materials of medicinal materials, which also became slag. When Duolai came to the fifth cave, his eyes suddenly brightened. There was metal inside. No matter what quality metal is, there is no disdain for less. The higher the quality of the metal, the more it can attract anyone's attention. This thing is not afraid of the invasion of time. As long as the essence is still there, it can be refined. After spending some time collecting metals, Dole found that he had come to the last cave entrance. When he came to the last cave entrance, Dole unexpectedly found that there was still a little bit of weak energy fluctuation on the door of this cave. His eyes lit up. This is a good sign. The magic hand condensed, and the door was pushed. The little energy fluctuation immediately emitted the last force, and then quickly broke, and the door opened with a bang. At this time, a rotten, sour and rotten smell as if it had been pickled for tens of thousands of years came. Just smelling a little bit, the instinct of the Xianxia worm seemed to wake up slowly from the state of sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Dole was a little shocked at this time. What did he see here? He actually saw a zombie. That's right, in the whole room, there was a coffin made of xianbing, and in the transparent coffin was a zombie emitting golden light. Xianbing is a very good material of heaven and earth. As long as the environment is suitable, it can always maintain a temperature. Although the xianbing here is about to melt, it still preserves a lot. The zombie was still very well preserved under low temperature. Dole's eyes lit up immediately, revealing an ecstatic expression. This turned out to be a golden corpse, the legendary 7th level zombie, a golden corpse. He had never seen such a high-level zombie in his life, especially when this zombie had no master. Zombies are violent, cruel, blood-sucking, cruel and easy to kill, but as long as they are refined, they can become the best thugs. So, after seeing the golden corpse, Dole had already thought that his plan to develop the territory could be announced in advance. The golden corpse thugs are completely different from the ball thugs. If you ask the ball boss to help, you will need to repay the favor in the future, but the golden corpse thugs are different. This is completely on your own. Duolai was immediately excited and wanted to jump to the sky. His body immediately disintegrated and turned into thousands of insect mists, floating towards the location of Xianning. The black mist entered from the xianbing, which was almost completely melted, and fell on the zombie. The zombie's body, which had been stiff for who knows how many years, suddenly trembled, and in a moment, the body was completely covered by the black mist. After an unknown amount of time, the ice on the zombie's body was all cut open, revealing the zombie's body inside. The zombie was well preserved, basically preserving its state before death, but there were many scars on its body. When the Xian corpse worm merged into the zombie's body, the wounds on the zombie's body began to slowly disappear. After an unknown amount of time, the zombie suddenly stood up on the spot and looked straight ahead. Duolai occupied the zombie's body and found that the zombie's intelligence had long been wiped out, leaving only the eternal and indestructible golden corpse body. The occupation was very smooth. There was a very strange power flowing in the golden corpse. After the will of the black corpse worm and Duolai was integrated into it, they felt warm, and their mental power was instantly raised to a special level, as if they had suddenly arrived in another world. Level 7 is called the world level, the real watershed. When you touch the rules of the world, your strength becomes unpredictable. After reaching level 7, you can really have a foothold. Duolai was full of new energy at this time. He finally entered the small peak state of this world. This power must be the power of rules, which is determined by the special structure and power of the golden corpse itself. As long as he can understand this power, this clone can naturally step into the 7th level, and crossing the tribulation is a piece of cake. Chapter 621. This is my biggest gain this time. Duolai opened his mouth, and even wanted to laugh wildly. At this moment, he suddenly felt something was not right, and his ecstatic posture stopped abruptly. Then he moved his body, and walked out quickly. Outside the cave entrance, the sky had completely turned black at this time, and the sun was not visible. The dense swarm of insects covered the sky above his head, blocking the surroundings. Dual-Eye's heart trembled, and he sensed that the breath of the old poison had long disappeared. The sky was originally dark, and the swarm of insects was dense. At this time, it was really almost pitch black. In the sky, the person who controlled the swarm of insects was also shocked, because the only body of the golden corpse in this sect was obtained by the other party. Damn it, is this the ability of the black corpse worm? He even wanted to roar. Dual-Eye looked at the sky, on guard, while mobilizing all his strength to protect himself. At the same time, the skeleton demon meditation method had already been activated to the extreme, and the skeleton fire and skeleton core were ready. He raised his head, looked at the insects in the sky, and spoke slowly. He knew that the other party could hear him. Ancient wizard, if you retreat now, I cannot pursue your actions, or even expose your existence. If you insist on fighting to the death with me, I am just a clone, and I can afford it. The man really spoke. At this time, the voice came from all directions. He snorted coldly and said, "You and I are both biological wizards, and I naturally know your identity. Your clone is the result of the Xian corpse worm devouring the flesh and assimilation. It can't deceive my eyes. I got your clone, which is equivalent to getting you. In addition to inheriting your talent, I also have your Xian corpse worm, so you have to accept your fate today." The black fog in the sky slowly rolled, and directly descended, rushing towards Dual-Eye's body. He was already impatient. Dual-Eye's heart trembled. He could understand the other party's mood. He had waited for thousands of years before he finally got his chance. His talent and qualifications were good. If he didn't seize the opportunity, he might never have this chance again. Now he occupied the body of the golden corpse. Although the golden corpse was powerful, it only had corpse poison to use when facing the insect swarm. Corpse poison didn't have much effect on these things. He didn't even think about it, and then opened the storage ring. In the future, the broad-spectrum poison and various alchemical medicines that had been refined were sprayed in all directions. The water mist was sprinkled all over the sky, and the dense insect corpses around Dual-Eye suddenly fell down like rain. At the same time, he threw out 7 palm-sized discs, and placed them around according to the appropriate positions. A bright light came out from the 7 discs, turning into a light curtain, which quickly expanded to a size of 7 or 8 meters, protecting Dual-Eye firmly in it. However, Dual-Eye soon discovered that the energy in the light curtain could resist some large-scale insect swarms, but it was not very effective against a single small insect. This kind of insect has too high magic resistance. He frowned. This formation was wasted. The insect swarm fell on the light curtain with a bang, making a series of rumbling sounds. The light curtain was soon dented by the impact, making a huge sound of energy flowing under the heavy load. Dual-Eye looked up at the top of his head. The black swarm of insects was extremely terrifying. He had no choice at this time. There were too many of them. Even if he burst out all his strength, he could only kill a few. The best way now was to avoid the sharp edge and quickly slip away. It was almost impossible to catch the opponent. Seeing the light curtain sinking and almost breaking, Dual-Eye said nothing and fell down suddenly, sinking into the earth. A roar suddenly sounded in the sky. A loud and resounding sound spread throughout the world, shaking the mountain with a rumbling sound. "Damn it, I must get you, leave it to me." The swarm of insects fell suddenly, and the light curtain broke directly. The swarm of insects dispersed, and soon sank into the ground. At the gate, the old poison looked at the dark mountain top in the distance, showing a trace of shock. What kind of hornet's nest has been poked? He is now starting to get those red rashes on his body. The toxins in his body have accumulated to the point where they can no longer be suppressed. He is not Dual-Eye, that is his clone, this is his real body, and he can't be careless at all. These damn insects. The golden corpse has many abilities, and burrowing underground is instinctive. After entering the underground, Dual-Eye felt a lot less pressure, and the number of those insects decreased sharply. At this time, the world around the golden corpse is gray, but not completely black. Standing underground is like standing in slightly turbid water. You can tell the direction, and sense what is happening outside. When he realized that the magic circle above his head had been broken, and the swarm of insects began to rush into the underground frantically, Dual-Eye hurriedly controlled the golden corpse to go deeper underground. According to the scene he saw when he came in, as long as he left the inner courtyard and relied on the huge formation outside, he should be able to stop most of the insects. As long as he could reach the front yard, he could leave here. The power that the man possessed was too weird. Although it was not powerful, it was all spiritual, which was relatively weird and difficult. Dual-Eye did not want to fight him head-on. If you are not careful in a spiritual fight, you will die. It doesn't matter if the clone dies, but you can't let the original body be implicated. The weird thing about the spiritual level is that he has rules of cause and effect, which can easily affect the original body. So, what he needs now is to escape quickly. At this time, Dual Eye felt the power of the golden corpse. It was almost unimpeded underground, just like in the air, and the speed was extremely fast. But at this time, he felt that the speed of the insects behind him was also very fast, almost chasing his footsteps closely, and moving freely underground. This is a level 7 golden corpse. That person must have used his last strength to chase him. Dual Eye walked down and walked outside at the same time. Soon, he felt that he had passed through something. Because the obstacle was too small, he didn't pay much attention to it, but just went to the gate blindly. Time passed slowly, and his whole body almost turned into a golden light, and soon he passed through a distance of several miles. At this time, he looked back and found that the number of those insects was almost reduced by more than half. He suddenly realized that the obstacle just now might be a formation that blocked the insects. At this time, he had already arrived near the square in front, almost to the gate. Coming here, he felt much more relaxed, and felt a little regretful in his heart. There were still 2 caves that he hadn't visited. I don't know what good things there are in them. It's a pity. With a golden corpse, Dual Eye's heart slightly arose a greed. However, this greed was quickly suppressed as a distraction. Now the most urgent thing is to leave here. Walking underground, he soon came to the door. He looked up and saw a hidden figure standing near the door. The figure was very familiar. It was the old poison. He jumped and quickly came to the door, and at the same time sent a message to the old poison, "Go quickly." The old poison was already extremely shocked at this time, because a big riot had already occurred in the backyard. The terrifying swarm of insects covered the sky and almost blocked the sky. Hundreds of millions of insects gathered together, and the scale alone made his legs weak. Chapter 622. Too scary. Seeing a golden light and shadow jumping out from the ground, and then hearing the voice in his ear, the old poison was also startled. Dual Eye came out, and this golden figure was his. Then, his eyes suddenly focused. Level 7 golden corpse. He immediately opened his mouth and turned it into an O shape. Too shocked. There is actually a level 7 golden corpse in that warehouse, but the old poison also knew that this was not the time to think. He immediately came over and said anxiously, "You have stirred up a hornet's nest. Go quickly. The guard has recovered. I will come first." At the gate, the guard's figure has recovered and stood there, like an invincible goalkeeper. Dual Eye looked behind him at this time. The swarm of insects in the sky had already discovered him. At this time, there was no first or second wave. There was a level 7 golden corpse. Just rush out, and it's over. He jumped out without listening to the old poison at all. Instead, he controlled his body and rushed out at a very fast speed. Seeing Dual Eye take action, the old poison was startled, not knowing whether to follow or not. But his body was very honest, his feet were very honest, and he could not help but follow Dual Eye to the door quickly. "Damn it, you can't leave, you can't leave, I've been waiting for thousands of years." In the sky, a series of voices came rumbling, like crying, like ghosts and spirits. At the same time, countless white silk threads emerged from the insects around Dual Eye's sea of consciousness, and the old poison sea of consciousness, trying to invade the sea of consciousness. It's just that the scale, number, and strength are much worse. Although the swarm of insects is huge, its speed is relatively slow. With the full strength of the two, the swarm of insects can't keep up. The 2 men's faces changed, and they walked forward quickly. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late for that guy to break through the backyard formation. Dual Eye's golden corpse took the lead, and came to the door in 2 or 3 steps, then looked at the guard and punched him. The guard's body flashed, and then the energy wave of his eyes started to start, shooting at Dual Eye's body in a few tenths of a second, hitting his body and stopping him for a while, affecting his speed, and a puff of black smoke came out of his body. However, it was only black flames, and the skin was only burned a little bit, where the energy shock wave collided with the skin. Seeing this, Dual Eye became more confident, and rushed to the guard against the energy wave all the way. Boom! Dual Eye punched, and the guard also raised the spear in his hand. The two collided with each other in just an instant, making a loud bang. The guard's spear shattered in 0.1 second, and then Dual Eye continued to charge forward with undiminished momentum, and then punched the guard with his left fist. Boom! The guard's body broke directly, and turned into parts scattered around. Dual Eye stood there in a daze for a moment, so vulnerable. The old poison behind him was also stunned at this time, and then took a breath of cold air. This golden corpse is so powerful. He was stunned for just a second, and then shouted, "Don't stop, go quickly." After that, his figure turned into a stream of light, and shot out at a faster speed than Dual Eye. Dual Eye stood there at this time, and looked at his fist. There was some difference. He had just punched out, which triggered the power in the golden corpse. That power seemed to be the power of the earth. One punch almost hit a power far beyond the ordinary level 6, and even almost as strong as the blow of the Tower of Babel, and broke the body of the guard in an instant. This is too exaggerated. Level 7? This is level 7? No wonder those people were so well behaved after Alan was promoted to level 7, and they didn't dare to act rashly. This is not a world of the same level at all. At this time, the movement behind him was getting louder and louder, and getting closer and closer. Dole looked back, and the overwhelming swarm of insects almost broke through the barrier of the backyard and rushed madly to the front yard. The other party had calculated everything well, but he didn't expect that he could perfectly control the golden corpse, and escaping underground was the specialty of the golden corpse. He rushed out of the backyard all of a sudden, leaving him no chance. If it was an ordinary wizard, like the old poison, he might have succeeded. He just glanced back, and then sank into the ground again without looking back. The swarm of insects flew wildly in the sky, and when it was still in the air, it suddenly disbanded, turned into black air all over the sky, and dissipated in the sky. A sigh of hatred spread from the sky to all directions. The fog was thick, and the world around was very quiet. The biting mountain wind and the silent and dark world seemed like a dead place. At this time, in the dark night, a dark figure staggered out of the fog. After rushing out of the fog, the figure turned into a blue-white light and went to the horizon. At this time, the surroundings were very quiet, as if there was no one. When the blue light rushed out of a certain range, in the dark night, a very bright silver light suddenly shot out from the ground, chasing the blue-white light. The next moment, in the blue-white, the old poison appeared in a rage, revealing a ferocious look. "Lightum, you are really looking for death. I didn't want to kill you. You asked for it." The old poisonous creature had been targeted repeatedly, and he was already extremely angry. Now he was targeted by the opponent again, and his anger had completely rushed to the sky. He stood in the sky, his eyes were ferocious, and veins on his forehead bulged, as if he was fighting against the opponent's witchcraft. However, this did not affect his other performance. He raised his hand, and a crystal-clear blue staff appeared in his hand. As soon as he stretched out his hand, several light balls fell from the sky and fell straight to a point on the ground. Each of these light balls was as big as a human head and full of heaviness. Just looking at it, you can feel that this thing must be powerful. On the ground, Lightum walked out of his hiding place and sighed in his heart. If it weren't for someone making trouble last time, the old poisonous creature would have been killed by him. How could he fight with a bayonet like now, face to face with witchcraft? After he walked out, he suddenly shouted, and silver-white light lit up behind him, shooting into the sky, colliding with those light balls at a very fast speed, and then annihilating each other. Seeing this, the old poison raised his hand, and the light balls continued to fall, but light curtains appeared around him. These light curtains formed a strange three-dimensional shuttle object around him, which was very large. The light shuttle felt heavy and thick, like a mountain. This thing formed very quickly. When the man was still targeting those light balls, the shuttle witchcraft was almost formed. Seeing this witchcraft, Lightum also took it seriously. The witchcraft practiced by the old poison was very orthodox and magnificent. There was nothing fancy or weird, but this kind of thing was the most restraining for a pure spiritual wizard like him. As long as he was at a disadvantage in spiritual power, he had no good way. He only spent a lot of money to get a scroll like the Land of Sleep. The silver light on his body became brighter and brighter. The silver light intertwined in front of him into bright spears, and suddenly threw it at the old poison. At the same time he shouted, "Do it." The old poisonous creature was furious at this time. After the light shuttle was formed, he immediately waved his hand, and smashed it towards Lightum. The light shuttle was extremely powerful, penetrating, colliding, and the accompanying force was very strong. As long as it hit, few level 6 wizards could resist the impact and retreat. Chapter 623. At this moment, the old poison heard the other party's words, and his heart suddenly trembled, and his sense of crisis reached the extreme. Almost in the blink of an eye, he felt a rotten, foul-smelling and sinister force coming from the void, as if it was heading straight for him. Under the high tension of his mental power, his mental induction was exerted to the limit, and he soon sensed that two breaths seemed to have moved to a place close to him when they were fighting just now. And that rotten, foul-smelling and sinister force was the arrow of the dead soul. He thought of what Dole had told him about his encounter before. After the old poison sensed the essence of the power, the light on his body deflected, his figure flashed, and he didn't even need the power that was being condensed, and suddenly broke through to the side. But no matter how fast it was not as fast as a sneak attack. In the sky, a green light hit the moving light. The huge witchcraft light shuttle suddenly lost control at this time, and hit the ground hard in the form of free fall. The huge force even made the whole mountain shake. Lightum dodged the attack easily. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a sneer. The old woman had already made a move. The arrow of the dead soul directly hit the old poisonous creature. He must have been injured. This was the time to hit the dog when it was down. He flashed and controlled his body to fly into the sky. In the dark sky, the old poisonous creature had completely lost his anger at this time. The green light penetrated most of his defense and landed directly on his left hand. It did not hurt the vital parts, but the attack of the dead soul poison attached to the arrow of the dead soul made him feel extremely cold in his heart. The poison began to corrode the entire palm, and the palm began to rot. A strong sour smell continued to spread on his body. At the same time, the power of the dead souls hit his spirit from the flesh. The wailing of the dead and the cry of death filled his sea of consciousness in an instant. Among the most powerful single-target attacks in the Black Wizard's witchcraft, the dead soul arrow is prominently listed. Most people would naturally try their best to defend themselves when they encounter it, but I didn't expect that I would be hit. The old poisonous creature's heart was filled with dead souls, this damn Black Wizard. In the sea of consciousness, around the image of the snail ancestor, a series of corrupt energy spread to the snail ancestor from all directions. The huge and elite snail ancestor radiated energy, and turned into a series of small snakes around the place where the poison appeared, madly devouring the corrupt energy, but those corrupt energies were like maggots on the tarsal bones at this time, and they could not be removed no matter how hard they tried, and there was a trend of getting worse and worse. The old poisonous creature panicked. He knew that if he didn't kill Lightum, he might not leave today. As long as the dead soul arrow was hit, as long as the opponent didn't die, the opponent could continue to erode his spiritual world with this insidious witchcraft at close range. There was simply no solution. Being hit by the spiritual witchcraft and the arrow of the dead soul, even though the old poison creature was confident, he had to feel a little disappointed at this moment. On the ground, Sitley succeeded in one move, and a grim smile appeared on her old face. Old vulture, it's your turn, don't let him escape. The old poison creature was very fast, and the sky was the old vulture's territory, so he sneered, watch me, he can't run far. Standing up from the ground, the short old vulture seemed as majestic as a mountain. He suddenly shouted, and the sound spread all over the place. In the sky, some small black dots appeared at some point. These small black dots were densely packed. At first, they were still far away, but the next moment, they were close. Looking carefully, they were huge vultures. The old vulture gave no instructions to the other vultures, and flew after the old poisonous creature. The old poisonous creature was unlucky enough at this time. He was hit by 2 witchcrafts in a row. He was trying hard to eliminate the resistance. When he saw the vultures in the sky, his face was fierce. However, at this time, he could only maintain flying. The spiritual world was not only full of sinister power. I don't know when a shackle appeared on the body of the snail ancestor, which was tightly wrapped around its body and tightened desperately. That was Letemu's spiritual witchcraft. Spiritual witchcraft was the most direct and dangerous. If you were not careful, both of them would be injured. At this time, Letemu did not chase him, because in his sea of consciousness, the old poisonous creature was also attacking him. A majestic snail ancestor was being generated. With one hand, dozens of white lights slammed into his sea of consciousness. Although this attack was not very good, he had to defend it. He stood completely in place, watching the old poisonous creature leave, with a sneer on his mouth. He couldn't move, but there were still the old witch and the old vulture next to him. He turned his eyes, and saw the small black dot in the sky flying from a distance. Lidma showed a wanton and sinister smile. Old poisonous creature, let's see where you can run from. He was laughing, and suddenly he felt a golden figure appear in his vision. The figure was not standing next to him, but next to the old witch. The old witch just noticed this figure, and was startled. Before he could react, a golden fist had already hit her weak body. Boom! As if being hit by a 1,000-ton stone like a meteor, the fragile body was instantly blown up, and the blood and flesh scattered in all directions. With just one blow, a 6th-level wizard died instantly. At the same time, a scream sounded from the void, and a green-black smoke floated out of the void, screaming and running away at a very fast speed. That was the spiritual body of the Black Wizard, Sterling. The golden body was Dole. He ignored the spiritual power of Sterling, who ran away, but turned to look at the old vulture. In a flash, he moved his feet and moved to him at a very fast speed, and also punched him. The old vulture reacted at this time. His eyes were full of fear. A 6th-level wizard was blown up by a punch. This was too exaggerated. He desperately activated all the defensive items and magic scrolls on his body, and his whole body was covered with layers of light, and then floated back at a very fast speed. It seemed very fast, but in Dole's eyes, he ran slower than a snail. He just took a wrong step, and he crossed hundreds of meters to catch up with the old vulture in the air. Similarly, a punch fell like Mars hitting the earth. Boom! Layers of light shattered, and the power penetrated and fell on the old vulture's body. With a loud bang, the old vulture's body was also smashed into pieces. Blood spilled in the sky, and the pieces of flesh flew everywhere. At the same time, a white transparent thing flew out of his body, and fled to the distance at a very fast speed. Seeing the old vulture's spirit body, Dole did not chase after it. He just stood quietly in the sky, looking at the other party like a leisurely stroll. Lightum's face was extremely distorted at this time. From the appearance of the other party to the explosion of his two teammates, it was only 3 or 4 seconds. However, the result was amazing and terrible. The 2 level 6 wizards were instantly beaten to only their spirit bodies. In this place, if the body cannot be found in a short time, the strength will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why the other party did not chase after him. Who is the other party? His forehead was full of sweat, and the little snakes dealing with the old poison began to panic. Dual Eye slowly descended and came to the distance of Lightum, and slowly spoke, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The cold wind was blowing in the mountains, and Lightum was sweating and cold all over. He struggled desperately. "Senior, how would I know?" Chapter 624. Dole's golden and majestic figure stood there, like a statue. "Don't call me senior. I came here with the old poison. We killed them because they had evil intentions towards me. All black wizards deserve to die, but you are different. You are still a good wizard, but you are blinded by hatred." The corners of Lightum's mouth twitched, his eyes twisted, and hatred immediately filled his eyes. "If I don't kill Tom, I can't be considered to have completely avenged myself. If I can't completely avenge myself, I can't be clear-minded. My existence is to kill everyone in their family." Dole has been staring at him, watching his demeanor, expression, and eyes, then sighed, shook his head, and said, "I heard about your story, and it's not pitiful. Tom is not the one who killed your family, and he is not the one who issued the order. This matter has nothing to do with him. Why do you have to put him in the death place?" Li Tianyu's eyes were filled with hatred. He didn't participate, but what crime did my family commit? What crime did my children commit? He killed all my family members, and I want them to be buried with him. Not one can be spared. Dole was a little helpless. "Then what do you think? Now there are only 2 of you left in your 2 families, why bother?" Li Tianyu's eyes were firm, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Either he dies or I die." Dole sighed and said, "Forget it. If you want to avenge him yourself, then you can do it with your own ability. Don't use other people's hands. I will pretend that I didn't see it. But if you want to find others to help you in front of me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's forget about today's matter." The golden corpse turned his dry eyes and glanced at Li Tianyu. His eyes were meaningful, and then slowly sank into the ground. In the sky, the old poison was struggling hard, looking at the vultures coming around, his eyes full of despair. At this moment, the sinister power in his body suddenly began to decline, and then slowly dissipated. Before he could understand what was going on, under the dark sky, the killers in the dark, the vultures, at this time, were like lost flies, and began to fly around. The old poison only thought for a 10,000th of a second, and then he understood what was going on. Dole also came out, and helped him solve 2 major problems. Now he only needs to overcome Lightum's spiritual witchcraft, and immediately feel that he is liberated. The old poison flew farther and farther, and soon disappeared in the night. His expedition mission has ended, and staying here will only cause trouble for Dole. Take this opportunity to leave here quickly. Moreover, for pure spiritual wizards, the farther the distance, the farther the connection of witchcraft, and the lower the power. As long as he leaves, Dole will not be so hard. He certainly doesn't know that Dole just made 2 moves at random, level 7 against level 6, and it's as easy as drinking water. Dole left the underground, and when he reappeared, the figure of the golden corpse had disappeared, and his own insect body appeared. That thing was too dazzling, and not suitable for use outside. The power of the golden corpse was too great. It was okay to control it occasionally, but it would not work for a long time. At this time, he had come to the lake at the foot of the mountain and saw the so-called wizard camp. At this time, the sky was still dark, but there was a little bit of fish belly white in the east sky. Looking at the camp in front, Dual-Eye felt a little surprised. It was called a camp, but it was actually about the size of a stockade, like a large village. There are fences around the village, but no watchtowers. If you look carefully, you can find a small wizard formation covering the surroundings. Although the level is not very high, it does exist, and can play a certain role. Warding and defense are necessary, and there may be some other functions. There are many people in the camp, but it is dead, and there is no one inside, but you can feel a lot of vitality in it. There should be quite a few people. According to the old poison, the people here are all wizards or descendants of wizards. At least they are apprentice wizards, and there are no ordinary people. There is no shortage of food or in the mountains. It is a little dangerous and lives in poverty. However, relying on this camp, we can hope that many wandering wizards will come, or even some large adventure groups, and life is not bad. After waiting for a while in the camp, we did not wait for the door to open, but waited for a small caravan. Although the caravan is small, the strength of the Zero is stronger than most caravans that Dual-Eye has seen, and they are all wizards. When these people came back, the quiet camp seemed to come alive. Many people came out from all over the place. They gathered together and seemed to greet them at the door. Dual-Eye then realized that this was probably the camp that was in charge of bringing things back from outside. When those people came to the door of the camp, the door was just opened. The camp came alive, as if a sophisticated machine was started, slowly filled with the smell of fireworks. At this time, Dual-Eye felt that this world had a little more vitality. After thinking about it, he dressed himself up as a passerby and came from a distance in a dusty state. At this time, the camp had officially started to operate, and several sturdy-looking wizards stood at the gate. Dual-Eye came to the door and spoke slowly. "How much?" The wizard said lazily, 20 magic crystals. Dual-Eye frowned. It was quite expensive. He pretended to touch inside his clothes, took out 20 magic crystals, and handed them to the other party. The other party looked at it, and then looked at Dual-Eye carefully. Dual-Eye did not reveal his breath, but the other party could not sense it. He seemed to know something, and suddenly shuddered, and then said in a slightly more solemn tone, "The person in charge of our camp is a 6th level wizard. Please don't interfere." After seeing Dual-Aye's affirmative expression, he gave way. Dual-Eye naturally didn't want to get involved, so he asked casually, "What are your specialties here?" The man didn't intend to speak, but when he saw Dual-Eye take out 10 magic crystals, he slowly said, "Our specialties here are mainly triangular snake teeth, some poisonous insects, and some precious magic cores. The more advanced ones are cold iron and some metals." Dual-Eye knew that these people didn't leave because there was a metal mine here, not because of the abundant natural creatures around, so he didn't care so much, so he nodded and walked into the camp. There are many scattered merchants in the camp, stone houses, or tents, set up in a slightly higher place. Some are goods from hunting outside, some are various crystals, and ores that are not known where they came from, and more are alchemy products made by some people themselves. However, after a round, he actually only found a store selling potions, and the grade was very low. There was nothing useful in it. Most of them were some wound medicines. The person selling medicine was an apprentice, very young, only about 10 years old, but when Dual-Eye went to see him, he saw a spirit in the eyes of this little guy. That spirit was not ordinary bright eyes, but a sense of thinking and thought. This child must be very smart. Dual-Eye thought about it, and walked into the store. The store was a delicate tent, with only the little boy and another person in the back. Chapter 625. There are many cabinets on all sides of the store, but there is nothing on the cabinets. There are only empty bottles, and names of potions on the grids. Seeing this, Dual-Aye's mouth twitched slightly. He just took a look and lost interest. The potions here are all very traditional potions, with a few antidotes that look homemade. If you think about it, you will know that the effects of these antidotes are limited to the poisons around the camp. The little boy stood inside, waved his hand to indicate the surroundings, and smiled. "Hello, great wizard, what would you like to order? We have all the potions with names on the counter." Dual-Eye felt a little bored, but his expression did not reveal himself, and he was still very calm at this time. He asked, "Are these the only potions you have here?" The little boy nodded and answered honestly, "We only have these potions here. We don't have any others." Dual-Eye nodded. "I see that the antidotes here are similar. Are the poisons around here similar?" The little boy blinked his eyes when he heard this, thought carefully, and then said respectfully, Master Wizard, you hit the nail on the head. I haven't thought about these questions. I just thought about it. The poisons here should be of the same type. To be precise, they are the same metal poisons. Dole raised his eyebrows. This child reacted quickly. He just mentioned it, and he thought of it. He laughed and said, Who is your teacher? Can I meet him? The little boy shook his head and said, My teacher is out. I don't know when he will be back. Dole didn't want to get involved, but the cleverness of this child really attracted him. He couldn't help but feel a little bit sorry for the talent, so he smiled and said, Since you know which one it is, then you tell me which kind of detoxification material is the best for this metal. The little boy said without hesitation, I once heard the teacher say that there are detoxification grasses and poisons everywhere here. The only thing that can detoxify this metal poison is another kind of poison, called mild bone rot potion, which contains a kind of grass called bone rot grass. There are a lot of them around here, but the teacher himself doesn't know how to make this potion. Dual Eye looked at him, and said with a smile, Mild bone rot potion is a 4th level potion. It's normal that your teacher doesn't know it. The little boy didn't show any embarrassment or other expressions, but just smiled and said, Although my teacher doesn't know it, but here, the teacher is the most powerful pharmacist. Dual Eye didn't know if it was okay, so he looked at him and said, Can you make a 2nd level potion? The little boy nodded and said, Yes. Do you want to make a special potion? Just provide the formula, and I can help you make it. After that, he showed a hopeful expression. Recipes are something that no one will ever think too much of, especially in a place like this. Dole nodded, threw out a recipe, and handed it to the other party. If the little boy can make it, he will give him more things and train him. If he can't make it, it proves that there is no value in training him, and he won't be able to go far in the future. Pharmacist is a profession that requires talent. The little boy took the recipe respectfully, looked at Dole embarrassedly at first, then lowered his head, and looked at the recipe seriously with a serious expression. As his expression became more and more solemn, his brows furrowed, and Dole saw that his hands holding the formula were shaking a little. He slowly said, How is it? Can you do it? The little boy scratched his head embarrassedly at this time, and said, It's a little difficult, but if you are not in a hurry, I should be able to make it in 2 days. Dole nodded and said seriously, Okay, anyway, I'm not in a hurry, you can do it slowly first, this potion is very important to me, and there will be rewards if you make it. The little boy nodded fiercely. This formula is very stressful for him, but it is also a new attempt. If he makes it, his ability will be improved again. A new formula represents a new knowledge point. Dole glanced around and walked out. As the sun rose, the sun shone, and the damp and cold climate outside gradually warmed up. A thin layer of mist rose in the whole valley at this time, and under the sunshine, a layer of red morning glow appeared, covering the bottom of the mountains, and the middle of the mountain with a layer of red gauze, which looked very beautiful. Dole was strolling inside, and soon he saw a familiar figure coming in from outside. He was a little embarrassed, and looked a little tired, but his eyes were bright. This person was the old poison. At this time, the old poison also saw Dole, waved, and then walked over quickly. Dole stood there waiting, and soon, the old poison came over and whispered tiredly, This is not a place to talk, follow me. Dole nodded and followed him. The two walked into the camp one after the other, and soon they came to a small tent, and then went in together. There was only one bed in the tent, placed at the back, and the rest of the place was empty. As soon as he entered the tent, the old poison took out a witch array disc, activated it, and threw it on the ground. As a light curtain lit up and wrapped the entire tent, the old poison's solemn expression finally relaxed, and showed a relatively relaxed look. Dual Eye flipped his wrist, took out a recliner from the ring, sat on it casually, and smiled lightly. How is it? Is it okay? The old poison finally relaxed, he turned his head, and looked at Dual Eye with a solemn expression, and then bowed deeply. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died here. Lightum wanted to kill me, and he almost succeeded twice in a row. It seems that I can't hang around in the ruins anymore. I have to find a way to improve my strength. Oh! Dole looked serious, but waved his hand casually, saying, You're welcome. These are what I should do. I have benefited a lot from following you this time. The old poison heard this and smiled, saying, That being said, I have to say what I should say. He paused and said, I know. You have gained a lot, come on, let's share the things. After you entered the cave, I have searched all the other cave entrances. Dole became interested and sat up straight immediately. He thought for a while and said, I also got 3 top skills at that time in the library. I can also share 1 or 2 with you. Let's exchange what we have. What he lacks now is materials, and the old poisonous thing lacks skills from the current situation. The two looked at each other, and each saw what they wanted in the other's eyes, and they hit it off. In fact, summarizing what he gained this time, Dual-Eye felt that he got inspiration. The person who used the white silk thread was very inspiring to him in the use of insects. There are also many materials about insects and virus cultivation in it, which is the greatest wealth for him. Materials are incidental and equally important. Those metals, minerals, crystals, and magic crystals are also very useful to him. With these things, he is now thinking about whether to build another wizard tower, and then form a wizard tower array in the future. When Dole thought of this plan, his eyes lit up slightly. It seemed feasible. Chapter 626. No one would complain about too many wizard towers, and no one would complain about the low level of wizard towers, but if you want multiple wizard towers, and want to upgrade all of them to a very high level, it is very difficult. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and it is very likely to exhaust the time of a certain family for several lifetimes. If a simple elementalist wants a level 7 wizard tower, it is estimated that it will take more than half a lifetime to build one, while people who know some alchemy or magic patterns and potions can be relatively easy. Dole is amazing. He now wants to build a wizard tower group by himself. He thought of his own database. There are several ways to connect the wizard tower group in Hori's magic house. They are all special wizard towers. Babel Tower does not have them, and Chris Wizard Tower does not have them. Those wizard towers have to be replanned and rebuilt. When Dole thought of this, he felt that the money he had just received was not so attractive anymore, and his resources were beginning to be stretched. However, Dole could discuss with Morris and others to refine a wizard tower for them, and then decide the scale and regulations by himself, and then form a group of wizard towers. When Dole thought of this problem, he felt that it was more feasible. The old poison was a little emotional at this time, and Dole's hand simply shocked him. He got a total of 3 top meditation methods. Although he didn't know whether they were ancient, or modern, he definitely didn't keep them all to himself and gave them all to him. Although these 3 meditation methods are very old, they are all top-notch after practicing them to the end. He only needs to modify the current meditation method, or simply start over. Anyway, no matter how the meditation method changes, the total lifespan of a level 6 wizard is where. As long as he can improve his strength, it is okay to spend some time changing the way. His heart surged. Whether it was Baishan Heishui, Wachong Zunzan, or Wangu Shuya, if he chose one of these 3 meditation methods, his future achievement would definitely be above level 7. After getting the 3 meditation methods, the old poisonous creature was so excited that he even trembled wherever he stood. At this time, Dual-Eye was also shocked by the old poisonous creature's gains. He was indeed a treasure of a sect. He could finally stand up straight and loudly announce that he was a rich man. After dividing the materials, the 2 of them were not as rich as a country, but at least they were richer than the average large family. Now that he had turned over and became the master of the house, Dual-Eye just wanted to sing a song. This time it was not in vain. No wonder those people like to look for ruins. As long as they can find one, go in, and come out alive, basically all the money they deserve will be given. Seeing this, he went back to prepare for the refinement of the Wizard Tower group, and this matter had to be done quietly. Although he couldn't refine 7 layers in one go, he would refine some 5 and 6-layer Wizard Tower bases first. When the time came, he would form a Wizard Tower array and arrange it into a tower group to cooperate with the Babel Tower. Even if a wizard of level 7 or 8 came to attack, he would not be afraid. Confidence. Dole can now stand up straight and say that he has enough confidence. Of course, although he is rich now, he also needs the support of Morris and others. Otherwise, he can only refine 2 or 3 by himself. This matter needs to be planned carefully when he goes back. Both of them were sorting out their things. No one spoke, and no one made other small movements. There were a lot of things. Dole didn't have so many storage equipment on him, but he still refined a batch of super large spaces on the spot, which made the old poisonous creature a little envious. He licked his face and asked Dole to refine some for him, which made him feel relieved because he was wearing storage equipment. The storage ring that Dual-Eye made has a capacity 3 times that of the largest storage ring he has. The larger the storage equipment, the higher the price outside. Each one is super expensive. He took advantage of Dual-Eye. But it was really enjoyable to watch this guy making things. From the materials to the imprinting of magic patterns, everything was as smooth as flowing water. One was made in a few minutes, just like factory production. Precise control and perfect manipulation. This is his evaluation of dualized refining. Such a person can do anything. Both of them were very happy. There was silence in the tent. After a long time, Duolai asked, "What are you going to do?" The old poison was full of confidence at this time. At this time, he spoke in a low voice, "Although my meditation method is the meditation method of the snail ancestor, in essence, I am not completely compatible with this meditation method. I plan to change to a new one, and then rely on the resources on my body. The goal within 100 years, I will set a goal to rebuild to the current realm." Duolai's head made a buzzing sound, and his scalp was a little numb. To achieve this goal in 100 years, this is too conservative. He thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Anyway, the lifespan of a 6th level wizard is enough for you to torment. Find a safer place, and don't let that madman find you again." Dole used the word madman. In his opinion, Lightum was indeed crazy. He was obsessed with the devil, and was very crazy. The old poisoner smiled bitterly. "This is the cause and effect planted by our ancestors. Now it falls on my head. There is nothing I can do about it. Lightum has been entangled with me for decades. I have spared him many times. If this happens again in the future, I will be ruthless." Duolai curled his lips. It should have been done earlier. It's too early. He thought for a moment and said, "If I open up a territory in the future, if you really have nowhere to go, you can come to my place. I think you should know the specific location by then." The old poisonous creature's eyes lit up and said, "Then you must go." "Okay, I can also have more strength if you can come." 2 days passed quickly. The old poisonous creature left on the first night, leaving Duolai's clone alone. Duolai walked around nearby and looked at the surrounding scenery. On the morning of the 3rd day, he slowly came to the door of a simple pharmacy. Looking inside, there seemed to be 2 people. Walking in slowly, he saw the servant at a glance, and a middle-aged man who looked vicissitudes. His strength was not high, only level 2, but he had a very strong aura of evil and confidence. He held a tube of medicine in his hand, and studied it carefully. Next to him was a recipe, which was his own recipe. Duolai frowned. After Dole came in, the little boy saw him and his face turned pale, then red. He walked up and said shyly, "Sir, you are here?" Dole glanced at him, hummed, then looked at the middle-aged man and said slowly, "I think you have made it." The little boy nodded and said, "Yes, sir, your potion looks complicated, but as long as you are careful, it is not difficult to make, and it is also very useful. I didn't intend to collect it." There was a cough from behind. It was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man came back last night, and saw the potion and formula in the little boy's hand in the morning, but he didn't have time to ask. He looked at Dole, his eyes were a little sharp. "Young man, is this yours?" He didn't understand Dole's aura. His strength should be good, but with his identity as a pharmacist and his status in the camp, his tone was not polite at all. Duolai looked at him expressionlessly, then looked at the little boy, and smiled faintly. "It's mine. I asked this little brother to refine it. Are you the boss here?" The middle-aged man was a little proud, and said proudly, "Yes, I am the only one within a radius of hundreds of kilometers." Duolai couldn't stand him like this, so he curled his lips slightly, looked at him inexplicably, and said slowly, "I know, that's why I came to you. But I didn't trade with you, I was trading with your apprentice." Chapter 627. The middle-aged man's expression turned cold, and he casually threw the formula and potion on the table, looking at Duolai with a disdainful look. "You are in my territory, so naturally I have the final say." Duolai raised his eyebrows, feeling a little funny, so he also turned cold, saying, "Oh, is that so? Originally I was going to give this formula to the little guy, but now I plan to charge you. You have read my formula, and bring 20,000 magic crystals." The middle-aged man turned his head, glanced at the formula, and his mouth twitched slightly. "This formula is indeed very good, suitable for most physical discomfort symptoms, and also effective for professionals. The design is very delicate, and it can be seen that they are all masters who have been involved in the pharmacist industry for decades. But a second-level formula, 20,000 magic crystals, is a bit bullying." He immediately said angrily, "Young man, I advise you to be kind." He showed a trace of murderous aura, as if he was going to kill someone. Dole glanced at him and said calmly, "You read my formula, and you are going to ask me for money to buy the finished potion. Now you are going to deal with me. Are you sure you want to do this?" The middle-aged man was stunned and stared at Dole. At this time, he couldn't stand Dole's depth. This young man was too calm, so calm that it was scary. The most important thing was that he never saw through the young man's strength from beginning to end. He was at least level 3. A level 3 wizard can dominate in this place. You know, he is only a level 2 wizard, that's all. The little boy next to him was stunned at this time. He stood aside and was at a loss. He watched the teacher and the stranger confront each other, and the two panicked and didn't know where to put. At this moment, Dole suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Forget it, I don't want the medicine, old man, you take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, but the little boy felt mixed emotions. Survival in this place is like this: if you don't eat people, you will be eaten. The master and apprentice hung the sign of a pharmacist, so they could barely survive. He always felt that the teacher was not authentic enough. Looking at the man's appearance, it seemed that he didn't care about the formula, but the teacher treated him as a treasure. Soon a day passed, and the man didn't come again for a whole day, as if he really left. At night, when it was dark, everything was silent, and the camp was silent, and it returned to dead silence. Behind the tent, the little boy was sleeping, and suddenly felt cold all over. When he opened his eyes, he found that he didn't know when he appeared outside the tent. He looked around in panic. Could someone want to kill him? Thinking of this, sweat immediately flowed down his forehead, and he looked around quickly. The sky was starry, and the surroundings were dark and silent, indescribably quiet. At this moment, his gaze suddenly stopped, and he saw the man from the daytime, who was standing beside him, smiling at him. He held a book in his hand, and handed it to him. The little boy was confused. What did this mean? Dole looked at him and said meaningfully, "This is a book for pharmacists, which can help you practice to level 5. If you have the opportunity to practice all the potions on it, and want to get books after level 5, you can find a place called Storm Territory, where there is a Tower of Babel, and you can come to me then." After saying that, Dual Eyes smiled and let go of the book, letting it fall freely, and he himself disappeared. The little boy looked at the disappearing figure in front of him, a little messy in the wind, and seemed particularly lonely in the dark night. At this moment, he was alert, frightened, and a little excited. What a great opportunity! However, he quickly looked around vigilantly, then quickly bent down to pick up the book on the ground and put it in his arms. He swore that this time, he would never be discovered again. After doing this, Dual Eye quickly went northwest. The matter of the ruins was finished, and he should go back. This time, he should start preparing for the territory. With the golden corpse, he felt that the time was ripe. After the Son of Storm meditation reaches level 5, one must visualize the existence of the storm at all times. He is only simulating in the sea of consciousness, which is extremely limited for the storm meditation. Without the support of a real environment, the meditation effect is very poor. If he can see the real storm scene every day and have the Wizard Tower as a source of magic power, Dual Eye is confident that he can be promoted to level 6 in the shortest time. The territory is his final plan. Originally, this plan had to be realized at least after level 6, but after getting the Golden Corpse, he felt that this territory plan could be launched. The Golden Corpse is the guarantee of combat effectiveness. Only with combat effectiveness can one guarantee that his territory will not be destroyed. However, the location of the territory is a problem. The last agreement with the third prince is still valid. I don't know if that guy has succeeded now. Dual Eye naturally has no acquaintances in the imperial capital. If he has acquaintances, there are only the 3 people who are going to practice now. I don't know how they are now. I want to go to the imperial capital to take a look, but my original body can't leave, and my clone is a dark wizard. If I go, I can only be a target. I don't know how to find out. As for the connection with the imperial capital, the city lord is naturally the most clear, so Dole thought, should I ask the city lord? The weather in April has gradually become hotter, the streets are not so deserted, and new buds have begun to grow slowly on the trees on the street. I returned to Watzenberg and talked to Ash. Soon, the two walked out of the door of the wizard tower one after the other. Ash blocked the sunlight with her hand. She hadn't been out for a while. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and her eyes were still a little uncomfortable. Dole looked at him and smiled lightly. You have to come out occasionally, don't just practice. At this time, Ash adapted to the light and said lightly, how can I catch up with you, a pervert, without working hard? I am now in the middle of level 5, and you are almost in the late middle stage. Dole touched his nose and didn't speak. It was unwise to speak at this time. Anna looked at Dole's profile and muttered in her heart, I haven't seen this guy for a few days. How come he has become more confident, and even has the kind of confidence, responsibility, mission, and even scheming that we see in elders? What ideas did this guy come up with in his mind? You haven't told me yet. Why do you want to find my uncle? Dole looked at her with a smile and said lightly, "You will know when you meet him. This matter is very important. It is not appropriate for me to go alone." "Ai," she said, "Okay, you disturb my practice. How do you compensate me?" Ai she did not ask too much about Dole, but shook Dole's arm coquettishly. Dole waved his hand and said, "After we are done, let's go to the delicacy restaurant to eat him." Ai she smiled, and her eyes turned into crescents. At this time, the other wizards standing around were stunned. Aishi, who was always known for her coldness, actually acted coquettishly. "I don't know how many people dropped the things in their hands. This is big news. Are these two really together? The most talented daughter of the city lord is going to marry a poor rich boy from outside? Everyone can see how rich Dole is. Just a level 7 wizard tower is beyond the reach of many small and medium-sized nobles, not to mention another level 6. Privately, no family dares to look down on Dole now, not even the top families." Dole and Ash walked outside together and quickly disappeared at the entrance of the tower group, followed by countless eyes. Chapter 628. On Tailuo Street, Dole waved his hand, and soon a carriage arrived. Walking was too slow, and using witchcraft to travel was not appropriate, so they chose to take a carriage. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, the two got off the car together and walked into the city lord's mansion. At the gate, Ram was already waiting quietly. Seeing the two people coming, Ram looked at Dole, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Dole's eyes were shining, and the aura of confidence on his body was completely inflated. He was full of confidence. Standing there, it was as if he saw the head of a top family. "Hey, this little guy may have got an extraordinary opportunity recently." He smiled and walked up and said, "Master Dole, Miss Ash, the master is waiting in the backyard." Ash and Dole bowed to the old man. "Grandpa Ram." Ash smiled sweetly, "Grandpa Ram, long time no see." Lamu smiled, "What's the point of seeing an old man like me? You should practice hard." He looked at Ash, and was slightly shocked. After not seeing this little girl for a while, her aura became stronger. A level 7 wizard tower was only for the two of them. It was really a rapid progress. Ash nodded. Dole said at this time, "Thank you for your trouble." Ram smiled at Dole, "You're welcome. It's my duty. Follow me." After saying that, he threw his hands behind his back and led the way. Although Ram was just a coachman, he was very powerful. No one would regard him as a real coachman. The guards at the door, and the guards and maids who walked by all looked respectful. The layout of the city lord's mansion is very large. After walking through the side, and walking a long way, we came to the living room at the back. The living room was very empty, with only an old man standing there. Ram came over and bowed slightly to the back of Dalulide. "Sir, I've brought the people." Dalulide turned around and saw Dole and Aishi smiling. "Why did you think of coming to see an old man like me?" Aishi was speechless. Why did these two people say the same thing? It hasn't been long since he came out. He and Dole walked in slowly. Dole said at this time, "Hello, Lord City Lord. I came here this time to ask about something important." Aishi walked up and said, "Uncle, you can't explain this. I clearly remember that I came here a while ago." Dalulide looked up at the sky and thought for a while, "Hey, it's really only been a few days, haha. I'm not kidding you, Dole, come in and sit down." At this time, Ram stood next to Dalulide and winked at him desperately. Dalulide saw it, of course. He quickly understood what Ram meant, and looked at Dole carefully. The three of them sat down quickly. Dalulide was shocked at this time. Dole had changed a lot this time. Seeing Dole at this time was no less than seeing the patriarch of the Orn family. He pondered for a moment, sat in the main seat, and said lightly, "Tell me, why did you two come to see me? You two, but you can't even think of me when you have nothing to do." Ash was about to speak immediately. Dole stopped him, and then said solemnly, "I came here this time to ask my uncle about the situation in the imperial capital and the dispute over the throne." Hearing these 4 words, the atmosphere in the living room, which was originally polite to each other, immediately became subtle. Ash and Ram were also stunned at this time. Why would Dole ask this? This is taboo in the folk. At this time, the two looked at each other, and Ash shook his head secretly, indicating that he knew nothing. Daliel's expression was slightly gloomy. This matter was not an ordinary matter. He immediately prepared to put on a stern face and scold Dole. But when he thought about it, this guy must have come with some purpose, and it must not be aimless. He pondered for a while and said, "Can I be presumptuous? Why do you ask this? What is your purpose?" Dole's expression became serious. "Uncle, you don't have to think too complicated. The thing is, when the third prince left, He promised me a piece of territory. The geographical location and resources are quite good. I just want to ask about this matter. Daliel understood at once that this was the deal George mentioned at the beginning. He thought about it, pondered for a moment, tapped the table with his hand, and said slowly, "Originally, I shouldn't tell you this, but if you have this deal with George, then I can tell you. Now the king of the Glory Empire is unpredictable. No one knows what he is thinking when he says he is selecting a prince. There are 5 princes in the kingdom competing for the throne. Originally, the 3rd prince did not have much advantage. After returning from us, you should understand how big the 3rd prince's advantage will be. Now 2 of the 5 have withdrawn, leaving only 3 still competing, but the 3rd prince's situation is not optimistic, even with the support of our Watzenberg. The competition for the throne is not about ability, but about extraordinary means. You two understand." Dole thought about it, just a little bit, and said, "If that's the case, then it seems that the 3rd prince is indeed not optimistic. Although he is a decent businessman, his methods of managing an empire are still a bit soft." He lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, "It seems that I still have to wait for a while, at least until the end of the throne." Daliel nodded. The territories of the princes are all carefully selected. The geographical environment, routes, and resources are all very good. If you can get the 3rd prince's territory, it would be great. If he wants to use this territory for himself, then there is nothing you can do. If you use it yourself, you will fail in the competition and be driven out of the imperial capital. The end is actually very miserable. After being used to the prosperity of the imperial capital, almost no one can stand coming to a place that is poor and needs to be conquered by oneself. So most of the princes will not go to the allocated territory after failing in the competition, but go to various places to seek refuge with princes in various places. There are very few people who really manage the territory, which is why George and Dole made the deal. Ram and Aishi only understood what Dole wanted to know at this time. Ram was silent, while Aishi was a little shocked. Does Dole have the means to suppress the 4 parties now? When did it happen? Did he get some great benefits from that person this time? She looked at Dole and said with a slightly stern look, "Dole, do you want a territory now?" Dole looked at her and nodded with a smile. "I got something this time. Something that can suppress the 4 parties. I already have the most basic factors for a territory. After I have a territory, I can plan the next step and achieve level 6 or even level 7. When he said this, he already showed a strong self-confidence. And I looked at Dole and looked at him, feeling a little worried. With the number of enemies Dole has made, it is not so easy to want a territory. In the Empire of Glory, the lords of the territories can attack each other. In addition to this, enemies can also come to harass. The Marsha family and the Lang family all have territories and are huge. If they really want to target Dole's territory, it will not be too difficult. Chapter 629. Daliel saw the confidence on Dole's face at this time. Although he didn't know where his confidence came from, he believed that this young man would not do anything aimless. So he said, "If you have a territory in the northwest, Westling will help you protect it because of your relationship with Ash. But if you have it in other places, we can't help you." Daliel looked solemn and said slowly, "Uncle, don't worry, I really have the confidence this time. No matter what it is, I have a way to deal with it." Daliel nodded, thinking that this kid might have really got something extraordinary. He smiled kindly, "If you need it, come to me. Our Ash has followed you, and can't be wronged by you." Ash was a little worried at first, and when she heard this, her face was a little shy. Although she and Dole had not yet broken through the last layer of relationship, they had done everything they should do except this matter. It can almost be said that they had been frank with each other. Completely confirming the relationship was just the last formality. "Oh, why did Uncle say this?" Dole nodded calmly. "We talk about it later. Today we are all on the same side, so I will tell you about my plan. I plan to build a wizard tower group, a powerful wizard tower group with 8 level 6 wizard towers as the base. I have already got the materials, and only the final refining is left. As long as the location of the territory can be determined, I can directly drive the wizard tower group over and flatten it." After saying the last word, Dole's momentum rose, and the sharpness and confidence in his eyes had reached a level that even Daliel could not be compared with. Hearing this, the 3 of them took a breath of cold air. The wizard tower array composed of 8 level 6 wizard towers. What did Dole find? So exaggerated, 8 level 6 wizard towers. It is no exaggeration to say that even a level 7 wizard can be killed by Dole in an instant. Oh my god! Ram and Daliel were speechless for a long time. Ash was also shocked at this time. Dole had never told her about this. 8 wizard towers. This is too exaggerated. Dalulide was very satisfied with the performance of the three people. He smiled slightly and said, I plan to complete this plan quietly in a short time after confirming the territory. I won't let anyone know, so please keep it secret for me. Dalulide saw a ray of light on Dole, a ray stronger than the sun. At this time, Dole was like a real powerful family leader, full of confidence and strength. He took a deep breath and said, Dalulide, I look forward to the day when you succeed. No matter how many words are used, they are all self-evident. Coming out of the city lord's mansion and onto the street, Ash leaned against Dole with a complicated look. It was too fast. He originally thought that it would take at least 10 years to leave here, but now, only 2 or 3 years have passed, and he has to embark on a new journey. This is still a bit uncomfortable. A pair of golden boys and jade girls standing in front of the city lord's mansion still attracted people's attention, not only making people around them look at them a few more times. As the two walked, the surrounding eyes kept projecting over. Ash said worriedly at this time, Dole, am I holding you back? If it was an ordinary woman, the 5th level strength would have been daunting for most people, but as a defender of a territory, the 5th level strength was naturally far from enough. Dole put his arm around Ash's waist and patted her gently. What are you talking about? What does it mean to hold back? You know why I'm confident in a few days. Ash's waist was a little itchy when Dole rubbed it. She rolled her eyes at him with a little worry in her eyes. If we go to other places to build a territory, the gold coins we need must be as high as 9 figures. We also need craftsmen, talented people to join, and ordinary people to participate in surveying the terrain, designing, and building. I'm afraid we can't do it with just the 2 of us, or just us pharmacists. Dole nodded and said, there's no rush for this matter. Take your time. First, conquer the territory, and then talk about other things slowly. I plan to train Morris and the others to level 6 or even level 7 pharmacists. With the appeal of high-level pharmacists, I can attract a large number of professionals to come. As long as there are people willing to come, the scale of the territory will be initially formed. What I want mainly is the territory. It doesn't matter if there is no one. I need an open place that can form the external conditions of meditation. Ash blinked. Dole had never told him about this. Dole's meditation method is very grand and incredible. So this is what he meant by wanting a territory? Things related to meditation must be fully satisfied, otherwise the strength will stagnate. She thought about it. If it is a territory that does not need people, then perhaps it does not need so many resources. She also likes to occupy the land and be the king. So she said, what do you need me to do? I will learn it right now. Dole looked at her and glanced up and down, from her hair to her feet. Exquisite face, soft jade-like skin, slightly raised chest, slender waist. So he slowly said, I just need you to reach level 6 quickly. Ash rolled her eyes at him, her face slightly reddened, and she stretched out her hand, grabbed the soft flesh on Dole's waist, and squeezed it hard. Even though Dole felt that he was thick-skinned, he grinned at this time. Bad guy, level 6 is too long, how about you find someone else? As soon as the words came out, Ash felt that she was a little too open. In fact, among these nobles, the boundaries between men and women are very low. People as old as her are even veterans in the flower field. Regardless of men or women, Ash is already very conservative. She can say this because Dole has not been close to women for so many years, and she feels something is wrong. Although the two sometimes sleep together and comfort each other, they have not made the last step after all. Thinking of something, she blushed a little. The flesh on Dole's waist was still aching, and he rolled his eyes at him. No woman in the world can compare to my little Ash. Don't say such things in the future. Hearing this, Ash felt happy, so she changed her words. Actually, Sister Rosa is also good, otherwise you two should go first. Dole fell silent at this time, looked at her heavily, and then said earnestly, I don't want to delay others. Ash fell silent. The two walked farther and farther, and soon they were far away from the city lord's mansion. On the high building of the city lord's mansion, Dalulide looked down at the whole city. Although he was not in the city lord's hall, he didn't need to worry about the operation of the entire Watzenberg city. On the giant ship of the Northwest, no one should regard this fame and fortune as more important than himself. As long as Watzenberg was there, and the Northwest was there, they would be there. Ram, can you imagine it? A 26-year-old man can actually have the confidence to conquer a territory by himself. Ram was beside Dalulide, and at this time he was also a little bit unbelievable. It's hard to believe that he has the means to control the 7th level people. I don't know what he and Tom got in the ruins this time. 8 wizard towers, this is a handicap that even our Rhine family can't match. Dahlia nodded. Yes, a 6th level wizard tower, even if it is empty, is worth 20 million gold coins, and a complete one is worth 70 or 80 million. I don't know what this kid got. Chapter 630. Ram smiled faintly. Actually, these are not important. When Dole develops his territory in the future, he will at least be an ally of our Watzenberg, so the adults should be happy. Dahlia nodded and said, I'm thinking that Ash alone may not be enough. Do you want to send another child? Ram's mouth twitched. I'm afraid Ash won't agree. Besides, Dole has his own opinions. He doesn't like every girl. Over the years, with his excellent talent and quality, there has been no scandal. Yes, a person who only cares about strength and his own heart. People are the most terrifying. Dole is such a person. The Marsha family and the Lang family may have chosen the wrong opponent. He is now at level 5. When he reaches level 7, we may not even be qualified to beat him. Ram smiled bitterly. Sir, you think too highly of him. Dahlia said, I don't think highly of him at all. I even underestimated him a little. The Wizard Tower group alone is a big deal. You have to know that this is the power of one person. Ram fell silent. Indeed, Dole's big deal is not something that ordinary high-level families have. Even the top families in the imperial capital may have this ability. Now both of them are curious about what Dole got that made him boast so boldly. On the street, Dak stood on the side of the street, looking at the 2 dogs and men on the road, and remained silent. Standing next to Dak were the other 2 of the top 10 young people of this session, but at this time, they looked at the 2 figures and remained silent. A few years ago, everyone was standing at the same height, but now, it seems like a world of difference. The Marsha family actually didn't have too many conflicts with Dole. At the beginning, it was just a dispute of arrogance. Now, it can almost be said that the 2 families have had a huge conflict. The better Dole develops, the more it proves that their Marsha family is blind. Dak turned his head, looked at the 2 people, and smiled faintly. Although our Marsha family's potions are not as good as Chris Wizard Tower, they are not much different. If you have more, you can get a cheaper price. The 2 looked at Dak, and one of them smiled faintly. This is a family matter. I need to go back and report it. The Marsha family was very sad. The 2 also knew that Dole had taken away most of the resources in the potion market. Now it can be said that the pharmacists in the entire Watzenberg are under the shadow of Dole. Every day, there are pharmacists who want to join Chris Wizard Tower, and the surrounding pharmacist market is shrinking rapidly. At this point, no force can do anything. As a genius of the Marsha family, Dak has no choice but to find a way to deal with it. On the street, a thin young man, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, looked at Dole nonchalantly. He seemed to be doing nothing, but he had taken in everything around him. On his cuffs, there was a hidden pattern of a sand scorpion. This Dole lives a carefree life. Our main group has been wanted for so long, but we haven't been cleared. It's all this guy's fault. We have to find a way to kill him and shock the surroundings. It's a joke that a dignified sand scorpion adventure group can't deal with a small 5th level wizard. This is a joke if it gets out. When the young man thought so, he slowly walked into the street and disappeared into the depths of the street. What he didn't know was that behind him, a small black dot followed all the way and soon disappeared into the street. Dole and Ash slowly returned to the Wizard Towers. Dole pinched Ash's little hand and said slowly, You go up first. I have something to do at Chris Wizard Tower. I haven't been there for a long time. I want to check their progress. Ash nodded without thinking much. She was still thinking about what happened just now. I will go back and practice hard. She bit her lip and said. Dole waved his hand and smiled evilly. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. At this stage, he was really not in a hurry. He was anxious to improve his strength before because he was not strong enough. Now he has enough strength to suppress, so he naturally needs to slow down. Ash blushed, go to hell. After saying that, he ran to the Wizard Tower. Seeing Ash's figure disappear at the door of the tower, Dole's happy expression turned gloomy. After the Xianxia worms were promoted to level 6, they were more concealed. He released some of them, and continued to look for the lair of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. Some of them were ambushed at the intersection and monitored the people around them, just to see who was against him. The Dark Union and the Killer Group were normal. They would not take action near the Wizard Towers. The only uncertain factor was the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. These people were real desperados, and did not care whether they could get out safely. They were not real killers who needed to plan a retreat. They did not need a retreat. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group had many training bases for training assassins. People who came out of here were super assassins, who did not care about life and death. Dole was most afraid of this kind of people. Such people need to be strangled in the cradle in advance. He returned to Chris Wizard Tower in a pretentious manner, checked the progress of Labitha and others' training, looked through Rosa and Diano's account books, met with Morris and others, and talked to them. When it was almost dark, Dole slowly left Chris Wizard Tower. After a stroll outside, Dole quickly disappeared on the street. In a very ordinary tavern, the magic lights were bright at this time, and there were people inside, drinking, bragging, and it was very lively. Behind the tavern, at the door of a hidden wine cellar, a man who looked like a boss held a mirror, activated it, and put it next to it. Not long after, a tall man in black came out from an unknown place, and he looked at the boss. The boss nodded obscurely, then opened the wine cellar, and then walked in first with his waist hunched. The man in black looked behind him vigilantly, and then walked in with his head down. After the boss walked in, he looked in the mirror. There was nothing around him except some strong red dots in the distance. That was the front of the bar, so it was normal for there to be many people. He was the only one behind the bar. In the wine cellar, there were only huge wine barrels, neatly arranged in a row. After walking 2 steps inside, the boss turned around and whispered, "Chi, what do you want to talk to me about?" The tall man in black stood in the wine cellar, glanced around, and then slowly said, "The organization sent me to check on Nadola's situation. They said that if there is a chance, I will kill him. If I don't kill him, I'm afraid I can't kill him. He is almost a force to be reckoned with." The boss nodded, his expression solemn. "Nadola basically doesn't leave Luxembourg. It's not easy to kill him here, and he doesn't come out often. If you want to kill him, there is only one chance at present, that is, when he comes out to the Pharmacist Union. In the near future, he must go to the Pharmacist Union to apply for a certificate of a 7th level pharmacist." The man in black nodded. "The Wizard Tower group is covered by a powerful wizard formation, and I can't get in. If I want to take action, I can only do it in other places. Okay, I know, I will find a location these days, and strive to kill it with one blow." Chapter 631. At the entrance of the wine cellar, a small black bug flew in from the crack of the door, and quietly landed on the wine barrel. Then another small black bug flew over, and landed on another wine barrel. Then a large group of black bugs flew in from outside, and flew silently into the wine cellar. The bugs were very small, 1 or 2 could not be seen, but when a large number of bugs flew in, the boss felt something was wrong. As a killer, Chi's senses were more acute. When the number of bugs outside formed a fog of bugs, he already felt something was wrong. He felt the murderous intent. "What kind of bug is this? Who has this kind of bug?" Chi almost shouted without thinking. "No, we have been discovered by Nadula." He pulled his hands out from under his black clothes, and the powerful dark fighting spirit was like a dark night sky, instantly covering himself, turning into a ball of darkness, and rushed out of the wine cellar. The door shattered, and the man in black rushed to the door as he wished. At this time, he saw a person standing in the middle of the yard, surrounded by black air, looking gloomy, dark, and terrifying. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was Dole. It was really a piece of cake. He flashed and turned into a dark, rushing towards Dole. His slender hands drew a half circle in the air, and 2 piercing swords were like full moons, slashing forward. All his strength burst out. At this moment, he really showed his powerful ability to attack. Dole's mouth showed a slight mockery. In Luxembourg, unless he really sneaked up when he was not paying attention, otherwise within the range of the Wizard Tower, even the 7th level would not be able to kill him easily. A layer of light curtain appeared on his body. He stretched out his hand, and the white wind breath slowly spread behind him, forming a white light curtain that extended in front of him. The dark crescent scimitar suddenly smashed on the light curtain, like 2 giant swords slashing on the ground, making a loud bang, and a circle of energy waves quickly spread out in all directions. Boom! The light curtain did not move at all, and the power of the crescent slashed down fiercely, but it had no effect at all, and the energy on it did not splash. Chi was shocked. With his level 6 strength, he couldn't even cut a layer of light curtain. He felt that his 2 full-strength swords seemed to stab on the 1,000-year-old black iron, and he didn't make any progress. A chill suddenly rose in his heart. At this time, the white breath behind the opponent arrived. He put away the 2 swords in his hands, and suddenly stabbed 18 swords into the air in front of him. Chi's fighting spirit is to give his sword a strong piercing ability. Since his debut, his fighting spirit has been successful. However, when the 18 swords were stabbed out one after another, they hit the thick light curtain, just like when he was a child. He used a wooden sword to poke a stone. There was no effect at all. Instead, the white aura was messed up and he didn't get close. After the 18 swords were stabbed, he felt that there was no effect, so he immediately pulled back. He already knew what the other party meant. With the power of the 7th level wizard tower added to his body, he had no chance of success in a head-on confrontation with the other party's defense. Dole was also fully aware of the other party's power at this time. The wind breath had no effect on the other party. After all, it was only a 5th level witchcraft. Under the blessing of the other party's fighting spirit, the wind breath had no effect at all, but the other party couldn't break his defense either. The opponent pierced him with 18 swords in one breath. Dole knew immediately that the assassin was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the wizard tower, if he was attacked in an instant, he would probably die immediately. Assassins, with strong attack power and unexpected attack methods, are destined to be a threat to wizards. When he saw that the opponent was about to retreat, Dole snorted coldly, and directly summoned the power of the wizard tower to attack in a wide range. The power of the wizard tower came across space without reservation. Dole did not hesitate at all, and wrapped half of the tavern in it. Only a flash of light was seen, and the back half of the entire bar was completely flattened in an instant. Boom! The 3-story building was flattened in an instant, and covered the ground. The smoke and dust spread out in an instant, forming a circle of ripples, hitting all directions. Such a strong magic fluctuation naturally alarmed countless people, and shook the 4 directions. Especially the patrol team patrolling around, they immediately rushed over. The people drinking in front of the bar were either scared and ran out, or rushed in with weapons. When they saw the situation behind, they stopped and did not dare to come up. When the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the bar's backyard that was like a flat ground, everyone's eyes widened. At this time, the back of the entire bar had become a flat ground. The small building disappeared directly, and a figure stood there, without any problem in the smoke and dust. When he saw who that person was, even the patrol captain couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this time. Master Dole, pharmacist. Dole naturally didn't leave because of the aftermath. The assassin and the bar owner were naturally dead at this time, and there was no interest rate increase. If he didn't die after making such a big fuss, it would be unfair for his action. The speed of the 6th level warrior was really fast. Even though he was quick, he almost ran away. At the back door, a pool of flesh and blood was just at the edge of the attack range. The blood flowed all over the ground, and a strong smell of blood spread in all directions. At this time, in addition to the patrol captain, Dole also heard Alan's question. The noise was too loud. It was not the first time that Dole had attacked in the city, but it was the first time that the noise was so loud. Dole, what happened? Why did you use the power of the wizard tower again? Dole looked at the broken walls in front of him, and did not say so. Instead, he sent the scene just now directly to Alan in the form of spiritual light. A beam of light quickly flew out, and shot towards the wizard tower. Not long after, Alan's voice came back. I know, you can just tell the Public Security Bureau. Dole nodded slightly. At this time, the patrol captain standing outside came over nervously, holding the sword and saluting to Dole with trembling hands. Wizard Dole, what are you doing? Dole glanced at him, his expression calm. Someone wanted to assassinate me, so I killed him in advance. That pile of blood and flesh is it. Look at his clothes. There is a Sand Scorpion logo on his cuffs. The patrol captain's face suddenly changed. Sand Scorpion Adventure Group? He made a gesture to the back, and the others went to look through the pile of blood and flesh. The surroundings were quiet. Even the people who were drinking in the bar in front of them gathered at the back door of the bar at this time, looking at everything in front of them in shock. They were drinking well. Nothing was wrong in front, but there was nothing behind the bar. Where did the boss go? Looking at the situation behind, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. If this happened to them, they would probably end up like the killer. Oh my god, if Wizard Dole didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering, causing such a big commotion. Dole watched all this with an expressionless face, and when they finished their inspection, they exchanged opinions. The patrol captain's face was ugly at this time. There was actually a killer in his jurisdiction. This matter was simply a super slap in the face. The identity of the killer was quickly confirmed. It was indeed a member of the Sand Scorpion. The mark on the cuffs could prove it, but the boss also died here, which was difficult to explain. Chapter 632. The patrol captain came to Dole and said with a somewhat unpleasant face, Wizard Dole, how do you think we should deal with this? According to the rules and regulations, we should take you to the Public Security Bureau, but since it involves the power of wizards, you should ask President Alan first. Dole waved his hand and said, no need, we have already communicated just now. I will go to the Public Security Bureau with you." The captain breathed a sigh of relief. As long as people are willing to go, it's fine. So he turned around and said to the back, "Collect the evidence. In addition, take all the managers and staff of the bar back to the Public Security Bureau." The surroundings were silent, no one spoke, and the scene was very quiet. The bars were places they often visited, and everyone in them knew each other. When several patrol members entered, the bartender and the shopkeeper stood out with pale faces, and they didn't even dare to look at Dole, and their expressions were terrified. "Sir, we don't know anything." When passing Dole, the little bartender suddenly howled and knelt down. "Sir, my mother is seriously ill, and needs me to go back to take care of her at night. Sir, I am really innocent." When the bartender said this, the patrol team members changed their faces, and were about to scold. Dole turned his head, glanced at the bartender, then looked at the patrol team, and said, "Do you know this person? Is his family situation true?" The patrol leader nodded and said, "Except for the boss, the others in the bar are locals, and they are all very familiar people. The child's situation is true." Dole nodded, not caring much, then let him out early. This matter should have nothing to do with what they did before. Only the boss here may be the subordinate of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. Hearing this, the patrol captain nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. But according to the rules, I still have to take him back for questioning. The process should be followed. Let's go." The incident at the bar passed quickly. Not long after, someone came to clean up and pick up the garbage. The entire bar was under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau and had become empty. The Public Security Bureau, a sealed office on the first floor. There were 4 people in the office, looking at Dole in a state of readiness. One of the majestic middle-aged men looked at Dole, who came in and had a headache. He probably knew what happened, but he didn't know the details. "I am Theo. Please sit down, Wizard Dole." In front of Theo was a table, and next to him sat a person with a pen and paper in his hand, and the other 2 were standing. Dole took a look, then sat down at the table, looked at Theo, and smiled faintly. "Lord Theo, do you want me to describe what happened?" Theo nodded. "That's great. We need a detailed process of the matter. How did you find them? What happened in the middle? And what did you do later?" Dora nodded, then slowly spoke. "You know, I'm a wizard, and I have grudges against several large forces, so every time I go out, I pay special attention to the surrounding situation. Today we went to see the lord of the city, and found that person on the way. So I used a little trick to track that person. That person is very powerful. I have no choice but to use the power of the wizard tower to cover the range and raise that area to the ground. This is probably the process." Theo's mouth twitched. The man next to him wrote furiously, and finished writing quickly, handing the paper and pen to Theo. Theo took a look and thought there was no problem. "Then take a look, if there is anything to be revised. If there is nothing to be revised, just sign and you can leave. Wizards have privileges. As long as they do not make mistakes intentionally, or kill people intentionally, they will generally not be detained in the Public Security Bureau. If there is a commotion here, there will be too many Public Security Bureaus to tear down." Dole glanced casually, and then took the pen and signed his name. "Then I'm leaving? Please." It took less than 10 minutes from entering to leaving. At the gate of the Public Security Bureau, many people stood there. When they saw Dole going out, they all curled their lips. They were ready to watch the fun. So why did he come out? Dole looked around and his mouth twitched. These people really wanted to make trouble in the world. He had just taken a few steps when a man who looked like a servant came to him quickly. Dole immediately became alert. The man did not dare to get too close, and immediately stood 3 or 5 meters away, whispering, "Lord Dole, our master wants to invite you to have a chat." Dole glanced at the man, and his voice was just loud enough for him to hear. He looked at him and wondered, "Why are you looking for me? Do I know your master?" The man nodded and said, "My master said that you will come after you take a look at this." He took out a box and threw it directly to Dole. Dole became alert. He did not catch it with his hand, but transformed into a magic hand and grabbed the box in midair. There was a seal on the box, isolating the inside and the outside. The seal was easy to open. It was a very simple magic lock structure. As soon as his spiritual power touched it, his eyes fixed. There was actually a small branch of the sycamore tree in the box. He closed the box again, looked at the man, threw the box back, and said slowly, "I am a pharmacist. If you want medicine, let him come by himself. I am not interested in meeting anyone." After that, he turned and left. This mysterious man was a nobody, and he sent a subordinate. It was really interesting. If he wanted medicine, his door was not closed, and he could come at any time. The only possibility was that he didn't dare to come out openly. He had no interest in meeting such a person at all. The man was anxious and said immediately, "Lord Dole, our master said that as long as you are willing to go, he will definitely help you when you build your territory in the future. Our master really can't come out now." He was almost crying in anxiety. Dole stopped and turned his head to look at the man. What's going on? Can't come out, or dare not come out? How did he know that he was going to build a territory? He thought about it and said, "Okay, I know, you go back. I send my clone over." Then he turned and left. If he can help with the things in the territory, Dole is still willing to help, but he still has to be careful. Who knows if this is a trap? A bug flew out of his body and landed on the man's shoulder. When the man saw this, the panic on his expression slowly faded, and he slowly trotted back, whispering as he ran, "Master Wizard Dole, our master is seriously injured now. Otherwise he would definitely come out, and there are enemies chasing him." The black corpse worm did not respond, but Dole felt a little disgusted at this time. He was a pharmacist, or a doctor, and treating and saving people was his job. As for what happened to them, he was not interested in caring. Therefore, the Xian corpse worm vibrated and spoke, saying only one word, "Go." The servant walked out of the North District, and soon came to the Central Avenue. After turning 7 or 8 times, he came to the relatively prosperous area of the East District, and soon entered a courtyard that looked magnificent. Chapter 633. The courtyard door was full of leaves. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time, and no one had cleaned it. It was a deserted courtyard. The gate was a very thick wooden door, and it was tightly closed at this time. The man opened and closed the gate quickly and concisely. He did not stop, and soon entered the courtyard inside, came to a small courtyard, then took out the key, opened the door, and pushed it in. Dole took in all of this, and at the same time guessed the owner of this courtyard in his heart. Those who can live here are naturally not ordinary people. It is unknown whether the other party is really the owner here, or is secretly living here. He had already seen that this slave was really an ordinary person, without any strength at all. How good could his master be? If it was a trap, he would lose this Xian corpse worm at most. If it was not a trap, the other party could hide here and avoid certain pursuit. The gate opened, revealing a more dilapidated courtyard inside. It seemed that there were signs of human activity, but no one was cleaning it. From here, you can see several rooms, and the doors are tightly closed. The man went straight to one of the rooms, then pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he fell to the ground in fear and trepidation. "Master, Wizard Dole is here." Dole saw that this room was decorated like an ordinary boudoir. The yard outside looked very shabby, but the house was very clean and tidy. There was a partition in the room, a pink curtain separating the inside and the outside, and a small formation to prevent prying eyes. At this time, a weak and pleasant female voice came from inside. "You go down, Wizard Dole. Please come in." Duolei's induction was fully activated at this time, and he could vaguely sense that there was a person inside. That person immediately said, "Okay, I leave now." Duolei flew up from the man's shoulder and flew inside. At this time, he was already thinking that the voice was so nice, it must be a beautiful woman, at least a pretty woman. The Xianxia worm flew in, and passed through the pink partition. Duolei immediately sensed an extremely evil breath, and his heart was immediately trembling. At this time, he saw the woman opposite. She was indeed very beautiful, with skin as white as cream and face as white as jade, but she looked quite pale, with a delicate oval face and delicate facial features, which made people think of the 4 words weak and lovely at a glance. But the breath on her body made Duolei a little frightened. An extremely heavy breath of Lihua flame appeared on her body, and it also had a wonderful rhythm. Just by looking at it, Duolei felt that his Xianxia worm was about to be burned. Good guy, it turns out to be a 7th level master, a master who has mastered the rules. However, this beautiful master now has an extremely evil power entrenched in her body, corroding her will and body. This power seems to be another kind of rule power. Violent, vicious, weird, corrosive, it seems that just by looking at it, Duolei feels that he will be assimilated by this power. He controlled the Xian corpse worm, and did not dare to get too close. The woman looked at Duolei's Xian corpse worm at this time, sighed softly, and said, "Wizard Duolei, I was hit by the 7th level dark swallowing arrow of the Black Wizard. Now I want to ask for medicine. I have seen your super vitality potion. There are about 5 bottles, which can completely cure me." Duolei looked at the other party, and felt that the other party's flame was very familiar, so he said, "Are you from the Hua Wudong organization?" The woman nodded. "Yes, that's why I came to find you." She suddenly smiled slightly, full of charm. Dual Eye frowned and said strangely, with the ability of your organization, it should be easy to solve your problem. The woman rolled her eyes at Dual Eye. Then do you think I can go back in this state? She sat up from the bed and faced Dual Eye's Xianxia worm. At this time, her eyes were a little strange. Legend has it that when the Xianxia worm reaches level 6, it can evolve the purest corpse gas in the world by itself. It seems to be true. The woman didn't wear many clothes. When she got up from the bed, her clothes half covered her body, revealing a large area of spring light. It wasn't her intention, but ordinary clothes would be eroded by evil forces. Even the magic clothes made of alchemy on her body were eroded and tattered, and it looked like spring light was leaking. Dole saw a large area of white, and looked down along the collar, and saw something he shouldn't have seen. He played with Ash sometimes, but she was not Ash after all. Don't look at anything indecent. Dole coughed, and stopped looking at the woman. Instead, he looked in other directions, and said slowly, the power in you is the product of rules. The super vitality potion can only heal itself, and I'm afraid it can't have an effect on the witchcraft you have. You may have found the wrong person. So far, I have only one way to solve this kind of confrontation between rules and power. Dole is just a bug, so the woman naturally can't see his expression and psychological changes. She didn't care about her exposure at all. Hearing this, her eyes lit up and she said, what can I do? Ask a master who is also a level 7 master to suppress the power in you first, and heal your physical injuries first. It would be best if you can separate your power. The two powers will work together to drive away this power. The woman rolled her eyes at Dole again. With her pretty face and half-revealed clothes, she said with a bit of charm, there are only 5 level 7 masters in Watzenberg at present. 4 of them are unlikely to take action, and the only one is the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance. How can they see me like this? Dole was a little embarrassed. I saw it, and I was afraid that others would see it. He thought for a moment and said, if you don't want others to see it, you can only wait for 3 days. After 3 days, I will have a way. The woman thought about it and thought to herself, this guy really has a strong backing. I have only one request. You can only be present. No one else, not even the pet. Although the woman was very charming and open in front of Dual Eye, and even didn't mind him seeing her body, she still couldn't accept being seen by others like this. Dual Eye smiled at this time. I understand. Then give me the thing. I will come to you again in 3 days. I hope you can still hold on. The woman nodded, and said leisurely at this time, the vitality of masters above level 7 is more tenacious than you can imagine. Don't look at me so embarrassed now. Even so, it's no problem to live another 100 years. It's just a little sad. Are you sure you can help me when the time comes? Dual Eye's heart trembled, and he had a new understanding of the difficulty of level 7 masters. Although he also has a 7th level power, it is not his own, so he can only use it. When he reaches the 7th level, maybe he can understand the essence of that power. Dole said honestly, I hope I can have more 7th level masters to help me, so I can say this. I can certainly help you. It would be easier if you can go to my wizard tower. The woman shook her head. No, I can't appear anywhere else except here. Once I appear, that person will come to me. Dole hummed and said, then give me the thing. I will come to you in 3 days. The woman looked at Dole's mysterious corpse worm at this time. Her eyes turned, and she said charmingly, don't you want to look at me for a while? Chapter 634. Dole was speechless. There are such people? I have seen everything I should see. What else are you looking at? You can't eat. Hurry up. I have a lot of things to do. The woman giggled and said, when I get better, you can eat. High-level wizards are very open. Dole's mouth twitched. I haven't reached level 6 yet. The woman was surprised. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Remember, my name is Axo. Axo raised his wrist with difficulty and separated a little mental power. A red box was thrown out by him and fell to the ground. It seemed that she had used up all her strength. After throwing it, she relaxed and looked at Dole in confusion. How did you take this thing away? Your Xianxia worm is so small? At this time, she saw that the Xianxia worm landed on the box. Soon, mental power flew out from the Xianxia worm and quickly imprinted white runes on the box. The runes were generated very quickly, and soon they covered the entire box. Then, as a ray of light lit up, the box slowly shrank, becoming smaller than the Xianxia worm, and was swallowed into its stomach. Axo was stunned. You are also a rune master? This young man is too perverted, a 7th level pharmacist, and a rune master. Is this man the reincarnation of the gods? Dole's voice was revealed at this time. Haha, see you in 3 days. After saying that, He quickly flew out of the house. If he didn't leave, he felt that he was going to have a nosebleed. This woman, who didn't know how old she was, really knew how to play and was too open. Leaving the yard, the Xianxia worm quickly disappeared into the sky. In the room, Axel touched her cheek, not as charming as before, but a little dazed now. Has she really grown old? She has lost all her charm. She is almost naked, but a young man looks down on her. This young man is incredible now. At this moment, she suppressed the evil aura on her body and began to tidy up her clothes. She tore off her clothes, revealing a large area of spring light. With a flick of her wrist, another set of clothes appeared in her hand, and she changed again. The whole process was smooth. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside, and the servant whispered, "Master, Lord Alan is visiting." She looked at her new clothes, and it seemed that they could last for a while, so a cold voice sounded, "Let him in." The news of Axel's arrival could be hidden from others, but not from Alan, the president of the Honor Wizard Union. Alan sensed it when Axel came in quietly, but he never knew what this guy came in for. He had some friendship with the Fire Wudong organization, so Alan didn't care much. Anyway, they wouldn't cause any trouble here. But when Dole met them, Alan knew that something might happen. When Alan saw Axel, his eyes suddenly fixed. They were both acquaintances, but Axel was still high above them, and Alan had just reached level 7, so he was still a little confused about his ability. "Lord Axel, what are you doing?" Alan walked into the room and felt the evil aura on the other person at close range. Axel nodded. When he saw Alan, Alan was still a junior. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed, and Alan had taken charge of the Watzenberg Glory Wizard Alliance. She coughed and said, "I was accidentally hit by a bitch's witchcraft, so I came here to seek help. I've found Dole. You can leave if you have nothing to do." Alan's heart trembled. "With your status, the injury you suffered must be accompanied by the damage of the law. Can Dole help you?" Alan knew that when he met this person with his master, she was already a super master. After so many years, I don't know what level her strength has grown to. Dole can actually heal her injuries? Axel shook his head and said, "I don't know." He said he could, but it would take 3 days. Alan frowned and said, "If you need help, I can help you." Axel said unhappily, "Get out. The clothes I'm wearing are just temporary, and they will be corroded by the evil aura in a while. What do you want to do by asking you to heal me? Do you want to see my body naked?" Alan's face suddenly. He paused, and said awkwardly, "No, no, no, you misunderstood. Then I won't bother you. Come to my territory, tell me if you have any problems, I will definitely help you to the end. In addition, should we inform those people about this matter?" Axel shook his head, his tone full of suspicion and coldness. "No, I suspect there is a traitor among us, otherwise my whereabouts would not be known to others. Tell them, do you think I am not dying fast enough?" Alan's face changed. How could this be? Is there a problem within the Wudong organization? This thought just turned slightly, and he immediately said, "No matter what you have, contact me directly, I promise to help you in the shortest time." Axel shook his head and ordered him to leave. "You leave now, which is the greatest help to me." She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. There were many holes on them, and it was obvious that she could not withstand the erosion of the evil breath. Seeing this, Alan quickly turned around, bowed respectfully, and walked out. Axel is a top-notch expert in the Fire Wudong organization. If he takes advantage of her, she will definitely suffer with her fickle personality. It is better to leave first. Dole didn't know what happened later. He took the branches of the Wudong tree and immediately went back to refine the finished potion. This thing was not difficult for him, and he also harvested a little bit of lihua. Lihua can be cultivated. He peeled it out and put it in a crystal container to raise it. Let's see if it can be used for other purposes. Axel gave him a lot of branches, and used a lot of consumables to refine 15 bottles of potion. This dosage is enough for even an 8th level expert to recover. Recently, Watzenberg has been very calm on the surface, as if nothing has ever happened. In fact, there are already many forces and people active in private. Some people are waiting, and some people are looking for opportunities. After Alan came to power, he strongly supported civilian wizards, and greatly reduced the share of noble wizards. In the current Watzenberg, the voice of noble wizards has been slightly reduced, and the major noble families are no longer as prosperous as before. The status of civilian wizards in the professional world has risen slightly, and the atmosphere in Watzenberg is a little more active than before. All major forces have maintained their previous layouts, with almost no changes. The matter of Dole using the wizard tower is a big thing, but it is also a small thing. Although it is not the first time he has used it in the city, deterrence and attack are completely different in nature. The whole thing quickly fermented in the wizard world. Chapter 635. The news that Wizard Dole used the Wizard Tower was officially spread among the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the relevant process and results were all publicly handled. The Glory Wizard Alliance was divided into two parts to discuss this matter. One was the civilian wizards. Regarding Dole's abuse of the power of the Wizard Tower, they were divided into two parts to discuss. Some people proposed that Dole must be punished. He used the power of the Wizard Tower at will in Watzenberg, which gave ordinary wizards a very bad feeling and made them feel insecure. Some people proposed to use the power of the Judgment Department to crack down on the so-called Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. An underground force dared to enter the city to assassinate a well-known pharmacist. If they succeeded in this way, would others be more dangerous? The second was the noble wizards. They rarely adopted a silent approach to deal with this matter, but they also expressed their concerns to a certain extent. Especially some members of the Glory Wizards, who were in high positions, had a deeper level of prevention against the casual entry of the Sand Scorpion. Their sources of information are more extensive, so they know a lot of inside information. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group wants to assassinate Dole, and they can assassinate them for this reason. Dole has the protection of the Wizard Tower, but they have no protection. More discussions are among civilian wizards, and the discussions are very intense. Just one day after the incident, which is also the day after Dole met Axel, he just finished refining the potion, and he received a message from the Glory Wizard Alliance, asking about the specific process of the incident. Dole is a little fed up with this matter. He had already sent the process of the incident to Alan, and now he has to be questioned again, as if this matter is his fault. All along, he has been outside the Glory Wizard Alliance, not wanting to delve too deeply into their internal affairs, just not wanting to waste too much time. However, the Glory Wizard Alliance is not an alliance of Alan alone. Dole thought about it, and decided to go. The clone has not come back yet, at least one day, so only the original body can go. Although he can split into 3 or 4, it is the Glory Wizard Alliance after all, and Dole does not want to be envied by some people because of the matter of the mysterious corpse worm. Soon, he came to Tower Number 1. Tower Number 1 was a bit lively at this time. Some people who were not seen at ordinary times came, some people were in high positions and did not come at all, and some people were just watching the excitement. Many people greeted Dole, and Dole returned the greetings one by one. Although he did not know each other, he saw that among these people, some were full of vigilance, some were full of doubts, and some were full of pleasure. Dole was a little confused about the situation. Looking at the expressions of these people, he walked and thought. Soon, he came to a room on the 4th floor. There were some people standing at the door, and they seemed to be divided into 2 groups. Dole saw Ava in one of the groups, who was calm and even deliberately away from the crowd. Alan's disciple was naturally outstanding. Although he didn't have the talent of others, he worked hard and now had the strength of the 4th level. He was a typical representative of civilian wizards, so the people around him were also represented by civilian wizards, while the other side was all noble wizards dressed in gorgeous clothes. Seeing Dole coming up, everyone kept looking at the door with different expressions. When Ava saw Dole coming, his expression eased slightly. He walked over quickly and came to Dole, whispering, "The teacher is inside." Dole frowned slightly. He glanced behind Ava and said, "What's the situation now? Why are there so many people?" Ava said helplessly, "These are the heads of various departments within the Glory Wizard Alliance." Dole blinked, "So many people? I'm afraid that everyone from the Glory Wizard Alliance is here." Ava laughed, in a while. Dole could only nod helplessly, and said, "Then go in." Dole had just walked over, and one of the middle-aged men with a stiff face walked out from the civilian wizards, and said coldly, "Wizard Dole, you used the power of the Wizard Tower in Watzenberg to raise a civilian tavern to the ground, and cause 2 deaths and injuries. How do you explain this?" When the people around heard this voice, they suddenly quieted down and looked over here to watch the excitement. Ava's mouth twitched when he heard this. If someone was planning to kill him, shouldn't he fight back? This must be a fool. He was about to fight back for Dole, but Dole stretched out his hand to stop him. Dole glanced around, but everyone around him was looking at him. He looked at the man and said calmly, "Before you ask this question, have you ever considered the consequences of asking this question?" The man sneered and said, "I have considered it. You found the killer and tracked the killer. You can report it to the Glory Wizard Alliance or the Public Security Bureau, and let the official take action to capture the other party. This is always reasonable for you. You did not notify any party, but took action on your own and used the power of the Wizard Tower to trample the backyard of a restaurant. I am not wrong after all. Hearing this, Ava's face changed. The fact that the killer hadn't made a move yet was indeed the key to the key. He didn't even realize that he was discovered. This question was reasonable. The people around nodded when they heard this. Fighting criminals and crimes is originally an official matter. Fighting privately will also cause great impact. Although it is usually tacitly approved, using the power of the Wizard Tower is a bit of an exaggeration. Dole looked at the other party and his clothes, and he understood a little bit, so he smiled and said, "Excuse me, this law enforcement officer wizard, the Sand Scorpion organization has been almost 4 years since I reported it. Have you caught anyone? What do you usually do? Do you only chat and drink coffee in the office?" The man's face was serious, and he became a little anxious from the confidence just now. His face was slightly red, and he didn't dare to speak. The people around raised their eyebrows. The conversation between the two people was quite tit for tat. A law enforcement officer and a victim, they have different perspectives and view issues differently, which leads to the current situation. There will probably be something exciting to watch soon. Everyone thought to themselves. Seeing that the other party was silent, Ava snorted and said to Dole, "Wizard Dole, please come in with me." Dole didn't want to go in at all. Standing outside and standing inside are two different concepts. He knew very well what the bureaucratic people were like. They would find some reason for you even if there was no reason. This rule and that rule, it would be annoying to death. He nodded irritably, "Then go in." Ava nodded and led the way. The two quickly walked into the room. Behind him, those people also entered the room with inexplicable expressions. The room was very large, arranged in a semicircular ring, with only one seat in the middle, which seemed to be in the absolute center, and surrounded by seats for observers. Chapter 636. In front of the middle position, there is a row of parallel seats, which are full of people at this time, and Alan is sitting in the middle. People outside slowly entered. Some walked to the observation seats, and some came to the parallel seats. The person who questioned Dole just now sat in the parallel seats. Dole just took a look and understood in his heart that if someone supported him, and someone opposed him, then that person must be one of those who opposed him. The Glory Wizard Alliance has many departments, such as the Administrative Department, the Financial Department, the Personnel Department, the Law Enforcement Department, such as the Inspection and Supervision, and the Judgment Department, the Judgment Office, the Judgment Hall, etc. Dole knew that his affairs were big and small, and he didn't care about it in his heart, but seeing the current situation, he frowned a little. This matter may not be easily settled. At this time, after walking in, Ava gave him a reassuring look, and then walked to the audience seat. Dole frowned, then walked to the middle seat, then slowly sat down, looking directly at the parallel seat in front of him. He looked at Alan, but Alan didn't look at him, but seemed to be communicating with someone through voice transmission. People slowly came in, and the room was quiet with noise. Few people spoke, and they all looked at the middle. Not long after, everyone seemed to be there. Alan stopped communicating with others, turned his head for the first time, and formally looked at Dole. Dole saw at this time that Alan's eyes were a little strange, and seemed to be filled with some wisdom. Seeing this, he thought, what is this guy going to do? Ready to hit himself? He thought of another aspect. Or is he going to hit himself, hit everyone? It's possible. While he was thinking about it, everyone around him had already sat down and quieted down. A man next to Alan cleared his throat, coughed, and said slowly, "I am Vice President Akron. I am the host of today's meeting. The main discussion is about the ambush of Dole Wizard, and the improper use of the Wizard Tower. Today, we will discuss two aspects. First, Dole Wizard was attacked by someone. This requires all of us to participate in the discussion. The reason for the incident may not be clear to everyone. I will briefly introduce it here. Everyone knows about the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. After Akron briefly introduced the matter, he continued expressionlessly. Second, it is to discuss Dole Wizard's abuse of the Wizard Tower. Although Watzenberg did not clearly stipulate how to use the Wizard Tower, it is obvious that Dole Wizard's use of the Wizard Tower this time has caused a lot of financial and personnel losses. This behavior deserves our serious reflection and serious thinking about how the Wizard Tower should be used." Hearing this, Dole's heart sank. This Akron really took him out and whipped him. He did not change any expression, nor did he show any expression, as if everything had nothing to do with him. After Akron finished speaking, he still looked at Dole with an expressionless face. "Now, Lord Alan will preside over the meeting. Let's talk about the first thing." Alan turned his head and looked at Akron calmly. Akron looked at Alan calmly, without any intention of avoiding him. The two looked at each other, and Alan suddenly turned his head and looked at Dole in front of him. The hall was very quiet at this time, waiting for Alan to say something. Today's meeting was strongly convened under the leadership of the Vice President of the Glory Alliance, led by Akron. First of all, I want to make it clear that Wizard Dole's arrival today is not the object of questioning. I hope everyone will not misunderstand. He turned his eyes and looked at Akron next to him, and slowly said, the fact that Wizard Dole was targeted by the notorious Sand Scorpion Adventure Group and the members of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group entered Watzenberg. There are two big problems. First, the incompetence of the Imperial Security Bureau. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group can enter and leave Watzenberg at will, which shows their absolute incompetence. Second, the incompetence of the Law Enforcement Department and the Intelligence Department of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Since I took office for so long, these two departments have been questioned. Now it seems that they are indeed a little incompetent. Hearing his words, Akron's face suddenly became a little stiff. Next to Akron, the person who questioned Dole outside also had a stiff face at this time. The people around were also a little stunned at this time. They came here to question Dole today, so how did it become an internal matter of the Honor Wizard Alliance? At this time, Alan turned his head and looked at Akron. I suggest replacing the people in these two departments. Akron, do you have any good candidates? It would be best if they are masters of tracking and hiding. Akron was about to speak, but the man wearing the uniform of the Law Enforcement Department had a red face and was a little embarrassed at this time. President Allen, as the head of the Law Enforcement Department, I think you may have misjudged the control of our Honor Wizard Alliance over the underground forces in Watzenberg. We have always maintained a superficial balance, not a comprehensive control. Hearing this, the people around were in an uproar. As the largest force in Watzenberg, the ability of the Law Enforcement Department is limited to this. Akron's face darkened when he heard this. Alan showed a slightly sarcastic look at the corner of his mouth. So I said, let someone else come up and sit in this position. Watzenberg spends so much money, and pays so much every year. Now you actually tell me that it only maintains a superficial balance. That means that there are still many people playing unknown tricks in secret, and you don't even know? Watzenberg's death list is so long every year. I have long suspected that you are a bunch of trash. He shouted the last sentence. The man blushed immediately, sat down slowly, and stopped talking. Akron looked a little tangled at this time. President Allen, the Law Enforcement Department, and the Intelligence Department also have difficulties. The annual funding and training costs are very high, and it is very difficult to train personnel. It is difficult for the people below. Alan didn't even look at him, snorted coldly, and said, do you think I don't know anything? Since taking office, I know the accounts of Watzenberg better than you. The monthly expenses of the Law Enforcement Department and the Intelligence Department must be approved by me. Do you think I don't know how much money has been spent? How many people in the Glory Wizard Alliance apply to participate in relevant skill training every month? How much money has been spent? And what items have been spent on? Do you think I don't know? The people watching the excitement around were all confused at this time. Didn't they question Dole? How did it become a competition between the two presidents? You don't have to worry about the future of the Intelligence Department and the Law Enforcement Department. Alan snorted coldly and defined this matter. Hearing this, the people around felt cold in their hearts. Dole was a little stunned at this time. He heard something. It turned out that coming here was just an excuse. The real contradiction was within the Glory Alliance Wizards? Chapter 637. But he immediately thought that this was only the first problem, and the second problem was related to himself. There are many wizard towers in the Glory Wizard Alliance, but there are not many people who own wizard towers above level 6. There are only a few, and they are owned by major families. It is estimated that they will have to be beaten. When he was thinking this in his mind, several other people also participated in the discussion. After arguing for half an hour, the matter between the two major departments of the Law Enforcement Department and the Intelligence Department finally came to an end. Akron's face was so gloomy that it almost turned black. He looked at Dole at this time and snorted coldly. Next, proceed to the second item, regarding the situation of Dole Wizard abusing the power of the Wizard Tower. As a wizard with a level 7 Wizard Tower, Dole Wizard is very inappropriate in the use of the Wizard Tower. I suggest, please ask Lord Allen to make a judgment. He didn't dare to speak nonsense. Allen is the president, the one who can mobilize the power of the entire Glory Wizard Alliance. After being deprived of power, there may be another review next. Akron no longer dares to deliberately target Dole. Allen looked at Dole and snorted. Dole, do you have anything to say about your abuse of the power of the Wizard Tower? Finally, the key point came. Everyone around stretched their necks, especially the people from the law enforcement department and the intelligence department who had just been severely beaten. They stared at him and wanted to eat Dole. Dole shook his head. There is no explanation. The matter is very clear. I found someone who was against me, so I tracked him down, tracked him to the tavern, saw him, and he also saw me, and then attacked me. The opponent was a level 6 assassin with extremely strong burst ability. I was sure that I was no match for him, so I could only use the power of the wizard tower to kill him. It was reasonable. Dole's words were obviously an excuse. Hearing this, the people from the law enforcement department could not sit still. As a wizard, you have 10,000 ways to get out. Why didn't you run away? Instead, you chose to kill the other party and implicated an innocent tavern owner. Dole looked at the man, expressionless, and even a little indifferent. As a wizard, facing a man in a small place, turning around and running away, exposing your back to others, how stupid is this? You can ask such a question. Now I doubt whether you are qualified to sit in the position of the law enforcement department. It's ridiculous. The man's face turned black, and he trembled with anger. At this time, another person asked, I am from the intelligence department. I want to know how you realized that the man was from the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. Dole thought to himself. Finally someone jumped out to ask a serious question. He said slowly, important members of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group usually have the Sand Scorpion logo on their bodies. I saw that logo on his wrist. The man continued to ask, we saw the logo of that person. If it was just conventional means, it would be very hidden and could not be discovered at ordinary times. How did you see it? Dole glanced at him and said sharply, want to learn? I can teach you if you pay the tuition. The man's face suddenly darkened. A man next to him shouted coldly, Dole, this is related to the security of Watsonburg. I think you should contribute this method. Dole turned his head and looked at the man. This man is also from the intelligence department. You can buy it. I am a businessman, not a philanthropist. Dole showed a sarcastic look at the corner of his mouth. Because of the incompetence of the law enforcement and intelligence departments, I caused my personal mental damage. I didn't blame you. Now you come to question me about using the wizard tower. Why should I tell you? Where does the security management fee paid to the Glory Wizard Alliance every month go? If so, can it be refunded? Dole's tone gradually became sharper. The man shouted angrily, Dole, your abuse of the wizard tower, our intelligence department will investigate to the end. Dole curled his lips and said, then you better hurry up, I will leave Watsonburg soon. Hearing this, the surroundings suddenly became deadly quiet, and everyone was stunned. Dole is leaving Watsonburg. If he leaves Watsonburg, then Chris Wizard Tower and Babel Tower will also leave Watsonburg. Work in Watsonburg buy potions in the future? Everyone was stunned at this time, including the senior members of the Honor Wizard Alliance, who were about to ask Dole. Alan was also a little stunned at this time. It was announced just now. It seems that he really got the power to suppress. With Bar, he has a level 7 wizard tower, which is enough to suppress one side. If he gets any more power, I am afraid he really has the ability to be independent. He himself, plus a group of pharmacists, has formed the basic conditions for a party's power. Akron was also shocked at this time. He was just about to punish him, but now he announced that he was leaving. What was the point of punishing him? He didn't know how to start at this time. Dole knew that his news might have hit too many people, so he smiled faintly and said, I will accept any punishment from the Glory Wizard Alliance. You can do whatever you want, whether it's a fine or anything else. I, Dole, will take it. But I'm a petty person, so you should think about it yourself. The matter between Dole and the Lang family and the Marsha family was a hot topic. So far, neither family could buy Dole's medicine. It is absolutely no problem to say that he is petty. Alan smiled and said, I called you here today just to ask about the situation, nothing else. In addition, the use of the wizard tower does have to have a set of regulations. Let's do this. The law enforcement department and the office come up with a set of wizard tower use plans, and this matter ends. In addition, we will discuss the law enforcement department and the intelligence department later. The ending of the matter was very anticlimactic. Dole was fined 100,000 gold coins and restricted the ability to use the wizard tower. This matter was considered over. However, when everyone knew that Dole the wizard was going to leave Watsonburg, most people were surprised. He was leaving now. If he left, what would happen to the huge pharmacist market in Watsonburg? You know, the current Chris Wizard Tower almost occupies half of the entire Watsonburg pharmacy market. If he leaves, what about those users who have been buying there for a long time? Big news. In comparison, Dole's use of the wizard tower to destroy a small bar was not that big a deal. With the end of the meeting and Dole's departure, this matter quickly fermented in the professional circle of Watzenberg. What, he's leaving here soon? Selinsky's face was slightly happy, but she soon showed a puzzled look. Where he's going and when he's leaving, this is probably a problem, and it doesn't prevent this guy from being suspected of throwing a smoke screen. The final result of using the wizard tower came out, and a fine of 100,000 gold coins seemed to be a large amount, but for Dole, it was simply a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. He seriously suspected that Dole proposed to leave in order to dilute the impact of using the wizard tower. Check it for me, use any connections, any power, to find out where he's going, when he's leaving, and why he's leaving? Chapter 638. After leaving the Glory Wizard Alliance and returning to the Babel Tower, Dole thought for a moment, then left the Babel Tower again and came to the Chris Wizard Tower. When he arrived at the Chris Wizard Tower, Libetha and Dino at the door were staring at him intently, their eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness. Dole saw the two of them, walked over slowly, and smiled faintly. You two also heard the news? The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Dole walked over, touched Libetha's head, and said, "Notify everyone except the tenants. We will have a meeting on the top floor in an hour and a half, and be sure to notify everyone." Dino and the other two were startled, then nodded, "Yes, master." He bowed with Libetha, and the two ran up together. Dole stood at the door, took a look at the layout inside the Chris Wizard Tower, and sighed a little. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and Chris Wizard Tower has become a symbolic meaning in Watzenberg. If I leave like this, what kind of changes will it bring to the situation in Watzenberg? The biggest change is naturally the power of nature. The pharmacist union and other related industries will definitely be happy. Then what? Dole curled his lips. He has his own plans and can't stay here for a lifetime. Otherwise, his meditation method can't be improved, and his strength can't be improved. It's a very difficult thing for him. In this world, nothing is possible, but no strength is not good. Not long after, he came to the top floor, stood in front of the window, looked outside, and was silent for a long time. The huge conference room was already full of people, all of whom were his own people, and all of whom could leave with him. Morris, Sano, Bernard, even Rosa, Yunlong, Warkai and others. This is Dole's team, plus Dino, Mora, Libetha and others, about 30 people. Everyone came in, and looked at Dole quietly without saying much. What happened just now was too shocking. They have been operating here for so many years, and now they are leaving. Some people are still a little puzzled. But with Dole's personality, if he wants to leave, it will probably take some time, not so early, so everyone still has buffer time. Everyone's interpersonal relationships and various networks need to be sorted out. If they leave so quickly, it is a bit unrealistic. The last person to come in was Ashley. After she came over, she greeted everyone and sat down. In front of the conference room, there was only Dole. At this time, the door of the conference room was closed with a bang, and various wizard formations were fully opened, completely isolating the inside and outside. When everyone saw this, their hearts sank. Today is definitely a big event. Dole sat at the top, his expression slightly silent. He looked at everyone, looking at everyone's expectant eyes, his expression relaxed, and smiled slightly. You may have heard that I said I would leave Watzenberg. Everyone may know the reason for this. I can only say that it is true. Morris Sano was the highest in Dole's group. They naturally knew something, so they discussed it with others in private, and everyone else knew it. Hearing this, Morris stood up excitedly. Dole, we are sure that we have the fighting power to suppress one side. It is not enough to rely on a level 7 wizard tower. Lord Bar's fighting power is too unstable. They also knew about Bale's existence. Dole looked at Morris, then at the others, and suddenly his heart surged. He nodded fiercely and said, "We are all family, so I won't be polite to say some irrelevant words. We already have the power to suppress, and it is at least the 7th level mid-level power. Please rest assured that as long as the masters who come are not 8th level masters, we already have enough power to suppress the 4 directions." Hearing this, everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. Territory, their territory. In Watzenberg, their status is just like this. They are always under others and subject to various jurisdictions, but if they have their own territory, it will not be the case. Bernard stood up excitedly and shouted, "When can we leave here? I can't wait." Sano next to him was also excited at this time, but he couldn't help but say a few words to him. "Look at your achievements." Bernard snorted and said, "What's wrong with my achievements? As long as Dole can occupy a territory, we are also a member of the Lord. It's better than staying here and looking at other people's faces. Look at how the Marsha family and the Lang family targeted us. Wardkai shouted loudly in the back, and the Pharmacist Guild, I went to apply for a potion 2 days ago, and they dared to block me. Damn it. Yes, I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Dole, as long as you say to build a territory, we will go with you without saying a word. We will not only build a territory, but also a complete business system. We end the others to death. With a level 7 wizard tower and a level 7 suppression force, we don't have to worry about big things. Yulong stood up and shouted loudly. That's right. We don't lack money, medicine, or even materials. What we lack is freedom. I want to spread my wings and fly. One person said in a childish way. Everyone started to discuss it, as if this matter had already been successful. Looking at the lively scene, Dual Eye smiled and nodded. Everyone had been suppressed for too long. When they were almost done making a scene, Dole suddenly coughed and said, Everyone be quiet. I notified you to come here today. One is to talk about this matter, and the other is to ask everyone to wait patiently. Now the territory matters still need some time to be resolved. Regarding the location and scope of the territory, I need to discuss with the commander of the Westerling Army and others, so don't be anxious, just patiently improve your strength. To be honest, our high-end combat power is insufficient. I hope everyone can improve it. Those with titles can now recruit some powerful guardians and private followers. I hope everyone can play their own abilities. At that time, the territory will belong to everyone. I am just a nominal manager, and I will not be too involved in management matters. Everyone knows that Dole is a person who never likes to be in charge, so everyone thinks so in their hearts. Hearing this, everyone was ready to go, especially Morris, who immediately said, No problem, a few people have contacted me, and they are quite strong. I plan to build a wizard tower myself, and then recruit some people to take charge of it for us. Fuck, Morris, are you rich? Morris said proudly. Humph, who hasn't saved some money in these years? Asked Bernard. That guy has more money than me. Bernard snorted on the side. Just say you, don't talk about me. I really don't have money for a level 6 wizard tower, but a level 5 wizard tower is still okay. The most important thing is that the formation of the Dole wizard tower, when the time comes, we will unify the mode and make it the same, and then only create a group of wizard towers. As long as there are a lot of people, even if the invaders are strong, we can repel them. Chapter 639. Morris' eyes lit up. That makes sense, it makes sense, asking Dole to help, and I can save a lot of money. I think I can also build a level 5. Sano snorted. I move all the family members here. I want to build a 5-story building. The group has already started to yearn for the future. Even Dole has ignored it. Everyone started to brag and shout. It was very lively. Dole found that he couldn't get a word in, sitting there awkwardly. I thought someone would disagree, but now it seems that I really worry too much. These guys seem to have planned it long ago. Ash saw this and felt a little funny and relieved. The funny thing is that Dole's solemn announcement was exchanged for everyone cheering more, which was not the case at all. The relief is that everyone is centered on Dole, and everything is considered based on him. There is no problem with the centripetal force of the team. Sitting there, Ash stood with a smile, quietly and elegantly watching everyone playing around. It was unknown how long it had passed before Morris and the others remembered that Dole was still around, and they felt a little awkward. After all, Dole rarely talked with them, and when he did, it was to discuss potions. They had long been accustomed to discussing by themselves. How awkward. Morris wanted to say something, but Dole shrugged. Everyone, get ready. Once you buy the necessary things, I will be responsible for building the wizard tower. I promise not to charge you. Bernard gave him a thumbs up and said, You know what? I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. I don't know how many gold coins I can save. He shouted loudly. That's right. The money spent on hiring someone to build is basically equal to half of the material cost, so now we can save all that. Someone else asked, Dole, can you do it? Wouldn't it be a bit tiring for each of us to build one? Dole smiled with some relief. It's not a big problem. We can take our time. Anyway, not many of you have saved enough money, and when the time comes, it will be no problem to build a tower in half a month. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, only 5 or 6 of them with high pharmacist levels made money, and it was quite easy to build 5 or 6 level 5 wizard towers. The atmosphere between them was very lively. In the past, they refined pharmacists purely for money. Although they are still for money now, they are not as urgent as before. With the Chris Wizard Tower as a signboard, the potions they refine are not worried about selling at all. They have saved a lot of gold coins in their hands, and now they should plan other things. Dole thought for a moment and said, I know you have developed a lot of relationships and forces in private. When I take over the territory, these relationships will have to be mobilized. Although I have the money to build a territory, I still lack manpower. At that time, it will depend on everyone to develop it together. As for medicinal materials, I have already agreed with the Orn family, and the Rose Merchant Group of the Third Prince also has certain exchanges. There is no need to worry about the raw materials of the medicine. The problem now is that there are not enough people to build the territory. This requires everyone's support. Bernard patted his skinny chest. That's no problem, leave it to us. It's not a problem for me to develop 5 or 6 adventure groups here. Mordecai showed a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes at this time, and said, Dole, as long as you can ensure the safety issues, I guess there are many people willing to go with us. As long as the location of the territory is good enough, adventure groups, mercenary groups, and even some down-and-out nobles are willing to go with us. Dole nodded. There is no need to question the security issue. You will know in a few days. I will use force to show you the security configuration we currently have. So far, except for the imperial officials and the major high-ranking families, my personal current ability has allowed me to walk sideways in the northwest region. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. How confident is Dole? He was not as confident as he is now, when he just built the 7th-level wizard tower. This is simply an inflated self-confidence. Dole smiled mysteriously, then adjourned the meeting and let them think about it themselves. Dole still felt a little distressed after paying 100,000 gold coins to the Glory Wizard Alliance. He complained to Alan in private, and this matter was in the past. He now has to plan other things, open up the territory, build the territory, and have all the infrastructure that should be there: agriculture, commerce, industry, colleges, and sources of students. These have to be planned and thought about slowly. He also has to get some civilians over. If it doesn't work, he can buy a large number of war slaves. But in this way, the cost will be much more. Thinking carefully, it seems that building a territory is far from as simple as I thought. Of course, this refers to mature territories. For immature territories, I will go there first, and then take my time to recruit people. In the Glory Empire, there are many people who follow the nobles to open up territories. There is definitely no shortage of such people. They can't live in the local area, and they don't want to be vassals of others. The opening of new territories will inevitably bring a lot of benefits. Many people go for this opportunity. Time passed quickly, and another day slowly came to the 3rd day. In the early morning, as soon as the city gate opened, a man in dark brown clothes walked slowly into the city with Dole's token. His skin was golden, and he had a strong and tyrannical power that frightened the guards. They wanted to stop him, but when they saw Dole's token, they didn't stop him. They just reported the man's characteristics to the military and public security bureaus. The wizards had seen the man's information a long time ago. Oh my god, a golden corpse. Dole brought back a golden corpse, and the wizards guarding the crater were all shocked. A level 7 golden corpse. No wonder Dole the wizard dared to say that he would build his own territory. Good guy, he really brought back a level 7 power. Using this thing to suppress one side is more effective than any level 7 power. It's crazy. Where did he get the golden corpse? For a while, the news quickly spread to the streets and alleys and reached everyone's ears. The golden corpse swaggered into the city and soon entered the Tower of Babel. But it only stayed in the Tower of Babel for a while, and the golden corpse changed its appearance and walked out of the wizard tower again. Together with Dole himself, they quietly came to a small alley in the East District. Not long after the sun rose, the servants had been waiting for a long time at the door of a house in the alley. When they saw 2 identical men in black, they were stunned for a moment. Dole took off the hood on the outside and said, "Open the door." The man saw that it was Dole, nodded immediately, and hurried to open the door. The master had lost his temper enough these days. No matter who he invited, it was really important to cure the disease quickly. "Come in, Wizard Dole." Dole nodded and walked in slowly. Behind him, the man in black followed closely. Axo did not release his own power, but he could feel another power that was almost the same as his own coming from the door. Chapter 640. Dole brought a person with him. The aura of this person was exactly the same as his own. He should be a clone, but the power of this clone was almost the same as hers. Good guy, when did he get such a powerful clone? With the power of the clone, why would he worry about reaching level 7? Level 7 is to comprehend the rules. No matter what the rules are, as long as you can comprehend them, you are at level 7. Dole has a level 7 clone, so it is easy for him to be promoted to level 7. No wonder he is so confident. Soon, the door opened and Dole lifted the curtain and walked in. Axo looked at Dole, then at the man in black behind him, and his beautiful eyes shrank. Golden corpse. She giggled immediately. So this is what you got. Judging from the age, this thing is quite old. Dole was speechless at this time, because Axo was sitting cross-legged half-naked, and his clothes were tattered by the evil power, and all the exposed parts were exposed, almost equivalent to not wearing anything. With her graceful figure and beautiful face, a beautiful woman standing in front of him with almost no clothes on, it would be a lie to say that he had no reaction. He coughed, slowly moved his eyes, and said in a low-key manner, I have had some opportunities recently, and got such a thing. My Xianxia insect clone practices the art of the dead spirit, which can just control it. Having said this, he raised his hand and waved. A large mass of black flew out from the golden corpse, and soon formed another dual eye on the ground, also wearing black clothes, the same height, the same appearance, but with a completely different aura. Axel looked at Dual Eye, and was slightly shocked. How could a person's mental power be so huge? Seeing 3 Dole at once, Axel was still a little confused. Each Dole had a different aura, but they could all see that it was Dole himself. The aura of Dole's original body was a ball of crazy storm. Wherever he stood, he could feel what a storm was, chaotic and regular, powerful and violent. The golden corpse had a strong sense of power. Although it was a corpse, it did not feel like a corpse. It was like a sleeping King Kong, with a grand and gentle aura. Dole's clone was full of death, darkness, and fear, like a dark version of Dole. Dole's original body was not strong, only level 5, and the dark clone was stronger. The Xianxia worm itself reached level 6, but the meditation method was only level 5, while the golden corpse was already as high as level 7. This little guy was quite capable. She didn't mind Dole's eyes dodging when he saw her. Such a little brother was interesting. She slowly said, Dole, you have a place among the strong men of the Western Ring continent. Dole shook his head, and the black corpse worm clones dispersed again and covered the golden corpse. Both bodies did not look at her. My original body is still too fragile. It's not working yet. Do you want to treat it now or wait a while? I have a mature plan now. Axo looked at Dole and chuckled. Why? A beautiful woman asked you to look at her more in front of you. Why don't you take the time to look at her? Dole felt a little overwhelmed. This old goblin, he swallowed hard and said with difficulty, Lord Axo, please forgive me, you are hundreds of years old, and I am only in my 20s. Axo's face suddenly became serious when he heard this, and he snorted coldly. What she hated most was people using her age as an excuse. What do I need to do now? She spoke slowly with a cold expression. Dole breathed a sigh of relief, finally becoming normal. He faced Axo and said, I have refined a formation plate. You just need to come down, sit on it, and take the medicine. Leave the rest to me. Axo nodded. You are a doctor, you have the final say. Even if you want to take advantage of me now, I don't object. She folded her arms in front of her chest, blocking her majestic figure. She walked down slowly, revealing a taller figure. Dole chuckled at the corner of her mouth and didn't dare to speak. When she saw him coming down, the two bodies turned around together and didn't dare to look at her. He took out a formation plate, threw it behind him, and activated it. Lord Axo, you can sit on it. The formation plate looked like a platform with a layer of cushion on it, which was made for people. Axo looked at Dole, curled his lips, and said as he walked, although I am 350 years old this year, I am still single and have no children. Do you want to consider it? You are such an excellent talent, worthy of my sacrifice once. Dole did not look back. You should treat the disease first. There are too many excellent talents, and I am nothing. Axo snorted, raised his jade finger, stood on the platform, and then sat down slowly. What's the next step? Dole turned around, and the golden corpse and the original body stood on the front and back of the platform together. The front was the skeleton demon clone, and the back was the original body. Two people, looking at Axo from two angles, it was simply that. Dole calmed himself down, thinking silently about Ash's appearance, canceling out the other party's image. He took out 7 bottles of potion from his arms, handed them to Axel, and said, You will drink the potion one by one in a while. When the potion takes effect, use your whole mind to maintain your strength. I will use the golden corpse to suppress the evil power, and use the skeleton demon clone to digest and absorb it. You can add some oil and consume it yourself. It shouldn't be a problem. This evil power doesn't look much, but it's very dandy. In fact, as long as there is a golden corpse, it is enough to consume this little bit of evil power, but just in case, it is better to be careful and solve it quickly. If the person using the power notices it when using the power, then there is a high possibility that a big battle will be unavoidable. However, Dole is not afraid in Watzenberg. No matter what power he has, it will be carried by Alan. What is there to be afraid of? What he doesn't know is that Alan has actually been here. Axo also knew the seriousness of the matter at this time. He did not tease Dole, but looked serious. Okay. She reached out to take the potion and felt the amazing vitality inside. She was a little surprised. This thing is the super vitality potion that can repair the human body? It's amazing. Pick up a bottle at random, open the cap, and drink it in one gulp. Feel a strong heat exploding in the body, an amazing force constantly rushing to the limbs, and the damaged body tissues are repaired and restored. But soon, the evil force devoured again, as if to devour the super vitality of the medicine. Feeling this, Axo hurriedly used his strength to suppress the evil force. At this time, she felt the power of a third party joining in, a pure and gentle force fiercely inserted between herself and the evil force, and fiercely attacked the evil force. At the same time, he felt the fourth weak force pulling the evil force aside. The fourth force includes death, the underworld, and the dead souls. Although its nature is not as strong as that of the evil force, it is pure in essence. The evil force has to deal with its own power, and the power of the golden corpse. It has no time to deal with the third force, and a lot of it is plundered by the third party. Chapter 641. Feeling this, Axo remained silent and quietly drank the second bottle of super vitality potion. On the arrayed plate, a faint light appeared at this time, wrapping the whole house and isolating the inside and outside. The golden corpse and the black corpse worm has separated again at this time. The golden corpse put a golden palm on Axo's back, and Dole's clone replaced Dole's position, with one palm on Axo's chest. Both of them closed their eyes, and the power rushed into Axo's body frantically. Dole's original body stood beside him, fully controlling the power of the two clones. It seems that the situation is very rippled, but in fact every second is a matter of life and death. The evil breath is the breath that exists by relying on Axo's breath, devouring her power to maintain the trend of not decaying, but when the power of the golden corpse and the skeleton demon god joins in, his growth rate will be greatly reduced, and he will even be suppressed. It is rooted in Axol's flesh and blood, but when the super vitality potion is constantly recovering itself, this rooting power is slowly decreasing, and the super active potion is resisting the evil power. These are two completely opposite forces. The source of the evil power is being eliminated, and it is being pulled and suppressed, and it can hardly make any waves. At this time, Dole felt that the evil power was constantly sending out signals, but with the shielding of the magic circle, this signal was captured by him and not transmitted. Fortunately, he made preparations, and Dole, who sensed this, breathed a sigh of relief. The evil power is constantly decreasing and being consumed, while Axol's breath is constantly rising and rising. Axol's breath has a very obvious power of lihua, flames, heat, passion, burning, and the power is constantly rising, which makes Dole sense the breath of the sycamore tree. As the fifth bottle of potion was taken, Axo's body fully recovered. The last trace of evil power rooted in his body was pulled out. Axo suddenly opened his eyes, and his own strength surged. He completely expelled the last trace of evil power without any movement, and recovered quietly. At this time, she lowered her head and saw Dualai's actions, her face slightly red. Dualai slowly withdrew the power of the golden corpse and the clone at this time, and his palm left Axo's body. The power of the golden corpse did not change much, but the power of Dualai's clone increased. A certain part of that evil power had been absorbed by the clone. Axo felt extremely relaxed. He stood up, left the formation, and took off his tattered clothes in front of Dualai, revealing his graceful body, and then put on a wide wizard robe without hesitation, with a long-lost relaxed smile on his face. It's been almost a year since I've been tortured. I've asked many people for help, but they can't help me. Now I'm finally free. She breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling. Dole, I owe you a favor. I can give birth to a child for you. Dole almost spat out a mouthful of blood, turned around awkwardly, and said, No, just treat it as a business. I have refined a total of 15 bottles, and the rest is my reward. Axo looked at Dole, his eyebrows moving. TSK, so many people are greedy for my body, but I'm not willing. If you don't want it, forget it. Get out of here quickly. If you have any problems in the future, call me. Dole pouted, a capricious woman. He immediately said, Then I leave. He dispersed his clones and merged into the golden corpse next to him. Then both the original and the clones put on black clothes and hoods, and rolled out of the house quickly. Seeing Dole fleeing in panic, Axo's expression changed, and it was hard to tell whether it was disappointment or regret. Axo successfully expelled the evil power, and after his strength slowly recovered, he became indifferent. Not long after, Axo in the room turned into a proud and cold girl. Although she was more than 300 years old, she was still in her prime. A level 7 wizard had long broken through the limits of ordinary people in terms of lifespan. In this world, there are not many level 7s, but there are definitely not many. In terms of their lifespan, there are definitely not many level 7s over the years, but level 7s rarely come out. Most level 7s spend their entire lives comprehending the rules, which requires them to spend their entire lives to comprehend and pursue. Axo is definitely a person who will take revenge. As soon as her injury healed, she couldn't wait to go back and take revenge. Not long after, a woman in black walked out of the door and disappeared in Watsonburg. The interaction with Axo was limited to healing. Dole had a few more bottles of potions in his hand, which was all money. As long as he announced that he had potions, someone would come to him automatically. It was not a problem to sell a bottle for 10 million. However, Dole was not ready to announce it. First, the source of the material of this potion was problematic, and he did not dare to make it public. Second, it would only do harm to him if he made it public. He was about to leave, and he still had this kind of potion in his hand. He was sure that no one would secretly make trouble for him. Back to the wizard tower, Dole reinvested in the plan of refining medicine. He wanted to save some money, and then build a few wizard towers to form a wizard tower group. If you calculate carefully, with the things you have on hand, plus the fact that you don't need others to build it, the cost alone will cost you about 60 million gold coins. 60 million doesn't seem expensive, it's just 6 bottles of vitality potion, but you can't sell this stuff. You can only work on ordinary potions. Time passed slowly, and soon it was summer. In the summer of the 349th year of the Ximing calendar, Dole was 26 years old this year. In the wizard world, 26 years old can only be regarded as a young man who has just debuted. At this time, Dole has become a big man who stirs up the storm. The news that Dole is leaving has been a hot topic for a while. Seeing that he has no intention of leaving for the time being, the wizard world has gradually calmed down, but various adventure groups and families have maintained a close relationship with the Chris Wizard Tower in private. The potions of the Chris Wizard Tower are second to none. The Orn family and the Rhine family recently said that they would no longer buy potions, which gave some signals to others. On this day, Dole had just rested, thought for a while, shook his clothes, and walked out of the Tower of Babel. It was time to get the certificate of the 7th level pharmacist. He walked briskly to the door of the pharmacist union and quickly stepped into the 3rd floor. Today he was very low-key and did not reveal his identity until he reached the 3rd floor. Old Man Red and Anyabai were idle and discussing there. The door opened and saw a man in black coming in. The two immediately took out their usual dignity and looked at him. It didn't matter if they looked at him, but when the other party lifted his hood, he was shocked. "It's Dole. Why are you here?" Old Man Red used honorifics. Dole looked at the two and smiled faintly. "Come to get the certificate, 7th level pharmacist." Old Man Red and Anyabai looked at each other and thought, "Good guy, you are finally here. If you don't come, our pharmacist union will be scolded into a sewer." Anyabai immediately said, "Wait a moment, I will go and inform the president and vice president immediately." The president of the pharmacist guild is no longer pro, but a respected person, and a civilian wizard. Dole nodded and said, "Go and invite them, I have to go back as soon as possible." Anyabai nodded. The whole process was extremely quiet. Under the witness of the president and vice president of the trusted pharmacist guild, Dole easily refined the 7th level spiritual power potion, and then a golden certificate arrived. Chapter 642. This is a level 7 pharmacist certificate. You can't apply for a level 8 pharmacist certificate here. You have to go to the imperial capital. Only the Pharmacist Association in the imperial capital has this ability and authority. The level 8 medicine formula is only available in the imperial capital. It is rarely leaked in other places. Dole would never want to go to the imperial capital. People like him are easily caught up in the power struggle of others. It is written in the legendary biography of Nalyui, when you have a certain amount of repressive power, and don't pursue fame and fortune, please stay away from the nobles and the imperial power. Nalyui, who had just become famous, only went to the imperial capital and caused himself a lot of trouble. Some of them came to him, and some were inexplicable, which made Nalyui, who had just gained some fighting power, very angry. Dole didn't want to go to the imperial capital at all because of the relationship with the 3rd prince. It was not worth it to get caught up in the full vortex of the struggle for the throne, unless he had enough repressive power, and his current power was not enough. After getting the certificate of the 7th level pharmacist, Dole threw it into the storage ring without even looking at it, apologized to a few people, put on a black hood, hid himself, and then went out in style. About a day later, the list of potions in the Chris Wizard Tower had the names of 15 kinds of 7th level potions. Therefore, this day was also the craziest day for the large forces in Watzenberg. Not long after the list was posted, all the top mercenary groups and top noble forces swarmed into the Chris Wizard Tower. In less than 20 minutes, the potions that Dole put in the Chris Wizard Tower were sold out. This speed is faster than the speed of selling to the Orn family and the Rhine family. At this point, everyone understands that Dole has proved his status as a pharmacist, and he is about to start his own performance. There are 2 level 7 pharmacists in Watzenberg, including Dole, and one of them has not made any moves for many years because his strength has reached the peak of level 6. Therefore, in fact, there is only one level 7 pharmacist in Watzenberg. This person is in the Orn family, and has not made any moves for many years. Whether in terms of output or quantity, the other party is far from being comparable to Dole, and the direction of the other party's refining is not common medicine. The market for level 7 potions is very large. Just take a look at the long queue at the entrance of Chris Wizard Tower. The news that Dole officially sold level 7 potions spread throughout Watzenberg, the streets and alleys, and the entrance of Chris Wizard Tower was even more popular than the Adventurers Guild, which made people in the surrounding wizard towers jealous. It is impossible not to be jealous. After the Magia family received the news, they held a family wizard meeting and called back all the scattered wizards outside. As a family that has made outstanding achievements in potions like the Orn family, they have quite a few level 6 pharmacists in their family. Not long after, many wizards gathered in a magnificent conference room, frowning. After everyone arrived, Celine asked directly how to be promoted to level 7 in the shortest time. Many level 6 pharmacists looked at each other in silence. The best way is to go to Chris Wizard Tower to attend classes, but now there are very few courses in Dole. Almost all of them are taught by their own students, and they only teach up to level 6, and there are no level 7 courses at all. Although they have ways to be promoted from level 6 to level 7, they can't find a specific direction at all. The Orn family also has a 7th level pharmacist, but that person is already very old and cannot stand up. At this time, the Lang family, the Lay family, the Romeo family and other families almost held an internal family meeting as soon as possible. The next morning, all the families jointly spoke out to congratulate Wizard Dole on his successful promotion to a 7th level pharmacist, and then a steady stream of gifts were sent from outside and lined up at the gate of the Tower of Babel. Dole naturally accepted these gifts, including the gifts from the Magia family and the Lang family. As the strongest pharmacist in Watzenberg at present, he now has enough confidence. East District. In a very ordinary courtyard, 2 middle-aged men stood in the yard, looking respectfully at the woman who had just walked in. "Hello, Master Anna." The woman was ordinary, like an ordinary woman who would not be discovered in a crowd. At this time, she made a clear and cold voice, saying, "Cigio was discovered before he made any move, and then was killed by the other party. We are not sure how the other party found Cigio. We only know that the other party arranged spies. Now that the other party has been promoted to a level 7 pharmacist, it has become a big enough threat to us." One of the middle-aged men gave off a cold breath, and spoke in a sharp voice, reporting to the master, "The other party has not left the Glory Wizard Tower group. We have no way to deal with it for the time being, unless we go to war with the Glory Wizard Alliance of Watzenberg. If we wait for him to come out, the time period may be too long. He occasionally comes out, but the time is often not fixed, sometimes a few months, sometimes a few weeks." The woman raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, he will come out eventually. I came here this time to kill him with you. I have arranged a way out for him. Just execute him when the time comes." The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief. Killing someone in Watzenberg, especially a celebrity, is very stressful. They are killers and assassins, but they are not desperate criminals like Cigio. The cost of killing here is too high. Without a way out, they dare not act easily, because there is a high probability that they will face a situation of certain death. They are from the same background as Cigio, and are trained spies, assassins, and killers, but the difference is that they don't want to die so early. The woman nodded and said, "Your code names this time are Thorn Demon and Thorn Needle. I am Thorn King, so I will call you by your code name." The man looked at each other and said, "Yes, Lord Thorn King." The woman has a high status in the Sand Scorpion organization. She is one of the few 6th level assassins. She is extremely powerful, and has a strong ability to hide. Even the 7th level assassins in front of her are not inferior at all. Assassins, if they miss a strike, they will flee thousands of miles away. This is the standard of assassins. If they miss a strike and are left behind, then the assassin is basically dead. It is relatively easy to assassinate a warrior. Basically, as long as the plan is in place, they can basically succeed. Even if they fail, they can escape. However, it is not so easy to assassinate a wizard. Once the wizard is on guard, it is basically difficult for the assassin. At this time, the woman said, "This time the assassin guild will act with us. I will be responsible for the contact and strive for a success. If it fails, we will be in trouble in the future." The Thorn Demon and Thorn Needle nodded, feeling heavy in their hearts. Assassinating a wizard with a level 7 wizard tower is very difficult. It is good to have a killer guild to cooperate with them. Chapter 643. Southern District of Watsonburg. The poorest and most ordinary area, a little girl ran happily on the road, and when she passed a man, she didn't notice his existence at all. At this time, the man was wearing an ordinary peasant's clothes, like a tenant returning home, with a dusty face. He walked slowly and firmly, and seemed to have no specific place to stay. After passing 2 roads, he saw a black eye sign on the side of the road, pretended to be familiar with it, came to the wooden door next to it, took out the key, opened the door, walked in, and carefully closed the door. The yard was very ordinary, just an ordinary farmer's home. The man glanced at the door, the tree next to it, and even the height and position of the corner of the wall with sharp eyes. He looked carefully again, and then took a step and walked inside. This is my home these days. Entering the room, he glanced at the layout inside, came to the bed, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently entered the state of cultivation. Time passed slowly, and soon the sky darkened. He suddenly opened his eyes, turned the ring on his hand, and a whole set of black clothes appeared in his hand. After changing clothes, the assassin came to the yard, jumped onto the roof, and quickly disappeared into the night. On the surface, Watsonburg was calm, but when Dole announced that he was leaving, undercurrents were surging privately. I don't know how many stories happened every day. Tower of Babel. Dole was practicing, and suddenly opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in his eyes. The size of the storm heart crystal in his hand shrank a little bit, and the aura on his body suddenly increased a lot. The Son of Storm meditation has reached the peak of the 7th level. With the Heart of Storm, Dole's comprehension of the Son of Storm has increased by many times, just like Ash has the Heart of Mysterious Frost, and the speed of cultivation is almost 1,000 miles a day. Dole opened his eyes not because he reached the peak of the 7th level, but because someone was spying on the Tower of Babel. Many of the functions of the Tower of Babel are even more advanced than the main towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance. People may not find anything when they look at the Glory Wizard Towers, but they will definitely find it after a long time of spying. With the surrounding Xianxia worms' eyes, Dole quickly locked on several figures in the dark. These people actually did not discover it today, but have been monitoring him in turns for several days. Dole thought about it, and it seemed that his current strength exposed to the outside world was not too much, only the ability of the Wizard Tower was exposed. The Xianxia worm clone was promoted to level 6. Except for a limited number of people, no one else knew about it. And only Axel knew about the Golden Corpse, and Alan should also know about it, but others did not know about it. These people dared to pay attention to him before they were even at level 7. They were really bold. I just didn't know from which side, the Sand Scorpion, the 2 big families, or other sides. If he counted his enemies, there were actually quite a lot. Just the fact that someone in the Dark World offered a bounty for him in the Dark Guild had caused him a lot of trouble. Because it was dark, he couldn't see clearly, and he couldn't scan directly to avoid alerting the enemy. Dual-Eye thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. But he thought, it shouldn't be the 2 big families. The 2 big families gave him gifts these days, and Dual-Eye found a way to back down and open the potion to the 2 big families to level 6. The level 7 potion was not open, so it shouldn't be them. Thinking of this, in the laboratory downstairs, the insect clone poured the last bit of potion into the potion bottle, washed his hands, and slowly walked out of the laboratory. As he walked, he decomposed and soon turned into small insects and flew out of the window. The top floor of Tower Number 1 of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Alan opened his eyes, a little confused. Dole released his clone. What is he doing? At the same time, he looked at other places, mobilized the power of the Wizard Tower group, and monitored the surroundings. The magic circle of the Glory Wizard Tower group covered the entire Watsonburg, and any movement could be sensed. Except for the backyards of the major families, he could sense any energy fluctuations anywhere else in the first time. He did not find any danger around Dole, nor did he find any trouble with him. Since getting the certificate of the 7th level potion, even the Lang family and the Marsha family have bowed their heads. What crisis is there for Dole? Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and put them on Dole's clone. Soon, he saw that these tiny corpse worms did not gather together, but fell to different places around, vaguely monitoring someone. He was slightly stunned, and then quickly saw several figures in the place where Dole was monitoring. Using the power of the monitoring formation, Alan quickly discovered their details. His face changed, and Alan was a little angry. These people can sneak into the Glory Wizard Tower group, which is really bold. Although Alan was furious, he did not react at the first time, but prepared to see what Dole would do. Since this guy is power, his reaction is not as gentle as before, and his methods have become stronger. These people are afraid that they will not end up well. The Sand Scorpion organization, Dole has been tracking it. Alan knows this, and even now, the Empire is also tracking it. But Dole has never said to what extent he has tracked it. Although he occasionally gave him some intelligence, destroyed some places, and collected some resource points, he never found any substantial places, so Alan thought that Dole had not found any valuable intelligence. This organization is incredibly huge and incredibly well organized. Dole did not take action all night. At dawn the next day, those people quickly began to rotate. Alan saw that Dole took action, and some of his Xianxia worms followed those who rotated and left quietly. However, he was just tracking, and for 3 consecutive days, Dole did not take action, but he had a clear understanding of the details of these people. Sand Scorpion Organization, Killer Guild. The Xianxia worm is very small in size, and no one can notice it from a long distance. These people don't know that they have been tracked by Dole. The Thorn Demon and the Thorn Needle observed separately. For 3 or 4 days, there was no sign of Dole showing up, which was a bit disappointing. This guy was too much of a homebody, to an unimaginable degree, but most wizards seemed to be the same. They knew that they had to be very patient in dealing with this matter. They were very careful, and tried not to stay in one place for a long time to avoid suspicion. In this way, 4 or 5 days passed, and there was no sign of Dole coming out. Later, they simply sent someone to observe outside the Wizard Tower group, and did not even go inside, and gave up treatment directly. Dole must leave the Wizard Tower group, and it is also okay to just watch outside, just need to notify in time. There was only one person from the Killer Guild, and after observing for 3 or 4 days, he felt that it was meaningless. As for Lord Thorn, after observing for a few days, he bought several potions in the Chris Wizard Tower, and has disappeared recently. Chapter 644. Dole turned into a small insect, squatting under an eaves. In front of the eaves is a small courtyard. In the corner of the small courtyard, a woman with ordinary appearance is talking to another person, who looks like a steward. Sir, I just want the confirmed information. As long as the information is accurate, money is not a problem. The ordinary-looking woman looked very cunning. She took out a large bag of magic crystals from her arms, and quietly handed it to the steward. The steward took the things inconspicuously, put them in his arms, and then nodded pretentiously, saying, I will keep an eye on this matter for you. As long as people come here, I will let someone notify you immediately. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then trouble you, sir. The steward nodded and said, Your matter is not small. If I am discovered, I am afraid I will die, so the price is a bit high. The woman nodded and said, I understand. After that, he left here quickly. Dole, who was on the eaves, saw this and remained silent. He memorized the appearance of this steward, because the current location was in the Rhine family. This is the northern district of Wassenberg. The most likely place for him to come out and go is the Rhine family. The people of the Sand Scorpion have actually infiltrated here. Although this guy is just a small steward, the consequences can be imagined. The black corpse worm flew up quietly, and continued to stare at the woman silently. The woman was very alert, constantly changing her appearance and image. She had changed 3 identities in one street, and quickly blended into the street and disappeared. This world has a sunny side, and naturally has a dark side. Dole has been following these people for the past few days, and discovered many things that he usually doesn't see, which feels very novel. These killers would only come out at night, and would meet some people, spend some money, and let them do something. These people usually have decent jobs, and the salary is not high, just enough to make a living, but occasionally they would spend a lot of money, and where the money comes from is naturally the work in secret. They know everything about stalking, taking black bricks, and doing some petty thefts. Most of the stalking is done by these people, and they do not participate in direct stalking, which is easy to be discovered. Dole also found some people, and followed the clues to find this ordinary woman. In addition to this ordinary woman, he also saw several other people who had nothing to do every day, just wandering around and monitoring his Babel Tower. When Dole monitored here, he felt that he was almost clear. This is definitely not something that an adventure group can do. There must be a stronger background. These people are all single-line contacts, and never communicate with others. In this Watson Castle, there should be only them. It is simply a fantasy to want to find the nest of the Sand Scorpion through them. This organization is so mysterious, even more mysterious than the Dark Union. Although the Dark Union is an underground organization, it actually has special communication channels just like the organizations in the open. Under the Dark Union are the Killer Union and special mercenary organizations, which all need to have connections with people. As long as you are willing, you can find the contact information. However, the Sand Scorpions are different. They completely train their own personnel, plunder and rob people everywhere, and never use outsiders. This is a huge and meticulous organization, especially across several big countries, with branches in various places, various forces spread all over the place, making it hard to guard against. The more I know about the Sand Scorpion, the more I feel that this organization is huge and tight, and it is simply impeccable. That time, if I hadn't been there, they would probably not have leaked out if they were fishing and killing people, and everyone who saw them would have died. And the Sand Scorpions Adventure Group, now it seems, is probably just a very small branch of them. This organization is too terrifying. It is because of this that Dual Eye is unwilling to take direct action, and wants to catch more people. Killing a few people is of no use to the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. Therefore, Dual Eye followed for more than 10 days in a row. During these 10 days, he didn't practice well. His original body was refining medicine, and his clone was monitoring, and he was very busy. Rhine family. Daleulade saw the note in his hand, pondered carefully for a while, and asked the masked boy who was half kneeling in front of him, "Is the source of the information reliable?" The boy nodded, reporting to the master, "The source of the information is absolutely reliable. The people of Sand Scorpion are completely under the jurisdiction of a group called Nightmare Empire. If Dual Eye was here, he would definitely be extremely shocked." The news from the Northwest Intelligence Department was one step ahead of him. Daleulade nodded and pondered slightly. The Nightmare Empire is an extremely evil force. Its predecessor was the Nightmare Kingdom territory established by an evil 8th-level wizard. After being jointly wiped out by major empires hundreds of years ago, people thought they would disappear completely, but they didn't expect to appear again. This is definitely one of the most powerful evil organizations in the world. Could it be that the 8th-level wizard has been resurrected? Daleulade frowned, but then he gave an order, saying, "Inform the Honor Wizard Alliance of this matter, and send a copy to the Imperial Intelligence Organization to let them know about this matter." The Nightmare Empire is ambitious. If they are allowed to develop, I am afraid something big will happen. The young man nodded, he raised his head, and looked at Daleulade, with a slightly strange look in his eyes. "Master, this organization has set its sights on Dole. Do you want to tell him?" Daleulade shook his head. "Don't tell him for the time being. The Nightmare Empire's affairs are too involved. Keep it secret for a while." The young man was a little confused. "Master, Dole wants to establish his own. The territory of the Sand Scorpion will inevitably be harassed or attacked by the Sand Scorpion. When that time comes?" Daleulade's eyes flashed. "When that time comes, we will ambush around and catch the turtle in the jar." The young man's eyes flashed with strange colors. "Fishing enforcement. I understand, Patriarch." Daleulade nodded and said, "The Nightingale's people continue to lurk. Let some of the deeper people withdraw quickly to ensure their own safety. The Nightmare Empire cannot be shaken by the power of our state. Now we need to conserve our strength." The young man was relieved when he heard this. The cost of lurking was very high. They lost a lot of people before they found out this news. As a lurk, although they have long put life and death aside, it is also a very difficult and terrifying thing to hear their brothers being killed every day. "Yes, Patriarch, I will go down and arrange it now." Daleulade thought about it, quickly got up, and went to the Glory Wizard Alliance. He decided to tell Alan the news in person. Time passed slowly, while Dole was refining medicine and monitoring those people. There were new situations every day, so he was not so bored, but his life was very fulfilling. Soon it was the midsummer season. This month, he basically did not leave the house, not even the front door, but played a lot of people in the dark. In the past few days, he found many people who had contact with the Sand Scorpion, from the thugs in the market to the guards, and some important personnel from various families. He wrote down all this information on paper and prepared to settle accounts later. Chapter 645. These are all the worms of the Empire, and Dole will definitely not have any mercy. And Dole also found that part of his potions also flowed into this so-called organization. Many people use different identities to import potions. This made Dole feel uncomfortable. Am I helping the enemy? These people bought the potions at this time, but they were not in a hurry to send them out. Instead, they put them together. After a certain number of them, some individual wizards took the storage rings and took them away. Dole observed for a while, and after confirming that this part of the personnel was there, he prepared to intercept them outside. At noon in July, a slightly older second-level wizard walked out of a building next to the Glory Wizard Tower, and walked out easily. There was also a small mercenary group moving with him. This is a standard adventure group structure, with a scout, an archer, and 3 warriors. The most important thing is that they have a wizard as a teammate, which makes other adventure groups around them very envious. They quickly took a carriage, quickly left the city, and then disappeared outside the crater. The team strength was not very strong. They were generally around level 3. Such adventure groups were everywhere in Watzenberg, and were not noticeable at all. However, under Dole's observation, the level 4 warrior who led the team had actually reached level 5 or above. He only used a hidden scroll to shield part of his aura, which was how he succeeded in hiding it. After entering the wilderness, although the few people still looked like an adventure group, the number of people quickly decreased from 6 to 3. Only the wizard, the level 5 warrior, and the archer were left. The others went back to Watzenberg in disguise. They passed various towns and villages, and soon came to the wilderness. As soon as they entered the wilderness, the wizard breathed a sigh of relief. He was still too nervous in a crowded environment, afraid of being discovered. At this time, he relaxed. Old Turtle, after I go back this time, do you think the higher-ups will reward me with a hot chick from the Thorn Department? The wizard said with a sinister smile. The Old Turtle, that is, the warrior, smiled at this time. It should be, the people in the Thorn Department are all tools, you just need to apply, they will approve it. But you have to be careful. Not all people in the Thorn Department are willing to do everything. The wizard raised his hand and made an innocent expression. I just want to have fun, not to die. Whoever is willing can come. It is their honor to serve a wizard. The archer next to him laughed sarcastically. A 40-year-old second-level wizard? The wizard was a little angry, but because of the other party's profession, he was a little afraid. Then I am also a wizard. The archer smiled and said nothing. At this moment, he became alert and quickly took out a special arrow from his back. The warrior saw this, and immediately stopped the carriage, and drew his sword from his waist. The wizard, who had always been alert, reacted the slowest at this time. He slowly released his mental power, and looked around in confusion. The wasteland was full of various trees, shrubs, and big trees. At a glance, it seemed like a low forest around, with woods on both sides. There was only a small road in front of him, and only one carriage could pass through. A gust of wind blew by, with some dry air, blowing on the faces of the 3 people, but it was full of coolness. The hot summer, especially at noon, was very hot, but at this time, the 3 of them could not feel any heat, but felt a little gloomy. The wizard was a little alert, but he was also scared at this time. The archer was the most sensitive among them, and he must have sensed something. He released his mental power, and sensed it carefully. He was slightly shocked because he didn't know when there was a layer of fine and dense complex energy fluctuations around them. Be careful, someone is really coming. I don't know which expert it is. The wizard shouted in fear. He was only level 2. The meaning of his existence was to open the storage ring and transport supplies. The 2 warriors were really capable of fighting. The warrior nodded nervously. Did you sense it? Where did the enemy come from? The archer pricked up his ears to listen. The wizard had a sad face, from all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, in the puzzled looks of the 2, in the surrounding world, black insects flew up from the grass on the ground, on the trees, and on the leaves, and rushed towards the 3 people. The archer was terrified. A wizard's trick. This was a wizard's trick. The warrior roared, and the fighting spirit on his body suddenly soared into the sky. The orange-red fighting spirit flame quickly turned into a flame, covering his whole body. Bugs, biological wizards? The black bugs did not pounce directly, but landed in front of the carriage. The 3 people saw this, and quickly became nervous. The archer became nervous, put up his bow and arrow, and stared at the front. The insect shadows in the sky gave him a bad feeling, and he subconsciously thought of a person who should not be here. The pressure on the level 5 warrior doubled. With a huge number of insect shadows in front of him, how long could he, a warrior, protect himself even if he was full of fighting spirit? Who was this person? Soon, the three saw the insect shadows in front of them gathered, and soon formed a human figure. When the human figure appeared, the level 5 warrior's eyes were dull, and the shield in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. On the deserted road, the wizard Dole, who should have been lying comfortably in the Tower of Babel, was standing in front of the three people in such a fantastic way. The three were dumbfounded, especially the level 2 wizard, who was almost peeing his pants. He was only a level 2 wizard, and the other party was a level 5 wizard. Judging from the way he appeared, it was definitely not as simple as a level 5 wizard. Dole looked at the three people with a cold face. I can ask you a few questions, and you don't have to die. The archer glanced at Dole. His face was slightly stiff, and he breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and put away his bow and arrow, but his vigilance did not decrease at all. Wizard Dole, you are joking. If you tell us how we have offended you, we will apologize to you. Dole looked at the archer's movements without any change in his expression. You are the people of the Sand Scorpion. I know very well that you are just minions, not the person in charge. So tell us and you don't have to die. Hearing this, the faces of the three people changed drastically. If they tell, they will definitely die. The organization will not let them go. If they don't tell, they will die. The warrior and the archer gnashed their teeth. At this time, the warrior's fighting spirit suddenly lit up, and his feet paused. He took out a narrow sword from somewhere in his hand. The sword flashed, and a fighting spirit blade more than 2 meters long burst out. He rushed to Dole, and killed him with one sword. His previous big sword was actually a disguise. Dole was less than 10 meters away from him. As long as he could control the other party, he and others would be able to survive. At this time, behind the warrior, a series of lights suddenly shot out from his hands, rushing towards Dole at a speed faster than the warrior. When the two of them started fighting, the wizards behind them were immediately shocked. This is a 5th level wizard, you two. Are you sure you don't know the abilities of a 5th level wizard? Chapter 646. Both of them were warriors. At close range, they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had already reached Dole. The sword light was sharp, carrying the killing intent of a strong man, and it fell on his head. What came first was not the sword light, but the arrow behind it. A faint light flashed across Dole's body. Then followed 2, 3. Next came the sword light. At the moment when the arrow fell on him, Dole's figure suddenly stepped, like a puff of smoke, and then scattered into thousands of insect swarms. The faint light formed by the arrows passed directly through his body, and the sword light also cut it off. At the same time, the insect swarms flew over like a blanket, swarming towards the three people, falling on the three people, covering their bodies. The three people burst out fighting spirit and magic energy to resist the mysterious corpse worms, but it was useless. They were allowed to struggle. Fighting spirit burst out, and the insect swarms were not afraid at all. The level 6 Xianxia worms had almost no energy to resist, and they quickly crawled all over their bodies without resistance. 3 screams were heard continuously, and soon, the three people stopped, like 3 statues, covered by the swarm of insects, standing on the ground. A green light appeared on the swarm of insects, and the ability of the skeleton demon god meditation method was quickly released on the 3 people. He did not intend to kill the 3 people directly, but to obtain enough information. There is one item in the skeleton demon god meditation method that can enter the spiritual world of people. Among the 3 people, the 2nd level wizard was the weakest. Dole used him as a breakthrough point, and only sped 2 breaths to break through the mind of the wizard and enter his consciousness world. The 2nd level little wizard has a very poor spiritual world, so it is easy to enter. But when Dole came to this person's sea of consciousness, he clearly felt that a spiritual power that did not belong to the little wizard burst out from his spiritual world, quickly occupying the little wizard's entire consciousness world. At the same time, a mysterious spiritual energy invaded back and wanted to attack Dole's sea of consciousness. Dole was a little furious when he saw this. What does this mean? This person's spiritual world actually has another person's spirit living in it. He reacted quickly, gathered his spiritual power, turned into a small skeleton demon, and then a skeleton sickle automatically appeared in his hand. As soon as the skeleton sickle appeared, a wonderful power automatically appeared on it, as if it locked onto something in the empty world in front of it. This spiritual world changed in front of Dole, slowly splitting into 2 levels. One level was the spiritual power of the little wizard, which had been completely broken, leaving only the empty space where it was originally located. The other thing seemed to be parasitic in the spiritual world of the little wizard, and now occupied a large amount of space. Under the effect of the skeleton sickle, it slowly appeared in front of his eyes. It seemed like a ball of dim light, and also like a ball of fog, staring at him deeply. All his secrets seemed to be peeled off before this dim light. Dole looked at the thing in front of him, and his heart was scared. The skeleton sickle had just condensed, and he fiercely slashed towards that direction. He felt that this power was somewhat familiar, but at this time, he had no time to think about what kind of power it was. He always felt that something would happen. As soon as the skeleton sickle was used, an extremely powerful howling sound came out from the dim light, and the sound waves turned into weapons, fiercely hitting Dole's spiritual power. The skeleton sickle touched the sound wave power, only paused for a moment, and then was directly split into two, and continued to cut. When the sickle hit the power, a powerful force suddenly erupted from it, and it exploded. Boom! The small spiritual world of the little wizard exploded directly, and Dole's spiritual power was also directly repelled by the impact. When he reacted, the little wizard's spiritual world had completely disappeared. In the real world, Dole's mysterious corpse worms attached to the little wizard scattered and flew into the air, while the little wizard was limp at this time, fell to the ground, and his eyes were lifeless. His spiritual world was crushed, his spirit was gone, and he became a vegetable. Dole was a little unwilling, so he forcibly invaded the spiritual world of the two warriors. However, he soon discovered that the spiritual world of the two warriors seemed to have turned into a mess, and was completely useless. Dole dispersed the Xianxia worms, and the two living bodies fell to the ground with a bang. The Xianxia worms did not disperse, but wandered around for a while, and finally took the wizard's storage ring and slowly left. Dole did not expect such a result. This Sand Scorpion adventure group has some tricks. Wassenberg. Deruliad came to the number 3 wizard tower and met Alan. As soon as the two met, Deruliad told Alan everything. The more Alan listened, the tighter his brows were, and finally they were wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Involving such a huge resurrected organization, Alan also felt a little tricky. He frowned and said, "Lord City Lord, what are your plans? I need to gather everyone to discuss it." Deruliad shook his head and said, "My suggestion is not to take any action now. The resurgence of the Nightmare Empire is not a small matter. Now, I want to ask you, do you want this credit?" Alan was puzzled. Credit? He thought that if he could eradicate this organization, it would be a great credit, so he was puzzled and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. It can exist for so long, and not be known to us. It's probably not that easy. I don't care whether it's a credit or not. I just want to manage this little piece of land, and improve my strength by the way. I don't want anything else." Deruliad was also very clear about Alan's character. At this time, he said with a serious look, "The matter of the Nightmare Empire is not trivial. If it breaks out, I'm afraid that not only the top leaders of our Glory Empire will be nervous, but also the surrounding empires will be nervous. Tensions will rise, especially in the northwestern countries, which will be more vigilant. At that time, a transnational war is inevitable. This credit is great." Alan lowered his head and thought carefully. This credit is indeed great, but if that is the case, Deruliad can take it all by himself. Why did he come to him? He thought for a while and said, "Whatever the city lord wants to do, you might as well tell me directly. I don't think much of this credit. If it involves Dole, you should tell me directly." Deruliad suddenly laughed and said, "Lord Alan is overthinking. It's not as complicated as you think. I just think that if you need this credit, I will let the Empire Glory Wizard Alliance report it. If not, I will give this credit to someone else, so that I can make the next plan?" Alan frowned. Such a great credit, who can be given to, who can take it? He thought of what Dole asked about the territory a few days ago, and a light flashed in his eyes. Who needs this credit now? Naturally, it's the princes who are fighting for the throne in the imperial capital. They all have territories that need to be developed. Dole had said long ago that the third prince would give him his territory. Now the fight for the throne has not ended yet, and Dole can't get this territory. So, what does Deruliad mean by using this information to exchange for this territory in advance? Chapter 647. If the third prince ascends to the throne with this, then he must thank these people no matter what. If he fails to ascend to the throne, at least he will not be driven out of the imperial capital because of this merit. This deal is worth it. Alan suddenly laughed and said, "I roughly know what you mean. It's those people in the imperial capital, right? Tell me, what else do you plan?" Deruliad didn't think of hiding it from Alan, and laughed at this time. "It is true that the credit will be given to those princes, but it is not because they are grateful to me, but to fight for a territory for Dole. Dole has a grudge against the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. If he occupies the territory, the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group will definitely plan. At that time, a conflict is inevitable. As long as we plan properly, we may be able to gain another credit. Alan's mind was suddenly full of thoughts, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You are worthy of being the city lord. Sir, this method is really brilliant, and it achieves multiple goals at one stroke. Dole will thank you, the Emperor's son will thank you, and the Empire will thank you. This move is a quick one. Delulide stroked his beard and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. This is also due to the situation. I just happened to be here. I asked you to come here this time just to let you join me, and we can accomplish this together. Alan's eyes flashed with a sharp color. It is necessary. Even for our Northwest, we must make the Nightmare Empire seriously injured. Delulide said, that's right. There were 3 more corpses, a carriage, and a camel beast on the desolate wasteland. Delail didn't care about the corpses, and let the camel beast stand there. He took the things on them, and disappeared in the wilderness. He could actually follow them, but he didn't choose to do so in the end, because the organization was too tight, and even if he did, he wouldn't get much results. A real attack was the right way. Dig out their roots in Watsonburg and attack their personnel. I don't believe that the Sand Scorpion would dare to continue to target him. In the desolate wilderness, Dole's black insect mist quickly disappeared at the end of the world. After an unknown amount of time, a man in a black hood passed by this path, saw 3 bodies, saw the scars on their bodies, checked them carefully, collected the bodies, and quickly disappeared in the wilderness. At this time, a small black insect flew up from the grass next to it, and quickly followed. The insect mist slowly flew back to the gate of Watsonburg. The 6th level Xianxia worm was able to avoid large-scale detection arrays, to a certain extent. When Dole fell, he had already arrived at the slums near the city gate. After turning into a human form, he slowly walked into the city. After entering the city gate, part of the swarm scattered back into the surrounding world, and most of the swarm returned to the Tower of Babel. Late at night, in another small courtyard, the Thorn King stood in the courtyard, looking at the information in his hand, frowning slightly. Just now, their team that bought medicine was killed, and the medicine worth about 300,000 gold coins disappeared. The body did not have too many obvious scars, and it has been taken back for examination to see what the cause of death was. She frowned. This medicine-buying team has existed for more than 3 years, and this is the first time it has failed. She thought of many reasons, revenge, grudges, and greed for money, but it was outrageous that a level 5 warrior did not struggle too much. Could it be that the wizards did it? But how would ordinary wizards know that they took away so many potions? This is very unusual. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has many teams in Watsonburg. In order to keep secrets, they do not contact each other. As a killer team, they are responsible for spying intelligence. They occasionally contact other teams, but the contact is not close, so they know a little bit. Why is this? Where did the potion go? Those people all have the means of the Nightmare Ancestor, who would kill them quietly without any loss. All this seems to have become a mystery. She would never have thought that it was her own fault that exposed this team. Just then, a series of knocking sounds came from the door, very rhythmic. She pondered for a moment and said softly, "Come in." The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man who looked like a butler. He walked in quickly, closed the door, and said in a low voice at a very fast speed, "According to the intelligence, the City Lord will receive Dual Eye in the City Lord's mansion the day after tomorrow afternoon. This is a good opportunity for you." In the dark night, the steward's face could not be seen, but it could be felt that he was nervous at this time. The Thorn King blinked his eyes, not very sure about the news, but still said, "Okay, I got it." The steward looked at the Thorn King deeply and said, "This may be your only chance, because Dual Eye may be leaving." The Thorn King nodded and said, "I know." The steward turned around, opened the door, and quickly disappeared into the dark world outside, as if he had never been there. In the dark night, a small black dot on the eaves slowly flew up and changed its position. In the Tower of Babel, Dole was very puzzled. If Deruliad wanted to see him, he only needed to notify him. Why the day after tomorrow afternoon? If he wanted to see him, there was only one thing, that is, the matter of the Imperial capital had a clue. Could it be that after so long, it was just this matter? It has been more than 10 days since the last meeting. There should be news. But why the day after tomorrow? This news has leaked out. Someone wants to assassinate him the day after tomorrow. This is going to be interesting. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched slightly, and then he closed his eyes, and put the matter behind his mind. Assassinating him, what a joke, just for lying on a few useless assassins? On a huge plain, a magnificent city is located in it, dug like the central dynasty, and people from all directions come to pay homage. In the center of the city, a huge and magnificent underground palace is located in it, and in the middle is a 48-story high tower, the city of Ali. This is the imperial capital of the Glory Empire, the Glory City. At this time, in a secluded and huge courtyard in Glory City, the third prince was looking at the news in his hand with shock beyond belief. My God damn it, this force is still there, and has been active for so many years without being discovered, or was it only recently confirmed? Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. No wonder it has been active for so long and can still exist. It turns out that there is such a behemoth behind it. He thought of a lot of things in his mind at once, and then he was ecstatic. Lord Daluli gave him this news, and the credit in exchange for his own territory, because that territory is close to Northwest State. The territory was intended to be exchanged for Dole. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group and Dole had a grudge, and when Dole conquered that territory, the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group would definitely organize people to seek revenge, and then catch the turtle in the jar, catch them all in one net, and by the way, hit the arrogance of the Nightmare Organization. He got credit, and established his ability in front of the Emperor. Dole got the territory, and Wassenberg got credit everywhere. Killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, he stood up and shouted immediately, "Prepare the horse, I want to go to the Imperial Palace." Chapter 648. The area of the Imperial capital is very large, almost as large as 6 Watsenbergs. Every street in the Imperial capital is very wide, and you can't see the end at a glance. The third prince sat in the carriage, thinking in his heart, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. After a while, he arrived at the gate of the huge Imperial Palace, got off the carriage, came to the gate, and handed over the token. The Imperial Guards are under the jurisdiction of the eldest prince. Although the two are in a competitive relationship, the third prince is not unfamiliar with them. The man looked at the third prince symbolically, and then quickly leaned into his ear and said, "The Emperor is in the third park." The third prince quietly took out some magic crystals from his hand, put them in the other's hand, and whispered, "Thank you." The two looked at each other, and understood each other. The third prince straightened his clothes, and strode into the Imperial Palace. The Emperor of the Glory Empire does not attend the morning court. All matters will be handled by the ministers in cooperation. The Emperor only needs to know the result. Only important matters will be discussed in meetings, and obviously, there is no such important matter now. The third prince turned left and right inside, and it took a long time to come to a huge park. As soon as he stepped into the park, the eyes of the surrounding Imperial Guards fell on him. The third prince looked at the Imperial Guards around him, and he had a headache. How can he see his father? At this moment, he saw that his father just walked out of a garden and stood with his favorite concubine. So he waved desperately. This was originally a very impolite behavior, but it was normal in the Imperial capital. The Glory Emperor was also a warrior with a strength of up to level 8. Naturally, he could sense the movement here, which was a bit strange. He turned his head, and looked over here in confusion. The recent struggle for the throne, Shao Sanar has been almost dying recently. Why did he come to me again today? Is there something new? In fact, as an emperor, it is quite interesting to watch his sons fighting each other. As long as no one dies, they can show their ability. Although this third son has average ability, the people under him are not bad, with several 6th-level wizards assisting him, and several ministers supporting him. Overall, he is not bad. Is there something big that he is looking for me so desperately? He reached out and took the concubine's hand, whispering, "Take a rest first. I asked Shao Sanar to come over and talk about something." The concubine nodded, looked at the third prince in the distance with sharp eyes, then turned her head and said obediently, "Okay, Your Majesty, I wait for you next to you." The Emperor glanced at the concubine, patted her butt and smiled, "I go to your place later." The concubine blushed and left with her face covered in excitement. After the woman left, the Emperor regained his dignity, raised his head, and waved to the third prince. The third prince was overjoyed, and hurriedly went around the Imperial Guards, and came to the park. After sorting out his emotions and grooming, he had become the powerful third prince when he came to the Emperor. Half kneeling on the ground, the third prince said in a loud voice, "Father, I have something important to report about the fate of the country." The Emperor blinked, his heart sank. The fate of the country? This is not a good sign? He frowned and said, "George, are you sure?" The third prince said in a sonorous voice, "Yes, father, I am sure that the source of the information is correct, and it is guaranteed to be true and valid." The Emperor suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked around and waved his hand. The Imperial Guard standing around bowed slightly to the Emperor and quickly left. The matter concerning the fate of the empire was not what they should listen to. The emperor took out a small button and pinched it. A layer of barrier quickly released around him, covering the inside and outside. Then, he looked solemn and said in a heavy and slow voice, "George, tell me, I want to hear what you said about the matter concerning the fate of the country. You have to think clearly. This is related to your fate." The third prince looked solemn and solemn. "Every word I say is true. There is no falsehood." The emperor was truly sure that his third son had indeed discovered something extraordinary. "Go ahead." The third prince stood up, approached his father, and whispered, "Father, have you heard of the Nightmare Empire?" Hearing these 4 words, the emperor immediately stood up straight and looked at the third prince's face as if struck by lightning. "What Nightmare Empire? Where did you hear this news?" The third prince saw his father's reaction and felt extremely satisfied. As expected, as an emperor, he was most reluctant to hear about another regime that he was obsessed with. He said calmly and even solemnly, "I also came here to report after hearing it. This is what happened." He combined what he heard with what the head of the Daulite family said, forming a set of things that belonged to him, and told his father, Emperor Yale. As Emperor Yale listened, he nodded with an unsightly expression. Soon, his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Unexpectedly, the legendary Nightmare Empire has revived and reappeared on this land, and it has not been discovered for so long. If the Northwest State had not discovered this sign this time, it is estimated that the Nightmare Empire would have formed a climate in another 100 or 200 years. If they form a climate, coupled with the unique means of the Nightmare Empire back then, I am afraid that the entire western, northwest and southwest regions will be affected, and the territory of the Glory Empire will be eaten up by the other side. This is a very serious matter. For so many years, the territory of the Glory Empire has only expanded and never decreased. If such a thing really happens, he is really a sinner of the Glory Empire, and the next generation of emperors will be sinners for all ages. He looked at his third son. His face looked a little ugly. This is a great achievement, a great thing. Originally, he liked the eldest son. Although he was older, he had very powerful means. The seventh son was also okay, and his means were also quite extraordinary, but now it seems that this third son is calm. As an emperor, means are one thing, and intelligence must be done very well, so that you can anticipate the enemy's moves and always be victorious. As an emperor of an empire, what is the most important thing? Imperial power is the most important. The most important aspect is to expand the territory of the empire. The internal power of the empire can be handed over to the princes and ministers, but the external power must be in your own hands. The third son's means of winning people's hearts are good, and he deserves to have his own business. Thinking of this, he slowly said, "It's a good thing that the Rhine family is showing goodwill to you, but I'm afraid that the Wassenberg side is still lacking in using the territory of a prince to plot against another huge force. Let's put it this way. Your territory will be given to that person. I will help you find another one. This time, the matter of attacking the Nightmare Empire will be left to you. I will let people cooperate with you. In addition, you will also take away 1/10 of the Imperial Guards of the Empire, so that they can get some credit back." The third prince was ecstatic, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he said solemnly, "Father, I want to borrow Huang Ying." When Emperor Yale heard this, he smiled slightly on his face, and thought to himself, "This child is teachable." Huang Ying is the most mysterious intelligence department of the empire. It has always been in the hands of him alone. Even the eldest prince has never touched it. The third son wants to take this opportunity to get involved in Huang Ying. This idea is much better than the eldest son. Chapter 649. Emperor Yale's face was stern, and he scolded in a pretentious manner. "Huang Ying is the top priority of the empire. How can I hand it over to you now?" However, for such a big matter as the Nightmare Empire, Huang Ying cannot be dispatched. Since the spies in the Northwest have already laid the groundwork, we cannot fall behind. You take my token and go to see that person, and then make a good handover with the Northwest. The third prince was very uneasy when he heard the scolding, but after hearing the second half, he already understood what was going on. He immediately raised his spirits and said, "Father, I won't let you down." The father and son talked for a long time, until dinner time, and then they left with satisfaction. The emperor looked at his son, who was leaving, and thought for a long time in his heart. After some calculations, he followed the footsteps of the concubines. What you promise to a woman must be done, otherwise you will not be able to enjoy the gentle land next time. Although it is late now, it is better to have a shorter time than no time. The emperor cheered up, and left the back garden quickly. 2 days later, the Imperial Glory Wizard Alliance. Alan opened his eyes, and showed a little joy on his face. The third prince still has some means, and he got things done so quickly. The imperial capital has already agreed, so I can start here. Using Dole to fish for the Nightmare Empire. The success rate of this thing is actually not high. At most, I could only catch some small shrimps, but it is better than just guessing from the outside now. Dole occupies a territory, and it will definitely make its territory impenetrable. At that time, they will attack Dole's territory with the main force of the Nightmare Empire. As long as we follow this clue, we will not be afraid of not finding their main force. The territory is the bait and the beginning of the war. Now we have to plan. Fortunately, the territory of the third prince is at the junction of their northwest region and the northern region, otherwise it would be difficult for them to operate. Now we have to wait for proper planning, and with Dole's own strength, it is best to try to take down those people in one fell swoop. Just as he thought of this, a voice came from outside. "Sir, Lord Dariolete is visiting." Alan's heart was shocked, and he immediately said, "Please come." Soon, Dole received the news that Lord Dariolete wanted to invite him tomorrow. And this time happened to be exactly the same as the news he heard, and his heart was slightly shocked. It seems that there is news in the capital. Dole thought for a moment, packed up, and the clone floated out of the laboratory next to him and landed beside him. At the same time, the golden corpse also slowly walked out of the laboratory. At this time, the clone floated to the golden corpse and slowly merged into it. The golden corpse stood in front of Dole like a bodyguard. It is normal for a wizard to have a warrior bodyguard, especially for a first-class noble like Dole, who can have 20 private guards recognized by the Empire. Dole is the only one, which is normal. Moreover, the strong side of the golden corpse makes it difficult for people to think that this is Dole's clone. As long as the breath is well restrained, at most they will think that this is a warrior bodyguard. This kind of confusion will make the killer think that it should be easy to succeed. At this time, Dole's mouth showed a faint murderous intent, waiting for you to take the initiative to attack. As long as you dare to come, all will die. Although this is called fishing enforcement, and he is the fish, Dole doesn't care. At this time, through several Shinsher worms, he had discovered that the killers from different aspects just came out from their hiding places. They also got the news that they were coming out. He counted and found that the number of killers who killed him was more than 5. 3 were from the Sand Scorpion, 1 was from the Killer Guild, and the other was also from the Killer Guild, but they were not in the same group, which seemed to be insurance. After walking out of the wizard tower, Dole raised his head and looked at the scorching sun above his head, feeling a little hot. It was mid-July, and even in the north, it was the hottest time of the year. Under the wizard tower group, those waiting people hid in the shadow of the wizard tower, and did not dare to stand under the sun. Dole saw them, and they also saw Dole, and they all took off their hats to salute him. Especially at the door of Chris Wizard Tower, those mercenaries and merchants, who were waiting to buy medicinal materials bowed deeply. They saw that Dole was dressed in black today, and they didn't know where he was going. Behind him, there was a bodyguard dressed in black. Hey, when did Wizard Dole have an extra bodyguard? At this time, they saw that Dole also saluted them, then put on a black hood and hurried out. 50 days outside, several people saw this place, each holding a scroll and quietly tore it open. They were all spies from different families and forces, including the Sand Scorpion. Dole saw this and seemed to be in a hurry, but actually slowed down a little, ready to wait for things to ferment. At the intersection of Tailuo Street, a carriage slowly came from the intersection, and the driver was a middle-aged man who looked respectable. Just now, after receiving the news, he calmly walked out of Tailuo Street, declined the 2 people's request for a ride, and rushed to the wizard tower without stopping. As he walked, he controlled his speed and looked in the direction of the wizard tower. At this time, he saw Dole coming out, so he slightly sped up and came to the outside of the wizard tower group. He saw Dole, and the surrounding carriages were cleared, and there was no one else. He just caught up with him now. However, Dole was followed by a man in black, but from the other person's body, he seemed to be a warrior. The difficulty of assassination increased a little, but it didn't affect it much. Using the cover of the carriage, assassinating a weak wizard should not be a problem. The carriage moved slowly, and under the control of the coachman, it just kept pace with the time when Dole walked out of the wizard tower group. At this time, he saw Dole wave to them. With a smile on his face, he bowed slightly and stopped the carriage in front of Dole. He jumped off the carriage, as if he were a real coachman, bowed slightly. "Wizard Master, welcome to serve you. Please get on the carriage." Dole glanced at him, as if he didn't notice anything, bowed slightly, and said, "Please take me to the city lord's mansion." The coachman nodded and said, "Okay, please get on the carriage with your guards. We will be there soon. Dole slowly got on the carriage, and the golden corpse also got into the carriage. At this time, he saw that there was another person in the car, but the other person kept smiling and bowed slightly to him. Hello, Wizard Master, I will get off the car soon. Dole frowned, but nodded without minding, saying yeah. There are 2 rows in the carriage, which is very spacious and can seat about 6 people. There is also a very spacious position in the middle. At this time, there are only 3 people, and it is still very spacious. The man was very restrained, just like a real ordinary person seeing a wizard. Dole looked at him, and sneered in his heart. This acting is really good. But his own acting is not bad either. It was a little hot inside the carport. Dole showed his fear of heat at this time. He waved his hand, and a stream of cold air came out of his body. The temperature inside the carport began to drop slowly. The man showed an envious look and sat aside without saying anything. At this time, a voice came from outside. Please be prepared, sir. We will set off now. Chapter 650. The carriage started slowly, and drove north along Tailuo Street with a crisp sound of clattering. When Dual Eye sat in the carriage and calmed down, the coachman and the person sitting in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The 2 did not communicate, or even communicate, and waited quietly. From the bustling streets of Tailuo Street to the residential area in the North District, there is still a distance of about 1,000 meters in the middle, which is a buffer zone between 2 different areas. There is no commercial area in the middle, and the number of people coming and going is also small. The place where they decided to take action is on the middle road. Another person, and the people of the Killer Union have already arranged that as long as they wait for the carriage to pass, they will gather the strength of the 4 people, burst out the power in an instant, and the fighting spirit will be saturated and covered, which will definitely make Dual Eye dead. Reporting the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has caused them huge losses. I don't know how many people want this guy to die, but it has not been implemented for various reasons. Seeing that this guy is getting more and more prosperous, they really can't sit still. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has always been calculating others, and has never suffered such a big loss. After Dole targeted them again and again, the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has begun to offer a reward for Dole's head. At the beginning, Dole's head was only 100,000 gold coins, and only a few small families in Huazi City offered the reward at that time. Now it has risen to 2 million gold coins. I don't know how many killers are secretly tempted, but because this is Wutzeberg, they have never dared to take action. Now Dole is leaving. If they don't take action once, it seems that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is too incompetent, and the deterrence of the underground forces will be reduced a lot, so she took action to assassinate the king. In the hot season, the curtain of the carriage was open, the sound of horse hooves came, and the carriage moved forward slowly. Soon, it had traveled a distance of 200 meters. Dole took the golden corpse and sat there calmly, his body sitting straight, even with his eyes closed, while the golden corpse sat beside him dutifully. In the carriage shed, another person kept a posture all the time, as if he was afraid of the wizard, and seemed curious, showing an ordinary person to the extreme. At this time, on Tailuo Street, black invisible insects were flying slowly from all directions and landing around. The carriage moved forward and soon reached the middle. At this time, there was a little commotion in front. A carriage ran too fast and hit another carriage. The 2 carriages were just lying in the middle, and the 2 families started a war of words. Many people around gathered around and watched the excitement. The carriage slowed down. Dole pretended to be unaware, then suddenly opened his eyes, and slowly said, "Driver, what happened in front?" The driver turned around and immediately said with a smile, "Sir, there was a car accident in front, and many people gathered around. We can just go around it." Dole hummed in the carriage shed and said, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." "Okay." The driver slowly turned around. The carriage slowly bypassed the scene of the car accident and passed by the crowd. Dole smiled in his heart. The car accident was real, but it was not natural. It was man-made. He just saw that one of the killers deliberately damaged the wheel of one of the 2 carriages when they were approaching, which caused the 2 carriages to collide. At this time, the 2 assassins around were lying in ambush in the crowd of people watching the excitement. The carriage slowly passed through the crowd at this time, and Dual Eye thought to himself, "Here they come." He pretended to be watching the excitement, opened his eyes, exposed his hands at the right time, deliberately lifted the door curtain and looked outside. At this moment, Dual Eye felt a flash of killing intent, and then he felt that at least 4 or 5 sword energies suddenly rose up from the crowd around him, stabbing him with lightning speed. The speed was so fast, the sword tactics of the mind, the fighting intent and killing intent were so strong that it seemed that a level 7 strongman could be torn apart in an instant. The coachman, the ordinary people hiding in the carriage shed, the assassins outside, and the backup in the dark, there were 5 masters who attacked together. I saw that the fighting spirit broke out in the crowd, all bombarded the carriage, and together with the inside of the carriage, a strong force broke out instantly. Almost in an instant, the carriage shed was torn apart, and 5 violent and fierce fighting sword chi fell into the carriage shed together. The carriage shattered with a loud bang, and the earth shook, and shock waves went in all directions. The big horse in front was affected by this force, and with a wail, half of its body exploded with a bang, leaving only the front half, which exploded far away and fell to the ground, wailing constantly. The crowd around was also affected. The shock wave generated by the explosion hit hard in all directions. Many ordinary people were directly blown away and smashed in the distance. Even the 2 colliding carriages were limited to fly away at this time. There was a burst of exclamations and screams all around, which were endless. But the 5 assassins did not breathe a sigh of relief at this time. Although they hit something with their fighting chi, they did not feel anything being chopped to pieces. Instead, it seemed as if they had hit something hard. The combined strength of the 5 people was too much for even a level 7 warrior. They were a little confused as to how the other party survived. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Dole stood steadily on the ground, with circles of light shields around him protecting him firmly. The staff in his hand emitted a faint magical light, and he looked around coldly. Next to him, the black-clothed bodyguard's clothes were torn at this time, revealing the essence of the golden corpse underneath. The sword just now was almost entirely cut on the golden corpse, exposing him. The moment they saw the golden corpse, the pupils of the 5 people shrank suddenly. The golden corpse's real strength was exposed at this time. The level 7 golden corpse emitted a faint rule fluctuation. Just standing there, there was a feeling of suppressing the world. The 5 people suddenly felt their calves trembling. The Thorn King was the coachman, who was closest to the golden corpse. After she saw the golden corpse, her face suddenly changed. As one of the few people in the Sand Scorpion adventure group who had seen this thing, she only thought of one word in her mind. Run. She shouted coldly, "Go!" and then jumped back instantly. At this time, Dole's voice was heard in everyone's heart. "I have watched this show for almost half a month. Lord Assassin, if you leave now, you will not give me face. Die for me." This sentence is long to say, but it only takes a moment for people to think about it. The next moment, the golden corpse made a move. He paused suddenly, and the power of rules on his body burst out. The heavy power of rules enveloped the whole scene. An extremely strong force instantly spread throughout the street. Everyone felt the heaviness of the body, very heavy. The golden corpse immediately moved, punched 2 dark guild killers in the crowd. What? I have watched the show for more than half a month. A cold chill suddenly emerged in the hearts of the 5 people, like the deep North Pole, icy and bone-chilling. At the moment when the golden corpse just moved, 2 people felt despair in their hearts. He was attacking himself. This was the 7th level power. What was this? This punch was unstoppable. The next moment, their world suddenly went dark. Chapter 651. A golden light flashed, and a large amount of blood and meat pieces instantly sprayed onto the streets on both sides. Almost at the same time, the 2 people did not move at all when they were hit by the golden corpse, as if they were hit by a mountain and were blown up at once. At this time, the Thorn King, the Thorn Demon and the Thorn Demon had not yet reacted. Seeing this situation, they were sweating coldly in their hearts. This golden corpse was too powerful and terrifying. The Thorn King took the lead in retreating, and at this time, he had only run more than 5 meters. The golden corpse turned around, moved, and threw 2 more fists in his hands. 2 golden lights came out of his hands, and fell on the Thorn Demon and the Thorn Needle at a very fast speed. The 2 had no time to dodge, and their expressions had no time to change. They were still in a state of fear. The golden light fell on them. Paw! Another 2 piles of mincemeat sprayed out, blood spilled on the long street, and mincemeat rolled down, which was indescribably miserable. The Thorn King was already extremely chilled. At this time, he had only run less than 10 meters. At this time, he saw that the golden corpse turned his head in 0.1 second and looked at her. The Thorn King felt an endless chill in his heart, and he could not run away. But the next moment, the power that enveloped him increased countless times in an instant, and then the golden corpse raised his feet, came to his side at an extremely fast speed, and grabbed her neck. The whole process took less than 0.5 seconds. It was too fast, so fast that she had no time to react. Suffocation, strong suffocation, and a strong sense of power gap made her have no chance to resist. The heavy breath and the power of death made her almost lose all resistance. On Tailuo Street, everything happened very suddenly: the explosion, the flesh and blood, the body, and then the killer was subdued. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Everyone around was stunned. At this time, the screams of the people around were heard, and the sounds of pain were endless. The explosion of the carriage just now caused a huge shock, which injured many people. Dole saw all this from multiple perspectives. Fortunately, no one died. On the street, everyone rolled and crawled away from the center of the street, looking at the situation in the middle in horror. At this time, the professionals who were observing this side showed a shocked look. Level 7 combat power. Dole actually has a level 7 combat power, which is too exaggerated. Hurry up and pass this news out, which is too terrifying. Dole's original body stood in the middle of the street, and his clone carried the level 6 assassin. His mental power had begun to penetrate into the other party's body. With previous experience, he did not directly control the other party's mind, but now controlled the other party's body. A series of magic patterns climbed up her body, completely imprisoning him. There is a very powerful boss in this organization, who is good at hiding in other people's spiritual world. If he is not careful, he may be invaded, not to mention searching other people's inner world directly. When all the magic patterns crawled all over the opponent's body, Dual Eye controlled the clone and threw him to the ground fiercely, making a thumping sound. The woman disguised as the coachman was almost knocked out by the fall. Her eyes rolled up, and she fainted directly. Dual Eye looked around and frowned. There were many injured people around. Most of them were splash injuries, some were just skin injuries, and some were pierced by wooden thorns in the body. They crawled on the ground, looking at this side in horror, gritting their teeth and not daring to speak loudly, and some were directly fainted by the huge shock at the beginning. Seeing this, Dole spoke loudly. "Don't panic, the assassin is dead. This incident was caused by me. Those who are injured can come to me to get the money. Treat the disease and take medicine. Report the lost wages and I will reimburse them." When the people around heard this, except for the professionals, ordinary people were a little afraid. It was too shocking and too scary. Is this the world of wizards? At this time, someone laughed loudly, stood up, and explained to the people around. "This is Dole, the owner of Chris Wizard Tower. Don't be afraid. Those who are injured can go to him to get money. If you don't trust Dole, you can also come to our Rhine family to get compensation. We will compensate the corresponding gold coins according to the situation." Several people walked out of the crowd and began to maintain order around. Dole saw the man. He knew him. He was a guard of the Rhine family, and seemed to be the leader of the small guards. The other party nodded to Dole at this time, and there was some deep fear in his eyes. Dole has a level 7 combat power. When did this happen? This is too exaggerated. A level 6 assassin can be killed with one punch. It's just like playing whack-a-mole. He came to Dole and said, "Master Dole, the master asked us to come here to maintain order. You can go first." Dole nodded, took out a bag of gold coins, and handed it to the other party, saying, "Sorry for the trouble." The man hurriedly said, No, Wizard Dole, we use the gold coins of the Rhine family, we don't need your money." Dole pushed the money into his hand, and said without question, "Pay more for the injured." He took out a few bottles of medicine from his arms and said, "Pour some on the wound, it will work soon. Thank you for your help." The guards were surprised to see Dole so generous. The head of the guard nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will do the job. We guarantee that your reputation will not be damaged." Dole nodded, saluted the guards, and then saluted the people around him. "I am sorry for causing trouble to everyone. As the saying goes, courtesy is not blame." Dole's actions made the people around him less vigilant, and brought him a lot of popularity. The eyes of those people looking at him changed, no longer so fearful and hostile. The next thing was not his responsibility. The money was paid, the apology was made, and he left when he should. The money he gave was enough to appease the people around him, and he even gave a lot. He took out a black suit from the ring again, put it on the golden corpse, and then let the golden corpse carry the body of the female assassin and strode towards the Rhine family. The road was smooth again, and soon he arrived at the door of the Rhine family. But what he didn't expect was that Dole saw Westlin, the future father-in-law, at the door. Dole hurried over with a smile on his face, and said, "Why is Uncle back?" Westlin's face was serious. "What do you call me?" Dole sighed. "What does this mean?" He lowered his head, and quickly changed his address, "Father-in-law." Westlin smiled and said, "I'm back to tell you something good. Let's go, follow me to see the lord of the city. Dole touched his head, and felt a little embarrassed. The two hadn't officially married yet, but the address had changed first. But what was this good news? Was there any news about the territory? He nodded, followed Westland, and walked into the mansion of the Rhine family. As soon as he entered the mansion of the Rhine family, the air inside was a little fresher, and the garden in front of him exuded a special fragrance, and it was even quieter here, so quiet that it didn't seem like a family. When he arrived at the gate, Westling turned his head, and took a look at the golden corpse behind Dole, and the assassin in the golden corpse's hand. He was a little shocked. Thinking of the news he had just heard, he groaned and said, "Your clone?" Chapter 652. Dole looked at the corridor in front of him, without hiding anything, and said slowly, "This is a level 7 golden corpse I got from a ruin. It is currently used together with my clone. Although it can be used alone, it is not very convenient to operate, so the golden corpse can also be regarded as my clone." Although Westland had heard the news, he was slightly shocked when he really confirmed it. No wonder the head of the family said a few days ago that Dole is now eager to have a territory. It turns out that he really has the power to suppress. He looked at the golden corpse carefully, and was a little puzzled. In the case of not emitting a breath, the golden corpse can't see anything on the surface, and it is impossible to associate it with a level 7 combat power. Amazing, amazing, the world of wizards is hard to understand. He coughed and said, "I really envy you. You are only level 5, but you can control a level 7 golden corpse. No one in the entire Watzenberg can do this." Dole said, "It was just a coincidence." Westerland raised his head and looked ahead, thinking, although the highest combat power in this world is level 9, it only appears once every few thousand years, and is distributed among various races. There are not many in the whole world. The combat power of level 8 is also quite rare. Take our Northwest as an example. There is only one in total, and he is in seclusion all year round. There are only 7 or 8 level 8 in the Empire. Therefore, the combat power of level 7 is the daily peak state. You now have a combat power of level 7. In Watzenberg, you are a top family. Incredible, incredible. I just realized that my vision as a father is really not as good as my daughter's. When Dole heard this, he was a little confident, but then he blushed and said with a smile, "What are you talking about, father-in-law? What's mine is not yours." Westland chuckled and suddenly became cheerful, saying, "That's right, we are family, and we don't talk about different things. This time I came back, it is indeed related to your territory, and there is another important thing that needs you to do. Let's go in and talk in detail." Dole nodded. The matter of the territory is naturally a big deal. After walking through the front yard, the middle yard, and the back yard, he soon entered a hall and saw Lord Daliolide. To his surprise, Alan and another vice president of the Glory Wizard Guild were also there. He had only met this vice president once, and rarely saw him at other times. He only knew that this was a vice president known for his mystery, and he was in charge of intelligence, and was very powerful. He was a little confused. What was the meaning of today? A matter of a territory, and the heads of the 3 systems of military, political and wizardry were all here. Daliolide, Alan, and the man who looked at Dole at the same time, and then looked at the man in black behind Dole, were slightly shocked at this moment. The news just now had come that the man in black was Dole's clone, the identity of the golden corpse, and no matter who it was, they were a little shocked at this moment. However, they were shocked, but they did not show it. As the host, Daliolide waved his hand and smiled, "Sit down." There were 2 main seats in the living room, one on the left and one on the right, and the other seats were placed face to face, at right angles to the host in 2 rows. Daliolide sat on the left of the main seat, and Alan sat on the right, and the vice president sat at the first seat in the row on the right. Westland saw Alan and bowed slightly. "Hello, Master Alan." Then he sat down in the first seat on the left. Dole saw this, bowed slightly to everyone, and sat next to Westland. Behind him, the golden corpse stood steadily behind him. Alan frowned slightly when he saw this, but quickly put it down. They seemed to be a family now, not members of their wizard alliance. The vice president looked unpredictable at this time. Dole didn't care about these things. He didn't care about Alan, but looked at Daliolide and said slowly, "Uncle, how is it?" Daliolide nodded and said, "I called you here to talk about this matter. The third prince has promised to give you the territory. Although his current advantage is relatively ordinary, he will definitely not want the territory in the future. It is appropriate to give it to you now. However, although the territory is given to you, he is not responsible for other things." Dole heard this, and let out a long sigh. He smiled and said, I don't expect him to be responsible for anything. As long as the documents come down and the territory is allocated to me, I can do it myself." When everyone heard this, they all looked at the man in black behind Dole and were shocked. Darrelade looked at Dole and said earnestly, "We know that you have a level 7 combat capability and a wizard tower, so you have no shortage of combat capability. However, it is not easy to run a territory. You cannot lack personnel or resources. The money, manpower and material resources required to build a new territory are not a small amount. You came from what city, so you should know the difficulty of building the new city of What's." Dole nodded, but this was the least of his worries. He looked at Darrelade, then at Westland, and slowly said, "I will not consider these two factors for the time being. As for the management of the territory, my original intention was not to manage it into a place like What City, but a completely private territory. I need the territory to improve my meditation method, so the territory is my personal territory, and I don't need too many people. Next to the territory, I may build a city, but the territory itself, there are only me and Ash, and my slaves." This is his planned rhetoric. After all, within the scope of the storm domain, it is difficult to connect the inside and the outside, so it can only be placed outside the storm domain. As long as someone is not good for the city, he can also use the storm to directly support it. Hearing this, Westland and Darrelade looked at each other, including Alan and the vice president. He urgently needed a territory, which was actually related to meditation. What kind of meditation did this guy practice? He used to practice the fire element meditation. Since he sold the fire element meditation in Huazi City, he changed to a more powerful meditation. But until now, it was only known that it was related to the storm, and no one knew the specific situation. He needed a territory to improve his meditation, which was a bit exaggerated. Alan looked at Dole, and then he groaned for a while saying, "Dole, you said that you need a territory because of meditation. Can you tell me more about it?" Dole looked at Alan and smiled faintly. "There's nothing to say. My meditation is related to the storm. I need to form a storm field to observe and speculate continuously. The more complete and real the storm is, the faster my meditation progresses. Now I have practiced to the peak of the 7th level. I only need one step to enter the 8th level. At that time, I can officially enter the 6th level, or even the 7th level." Chapter 653. Alan suddenly realized it, and the vice president nodded frequently. This requires an area to simulate the storm element, which makes sense. Although Darrelade and Westland are not warriors, they can understand the general idea at this time. Turning the territory into a storm domain is definitely a big deal. If you build a city outside the domain, it doesn't need to be too complicated. Just find a place with convenient transportation. This may be the best way. This thing can be done. Darrelade and Westland looked at each other, then at Alan. The three of them exchanged expressions, and felt relieved at this time. If Dole wants to manage his own territory, he must turn it into a storm domain. At that time, with the help of the storm domain, the people of the Nightmare Empire will only come and go if they keep harassing. The three people understood, and had a more practical way to deal with this matter. Darrelade nodded and said, "I will ask the third prince to make this happen as soon as possible and bring the documents over. When the location and scope of the territory are confirmed, we will discuss the next thing." Darrelade saw the person in Dole's clone's hand, so he said, "What do you plan to do with this person?" They saw this person when they came in just now. Based on the information just now, they didn't ask much. Now that the matter is confirmed, Darrelade asked. Dole said solemnly at this time, "This organization should have a person with extremely high attainments in mental power, and set a mental power trap in everyone's heart. I want to take this person back and isolate the inside and outside to obtain the information I want. The implication is that this person is his trophy, not for you." Just as Darrelade was about to speak, Alan next to him looked at Dole and said, "Dole, how about you give him to us and let us handle it? If Dole handles it and really asks something, it will be a lot of fun. They are still setting up a trap like this. This matter can only be handled if Dole is unaware of it. The formation of the Imperial Glory Wizard Alliance has a special trap for mental power. Give it to us. When the trap is cracked, we will give it to you. How about it?" This time it was the vice president who spoke. His voice was very low, full of confidence and unquestionable emotions. Dole glanced at the man and said lightly, "No, I will handle it myself." These people are weird, Dole thought at this time. Alan looked at Dole, his tone became serious, and said, "Dole, we really need intelligence. How about this? If you give this person to our Glory Wizard Alliance, we can exchange some resources for you." I heard from the people below that you said that you want to build a group of wizard towers. We can provide some resources to help you. How about it? Just give our Glory Wizard Alliance a place in your territory when the time comes, and even give you the position of the president of the alliance. How about it? Dole was immediately moved by this proposal. In the Glory Empire, every city has the Glory Wizard Alliance sitting in it, and according to the imperial law, there must be one in his territory. Sometimes he is a little melancholy. No matter who becomes the president at that time, it will be a restriction for him. This is really a headache, but if he takes the position, there will be no problem at all. The doubt just now disappeared in an instant, and he immediately said, "That's fine, but I need to know the result." Alan and the others breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts at the same time. Alan smiled at this time. "I knew that you would not show off your ability until you see the rabbit." He turned his head and looked at the vice president. The vice president understood, so he stood up and walked towards Dole's clone. Dole's clone took the initiative to pick up the woman and handed it to the other party. At this time, everyone saw the figure of the woman, and the dense magic patterns on her body were a little shocking. Dole's magic pattern methods are getting more and more superb. The woman can't sense any energy fluctuations, as if she is an ordinary person. The vice president took the woman in his hands, and was a little frightened. This Dole is probably the first pervert in the history of Watzenberg who has grown up with potion and magic pattern. He is less than 30 years old. In a few years, when he settles down, his strength will immediately become unfathomable. Too perverted? The woman's body was not heavy, but rather light. The vice president suspected that Dwelai's magic pattern was causing trouble. Such a woman, in fact, was like a grain of dust in the hands of the golden corpse with extraordinary powers, and did not have much burden. The vice president took a deep breath, looked at Dwelai, and said slowly, "I am the vice president in charge of intelligence and attack, Audulin." Dwelai suddenly felt strange in his heart. How could this person's name be pronounced the same as the one he had a grudge against, but with an extra pronunciation of the word Luin? But this matter was also quite a long time ago. He thought of Odo, and thought of Duoming City, and thought of many people in Duoming. The only person he had contact with at the moment was Jasmine, and they had hardly contacted each other. She was also a stubborn woman. He just thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never seen you." Odoron naturally saw the complex changes in Dole's expression, and didn't say much, just nodded and said, "Then you guys discuss it. I take this girl back first to see how they entered the city? Can we dig out something? The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group has a huge layout. Maybe we can ask something?" What he thought in his heart was that with the Nightmare Ancestor here, it was estimated that there would be no hope, so he took the person away first, so as not to let Dole ask any tricks, which would make things difficult to arrange. Odor left. Only Dole, Dalulide, Alan, and Westling were left in the living room. At this time, Dalulide said, "As a member of the Honor Wizard Alliance, if you want to build a territory in the future, you can issue it in the form of a mission. The location of that territory is also in the northwest, close to the northern region, and it can be regarded as our northwest territory. We can cooperate. As for the position of the Honor Wizard Alliance promised to you, I will apply to the higher authorities in the future, and you will take this position." Dalulade nodded and said, "The Iron Pioneer Corps will also cooperate with you at that time. Anyway, the conquered territory is also under the jurisdiction of our Watzenberg." Westland smiled and said, "Yes, when the Pioneer Corps goes there for training, it can help you solve some problems, but you need to bear part of the cost." Dole blinked his eyes, somewhat grateful to his future father-in-law, but the Legion's actions would cost a lot of money, and he became a little worried. Thinking of this, he slowly said, "Wait until the document comes down. I will go over to investigate first. If I can take it down by myself, I will try to do it alone. Now I am just poor. I can't afford the expenses of mobilizing the Pioneer Group for one day." Westland's mouth twitched. This future son-in-law is really... After the three families discussed it, they decided on the future direction. Now they just need to wait for the document to come. Chapter 654. From the Imperial capital to here, the fastest carriage will take 2 months. If you walk slowly, it will take longer, so there is no need to rush now. When they came out of the city lord's mansion and stood at the gate, Westerling smiled and said, "Dole, come to my house for a visit?" Dole nodded and said, "Okay." The Rhine family is very large, and several people in power each occupy a piece of land. Westerling is in charge of the army, and Darulade is in charge of all matters in the city. Although the two families live together, they are actually quite far apart. Including Emily and Ofer, they don't live in the same block, and the head of the Afen Guard also has his own place. The Rhine family is very large, occupying almost a small part of the northern district, and the rest of the place belongs to other nobles. Dole got on Westerling's carriage, and the Golden Corpse sat outside, sitting with the coachman. As soon as he entered the carriage, Westerling became indifferent and silent. Dole stopped talking when he saw this. The driver was a sergeant, who waved his whip to urge the carriage forward slowly. The sergeant walked while observing the Golden Corpse next to him, and was slightly frightened. This was a Golden Corpse, a level 7 Golden Corpse. If it was given to a necromancer, it would immediately soar into the sky. It was a waste of talent to get such a Golden Corpse for a pharmacist. However, judging from the other party's control proficiency, it was definitely comparable to a necromancer. This guy had a secret. Commander Westling's chief son-in-law was incredible. When the Golden Corpse was dormant, it was like a stone, inconspicuous at all, but when it fought, it was completely different. So at this time, the driver was just frightened, and did not sense the power next to him. Time passed slowly, and soon they arrived at the door of the Rhine family, and the two got off the car together. What surprised Dole was that Ash was also standing at the door at this time, standing with another woman, and opposite the two, a man who looked a little more mature stood opposite. These two people looked very similar to Ash, and also had some similarities with Westling. They should be Ash's brothers and sisters. After getting off the carriage, Westling glanced at Dole, who got off the car next to him, and smiled slowly. The rules of the wizarding world have always been simple. How about we just have a simple reunion dinner today? Dole was stunned. He was a little caught off guard. Looking at Ash next to him, he showed a happy look at this time. Obviously, he couldn't wait. The woman next to Ash was staring at Dole at this time, as if looking at a flower, and the other man was a little stunned. He walked up slowly and said to Dole, "I am Ash's brother, Ivy. I am glad to see you, Dole the wizard. You have been famous for a long time." Dole was a little confused at this time. When he saw someone coming, he was stunned for a moment, and he felt a little sad. The matter between the two of them had not been finalized, but the girl's family began to worry. After he came to his senses, his face showed a timely excitement. "I am glad to see you too." He turned his head and looked at Westland, his eyes full of doubts. Westerland smiled and said, "It's not much, just a simple home-cooked meal and meeting Ash's brothers and sisters, nothing big." The corners of Dole's mouth twitched. This is not a big deal. He has met the parents and brothers and sisters. He was alone, while the other side had many people, and was powerful. Now he seemed a little lonely. At this time, Ash came to Dole, stretched out her hand to hold his arm, and said with a smile, "It happened a little suddenly, but it happened that my brother and sister came back. Let's meet them. We will be familiar with each other in the future. I have a brother, 2 aunts and several sisters." Dole's mouth twitched. The Westling family was prosperous. This guy has 3 wives in total, and these children are normal. Ivy should be serving in the army. His blood is boiling, but he is restrained at this time. The woman's mental power fluctuates frequently, and she should be on the path of a wizard. Dole thought at this time that the bloodline of the Rhine family is strange. There are more wizards in the women and more warriors in the men. This bloodline is very interesting. At this time, the woman stepped forward, smiled slightly, and said, "I am Aina, and I meet Brother Dole." Dole returned the gift in the same way, then turned his wrist, took out a small thing, and handed it to the other party. "This is our first meeting. I don't have anything to give you. This necklace is for you." Aina looked at her father, and seeing that the other party did not express anything, she took the thing in her hand and looked at it carefully. The design of this thing is ordinary, but the energy inside is very high. It is a good thing. "Thank you, Brother Dole, you are generous when you give." She glanced at Ivy with her eyes, and the look seemed to be provocative. Ivy's mouth twitched, thinking, "How can I, a poor warrior, have so much money to buy you a gift?" So he simply turned his head and stopped looking at Aina. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, Westland smiled and said, "Let's go in." Walking into the house, the temperature inside dropped a little, not as hot as outside, and soon, everyone gathered in the hall. Westland has 3 wives, 2 sons, and 3 daughters. Ash has a brother, but he is not talented, and can only be a civilian in the family. He did not come today. The children of the 2 aunts are quite talented, especially the eldest in the family, Ivy, who is now at the peak of the 5th level warrior, and will soon enter the 6th level warrior. He is at the same genius level as Charles, who was beaten last time. The blood of the Rhine family is good. Soon, Dole saw all the Westland family, Ash's mother, his 2 aunts, and several brothers and sisters. But what Dole found strange was that his 3rd aunt was somewhat hostile to him. He asked Ash quietly, and found out that the other party was from the Lank family. Dole was relieved. Although Ash's third aunt was hostile to him, her children did not have any opinions. After seeing Dole, they were a little happy. In the final analysis, the blood of the Rhine family flows in his body, not the blood of the Lank family. He was educated under the guidance of the Rhine family and Westerling. His heart belongs to the Rhine family, not the Lank family. Ash's mother Laura was very satisfied with Dole, and smiled from ear to ear. She is now at the peak of the 5th level wizard, and this achievement is all due to Dole's teaching of Ash. Without Dole, there would be no Ash's achievements. Without Ash's achievements in blood potions, there would be no her today. As long as she can be promoted to the 6th level, she can be at least 20 years younger than she is now. Entering the hall, someone soon poured tea and water. Not long after, when everyone arrived, the door of the hall was closed and the lights were turned on. Around the big round table, Dole sat in the west, Ash sat next to him, Westerling and Laura. The two aunts sat on both sides, and the others were distributed on both sides. At this time, everyone's status can be seen. As the eldest son in the family, Ivy occupies a major position, followed by Ash. The others are basically the same. Although Ash's half-brother Ava does not have any talent, as a civilian staff member, he also occupies a certain seat. Then come the others. Chapter 655. After everyone sat down, Dole had a full view of everyone, and everyone's expressions were clear at a glance. He didn't need to curry favor with anyone now, he just needed to deal with his father-in-law. As for his mother-in-law, she had long been liking him as a son-in-law. After Westland sat down he coughed, and the hall became quiet. He slowly spoke. There are two main reasons for gathering everyone today. First, I invited Dole to our house for the first time. Second, I want to ask these two people what they mean. If possible, today is an engagement party. What do you think, Dole? He looked at Ash again and winked at him. Ash naturally knew what her father was thinking. Such an excellent man must be caught quickly. She looked at Dole with sparkling eyes. Dole was somewhat stunned. Isn't this a matter of course? Is there any need to announce it? He was too much of a pretentious person. He looked at Ash and sighed in his heart. Then he made up his mind and spoke slowly. According to custom, I need to take the initiative to visit her. Now it's not in line with the rules. As the man, he announced in a high-profile manner that he was coming to ask for marriage. This was the right thing to do. Now, he was called to his home to ask about it. Why did he feel weird? Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little unbelievable. Why was his old father so anxious to marry Ash off, especially Ivy? He only realized now that it was not Dole who took the initiative to visit her today, but his father invited him here. This is too cheap. If this gets out, where will the face of the Rhine family be? He stood up and was about to object. I don't agree to give away my own sister, who is so outstanding so hastily. Dole is right. At least pick a good day and take the initiative to ask for marriage. He was about to stand up, but Westling next to him sensed the eldest son's thoughts and immediately turned his head and stared at him. Ivy saw his father's gaze, and his knees that had just stood up weakened again. He said awkwardly, Dad, according to the rules, if Dole wants to marry my sister, he must come to ask for marriage openly. Although I don't object, I can't let everyone laugh at him. The third aunt was originally dissatisfied with Dole. When she heard the eldest brother speak, she immediately said with a beaming face, That's right, our Ash is beautiful in appearance and top in ability. People want to hold her in their hands. You are so good that you take the initiative to ask for her. This is too embarrassing for our family. Westerland's face darkened, thinking you know shit. He said helplessly, Some things can't be explained to you. In a few days, we will all be busy and may not even have time to meet. So, it's just right to talk about this today. Hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. What big thing is going to happen? Why don't they even have a chance to meet? But Westland said they didn't dare to care. Ivy did know some things, but not everything. He only knew that the two major military headquarters in the northwest would take action, and that it would last for quite a long time, but he was still unclear about what the action would be, and it was still top secret. The old father explained, but his eyes were staring at him like a murderer. Ivy didn't dare to speak immediately, and sat there obediently not moving. If he dared to speak again, after Dole left, it would be a problem whether his butt was still there. He didn't want to be carried back to the barracks and laughed to death by those men. The majesty of the old man could not be challenged. Sure enough, Westland seemed to explain, but in fact he was showing off his power, and the third aunt didn't dare to speak. Dole saw this and thought so. He took a deep breath, then stood up slowly and said, In this case, then. He turned his head and looked at Ash, and said affectionately, I came here today to formally ask for marriage from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I ask you two to help me. He bowed deeply, and was about to kneel down. Westland stood up hurriedly and said, Don't kneel, Ash, hold him. Ash hurriedly held Dole aside to stop him from kneeling. Dole was confused, and the people around him were also confused. What was going on? He didn't even need to kneel, Westerland hurriedly explained. Although you are not level 7 now, you are also a level 7 combat power person, which represents part of the rules. If you kneel, we will all lose our lives. Next to Westland, the eldest and third ants heard this. Their faces suddenly changed, stood up and hid to the side. Shortening life, what a joke, you can't lose anything, you must have life. Dole touched the back of his head. Is it that serious? His current identity is just a son-in-law. What does it have to do with strength? Westerland said anxiously, Dole, don't kneel to anyone at any time in the future, unless the other party can bear it. Dole asked in confusion, Father-in-law, you can't handle this? Westerland saw that Dole was not entangled in this, so he smiled and said, Your mother-in-law and I can handle it, but the other two can't. Dole smiled bitterly and said, Then do you agree or not? Westerland smiled and looked at Laura next to him. Of course I agree, as long as you two are happy, our opinions are not important. After a while of chaos, everyone sat back in their chairs. Ai looked at Dole, and his heart was shaken. The matter between him and Dole was finally settled, and he didn't have to worry about being gossiped about. At this time, his face was full of brilliance. She stood up generously, picked up the wine glass on the table, bowed respectfully to her parents, and said, Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your help. Dole saw this and also picked up the wine glass. Thank you, father-in-law and mother-in-law, for your help. Westerling laughed at this time. What are you talking about? With your future achievements, our Ash will not marry you down, but marry up, future lord. He picked up the wine glass and drank it with Laura beside him. This matter is considered to be settled here. The children around looked at each other. Future lord, what big thing happened? How did Dole become a lord? A lord can be big or small. If he is big, he can be said to be on the same level as Wetzelberg. If he is small, he is also the lord of a city. But they didn't dare to ask more. Ivy understood a little bit at this time, but under the contempt of his old father, he didn't dare to ask or say anything. Well, let's not ask. He had heard so many stories about Dole that his ears were calloused. Today, it was revealed that there was a level 7 golden corpse standing behind him, plus 2 wizard towers. Who dared to look down on him? This kid has now grown into a figure comparable to a large family. Whoever marries his daughter to him is equivalent to getting the support of a large force. No matter how you look at it, it is a good deal, more practical than the Lang family. In the family, Ofer and others mentioned Dole in front of him, and all of them spoke well of him. Chapter 656. Dole came out without any gifts today, so it was a bit inappropriate to stand there. So he took out the storage rings he had bought before and distributed them to everyone. But he also knew that formal etiquette should be in place. High-level storage rings have always been extremely expensive. Everyone had a smile on their face after getting a storage ring. Those who already had one just changed it. They only saw that Dole's storage ring had a surprisingly large capacity. The price of this thing alone on the market was not low. About 2 hours later, Westland drove everyone away, leaving only him, Ivy, Laura, and Dole and his wife. At this time, the sky had become dark. Westland said at this time, Dole, I called you here today to discuss the territory, and the marriage proposal is just incidental. Now let's talk about this matter. According to the third prince, your territory is at the junction of the north and our northwest. It is called the Albiz Mountains. There is a large wasteland and mountain range there, which is about the size of 3 cities. The transportation is also very convenient. As long as it can be conquered, it will be an important channel connecting the northwest and the northern state. With your relationship with the Orn family, the relationship with the daughter of the Lay family, and our military department, just doing the medicine business can expand to the entire northern territory. He reached out and took out a map. Dole really hadn't seen the location of this territory. When he heard this, he immediately became interested. He and Ash came forward. Ivy was shocked at this time. He finally knew what was going on. Dole attacked the territory, and their military department would probably fully cooperate. Good guy. It turned out that the military department made such a big move because of this matter. He looked at the location, and it was exactly what he had guessed, the Albiz Mountains. His heart was beating fast. This location was really great. If Dole occupied this place, he would definitely be a person of higher rank than the lord of what city in the future. No wonder his father asked him to stay and drove away the others. It turned out to be related to him, and Charles would probably get involved in this matter. Dole and Ash also saw the map at this time, and as Westland's finger moved on the map, Dole's heart was moved after seeing the location. This place is very important geographically. It happens to be the junction of two states and provinces. Because of this place, everyone needs to go around to do business. If this place is taken down, the two states and provinces can be directly connected. As the main destination, operating a territory here will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Caravans and civilians have to pass through here. As long as they are not pigs, they can be a good lord. The premise is that it can be taken down. Dole said strangely, such a good place. Why didn't the Empire say to attack? There shouldn't be too many high-level monsters here. Before Westland spoke, Ivy beside him said solemnly, there are 3 monsters above level 7, and countless low-level monsters. If we want to attack, it is actually quite difficult. The power of our legion can fight against ordinary level 7 monsters, but it is impossible to deal with 3 level 7 monsters without a huge price. Only you wizards can do it. At this time, he thought of Dole's level 7 wizard tower, and felt a little relieved. The level 7 wizard tower, plus the level 7 combat power, the two together, it is not a problem to fight against 2 level 7 demons. They just need to deal with the remaining level 7, it is not a problem at all. Then you can also call people, such as the Glory Wizard Alliance? Dole was puzzled. Westland shook his head at this time and said, it's not that simple. There are many places in the Northwest that are not under the jurisdiction of the human race. There are hundreds of such places. We can only take it slowly, and take it step by step. For example, you know the Southwest Highlands. We have to rest for 4 or 5 years to recover after a fight, let alone attacking here. Dole is not very clear about the surrounding geographical environment. Hearing this, his heart became heavy. At this time, Ash said beside him, so, we must be well prepared. Dole, you should start planning your Wizard Tower group plan in advance. Dole thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, I will deal with these 3 top level 7s when the time comes. Let's talk about using the Legion separately. This is his own territory, and he still wants to use his own strength. Hearing this, Westland and Ivy were speechless. A level 5 wizard, who wants to deal with 3 level 7s alone, is simply a joke. Dole said at this time, I don't want to use too much official power. I don't want too much official involvement in the city I built. I can pay taxes to the Glory Empire, but I don't want too many managers. So, I will do my best to conquer this territory. 3 level 7s are not easy at present, but they are not difficult. In a few months, I will have such power. Dole's tone was very firm, and Westland felt very upset. My Rhine family used all their strength, even the strength of the Legion, to help you, but you didn't appreciate it. Ivy couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't know the reasons, his father wanted to help Dole, which must have been agreed by the entire Rhine family. Dole didn't want others to help him, which was indeed a problem. He thought for a moment and said, Dole, how about this? The Iron Pioneer Corps needs to train this winter, and it will also be in that place. We will stay nearby. As long as we need help, we can go there at any time. How about it? Dole looked embarrassed. It's not that I don't want you to help, but it's my personal matter. I always feel embarrassed to use the power of the Empire. Westland was a little angry at this time, and said, this is not to help you, but to expand the territory for the Empire. I understand what you mean. You don't want to owe the Empire a favor. How about this? I only use the power of the Rhine family. Dole was mentally entangled. What is the difference between using the power of the Rhine family and using the power of the Empire? He made up his mind to do it himself. Just as he was about to speak, Ash next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Dole repeatedly rejected his father, and his father was a little embarrassed. So she immediately followed up and said, let's do this for now. When the documents from the Empire come down, we will go to investigate first. When the situation is confirmed, we will contact various forces. The 2 of us are definitely not enough. We need to find someone to help. We will talk about it later. Westland stared at Dole with a fierce look. Doesn't my father-in-law have any face? Dole had no choice but to nod. Let's do this for now. When the news from the Imperial capital comes out, I will go to investigate. We will talk about it later. Westland knew that Dole was unwilling to use their power, and didn't want to owe them too many favors, but this favor was not for him, Dole, but for his daughter. If Dole wanted to let his daughter down in the future, he would have a reason to take action. Chapter 657. Dole is a very slippery kid. He took a deep breath, put the matter aside, and then relaxed his expression slightly, saying slowly, that's it, kid, You quietly brought back a golden corpse, and this move probably scared the people of other families. That's right, the 7th level wizard tower is scary enough, and you brought back a golden corpse. Brother-in-law Dole, your strength is almost equal to the combat power of an army of our Iron Pioneer Corps. Ivy sighed beside him, looking at Dole's golden corpse, his face full of Indian fear. Ash laughed beside him, but didn't say anything. Dole sighed, and said, "It was not my intention to get this golden corpse. It was an accidental acquisition. The situation at that time was also very dangerous. My clone almost died there. I went there with a 6th level wizard named Tom, and almost all of us died." Although Dole only said one sentence, everyone could think of the danger. Exploring ruins is inherently a very dangerous thing, and this is a consensus in the professional world. However, Dole went to the Avatar, and if he died, he died. It was no big deal, and no one felt too much. Crisis and opportunity coexist. You succeeded, and got the golden corpse. The most important thing is that you can control it perfectly. This is the key point. After the accident this morning, I guess those people from other families should be scared. At this time, the top leaders of the Meja family and the Lang family were almost all sitting together to discuss what happened this morning. 5 powerful assassins were all killed by a punch from an unknown thing next to Dole in less than 3 seconds. Such a result can be said to be earth-shattering. That was a level 6 professional who could suppress a party, and was also an assassin known for his lethality. Under the full burst, Dole was unscathed and killed all the assassins. This combat power was shocking. As far as they knew, at least 2 of the 5 assassins were gold medal assassins from the Assassins Union. This was a big deal. The secret room of the Lang family. Several people sat together with a serious attitude. Sitting in the main seat was the Patriarch Hayden, and next to him were several other powerful people in the family. In addition, there were 2 wizard elders. At this time, one of the 2 wizard elders said, "It has been confirmed that the one who attacked was a golden corpse with a level 7 combat power, and it has been confirmed that he has comprehended the power of gold and the rules of power in the power of the earth." The other wizard nodded. Hearing this, Hayden's face became a little serious. Dole already has a level 7 wizard tower, and now has a level 7 combat capability. It already has the capital to compete with our high-level families. If we continue to target them, we will not get any benefit. Let's discuss what to do now. There are no eternal enemies between forces, only interests. Isn't Dole in the herbal tea business? We should just give it to him. Although it's a bit painful, I have to say that if we continue to do this with him, it's really not worth the loss. Some of the interests are lost. I think our 2 families can ease the relationship and discuss cooperation. The quality of the potion of Chris Wizard Tower is much better than that of the Pharmacist Guild. We should have started a long time ago. Several people talked at once, all talking about cooperation. No one talked about opposition. Hayden sighed and said, "The problem now is not this, but the public news that Dole is leaving here. We can talk about cooperation, but where will he go in the future, and whether those pharmacists will take him with him? This is the key to the problem." The first wizard who spoke was puzzled at this time. Has our intelligence system not received specific information yet? Will those pharmacists go with Dole? Hayden shook his head and said, "There is no specific situation. Those people are very tight-lipped. I spent a lot of money but didn't ask about the specific things. I guess they themselves don't know what's going on." The wizard groaned at this time. Then this matter is difficult to deal with. He doesn't know where to go. If we talk about cooperation, how to cooperate is a problem. Hayden said at this time, there may be a few people who know about this. He guessed about Dahlialite and Westerling, because Dole went out today to meet these people. If it comes to finding a territory, no one is more familiar than the City Lord's family. The wizard looked at Hayden and said, "Master Hayden, I think you should go see the City Lord." Hayden's face looked a little ugly, but he still nodded and said, "I will go to implement this matter. It just so happens that I have some things to discuss with Dahlialite." The same scene was played out in the Meja family. At the same time, the Lay family and the Orn family were also verifying this matter everywhere. Although the Orn family had a good relationship with Dole, when asked about this matter, Dole would not tell them, and they also knew what to do and did not ask. For a time, the whole of Watsaburg was in an uproar. When the news that Dole Wizard had the 7th level combat power came out, the whole of Watsaburg was shaken. All major organizations and forces were shocked when they heard the news. The pharmacists of Chris Wizard Tower officially bid farewell to the stage without strong power to suppress them, and came to a new world. This announced that they no longer relied on their own abilities to make a living, but really had a backer. At this time, The pharmacists of Chris Wizard Tower knew what Dole said a few days ago. It turned out that he really got the power of suppression. This was too exaggerated. Dole hit it too deeply. A 5th level wizard, controlling a 7th level golden corpse, directly crossed 2 major classes. This was simply a rhythm that made people jump up. They thought that using the 7th level golden corpse to control the 7th level wizard tower, the power could be perfectly exerted. Now they are finally considered the top force in Watzenberg, and they will never have to look at other people's faces again. The pharmacists were so excited that they thought that if the noble invited them to the banquet, they would be arrogant and look down on others. At this time, Dole had returned to the Tower of Babel. All the way back, the Golden Corpse bodyguard, I don't know how many people envied him. And this time, Dole and Ash were always hand in hand, which was also officially announced. As soon as they returned to the Tower of Babel, news about Chris and others flew all over the sky. Dole had no choice but to hold a meeting and officially announce the news of the Golden Corpse, which stopped their curiosity. Although the Golden Corpse is a corpse, it is indeed a corpse that has comprehended the rules. It is heavy and sacred, and there is not much gloomy and terrifying feeling. It surprised Morris and others. Everyone in the Wizard Tower was excited, including Dole's slaves. The more powerful their masters are, the more excited they are. The news that Dole possessed the Golden Corpse quickly spread throughout the entire Watzenberg. From ordinary people to professionals, from small forces to big forces, everyone knew about it. Chapter 658. In a basement in the South District. In the dark room, a candle next to a man emitted a faint light, illuminating the yellowed paper in his hand. He frowned, full of helplessness. The 7th level gold corpse was even harder to kill. It seemed that the money was not easy to get. The death of 2 gold medal killers was definitely a huge loss for the organization. They also had a 7th level diamond killer, but the cost of sending it out was too high, so they would not use it easily. Moreover, the opponent was now a 7th level wizard tower, and a 7th level gold corpse. From the last news, the opponent was not completely ignorant, but was one step ahead of them in reporting. Assassination was basically impossible. They could only kill by force, but by force. Forget it, let's pass the news back now, and see what they say. It's just that the loss was heavy this time. The other 3 should be from the Sand Scorpion. Dole also captured one. With his ability, he might be able to ask something. He lowered his head, and carefully sorted out the information in his hand. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is suspected to be the product of the Nightmare Empire's resurgence. The Dark Union has records of it, so if the 2 fight, it is not certain that the Dark Union will not take advantage of it. Now the fear is that the official of Watzenberg will intervene. The Sand Scorpion and Dole are fighting to the death. They didn't fight before, firstly because there was no chance, and secondly because both sides had a lot of thoughts, and didn't dare to fight in a big way. Now that he has grown up, the Sand Scorpion and the others have to fight, but once they do, the problem is completely exposed. That kid grows too fast. This news must be reported as soon as possible. He quickly wrote a note, then took out a small box and put it in. 2 hours ago. On the wasteland outside of Watzenberg, a wizard in black sat on a carriage with a roof. He closed his eyes, and a breath of death flowed through his body. After a while, he suddenly spread out his hands, and there were 3 glass bottles in his hands. 2 of the glass bottles had turned into pieces, and the blood inside flowed all over the ground. The blood became corrupt, sour and smelly, and soon turned black. Although one of the glass bottles was intact, it already had a trace of decay. It actually failed. 3 people, 2 died. Was this one caught? The black-clothed wizard frowned, and he crushed the bottle in his hand without thinking. The bottle broke instantly, and the blood inside flowed out, but the blood was still blood, still red, without any change. The black-clothed wizard's face changed. The other party sealed the killer, causing the curse to fail to be transmitted. This time there was trouble. Thinking of this, he stood up, put away the carriage, and quickly disappeared from the spot. On the empty wasteland, it seemed as if there had never been a carriage, nor a black-clad wizard. It was silent, dead silent, and full of desolation. Summer is a season when all creatures are extremely active. In summer, it is also the season when villages and towns do their best to guard against wild beasts in the wilderness. At this time of year, towns, cities, and big cities will be nervous. Guards and patrols are dispatched everywhere. Summer is also the harvest season, the busiest season in various places. This summer in Watzenberg seems calm on the surface, but it is actually turbulent. After Dole was promoted to the 7th level pharmacist, a series of measures were taken to make the Lank family surrender, and the Maja family surrendered. All forces remained calm on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents. The Pharmacist Guild made great changes due to Dolay's move, and other guilds also made a series of changes accordingly, attracting many wizards to participate in it and compete for talents. The disputes among them are not for outsiders to know. What is Dolay doing at this time? At this time, he is waiting for news while collecting the scattered Xianxia worms from all over the place. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is no longer his main goal, but the territory is. He now needs to scout the territory, and needs enough Xianxia worms to use as eyes. Anyway, the garrisons of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group will not run away for a while, so let them develop for a few days first. He is determined to win the Albiz Mountains. This time, he will really use Lord Ball, his 7th level wizard tower, and the Golden Corpse. As long as he investigates the situation clearly and kills 1 or 2 at lightning speed, the next thing will be much easier. Recently, Ball has been sleeping in a small room on the 2nd floor of the wizard tower. In his words, he was digesting the food he had eaten some time ago. However, what Dolay saw was that a certain mysterious power in this guy was rapidly expanding, and the devouring power seemed to be increasing. It seemed to be the power of other rules. The blood of the Hellhound has a strange power. As long as you master the blood power, you can control the rules. After being here with Dolay for so long, he has been eating all the time, and his blood power has evolved rapidly. In addition, Ash is also studying the blood power of the Hellhound, and making a lot of blood potions, which has brought many conveniences to Ball. This guy's strength is also increasing rapidly. Dolay is ready to wait until the documents come down, and then he and Ball will go to the Albiz Mountains for reconnaissance. These days, he had a comfortable life. The two families gave in and took the initiative to give up their share of beverages, making the business of the Blue Beverage Shop more prosperous. The pharmacists also took the initiative to give up some of their profits. Dolay was not an unkind person. He asked their people to join the pharmacist training, but the price was very high. This did not seem to be a concession, but it was actually a concession. You know, those pharmacists are already undergoing systematic training. They only need an opportunity to grow themselves. Dolay gave them a few courses, and it is estimated that there will be a rapid growth. The pharmacists will improve their strength, and it is worth it no matter how much money they spend. Dolay was a homebody at ease, and he did not see anyone. He took the benefits he should take, and did what he should do. Now he just waited for news quietly. As for the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, the Glory Wizard Alliance did not give him any news, and Dolay did not ask about it specifically. It was just an attempted assassination, and Dolay did not take it seriously. Soon, another 5 days passed. Early in the morning of August 1st, when the first ray of sunlight passed through the surrounding mountains outside and entered the Watzenberg, the light hit the window. Dolay opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He got off the bed and slowly walked to the door. The door opened, and Ash's figure also appeared at the door. At the same time, Ball's huge humanoid body slowly walked up from downstairs. Although he could also use the power of teleportation, he just liked to walk. Ball waved at them and smiled. "Long time no see." Dolay said unhappily, "If you sleep less, you can see each other every day." Ball scratched his head. Whether it is a bloodline monster or an orthodox monster, they all need to rely on sleep to absorb energy and improve their perception, unlike you humans. His eyes suddenly turned, saw the body of the Golden Corpse, blinked, and then opened his eyes wide in an instant. "So this is the breath I sensed a few days ago. Where did you find this 10,000-year-old Golden Corpse? The rules of this land are quite strong." He moved his feet and walked over quickly, just like a dog, lying on the Golden Corpse and sniffing it. Dole and Ball never concealed anything, saying, "It was found in a ruin in the southwest." In addition to the Golden Corpse, there is also an ancient soul that turned itself into a half-human, half-insect in the ruins. It is very scary. It is estimated that his peak period should be the peak of level 8 or level 9, but it has been too long, and his soul essence is declining. Now it is only level 6. I almost didn't come back. Chapter 659. He briefly described what he had experienced. Bear nodded his head and thought seriously, "Blackwater Mountain, you know it's not a good place just by the name. It should be a dark sect in the recent past. After so many years, it can still leave a Golden Corpse, which is already good. I am somewhat interested in the dark soul you mentioned." Bear smacked his lips and took note. Devouring the body is his specialty, but devouring the soul is not a weakness either. Dolay curled his lips. Ash naturally knew these things a long time ago, and stood aside quietly without saying a word. After Dolay finished speaking, he said, "Let's go, Boss Ball, this is the time to use you. I want to build a territory." I estimate that there are 3 to 5 level 7 opponents. Bear nodded, raised his chest, and said, no problem, we will set off after you get the things. Let's scout first. I wait for you in the wizard tower. Dole nodded, he turned his head and looked at Ash saying, will you go out with me, or stay in the wizard tower? Ash said, of course I will go with you. It's not appropriate for me to go back to the city lord's mansion without showing up. Ash actually doesn't like to show up, but if she doesn't show up when she returns home, people will gossip about her. Dole said, that's fine. The two walked out of the wizard tower together. The morning sun shone through the gap between the wizard towers on the ground, shining on the faces of the two people, emitting a warm light. Dole walked forward a few steps, stood a little further away, and then stretched out his hand. The huge wizard tower quickly shrank into a small fist-sized tower, falling into his hand as light as a feather. Hanging the wizard tower casually on their waists, Dole and Ash turned and left the wizard tower group. The wizard tower group lacked a huge wizard tower, and it looked empty. The people around were shocked when they saw this. What was Dole going to do? They chattered, but no one dared to ask. After leaving the wizard tower group, they quickly came to the main road. Not long after, a carriage came from a distance and stopped in front of the two. The two quickly got on the car and disappeared on the street. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the documents were indeed sent down. The third prince transferred his territory to Dole. It was stamped with the seal of the Glory Empire, which was true. After Derulia congratulated Dole and said a few polite words, Dole and Ash left Watzenberg, and then went out from the north gate and quickly disappeared in the vast wilderness. And this news quickly spread throughout Watzenberg. The 6th level pharmacist course was stopped, the Chris Wizard Tower was still there, and the 7th level potion was cut off. All the news showed that Wizard Dole had definitely left Watzenberg. Dole's departure quickly set off a wave in Watzenberg, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire Watzenberg force. Did Dole leave Watzenberg? In a basement in the East District, the man in black and the oil lamp formed a gloomy and terrifying picture. After locking the news in a box, the man in black blew out the oil lamp, and the room entered an extremely dark world. At the same time, people in several other places quickly passed the news after receiving the news. In the wilderness, in a dark black cave, several huge bird and beast corpses were lying on the ground, and several silver corpses were lying on the corpses, eating them. Next to the corpse, the man in black looked at the corpse indifferently, his eyes full of thoughts. Dole left Watzenberg, his whereabouts are unknown, and he also took Babel with him. This is a big deal. What is this guy going to do? Where did he go? There have been a lot of news recently, and it is not known whether it is true or false. The man in black is also very troubled. The Sand Scorpions suffered heavy losses this time. They had to change their strategy and focus the attack on the outside of Watzenberg. Now that Dual Eye has come out, it is indeed a good opportunity. He must be found. The man in black thought about it, and immediately spread the news in all directions. Notify the top leaders to pay close attention to news from any direction. The majesty of the Nightmare Empire cannot be trampled on. This Dual Eye must be strangled in the cradle. But Dual Eye has a golden corpse, and his brows frowned. The difficulty and strength of cultivating a golden corpse are unimaginable to ordinary people. Having a golden corpse is simply shocking. When he thought of this, his eyes immediately emitted black rays of light. Can this golden corpse be controlled in his hands? As long as the plan is good, this matter can actually be implemented. An unknown golden corpse, this is a good thing. Dole's self-confidence did not swell too much. After having the golden corpse, he could only be regarded as relieved. The plan is being implemented step by step, and the goal is also being implemented bit by bit. The current plan is to take down the Albiz Mountains. The golden corpse in hand is actually a help, but it cannot be completely relied on. This thing needs to rely on meditation to cultivate, communicate, and need to be in constant contact with the clone. Otherwise, the golden corpse will always be a golden corpse, and it is unclear whether the owner is himself. After all, he was only level 5, and his clone's meditation method was also only level 5, which could not reach the level of perfect control. Now, he was completely suppressed by the nature of the Xianxia worm. The golden corpse and the Xianxia worm were perfectly matched, which was the only way to perfectly control the golden corpse and perfectly exert the power of the golden corpse. If it were not for the Xianxia worm, the golden corpse would probably only be able to lie in the storage ring and enjoy the quiet twisted space world inside. Dole was thinking about many problems, his own, others, and the meditation of the Son of Storm. Every minute, every second, and even every moment, many thoughts would pop up in his mind. The Northwest is very large, And Huazi City is just a city in Watsaburg, nothing more, and there are as many as 12 cities, like Huazi City in the northwest. Each city has its own characteristics and its own territory. The huge cities are like kingdoms, standing in the northwest. After Dole and Ash walked out of Watsaburg, they headed east. After flying for hundreds of kilometers, the two landed, got out a carriage, and sat in it. The carriage had no horses, but it moved automatically, like a ghost carriage. As soon as Ash got in the carriage and looked outside, he sighed and said, "Dole, how long have we not been out like this?" Dole looked at his profile and smiled. "When have we been out like this? We were either in the wizard tower or flying in the sky. This is the first time we've been in a carriage." He thought about it carefully, and it was true. Ash turned around and thought about it, and it seemed to be true. The weather outside was a little hot, but the carriage was not hot at all, but a little cool. She turned her head, hugged Dole's shoulders, and said proudly, "Then let's take a carriage and see the scenery." Dole had seen enough of the outside, and now he turned his head and stretched out his hand to hug her slender waist. "I'm afraid that won't work. It's almost 3,000 kilometers all the way there. It will take until winter to get there by carriage, but we can walk a section, and it's still possible to walk from here to Chanfeng City." Chapter 660. Ash had no idea where Chanfeng City was. She thought about the map carefully and thought it was the next city, so she nodded. "Okay, it's boring to fly in the sky every time we go out, so it's a good idea to walk on the ground." Going there by carriage was just a sudden idea. Even the carriage itself was made temporarily, just to experience the local customs. There are many mountains and few plains in the northwest. All the way there, you either pass through valleys or mountain ridges. There are desolate places everywhere. Only near the city can you see large plains. In order to reduce the chance of being discovered, the two not only put on makeup and disguised themselves, but also did not enter the city. Every time they passed the city, they put away the carriage and flew past it, which did not alarm anyone. Soon, they passed the mountainous area, passed the northwest fortress, and came to a desert area. Going through this desert is the Albiz Mountains. There is nothing to see or play in the desert. After walking for a day, the two flew again and flew towards the Albiz Mountains. The desert is very large. To the north of the desert is the huge Baiyuan Mountains, which is a natural barrier between the two countries. There is nothing in the desert except some creatures with strong survival ability. Even the number of oases is very small, so few caravans pass through here, and they all go through the fortress. After passing the desert, it was half a month later when we arrived at the northern grassland. The weather had changed from hot to still hot at noon, and cool in the morning and evening. There are several cities in the northern grassland, and to the north of one of the cities is a large mountain range. This mountain range is not just one mountain range, but multiple mountain ranges, which are not connected to each other. Each mountain range is far away from another mountain range. Some mountains are inhabited, while some mountains are deserted and full of wild beasts and monsters. Dole and Ash came here and observed for a while, and then determined the geographical location of the Albiz Mountains. It was too easy to guess. The southernmost of these mountains is the huge Albiz Mountains, which is just on the border between the northwest and the north, occupying a large area. The caravans must bypass this mountain range and have to travel nearly 1,000 kilometers. These distances don't seem far, but for a caravan, it is nearly 4 or 5 days longer outside. In the wild, one more day is very scary. As long as this mountain range is taken down, the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of fertile land will belong to Dole, which is what is recorded in the documents. There are several trade routes here, each of which is far away from the Albiz Mountains. As long as the Albiz Mountains can be taken down, Dole will open up a channel connecting the two continents, which will definitely bring in a lot of money. This is on the surface. Dole spent 3 or 4 days observing the surroundings. After confirming that this mountain range could be surrounded by the storm field, he stayed in the wilderness outside and built a small tent to prepare for a meeting. In the small tent, Ball, Dole, and Ash sat together. Ball now turned into a human form, stroking his chin, with something shiny flowing from the corner of his mouth. This mountain range is quite large. It is definitely too little to say that there are 3 level 7s. There may be 1 or 2 level 7s hidden inside. Otherwise, wait for me for a few days, and I will go in and eat a few of them. Seeing Ball's look, Dole's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "You must go if I ask you to go. It's a good opportunity to spy on intelligence. You go first. Ash and I will use the black corpse worm and the sky frost worm to observe. As long as the number is determined, the next step is to attack directly." Ash heard the conversation between the two and felt a little incredible. With only one person and one dog, they are going to attack the Albise Mountains? She was stunned for a moment and said, "Don't wait for Watzenberg." Dole shook his head and said, "No need to wait for them. The movement is too loud. If all the monsters inside gather together, it will be troublesome. We will attack first and kill as many as we can. The mobilization of the army cannot be done in a short time. The baggage, food, and routes must be strictly planned. It will take at least 2 months to get from the northwest of Watzenberg to the northeast. By then, it will be completely winter. Dole can't wait that long. Ball is a monster. If he goes over and takes the initiative to provoke, killing one first will alert the other monsters, and the number will be revealed at once." The three of them only made a brief plan, and Ball couldn't wait to set off. After walking out of the tent, he returned to his original form. A terrifying giant dog more than 5 meters tall stood beside him, much larger than the tent, and majestic. He turned his head, revealing a huge dog face, and said, "I'm going to do something now. You two should pay attention to the surroundings, and try to detect the creatures in this mountain range." It turned its head, and looked at the Albise Mountains in front of it. The Albise Mountains are not high, and the highest peak is only more than 3,000 meters, but the range is very large, with peaks and valleys, and the mountains are like forests. At first glance, it is a bit gloomy and terrifying. Above the halfway point of the mountain, clouds and mists were lingering, covering the entire mountain range, like a fairyland. If it weren't for the various terrifying sounds coming from everywhere, this would definitely be a good place. The Albise Mountains are at the junction of the two states, and it is also one of the most popular places for adventurers, so Dole must always pay attention to other adventurers and not be discovered. If the news leaks out and attracts the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, it will be bad. At this time, Dole's clones have turned into small black corpse worms, mixed with Ash's sky frost worms, and flew to various parts of the mountain range. At the same time, Dole put away the tent, and together with Ash, they turned into 2 wind currents, entangled, and went to the foot of the mountain. Ball turned into his original body, a giant dog more than 5 meters tall. Although the size is not very impressive among high-level monsters, the size is not the bigger the better. In the long years, Ball has long understood this truth. 5 meters tall and about 10 meters long, this size can just bring out all his advantages: mobility, collision, biting, and the power of hell. Although he has been promoted to level 7 and comprehended the power of hell, his racial biological instincts are fully reflected in him, and he still likes physical combat. After leaving the tent, he released his momentum, and quickly flew to the Albise Mountains, rushing towards a narrow ridge. "Hee, little darlings of the Albise Mountains, Uncle Ball is here. Wash your neck and wait for me." The 7th level monster was dispatched, and the momentum it brought was surging. From the foot of the mountain all the way up, all the lower creatures trembled and didn't care about coming out. Wherever he passed, the terrifying sound completely disappeared, and all the movement stopped, as if the great devil had descended. He quickly disappeared at the edge of the mountain, and went into the mountain. The deeper you go into the Albise Mountains, the steeper the peaks become. Below the peaks, the valleys are wide and long. The mountains of the entire mountain range are like sharp swords piercing the clouds. This mountain is made of stone, so there is little vegetation on the steep mountain. As soon as Ball entered the interior, he immediately felt the unusual atmosphere inside. Just when he came to the center of the mountain, at least 3 auras locked onto him from a distance. Chapter 661. Ball stood on a mountain, ignoring the 3 auras, and then suddenly let out a long whistle. "Ah, woo, woo, woo." The sound was deep and long, and it released its own momentum in an instant. Among the mountains, on a mountain that was not very high and somewhat flat, a huge bird covered in rainbow colors made an unpleasant sound, and its momentum also soared into the sky. "Outsider, who are you? Get out of this mountain range, this is ours." Ball turned his head, and found that it was a genus of the atavistic bird. The atavistic bird is a single species, with a body length of about 7 meters and a wingspan of 15 meters. The body is strong. Generally, after the 7th level, the rules of the power system are comprehended, and the body is strong and the power is infinite. The biggest feature of the atavistic bird is that there is a pair of claws on its wings, and the attack methods are varied, which is very difficult to deal with. Sensing the opponent's momentum, Ball was not afraid at all. Just after the long howl, he turned his head and looked at the atavistic bird, and let out an unpleasant dog bark. "I go wherever I want to go. What do you, a rainbow chicken, have to do with it?" The atavistic bird is the overlord of this area. It is called the rainbow chicken. How can it bear it? So it flashed a pair of big wings, and immediately soared into the sky and flew towards Ball. "Damn it, I'm going to catch you to death." Bear was not to be outdone. Standing on the top of the mountain, drooling from the corners of his mouth, come on, stretch out your neck quickly, let this dog taste it well." He suddenly fell to the ground, then jumped up and shot into the sky like a cannonball. If you dare to fight with Lord Ball, then you are still a little tender bird. As the overlord of the sky, the Atavus was very fast in the sky. It started early, and had crossed 3/4 of the airspace in the blink of an eye. When Ball flew up, the Archaeopteryx had already waved its claws, and grabbed his head fiercely. There was a sharp edge on it, and the claws were already semi-metallic. At the same time, there was a mysterious power in it. Ball wanted to avoid this grab, but found that the mysterious power seemed to lock him firmly, making him unable to dodge. What kind of rule is this? Ball just thought about it for a while, and then revealed the ferocious nature of the dog. If you can't dodge, then go head to head, who is afraid of who? He suddenly swung out his sharp claws, which were surrounded by a breath, and collided fiercely with the 2 giant claws of the Atavus. Boom, boom, boom. The void shook violently, and circles of energy ripples hit in all directions. Within a few kilometers around, the clouds were broken, the mountains shook, and pieces of stones fell to the ground, like an earthquake air explosion. The 2 powerful creatures only separated briefly, and then pounced on each other again, each using their rich combat experience to launch a fierce attack on the other. At this time, their respective combat skills were revealed. Although the atavistic bird was powerful, its combat experience was slightly inferior. It had 2 claws on its wings, and its attack methods were more diverse. However, in the fight with Ball, after 3 or 2 attacks, it was suppressed and fell behind. The rules it comprehended were biased towards speed, suitable for waiting for an opportunity to move, and using its rich claws to attack from the periphery, but Bale's speed was not slow either. He walked in the air, and his speed was almost the same as that of the atavistic bird. With 2 claws and legs, he was very flexible. A dog and a bird were fighting in the sky, and soon the winner was determined. The Atavus was beaten back step by step, and its feathers fell one by one. It looked miserable, but it understood the rules of speed. Even if it couldn't win, it could avoid most of Ball's attacks. Damn it, damn it. The Atavus screamed, and suddenly swung its claws and wings, and fell on Ball like a turtle punch. Ball avoided a few claws, and then hit the wings of the Archaeopteryx with 2 claws at once, flipped over, came from the bottom of the Atavus to the top, and took the opportunity to bite the Atavus' neck. The Atavus was startled, and quickly raised its wings to protect its neck, notified to mobilize its own strength, and flew quickly. Ball bit the air with his mouth, and the huge bite force released a huge explosion in the air. The Archaeopteryx was startled. Biting the air was so powerful, if it was bitten, wouldn't its neck be broken? It quickly flashed its wings, and quickly moved away. Outsider, leave quickly, or I call other beasts to deal with you. Archaeopteryx felt something was wrong, and started to shake people. Bart didn't care and chased after him from behind, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and his dog face showed an expression that you can't escape, which was ferocious and terrifying. Little bird, come to my mouth quickly, I promise you will die happily. The atavistic bird was very miserable at this time, and there were not many feathers left on its body. It was flying by its own strength, and its speed was greatly reduced. It was indeed not as good as this foreign creature in understanding the rules. The most important thing is that this is definitely not a local creature. It just sensed the power of the rules of other worlds. It screamed and ran away faster. As the overlord of the sky, his speed was indeed very fast. He drew a straight line in the sky and quickly shot towards another mountain. Ball saw at this time that the mountain was not the mountain where the atavism bird appeared before. There was another powerful aura in it, which was only stronger than the atavism bird. He sneered at this time and followed brazenly. Dare to stretch out your claws with my hellhound, atavism bird. No matter how many pairs of claws you have, I will break them off for you. Hurry up, come to my mouth. He suddenly stepped into the air and shot into the mountain with a fierce and elegant posture. The two fought, seemingly only for dozens of rounds, and in the air, but the energy of the explosion was not low at all, it was just very concentrated. At this time, all the people in the mountain who could be alarmed were alarmed. He could feel as many as 4 powerful forces, and it was unknown whether there were others. He could only wait, and go back to ask Dole and the others. The black fog swept into the forest, and the white fog also spread into the forest. When Ball entered, Dole Shiensher worms had already begun to spread out slowly. The energy fluctuations caused by the battle between Ball and the atavis bird were very strong. Dole was also a little frightened, but he did not observe Baal's situation carefully, but continued to spread the Xianxia worms around the mountain. The battle between a bird and a dog was not so gorgeous and beautiful, and the destructive power was not so huge, but it was indeed thrilling enough. When the atavist bird failed, Dole's Xianxia worms had been distributed around the central area. This mountain range is very large, and it is quite difficult to cover it completely. Moreover, the gaps between each Xianxia worm are very large, so perfect coverage is impossible. The number is insufficient, but it is enough to monitor the situation around. When the atavist bird failed and fled to one of the mountains, Dole had already made most of the situation in the central area almost the same. After all, at this time, the power of the surroundings was almost completely gathered here. Chapter 662. There are 4 level 7s, more than 20 level 6s, and countless level 5s. At the same time, he also counted the peaks inside. There are 172 high peaks, and there are 7 highest peaks in total. It looks like they are connected in a line, and the other peaks are all around the 7 high mountains. Among these 7 high mountains, the 4 highest ones are where the 4 level 4 settled down. At this time, the battle between the 2 beasts has been decided. The atavistic bird is flying to one of the highest peaks. There are other monsters on the mountain. Judging from the appearance of Baal, it is ready to fight too. Dole ignored the actions of the hellhound. Once this guy starts fighting, he will easily get carried away. However, his nature is very strong. He may not be able to beat 2 people at one, but he will definitely not be killed. This guy has super combat ability, and nothing will happen easily. What he can do now is to carefully investigate the situation in the mountain and try to find out the situation inside. The black corpse worm flew at a very fast speed and soon spread to every corner. The number of monsters in the mountain, the distribution of forces, and the distribution of numbers soon had a specific graphical concept. At the same time, Ash also reported the situation he had obtained to him. Dole, I found the location of several mercenary groups. One of the mercenary groups seems to be from the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. Are they discussing your situation? Dole was just a little puzzled and said, send me the image information. Ash responded, and soon, a spiritual light was transmitted to him through the rune. It was a series of continuous images and sounds. On the outskirts of Albi Mountain, in a valley, a group of 7 mercenaries hid in a cave, roasting a fire and sitting together. Boss, it's not a good idea for us to keep waiting like this. If Dole doesn't come here, won't we have waited in vain? We have been waiting for a whole day. The boss-like man glanced at him and said, we have to wait in vain. As long as we can wait, we will have done a great job. If we can't wait, we can just pack some things and go back, which is not without loss. The other man smiled obscenely and said, second brother is anxious. When I came here, I saw him lying on a little girl. Is he in a hurry now? The second brother blushed, his face was a little hot. Boss, I didn't mean that. I'm just afraid that it will take too long. If I suddenly run out, what if that girl follows someone else? I'd be at a loss. The boss finally understood what was going on. He laughed and scolded, you are useless. As long as you have money, you can find any woman. As long as you can wait for Dole, I will go back and find you 10. The second brother looked embarrassed. 10, boss, you are trying to kill me. Dole listened for a while, but didn't hear anything nutritious, but he was alert. These people are obviously not ordinary mercenaries. They can go deep into the Albi's mountains. In some places, they are definitely not ordinary mercenaries. Who are they ordered by? Who sent them? No one usually comes to the Albi's mountains. Those people who assign these mercenaries to find their designated person are definitely not just this one. There must be countless people distributed in various mountains and plains. Just thinking about it, the number must be very amazing. Currently, there is probably only one organization that has the ability to oppose me, the Sand Scorpions. According to the information he has obtained so far, the Sand Scorpion is just a force pushed out by a powerful force, not the main force. This force is very powerful in secret. At this moment, Dole was awakened by a powerful energy fluctuation. In the sky, the Hellhound Ball has transformed into a giant dog more than 20 meters long. Facing the setting sun, he opened his bloody mouth and howled suddenly into the mountain. A terrifying sound wave giant wolf hit the front fiercely in a materialized form. In front of the sound wave, the atavistic bird and another monster in the form of a giant ape launched energy fluctuations together and pushed forward fiercely. The atavistic bird pushed a materialized wind flow, the power on it condensed and turned into a green wind flow, full of terrifying energy, endless, and the giant ape next to it was more than 10 meters high. When he raised his hand, a circle of thick and terrifying yellow light was shot out, facing the hellhound. The green wind was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, the air was completely stagnant and broken. Wherever it passed, there were fierce howls. The energy level had reached level 7. The rules contained in it were very terrifying. The yellow light of the giant ape next to it was heavy and thick. The huge earth power contained in it was full of infinite power. With one punch, the space vibrated and formed circles of ripples. The sound waves of the hellhound were no less powerful. They crossed the sky like terrifying sound waves. The next moment, the three attacks collided with each other. Boom! The world shook violently. With the collision point as the center, one after another of the power exploded. One after another, the invisible power turned into materialized energy and exploded in all directions, shooting into the mountain. In an instant, it affected all the peaks within tens of kilometers. Rumble. The surrounding mountains shook violently. Wherever the shock wave passed, the mountains collapsed and rocks rolled, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Ball was relatively close, and was hit by the shock wave and flew backwards instantly. The mountain where the giant ape and the atavistic bird were located was also hit. The top layer of the mountain was like tofu dregs, and was blown away instantly. One after another, huge rocks were swept by the strong wind and flew backwards instantly, and rolled into the vast mountain stream. The atavistic bird surged with power and flew backwards instantly, while the giant ape sank, and the yellow light enveloped the surrounding land, and it withstood this wave. At this time, the giant ape was a little shocked. This foreign creature was so strong. Is it a hellhound? He has not used the power of hell yet, but only used pure physical combat. This is too fierce. After he stood firm, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Hellhound, we have no grudges against you." Ball had stopped in midair at this time, not caring about the damage to the mountain. After turning around and seeing his own results, he roared decisively, "You know our Hell Clan, so you know how my power is improved. Eating you can improve a lot. What, no grudges, you are just food, come and die." For the first time, a stream of red energy surged out of Ball's body, spreading all over his body, and his terrifying body of more than 20 meters grew a circle again. In fact, his body size has not changed, but the power of hell is manifested, which makes it look a little bigger. More terrifying, more powerful. Seeing this, the atavistic bird took a breath, turned a corner in midair without saying a word, and fled to the north without looking back. At this time, the giant ape was also a little frightened. He had heard a legend before, which came from a faraway place. There was an alien creature that slaughtered monsters of the same level everywhere. He didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that this is true. Chapter 663. He stood on the top of the mountain, looking unyielding. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, carrying the power of the earth. As long as he stood on the earth, he was an undefeated existence. "It's not that easy to defeat me." Baal's figure smiled horribly, and said, "I didn't say I would defeat you. I will come back to eat you after I eat the atavistic bird." He paused, stepped into the air suddenly, and then his whole dog body shot out like a cannonball, crossing many peaks and chasing the fleeing atavistic bird. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the mountains. In the mountains, there was silence, only the sound of wind and rolling stones, echoing in the mountains for a long time. Dole was also a little shocked at this time. Baal was so powerful that he fought two at level 7 and forced one to flee. This strength was simply unparalleled. No wonder this guy was always eager to try when he heard about attacking a territory. He was only afraid that Dole would not come, not afraid that he would come. That atavistic bird should be dead. As long as there is no peer support in the Albise Mountains, it should be dead. Dole turned his sight to other places, and carefully recorded all the geographical environment of the Albise Mountains, including peaks, valleys, rivers, cliffs, and other information. Soon, his tentacles had reached the north of the Albise Mountains. There was a slightly lower forest here. The surrounding mountains were all locust trees, and there were a lot of energy surrounding the surrounding mountains. After the Xianxia worm entered this forest, its mental power immediately became active, and it felt 100 times more energetic. Dole noticed this and moved his mental power over. After carefully observing it, he was shocked. This forest covered more than 20 mountaintops, all of which were locust trees. In this hot summer, it still made people feel very cool, and the temperature was not high. Such a large area of locust trees, there must be terrifying creatures, like ghosts lurking in it. Dole noted down this area, just scanned it lightly, and then withdrew. Creatures like ghosts generally don't come out too much, they only stay in this special place. You can ignore them for the time being, you have to kill the 3 level 7 on the mountain first. Now you have to plan carefully. If you want to kill these 3 level 7, you can't rely on Ball alone. Now get rid of one, and then go down the mountain to refine the Wizard Tower group, cooperate with Babel Tower, and after coming in, occupy the best terrain, and then use the Golden Corpse to entangle, the Wizard Tower to kill, and Ball to attack. It is best to kill them in one fell swoop. The plan is beautiful, and the reality is naturally beautiful. The Black Corpse worms spread out, and with Ash's Sky Frost worms, Dole quickly got a general understanding of the surrounding situation. After Ball made such a fuss, basically everything that should be pulled out was pulled out, and the basic situation has been understood. It is certain that there are only 4 level 7 here, and now there are only 3 left. There is also a ghost in an unknown area. I don't know what level it is. As long as it is not a special ghost, the level should not exceed the peak of level 6. The scale of the Locust Tree Forest is there, and it will not produce 2 powerful ghosts. The Black Corpse worms began to retreat slowly at this time, and the Outer Frost worms also began to slowly gather. When the sky darkened, Dual Eye and AI she had taken out the tent again and chose a more secluded place. Ball has not returned from chasing the atavistic bird, and Dual Eye is not in a hurry. The purpose of this visit is mainly for reconnaissance. The attack will be discussed with Morris and others. They will also use their resources to refine the Wizard Tower, and form a Wizard Tower group at that time. Judging from his current state, he can't take it down with just one person's resources. After a hasty discussion with Ash stayed behind, and Dole took Babel Tower back. He wanted to use Babel Tower to bring people here. Chris Wizard Tower could not be moved for the time being, giving people the illusion that everyone was still in Watzenberg. There were still a lot of medicines in the medicine warehouse, and they could not be sold out in half a month. With this half a month, he should be able to refine the Wizard Tower group with full speed. Then, he would send people back, and continue to run Chris Wizard Tower. When the capital was established here, he would take everyone over and officially announce it. At this stage, it was still necessary to keep it secret to prevent others from making trouble. Although the forces hostile to him had reconciled the 2 families on the surface, they secretly wanted to kill him with one blow, so he needed to be cautious. Dole left a multifunctional tent for Ash, and quickly disappeared in the wilderness. When it was almost dawn, Dole had quietly returned to Watzenberg and Chris Wizard Tower. Convener. Meeting. In the conference room, everyone came in an orderly manner, and no one was left out. Babel Tower flew away a few days ago, and those who knew about it knew what happened. Now that Dole came back, he naturally figured out the situation. Morris and others were a little excited. Here, they are only nominal nobles, and have no real rights at all. If they have their own territory, they can also open up a family. Excited? Dole stood on it, coughed, and said, I have probably already scouted the place. This time, I came back to take away all the people and materials that can build a Wizard Tower. Now, those of you who want to build a Wizard Tower can stand up. Morris, Bernard, Sano, and other pharmacists who usually have high output immediately stood up, followed by a dozen people. These are people who are preparing to build their own Wizard Towers, and their expressions are a little excited at this time. They are people who are preparing to fight Dole for the world. At this time, Dole wants to build a Wizard Tower for free, and they naturally welcome it with both hands. Even if the Wizard Tower built is not dedicated to pharmacists, it doesn't matter. They only need to transform a few laboratories. This is free construction, which can save nearly 10 million gold coins. What's the need for wizard staffs? Dole was a little stunned at this time. It was too hasty. There are so many rich people. He smiled embarrassedly. There are really many rich people. This time we need 8 first. Those who don't have complete materials, please sit down first. The figures of the pharmacists are still standing upright. Dole, you underestimate us, don't you? You earned a level 7 Wizard Tower. We have been here for so many years, we can't fall behind, right? It's not easy to build a level 5 one. That's right, don't underestimate us, we also have assets of over 10 million. Dole, are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed together. Dole's mouth twitched, and he said, Afraid? There is no such word in my dictionary, but I don't need so many at the moment, and this batch of Wizard Towers are not professional Wizard Towers, but they are to be connected to form a Wizard Tower group to resist the pressure from the surroundings. You should think carefully. If you don't need to form a Wizard Tower group, but only need a separate Wizard Tower, you can line up at the back. These people were immediately unhappy. The ones behind would definitely not be built for free, and they would not be built so quickly. It was like saying that if you missed this village, you would definitely miss this store, and they didn't hurry up. The other pharmacists, who couldn't afford to build showed envy at this time. Chapter 664. Dolei had a headache at this time. He was really careless. He counted and found that there were 13 people who needed to build. He said, "Are they all building above level 5? Everyone nodded. Dolei took a breath and felt a headache. After these dozen people, he was afraid that he would not even have the strength to go upstairs. Okay, we have to build it anyway. You guys follow me, and the others stay and help to provide cover. We need to conquer the territory before winter. As long as we conquer it, we don't have to rely on others here." Everyone cheered immediately, especially Bernard. As a civilian pharmacist, he also brought his sister with him. He has always longed for a stable place. Now he is the first to agree to build a wizard tower. Bernard was very excited and almost jumped up. Next to him, Rosa also showed a happy expression. This time she could also play a role. She has also made considerable achievements in alchemy. This time she can learn from Dolei how to systematically build a wizard tower. Everyone had different thoughts, but at this moment, they all thought that with the help of Dolei, they could build their own wizard tower. As long as they had a wizard tower, they would have a foothold. And it would be nice for everyone to be together. Even if they built a group of wizard towers, it would be understandable. As a pharmacist, it would not work without a certain amount of protection. Dolei looked at these people and felt a little headache. But it was not easy to say anything at this time, so he could only bite the bullet. He thought for a while and said, "Since this is the case, then there is no time to lose. You guys pack up and leave in half an hour. The others should do their own things and provide cover. It would be best if we can keep it a secret for a month. It doesn't matter if we can't keep it a secret, as long as we don't reveal our whereabouts." Everyone nodded and started to discuss. The atmosphere was a bit heated. The relationship between these pharmacists was very active. They were both cooperative and competitive. They could communicate freely and were willing to share. In fact, the atmosphere was really good. Dolei liked this atmosphere very much. He never thought about leading anyone, but was willing to provide such a platform for everyone to do their own things. After the matter was finalized, everyone dispersed. Dolei waited in the conference room. Dolei's insect clone and the golden corpse did not leave the wasteland, but chose a hidden place with Ash. The wasteland is very large, very huge. It is very easy to find a place, but it is still very difficult to find a place that others don't pay attention to. It took 2 hours to spread the black corpse worms and found a dilapidated valley in the middle of a tall hillside. So he and Ash were busy around the valley. Arrange the array base and connect the magic pattern. He wanted to hide this place to facilitate his activities. When the sun's rays just shone on the highest spire of the wizard towers in Watsaburg, Dolei had already disguised himself as someone else and rushed out of the city. 10 minutes later, he appeared at the city gate, and soon after leaving the city gate, he disappeared in the wilderness. An hour and a half later, he had returned to the wilderness of the Albise Mountains and came to the valley. At this time, Ash and Dolei's clones had arranged many things around, and together with Dolei's clones, they covered the surrounding area, forming a huge shielding magic circle. Inside this magic circle is the work area for this month. This is where he refines the wizard tower group. When everyone saw this, they worked together and began to arrange it. 1 day later, the valley disappeared from the ground, and the original place turned into an inconspicuous hillside. In the valley, the pharmacists were eager to fight and stood aside to watch the excitement, while Dolei sat on the Tower of Babel, took out the materials one by one, quenched them, refined them into shapes, and threw them aside. Others were responsible for arranging the materials. Rosa could also handle some materials, but the speed was too slow, and she could not keep up with Dolei, so she did not move and just watched from the side. This process will last about a month. There is a flat open area between the northern part of the Albise Mountains and the northern Bayuan Mountains. There is a river passing through here. If a road is built here, the distance between the north and the northwest will be greatly reduced. There is no need to bypass the Albise Mountains. The two states can be directly reached, which can reduce the distance by at least nearly 1,000 kilometers. But there is no road here, because passing through here will be attacked by monsters from 2 mountain ranges, which is very terrifying. The northern mountain range of the Albise Mountains is called the Bayuan Mountains, which symbolizes the dividing line between the Northern Empire and the Glory Empire. At this time, on a mountain in the Bayuan Mountains, Baal in his ultimate state, the power of hell enveloped himself, as if he was burning with flames, and his body was more than 30 meters long, which was very terrifying. In his mouth, the Archaeopteryx drooped its body, and drops of thick blood fell in the mountains. With Baal as the center, within a radius of more than 30 kilometers, all the peaks collapsed and cracks appeared on the ground. There were no creatures around, and they all fled from here. Ball bit the Archaeopteryx to death, and did not dare to stay here for long. Instead, he shook his body slightly and disappeared into the mountains. There were more high-level demons in the Baiyuan Mountains. After killing the Archaeopteryx, he quickly retreated to avoid being targeted by other demons. While flying and eating the body of the Archaeopteryx, the hell power in Ball's body burned fiercely, almost breaking through his limit. Hee. No wonder those high-level demons like to go to other worlds. They are really unscrupulous when eating. As long as they are not afraid of being surrounded, they really do whatever they want. Ball felt the power boiling. In this world, it has not been a few years. Not only has it recovered itself, but it has also gained a lot of benefits. If Ash has a breakthrough, it can directly break through to level 8 with the power of blood. The power of hell is a mixed rule, which condenses at least 8 powerful rule powers. As long as he focuses on the power of blood, he can understand these rules and step into level 8. In fact, as long as you gather more than 5 kinds of rule power and master it to the intermediate level, you can enter the 8th level, but the comprehension of the magic beast is slightly weaker, and only by gathering more power can you enter the 8th level. Coming to this world, it is really a good turn of events. Ball sighed that the creativity of the human race is too strong. If they really develop for tens of thousands of years, there will be no place for other human races. Fortunately, they are weak in nature, such geniuses are not common, and there are not many worlds covered by the human race. While he was thinking about these things, the body of the Archaeopteryx had been completely eaten by him. The Archaeopteryx mastered the rules of the sky system. Although Ball could not inherit all of them, he could understand some of them, and he would treat them as accumulation. In battle, the easiest thing to encounter is all kinds of strange rules. The more you fight, the faster you can improve. This is the law of survival in the hell world. Fight, win, lose, and you have to die. Chapter 665. Ball did not go back to find Dole, but returned to the Albiz Mountains in a threatening manner, full of provocative aura. He slowly descended and occupied the peak before the Archaeopteryx. The atmosphere of the Albiz Mountains instantly became intense, and a very strong atmosphere of uneasiness was generated around the center of the entire mountain range. On the peak, the giant ape came out of the cave and looked at the returning Ball, with 2 streams of white air sprayed out of his angry face. This foreign monster has returned, so the Archaeopteryx is naturally dead. He even felt the breath of the Archaeopteryx bloodline on the other party. This hellhound is unscrupulous, and I am afraid that there will be no peace in the Albiz Mountains. He immediately jumped up and flew to another peak. At level 7, the wisdom has reached the level of ordinary people. When the Archaeopteryx provokes other beasts, they can treat it as a free fight and ignore it, but when the other party stands in front of them and exudes a bad smell, the giant ape knows that the Albiz Mountains may not be peaceful. Warcrafts will have conflicts with each other due to various issues, such as race and talent, but high-end warcrafts rarely fight with each other, and direct deaths are relatively rare. This guy ate the Archaeopteryx as soon as he came. The next step is probably to deal with him. Therefore, he needs to unite with other level 7 warcrafts. This guy is too powerful, and needs to be contained. If it doesn't work, he will report to that person and ask that person to make a decision for himself and other beasts. Thousands of kilometers away, in a magnificent place, a man wearing a gorgeous wizard robe stood in the yard, and there was a very beautiful flower tree in front of him. Cutting flowers is an art, and also a way to distract attention. He needs to release the pressure at his heart in this way. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. 3 people came in a row, 2 men and 1 woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, and they all frowned at this time. When the 3 people came not far behind him, no less than 10 meters, they stopped. The 3 people bowed slightly, "Meet your highness." The man stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked at the 3 people. Just by looking at the expressions of the 3 people, he knew what was going on. Hasn't the person been found yet? The woman stepped forward and bowed, "Your highness, I have mobilized all the spies that can be mobilized at present, and searched the entire Wassenberg, and even the spies in the surrounding states, but I haven't found the whereabouts of Dole." The man turned to the other 2 people. The other man's voice was dull, but it exuded an unquestionable tone. "Your highness, all our adventure groups have also gone out for a walk, and have not found his whereabouts." The last man said at this time, "There is no movement in the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the spies lurking inside have not gained anything, but I have received a message that the whereabouts of Na-Dualai seems to be related to the Imperial Capital. They waited for something in the Imperial Capital before going out." The man frowned. a small 5th level wizard made us so fuss. What does it mean? It means that this person is not as simple as he seems. For him, 3 6th level killers were lost. Whose fault is this? His tone was not strong, but after hearing his words, the 3 people immediately broke out in sweat. The man saw the 3 people and didn't want to pursue it too much. Does the ancestor have any explanation? The 3 people shook their heads immediately with fear on their faces. We haven't been to the ancestor yet. The man shook his head and said, then I will go there to ask. I will give you 1 month. You must find Nadalai, then kill him and bring his body to me. The Nightmare Empire is about to be restored. I don't want people to say that we have no one in the Nightmare Empire, and can't even deal with a level 5 wizard. The 3 nodded vigorously. Soon, the 3 left the garden. Walking out of the garden and coming to the outside of the garden, the 3 people breathed a sigh of relief. The man said, Wujyome, what do you think we should do now? Wujyoga, there is no good way now. We can only fully activate the information network to find his location. I think the most urgent thing now is to find out why he went out. I now vaguely guessed that his going out must be related to the territory. Wujyome thought for a while and said. Wujyoga thought for a moment, looked to the side, and said, Mina, do you have any clues? You are responsible for the intelligence of the Honor Wizard Alliance? Wu Beige looked at Wujyome's face, thoughtful. You gave me an idea. Did Dole always want a territory? Is it possible that this trip is related to the territory? Wujyome said at this time, I also thought of this. That guy has always wanted a territory. This is a well-known fact in the Honor Wizard Alliance. Will he go out this time to determine the location of the territory? If it is a territory, he went to the City Lord's mansion before leaving and met Dai Lilade, which can only prove one thing, that the territory is still in the Northwest Province. Wujyoga said at this time. Wu Bogu nodded, but his expression became serious again. Even if the scope is narrowed to the Northwest Province, this place is also very large, and the number of areas that can be used as territories will not be small. With his current ability, the selection of the scope of the territory is also very challenging. Wujyogu shook his head. That scope is also very large. Forget it. I will go back and mobilize all the adventure groups to search every possible place as a territory. Wujyome nodded. I will also ask the spies to check it out when I go back. The spies of the Rhine family should be used at this time. The 3 of them discussed it for a while, and made a plan, and then they dispersed. The pressure in front of the young master was too great. Dak stood in front of the yard. In the dark night, the majestic wind blew, and there was still some heat. Dak had just returned from the Starry Sky School. He didn't feel a bit irritable, but a little cold. He hesitated and pushed open the gate of the yard. Inside the gate, a middle-aged man in black stood quietly. The middle-aged man in black turned around and looked at Dak with a smile. Dak hurried into the gate, then closed the gate of the yard, and took the initiative to open a piece of equipment to block the conversation between the two. What do you want to talk to me about? Dak frowned and asked. The black-clothed man's face became serious. It's time to use you. I give you a task. Find out where Dole went. Find out as soon as possible recently. Dak's heart trembled. This mysterious organization has funded him for so long, and finally revealed its true face. Find out where Dole went. What does this mean? Isn't that guy in Watzenberg? He couldn't refuse the other party. If he refused, this organization might kill him to silence him. Dole, that annoying guy. He raised his head and looked at the other party. His eyes were a little gloomy, and said, Okay, but can I ask, why are you sure he left here? The middle-aged man's face darkened. We naturally have our channels. You just go and find out. Don't say anything extra. Chapter 666. Dak's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed. But he thought of something and calmed down again. I try my best. The middle-aged man looked at Dak, and said in a faint tone, This matter is also beneficial to your family. As long as we can find Dole, we can kill him. Doesn't your family have a grudge against him? Don't you want to? Dak's heart was immediately moved. His talent is not particularly strong, but with many resources, he has achieved his current achievements. He owes others, but he owes his family even more. Hearing that the other party wanted to kill Dole, he was immediately moved. Okay, I try my best to find out where he is. The middle-aged man said firmly, Not try my best, but do my best. Dak nodded heavily. This scene was staged in various places in Watzenberg. Some were nobles, some were warriors, and some were wizards, but without exception, these people had considerable talents and were valued to a certain extent. In addition to Watzenberg, many people were also activated in places like Wat City. Some of these people were ordinary civilians, and some were favored by others, But at this time, they had only one identity, that is, hidden players. When these hidden players were activated, nothing happened on the surface of the peaceful Watzenberg, but many things were derived from it secretly. The most intuitive thing is that many people have raised a question: where did the wizard Dole go? Babel Tower disappeared. This is a fact. Dak did not expect that it was directly left Watzenberg. He thought it was only 2 or 3 days away, not to mention others. When these hidden players were activated, for a time, the matter of where the wizard Dole went was widely publicized in the whole Watzenberg. The news from Chris Wizard Tower made Dole feel that a storm was coming. Someone was secretly spreading his own affairs, which was not good for him. Canchel and his team also had their own tasks. On the one hand, they had to maintain the surface calmness of Chris Wizard Tower, and on the other hand, they had to refine the parts of each wizard tower. They refined them in Watzenberg, and Dole refined them here. The two sides acted together, and the speed was not slow. A few months ago, they had already started preparing, but the speed was far less abnormal than Dole. Only about 10 days had passed, and the bases of 8 wizard towers were erected at a speed visible to the naked eye. These 8 wizard towers were just ordinary hexagonal wizard towers, but they were much better than Chris Wizard Tower, which was only a pentagonal wizard tower after all. Morris and his team could see changes every day. While they were surprised on their faces, their minds were also active. What could they do? They were pharmacists, but not alchemists. They could only stay in the camp every day, practice, check, and look extremely bored. Ash was also bored to death at this time, but he had something to do, that is, the matter of blood potion, and other people did not involve this at all. In the past 10 days, Dole also figured out the situation of Albiz Mountain. There are indeed 4 level 7s in it, and now there are 3. In addition to these 3, there is a strange level 6 ghost entrenched in the locust tree forest. The reason why it is a strange level 6 ghost is that ordinary level 7 monsters never provoke it. For so many years, several families have been strangely at peace. Ball did not provoke it either, but just took a look from a distance and turned his head away. For it would be meaningless to provoke something that it could not eat. There are 3 level 7s. One is the giant ape that Dole has seen, with a trace of blood from the ancient titans. One is a very unique giant wolf, with the blood of the terrifying giant wolf. One is the Lion King, a pure creature without any blood. But among the 3 level 7s, the Lion King is the most difficult to deal with, because he has comprehended at least 3 rules, and all of them have reached the realm of minor success. Level 6 monsters are not a threat to him at all. The golden corpse can kill at any time. This is the strength of the level 7. Only the level 7 is the biggest enemy of the level 7. As a natural disaster level, as long as the level 7 takes action, no matter how much power it has, the range of destruction is tens of kilometers. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sky collapses and the earth splits. The fight between Ball and Archaeopteryx was only a fight of less than a minute, and dozens of hills in the middle area suffered. This is the result of close combat. If it is the release of long-range energy, the range will be even greater. At that time, Ball will entangle one, the golden corpse will entangle another, and I will kill one with the wizard tower group, and then go to support Ball or the golden corpse. The whole process is perfect. Dole thought to himself, while happily imagining his beautiful future. Less than 2 months have passed, and his current trump card can actually threaten the 7th level. The world is changing so fast. However, he is also very careful now. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group is now mobilizing all its strength to find him. He must not be careless. With the ability of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, as long as they find him, it will probably be a tough battle. Therefore, no matter what, the Wizard Tower Group must be arranged first to deal with all variables. The Golden Corpse has been exposed. If the other party comes, it will definitely be a thunderbolt. His original body is the only weakness. Now only the Wizard Tower Group can bring him a sense of security. Soon, another half a month passed. Recently, they learned some news that the atmosphere in Watzenberg was a bit weird. Many people were looking for him. Dole felt that he needed to show up. And the Wizard Tower is about to be built, and some core components that Libisa and Diano had refined before are needed. He has to go back to get them, so he discussed with everyone and decided to go back. The clone stayed here with the Golden Corpse to continue refining the Wizard Tower, while the original body took Babel Tower back, mainly to pack things. In order to conceal their tracks, they set off at night. Babel Tower turned on the stealth function and passed by from high altitude. It only took an hour to appear outside Watzenberg. After communicating with Alan, Babel Tower quietly entered the city. Dole did not put Babel Tower down, but lived in Chris Wizard Tower. As soon as they entered the Chris Wizard Tower, the lights were on. Diano and Rosa were already waiting at the door. They came to Dole together. Diano looked at Dole and said, "Master, I have something to report to you." Dole hadn't been back for a long time. He saw that Diano had grown a lot taller, from a small man to his shoulders. He touched Diano's head and said, "Don't worry, I will stay for a few days, and call you all over for a short meeting." Rosa looked at Dole, and the flame in her heart had long been extinguished. She looked at Ash, and saw that the two of them were really a perfect match. She looked at herself, and was completely inferior in terms of identity and appearance. She whispered, "Everyone? Or Libesha and the others?" Dole looked at Rosa and whispered, "Just Libesha and the others. I have something for them to do." Rosa then understood why Dole came back this time. Chapter 667. Morris and his friends came back quietly, and went back to their rooms without causing any disturbance. In the early morning, people who came to Chris Wizard Tower found that there were a lot of stocks in the medicine catalog of Chris Wizard Tower. Those who were interested found that many medicines were produced by a certain person alone, so they knew that those people were back again. Soon, things fermented. Before 10 o'clock, many people came with inexplicable intentions to visit a certain pharmacist. Libesha at the door did not make things difficult, but smiled and let them go. Some people knew that these people were back again, and everyone in Chris Wizard Tower was back. Dak stood at the door of the Star School Wizard Tower, looking at Chris Wizard Tower with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and waved, and a person next to him came over quickly. He whispered a few words, and the man kept nodding, and then left quickly. Not long after, the man came back and whispered something again, and Dak nodded with a heavy heart. Soon the man left. At the same time, several nobles of Watzenberg held a low-key banquet, and invited some wizards to participate. Dole stood on the top of the tower, and a part of his own sky frost worm spread out, receiving all the information around him. This time he came back secretly. He did not show up. Only Libesha and the others knew, but Morris and the others had already known about their return. What happened in the morning was interesting. Morris and the others had just returned, and someone notified them to attend the banquet. This was really a coincidence. There must be a story. When Dole thought of this, Alan's voice rang in his ears. "How is the investigation going? Are there any specific details?" Dole heard this, and immediately connected his mental power back. There are 4 level 7 in total, namely. But Bar went up to provoke and killed one. Now there are 3. On the 3rd tower, Alan was standing in front of the window, looking at the Chris Wizard Tower. There were circles of energy surrounding it, which was the power of the wizard formation of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole's return triggered a series of events. He was also observing the surrounding situation through the wizard formation, including inside and outside the city, and some hidden places, trying to find some abnormal places. Watzenberg has been undercurrents recently, all of which are directed at the City Lord's Mansion, the Glory Wizard Alliance, and Dole's information. No one knows what happened. Hearing Dole's words, Alan was shocked. Bar actually killed one person. This. Didn't we agree to investigate first? I was going to help you. Dole said, "Let's talk about it later. It's not necessary for now. I have a piece of news to tell you. The people of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group are looking for me all over the world." "Do you know?" Alan nodded. "I know. The black market has already offered a bounty for your whereabouts." Dole asked, "Is there a specific person or organization that issued the task?" Alan replied, "No, the person who issued it is very mysterious and has not been found yet." Dole did not speak, and the conversation between the two ended. Ash was not around at this time, but went back home and showed up to show that she was in the city. Dole thought about it. Ash should be alert at this time, and be on guard against spies, and spies around him at any time. The atmosphere in Watzenberg is indeed a bit weird. Dole became cautious. Although he had the Tower of Babel, and could borrow power at any time, the world of witchcraft was very strange. No one knew what strange things would happen in the next moment. Take Dole for example. With the power of runes, he had too many ways to kill people silently. At this time, Ash sent him a message that the family had secretly executed several people who were secretly trying to find out about them in the past few days. She had just returned when the news was leaked. Now the family is still investigating. Dole's heart trembled. It seemed that his opponent was serious this time. He stood on the wizard tower, shielded his breath, and began to look in all directions. He casually glanced at the wizard towers around him, and set his eyes on the Star School. The Star School is a small alchemy school that advocates the use of the power of stars, and the power of the earth. The alchemy equipment they refine is mostly team-based. The reason why he looked at the Star School was because an old acquaintance was looking over here at the window. The genius of the Meja family, Dak. If he was just observing, Dole would not have noticed him. This guy's eyes were strange, and it was obvious that there were other colors, not just observation. There was something wrong with this guy. Dole thought about it, and a sky frost worm flew up from the ground and quietly landed on the wizard tower of the Star School. The size of the sky frost worm was a little bigger than the black corpse worm, but the white appearance was more concealed. After landing on the wizard tower of the Star School did not react at all. It was just a level 5 pentagonal wizard tower, not worth mentioning at all. Leaving behind the means of surveillance, Dole began to wonder whether this was Dak's own wish or the wish of the entire Meja family. After becoming a force, Dole realized how difficult it was to run a force. He was a pharmacist, and the force was also related to the pharmacist. The supply of raw materials and channels were all big problems. If it weren't for the Orn family, he would probably be led by other families. If it weren't for the relationship with the Rhine family, he would probably still be harassed by other families. Everything is a matter between people and forces. Having offended the Meja family and the Lank family, Dole actually suffered a lot of difficulties in secret. Fortunately, he was very capable, and he used money to buy a few friends. He was also generous enough to make some friends, although they were only friends of interest. He calmed down and looked elsewhere. At this moment, Rosa came behind him, and whispered, "Everything has been packed. Labitha's recent inventory has been packed." Dole turned around and looked at Rosa. After taking the Babel Tower from his hand, he hung it on his waist, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Rosa smiled and said, "No matter how hard it is, it can't be harder than you. Compared with you, our hard work is not worth mentioning. Dole, if things don't work out, don't force yourself." Looking at Dole laughed. "It's not hard or not. It's just the most insignificant thing on the road ahead. I stay here tonight and tomorrow. Let's go, Morris and the others won't leave. Anyway, there's no point for them to stay there." Rosa nodded. "I warn them that your location is very important and must not be revealed." Dole said, "In fact, although they have been to that place, they don't know the exact location. They didn't ask, and I didn't tell them." "That's good." The two of them said a few simple words, and Dole walked out of the door with Babel. When they reached the door, his figure changed, and even his temperament changed a little. His mental power was completely disguised. After becoming completely another person, he slowly walked out of the door. Chapter 668. Half an hour later, Dole arrived at the door of the Rhine family. He will stay at Ash's house tonight. At the gate of Duching, a female ordinary wizard in a magic robe slowly walked into the city. In front of him, several adventurers entered the Adventurers Guild with laughter. The female wizard stood in the distance, took a look at these adventurers, and naturally separated a few white dots from her body, followed the adventurers, and went to the Duching branch of the Glory Wizard Alliance. These adventurers were the ones she met in the mountains. Ash spontaneously tracked these people to this place, and the other party didn't notice it at all. Entering the Adventurers Guild, Ash bought some potion materials, and then shook her head slightly. The number of medicinal materials here is still too small. If you want to buy what you need, you still have to go to Wutzeburg. When she walked out of the Glory Wizard Alliance, those adventurers had exchanged the materials on their bodies for money or some equipment, left the Adventurers Guild, and entered a bar. Adventurers have been living a life of luxury for a long time. They live on the edge of a knife every day, spending money without knowing what will happen tomorrow. This is something everyone knows. Bars and red houses are the places most often visited by some adventurers. A few of Ash's frostworms followed them, and soon they saw some disgusting scenes. However, not all of these people went to that kind of place. Some of them went to another place. Soon, Ash's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. The people these people saw were not from the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, because there was no so-called sign, but another famous adventure group. Ash was shocked. She originally thought that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group was behind this, but she didn't expect that there was someone behind them. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group was just one of the forces they controlled. This was too shocking. This adventure group was called the Red Flame Adventure Group. Although it was not as large as the Sand Scorpion, it was also one of the famous adventure groups in the Northwest. She didn't expect that they were also the other party's lackeys. Ash didn't need to guess what happened next. It was consistent with what Dole saw, and it was basically about looking for Dole. I don't know how long it took. After those people met, they quickly separated, and one of them took out a scroll and opened it. The scroll soon emitted a ray of red light, which was projected into the sky, and soon formed a phantom of a person wearing a black mask. "Have you found it?" The members of the Red Flame Adventure Group said respectfully, reporting to the Lord. "We haven't found it. We have searched everywhere within hundreds of miles. There is no wizard tower as you said, and there are no traces of special wizards. There is no movement in the Albise Mountains." The black-masked figure nodded and said coldly, "Don't let your guard down, keep exploring. The Albise Mountains are the top priority around Duching. As long as there is a little movement, you must report it immediately." The man immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." He raised his head and said, "Sir, do you want us to send more people to explore the surrounding areas?" The black-masked figure shook his head. "No, don't act on your own. In addition, anti-reconnaissance must be done well. That person's reconnaissance ability is very strong." It was the first time that Ash did this kind of thing, but under the guidance of Dole, she played it like a real person. The cloned Ash did not look the same as the original, but had a very ordinary appearance. She could not be recognized in a crowd at first glance, so no one bothered her when she walked on the street. After putting down the Skyfrost worm, she turned around and left Duching and headed for the wilderness camp. As long as those people did not approach the camp, they would be monitored first, and if they approached, it would not be too late to kill them. These adventurers were not weak, and it was easy to make a noise and be detected if they took action around the city. After returning to the camp, she told Dole about the matter, and Dole nodded and affirmed her approach. Ash felt happy in her heart, and she could finally help Dole. She took out the materials Dole needed and put them in the warehouse. However, these materials were just passed on and were soon used, as if they were filled in the wizard tower. There were a total of 8 wizard towers. After more than 10 days, all wizard towers had completed 3 floors, and the core of the wizard tower was initially formed. These wizard towers are all the same in appearance, and are collectively called the Earth Fortress Wizard Tower Array. Based on 8 wizard towers with different attributes, an indestructible and almost unbreakable wizard tower array is formed. These 8 attributes are earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light, darkness, and spirit, which almost cover all elements, so there is no possibility of being cracked. However, the difficulty of refining the wizard tower array is also multiplied. After more than half a month of hard work, it has only been built to the 7th floor, which is considered a 3rd-level wizard tower. The next 4, 5, and 6th levels, he needs to build one by one. He calculated that according to the progress, it would take at least 3 days to build a wizard tower, and even if he went all out, it would take about a month to take all the energy potions, mental potions, and recovery potions. So this month is the key among the keys. Ball walked out of the resting place, stood on the top of the mountain, looked at the giant ape busy everywhere, and drooled slowly from the corner of his mouth. This guy has been shaking magic beasts everywhere since he came, and even went to the distant Baiyuan Mountains. Level 7 magic beasts are no different from normal people in terms of wisdom, and can also form their own forces and collude with a group of friends, but magic beasts generally find it difficult to form forces without strong pressure. Most magic beasts are alone and do not trust anyone, unless they obey higher-level magic beasts, such as level 8. There are no level 8 monsters in the Albise Mountains, and although there are level 8 monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains, they may not be willing to take care of things here. The Baiyuan Mountains are too big. How long does it take to digest a level 7? Ball will tell him that it takes about 3 months, but 10 days is enough for Ball to digest most of it, so when he appears again, the whole Albise Mountains are nervous. The giant ape has the blood of the Titan. If the giant ape is killed, and the Titan's blood is extracted, and he can master a rule, how great it would be. Ball now feels that it is absolutely right to train Dole and Ash. These 2 people can help him a lot. He has to think of a reason to kill this guy. Thinking of this, he grinned and looked at the giant ape. The mountain where the giant ape is located is not just the giant ape. Several huge hills nearby are the tribes of giant apes, with tens of thousands of them. However, only this one has achieved success. The other level 6 Ball does not take it seriously at all. Wassenberg. Ash returned home. His father was not at home. His mother was practicing in the wizard tower. No one was with him. But this is also his home. He can do whatever he wants and rest wherever he wants. He also has a small yard. Although he often does not come back, there are servants to clean it. But since she came back, she always felt someone was watching her. When she looked back, she saw her own servants. Ash's vigilance did not decrease. After noticing this information, she distributed the Skyfrost bugs. Sure enough, She soon found that some of them were secretly watching her and then reporting to some people in the family. Chapter 669. Dole's arrival brought a little more life to the yard. Ash called his mother back from the Wizard Towers, and they had a meal together. After dinner, Dole stayed in Ash's yard. Ash told Dole about his tracking and observation. Dole frowned. Another large force? It seems that this matter is not simple. If so, then the territory matters may not be so easy. Now that I think about it, Dahlia and Alan are so concerned about their territory, they may have other purposes. He thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. If it was aimed at him, it was just the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. It used so much manpower and material resources, and lost several level 6 killers. I'm afraid it's not worth the loss. If other forces were used, it would be complicated. I'm afraid I've caught some people's eyes. What the hell is this? He thought about it, discussed with Ash, and must find the person behind it. AI, she nodded, and suddenly her face became more shy. At home, there was only one bed in her room, and only one bedroom, so the two of them had to sleep together. Seeing AI she like this, Duolai suddenly smiled evilly and touched his face, which was white and rosy, very beautiful. Duolai, is there any way to speed up the cultivation speed? I am only in the middle stage of level 5 now. When can I reach level 6? Duolai was a little speechless. How can this be so fast? You have the heart of mysterious frost, and this speed is already very fast. Okay. AI, she shook her head. We are so in name only, and I feel very panicked. Otherwise, I will find you a servant. Duolai held AI she in his arms, and slapped her but hard from behind. With a ripple in his heart, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't reached level 6 yet. I am pursuing the level 9 road. Axe's heart surged slightly when she heard this. Level 9 was something she dared not even think about. Duolai didn't want to find another woman. She was actually very happy in her heart. Then I have to hurry up to practice. We have too many enemies now, and they are all unknown enemies. I feel a little uneasy. My father must know something, but he didn't tell us. Duolai let her go and frowned slightly. It seems that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group should have a very strong force behind it. Now should be the revenge stage. I killed several of their level SIXS, and I guess I have made a big grudge. Axe's heart was full of urgency. She secretly made up her mind to practice quickly, and strive to reach level 6 as soon as possible. No words were spoken all night. In the early morning, outside the city gate, in the tenant area, a middle-aged man washed his face, and went out with tools, like an ordinary person, greeting others as he walked. After walking out of the city gate, he came to the place where he worked. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out a puppet that looked exactly like himself, worked on his behalf, and slowly sank into the ground. 10 kilometers outside the city, the middle-aged man took out a scroll and slowly opened it, emitting a blue light. Not long after, a figure appeared in the blue light. The middle-aged man slowly knelt down and whispered, "Sir, Natalie and Ash have returned and stayed in the Ryan family last night." The man's face sank slightly, and he said, "Can you tell whether it is the original or the clone?" The middle-aged man said, "It is definitely the real one. Our detectors did not find any signs of the clone." The man nodded and said, "Try to mark them, and they will send people to deal with them." The middle-aged man nodded. The man said, "Recently, I don't know why Watzenberg has gone crazy and attacked the sect crazily. We have lost a lot of bases and personnel. You should be careful not to be exposed. Once you are exposed, you all know the consequences." When the middle-aged man heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead and he said, "Yes, sir, I know what to do." "That's it, I have other things to deal with." Not far behind the middle-aged man, a small white dot landed on the treetops, carefully watching everything here. The blue phantom looked very vague, and he couldn't see who it was, nor did he know if the other party was using a fake image. He was not sure, but the content of the conversation shocked Ash's heart. Marking the two of them, is this preparing to kill? That's a lot of ideas. What has Watzenberg done recently? Is it related to the military training his father mentioned? He really knows something. Ash told Dole about the matter. Dole's eyes were full of thoughts. When tracking the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, he did find some places in the name of religion, but in fact, they were puppets of certain forces. He told Alan about these things. Alan knew the relevant information. These two people might have taken action against those small forces. The Northwest area is very, very large. Although it is all in the territory of the Glory Empire, the control of the marginal areas is not so strict, so it gives some cults and other sects the possibility of infiltration, and even many small towns have appeared on a large scale. The principle of Watzenberg is that as long as there is no trouble, everything can be settled. The nobles are mainly harmonious with each other. Unless there is a problem, few people will ask. Even if there is a war between nobles, it is resolved in the noble way. It seems that some parts of the empire have been corrupted. I thought so. After the two finished washing and walked out of the yard, they soon saw a team of guards coming from other parts of the yard, led by a guard leader of the family. After seeing the two, the leader hesitated slightly and turned around. Seeing this person, Ash and Dual became more vigilant. The man came over, bowed slightly, and said, "You two, the city lord invites you." Delurid sat in the living room with a frown. Since Dual returned to Watzenberg, the information of the intelligence organization has been flying everywhere like snowflakes. Various information transmissions, spies, and peripheral spies have been locked or caught. This is really a big deal. What on earth is the Nightmare Empire going to do? It's just delay. Is it necessary to make such a big move? However, the Iron Pioneer Group did wipe out many of their branches and intercepted a lot of resources. The Nightmare Empire is now starting to suffer. They don't know that Dole is the culprit of all this. Why do they always make trouble for him? Just then, a voice came from outside. Wizard Dole and Wizard Ash are here. Darulide raised his head and saw Dole and Ash coming in together. His expression showed joy. He stood up and said slowly, "I was just about to find you. The Iron Pioneer Group is preparing to split 2 legions and is already heading northeast. It will take about a month to reach Duching." Darulide and Ash said at the same time, "No." The two looked at each other, and Dole said, "Uncle, this matter is probably not appropriate." Darulide said with some surprise, "Why?" Darulide and Ash told Darulide roughly what they knew so far. Daryl fell into deep thought. He sat down slowly, stroked his chin, frowned, and thought carefully. Chapter 670. Darulide only knew that the other party was indeed looking for Dwellai's location, but he didn't expect that they were looking so deep. They actually mobilized all the forces in the northwest, both openly and secretly, with such a wide range. He frowned and said, "There are many things that you two don't know, and it's not convenient for us to disclose them. As for the territory, if the army goes there, it will indeed expose your purpose. Then don't move for the time being. I believe you are also preparing. As long as the time is right, we can still take action." Darulide knew that Duolai had cooperated with the Hellhound to defeat one of the level 7, so when he heard this, he was not anxious. Dole breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. I came here this time just to ask about the specific situation. What is the origin of this force?" Ash also said at this time, "That's right, this force can mobilize too much power. It is almost stronger than our Rhine family's power." Darulide didn't care at first, but after hearing what Ash said, his face suddenly darkened. How could this niece talk like that? What do you mean it is stronger than our Rhine family's power? Elbow outward. He pondered for a while, raised his head, looked at Dole, and said earnestly, "This matter is very complicated, but it has nothing to do with you in general. Now they just set assassins to assassinate. We will first fight against the soldiers and cover the water. The specific situation cannot be told to you now. The Nightmare Empire is too involved. Even the Empire has dispatched the strongest intelligence organization, Huangying. It is not something Dole can handle alone. It would be best if he didn't know about this. The Empire sent out the Yellow Oriole, and we also sent out the Nightingale. In cooperation with the intelligence organization of the Honor Wizard Alliance, we have basically locked down some of the Nightmare Empire's backers, but some intelligence personnel have not yet been confirmed. Dole happened to come back these days, and some people surfaced, so we just happened to kill some of them." Dole looked at Darulide and frowned. "Good guy, he is still hiding it until now. It seems that there is a lot behind this matter." He winked at Ash. Ash immediately understood, and went up to act cute with Darulide, but unfortunately, Darulide made up his mind and didn't tell them, and the two of them couldn't do anything. Darulide told them that the City Lord's mansion had started to pay attention to the matter they were facing a few days ago, and had locked down some people. As long as they were confirmed, they could at least eliminate some of the spies, not to mention catching them all. When Dole heard this, he was slightly thoughtful and a little frightened. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Ash leaned against Dole and whispered as she walked, "It seems that this time the matter is not small. We must get the wizard towers ready as soon as possible. Dole, I feel that this time it may not be easy for us." She became worried. The more vague her uncle was, the more uneasy she felt. Dorlai frowned at this time, nodded as he walked, and said, "I know that we have been speeding up the production of wizard towers in the past few days, but the level of the Earth Fortress is too high, and it is not so easy to form. Even if I try my best and vomit blood, It will take more than a month, and it will also need some time to debug. Ash naturally knew this. She said slowly, "What I mean is that we will not attack the Albise Mountains first, but build the wizard towers first. At least we must have a certain degree of self-protection. This unknown organization first sent out killers and assassins, and it is estimated that wizards will be sent out next." Dole frowned and thought carefully. The actions of killers and assassins are easy to guess. Their attack trends and actions are not secrets in the eyes of wizards. As long as they are prepared, it is almost impossible to succeed. However, it is different when sending out wizards. The attack range of wizards is huge, and the attack distance is very long. The attack methods are also varied and changeable, and it is easy to be hit. The wizard tower is the foundation of the wizard's life. This sentence is not false. With the protection of the wizard formation of the wizard tower, a wizard can feel safe. Then let's live in the city first and hang around for a few days. Let's talk about it after we get through this month. I will build the Babel Tower in the Glory Wizard Alliance and invest my spiritual power in the clone. Let's fool around like this first. The Babel Tower has been hanging on his waist all the time, not in the Glory Wizard Alliance. On the one hand, it is convenient to borrow power, and on the other hand, he originally planned to leave the person here and go back. Now it seems that he has to hang around here for a few days. Once the 3 floors of the 8 wizard towers of the Earth Fortress were erected, Dole could borrow the power of the Earth Fortress and basically did not use the power of the Tower of Babel, so there was no place for the Tower of Babel on the clone's side. As soon as he returned to the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole applied, and soon the Wizard Alliance replied to his message, and Dole erected the Tower of Babel in its original position. A tall wizard tower appeared in the original place, almost immediately attracting everyone's attention. The Tower of Babel is back again. This symbolizes that Dole is back again. Dole wandered around the door for a while, giving people the illusion of returning, and then returned to the wizard tower and began to enter the role of half cultivation and half energy source. In Watsonburg, some rumors were broken, and with Dole's return, some forces gradually lurked. However, Watsonburg had already noticed some people, and even if they lurked, some people were targeted by Nightingale. Watsonburg was very calm on the surface, but it was very chaotic secretly. With the vigorous rectification of the intelligence department, I don't know how many people quietly disappeared from the public sight. In the wilderness camp, Dole spent only 10 days to upgrade 3 of the wizard towers to level 6, regardless of consumption. These 3 wizard towers are darkness, light, and spirit. As soon as the 3 wizard towers entered level 6, Dole's mental power was boosted, and the sluggish mental power was slowly replenished with the replenishment of the mental wizard tower. The mental wizard tower can greatly amplify and replenish mental power, and Dole feels much more relaxed. This is the best news at present. Unexpectedly, the wizard tower in the spirit also has this function. With the replenishment of the mental wizard tower, the next speed will be much faster. The 4th wizard tower was built soon. The underground branch of Duching in the Nightmare Empire. A man in black looked at the map around Duching, somewhat unwillingly. He gritted his teeth and kept thinking, determined to make achievements. If Dole wanted a territory, although Albise Mountain was not the best choice, this place was indeed the best choice, connecting the middle of the 2 states. If he wanted to choose a territory, it would naturally be a great choice. However, he did not find the other party in Albise Mountain, but he had a hunch that it was here, because there was a battle in Albise Mountain recently, and the battle was very fierce. It was said that a level 7 was killed, which was quite explosive news. He thought, if he were Dole, what should he do now? He should prepare in the wasteland now. Thinking of this, he carefully calculated the funds he had in his hands, and after thinking silently for a moment, he passed the message to the outside and arranged the task. Since there is no one in the mountain, let's go and look at the wasteland. As long as the adventure group is launched, as long as he is here, sooner or later we will find some clues. Now we just hope he is here. As long as he is here, then we will be close to ascending. A noble of high status came to the Duching Adventurers Guild and quickly issued several tasks.